The man lay in a dilapidated stone house, covered with a tattered sheepskin blanket. The cold wind of the island night kept blowing in through the cracks in the rusted iron door. Outside the stone house, countless terrifying monsters that only appeared at night roamed around, their low and horrifying roars echoing continuously. Hearing the continuous growls of monsters outside, Alan wrapped the blanket around himself tightly in fear. This is his 7th day in this world. For the past few days he has been in a daze. Fragments of the original owner's memories, like scenes from a movie, keep flooding into his mind. It wasn't until this afternoon that he finally received all the memories and fully understood his current situation. He was unexpectedly transported to the world of the Endless Sea and became a lord, inheriting a territory called Atlan Island, which was under the jurisdiction of the Azure Federation and protected by the Azure Sea Federation Code. But this was by no means a lucky start. Atlantis is located on the outskirts of the Sea of Death, and its land has long been eroded into sand by the sea winds, making it almost impossible to grow crops. The island had no inhabitants, no resources, and was even burdened with a federal debt large enough to crush any lord. These problems alone wouldn't constitute a true dead end. With modern knowledge, Alan has many ways to gradually improve the island. But what truly devastated him was that this world had no continents, only endless seas, inhabited not only by a large number of monsters, but also by all sorts of dangerous sea monsters. Furthermore, a dark tide erupts every month on the night of the full moon. Simply put, it's a monster tide. At that time, a continuous stream of monsters will be brought out of the Sea of Death by the dark tide. The monsters in the dark tide are more ferocious and aggressive than usual. The original owner and the previous lord, who was also the father of this body, died in the last tide. According to the information in the original owner's memories, a new wave of monsters would arrive in 4 days. The cold reality almost made Alan lose all hope. Just as he was sinking into despair, a clear system notification suddenly rang in his mind. Ding host has been detected to have transmigrated to another world and become a lord. Lord Training Manual activated. The quest has been issued. Lords, please recruit a resident with a rating of 30 or higher. After completing the Lord Training Manual quest, please select your starting hex from the following hexes. Hextech 1, War Chest. War Chest. Enemies have a 15% chance to drop loot, including Originium, when they are killed. Hextech 2, Power of Enhancement. Power of Enhancement increases the tier of your next enhancement rune by 1. Hextech 3, Useful Material. When a resident without equipment dies, there is a 40% chance to drop 10 source crystals. Each time a lord recruits a resident with a rating of 30 or higher, they will receive 1 chance to draw a Hextech rune. Each Hextech rune possesses unique abilities and can be upgraded. In addition, after each score calculation, the lord will also receive 1 chance to draw a Hextech item. If the lord chooses to flee during this dark tide, this manual will never be able to be opened again. After hearing the prompt in his mind, Alan's despair was gradually replaced by a strong will to survive. At this moment, he finally saw hope for survival, and a plan quickly took shape in his mind. He needs to find suitable subjects as soon as possible to complete the mission and obtain the rewards. Next, he must use Hextech runes to build and expand his territory, recruit more powerful subjects, and form his own legion. He will gradually become the most powerful island lord in the world, rule the entire Endless Sea, and completely reverse his destiny. Listening to the constant sounds of monsters roaming outside the stone house, Alan wrapped himself tightly in the blanket and comforted himself. Go to sleep. Tomorrow I'll try my luck at the trading island and see if I can recruit a free citizen. On the trading island. A lord has come to recruit islanders. Should we try our luck on his island? I heard he only charges 1/10 of the tax. Are you crazy? Do you even know where his territory is? Atlantis. That island right next to the Sea of Death. I heard that hundreds of monsters roam the island every day, and those monsters will destroy all the results of our business. Moreover, I heard that in addition to inheriting that deserted island, he also inherited a huge federal debt that would prevent him from ever recovering in his lifetime. If he hadn't been on the trading island during the dark tide, Atlantis would probably have had a new lord very soon, just like the dozen or so lords who died on Atlantis before. Hearing the murmurs coming from the free man recruitment market behind him, Alan looked utterly helpless. He hadn't expected so many people on this island to recognize the original owner of this body. This left his silver tongue with no chance to shine. What should we do? Did we come all this way for nothing? Alan wandered aimlessly across the trading island, eventually arriving at the entrance to an even larger market. The slave market. The slave trade actually exists in this world. The manual only mentions recruiting subjects, but it doesn't say that slaves can't become subjects. Thinking of this, Alan turned around and went inside. The slave market was bustling with activity. Slave stalls were arranged in an orderly fashion throughout the market. Each slave wore a price tag. When Alan saw the sign with 30 source crystals hanging on the first female slave, he knew he was probably going to make another wasted trip. The original owner had only left him 10 source crystals, and when he landed on the trading island, he paid another source crystal as an entry tax. The 9 source crystals he now possesses are Alan's last remaining possessions. Let me wander around for a bit. If all else fails, I'll just consider it a way to clear my head. Alan walked slowly past the slave stalls. His gaze lingered on the hot female slaves on the ground. But to this day, there isn't a single slave in the entire market with a rating higher than 20. He must find subjects with a score of 30 or higher to complete the initial tasks of the Lord Training Manual. Alan was unaware of the scoring criteria in the manual. Just when he thought it was impossible for any individual to score above 30 points, a number suddenly flashed between the 2 female slaves in the corner. 31. Alan's eyes widened instantly, and he quickly walked up to the 2 female slaves. His gaze swept over the 2 female slaves, who looked on expectantly. 6 points, 7 points. Not those 2. Then, Alan's gaze stopped behind the 2. As Alan stopped, the merchant from the slave stall also walked up to him. Following Alan's gaze behind the 2 mature female slaves, a small, thin figure huddled in the innermost corner like a frightened rabbit. The girl was wearing an oversized robe that clearly didn't fit her properly, completely obscuring her features. She was dressed very conservatively, and looked as if she had only recently become a slave. Noticing that both Alan and the slave trader were looking at her, the slave girl hugged herself tightly in fear. This action inadvertently revealed the red birthmark on her face. "Boss, how many source crystals do you want for this slave?" Alan asked as the merchant approached. The merchant's expression was somewhat strange, then he quoted a number. 10 source crystals, and you can take her away right now. 8, I'll take all 8. Deal! As if afraid that Alan would change his mind, the slave trader immediately pulled the girl out of the corner after the transaction was completed. He held the girl with one hand and extended the other towards Alan, gesturing for him to pay. Alan was somewhat bewildered. Had he not bargained enough? 8 it is. Alan took 8 fingernail-sized, colorful crystals from his pocket and handed them to the merchant. These crystals were the currency of this world, source crystals. All right, this slave is yours now. The slave trader roughly shoved the girl towards Alan. Hey, be gentle. She's mine now. Be careful. Seeing the pained expression on the girl's face, Alan said with displeasure. No, she's not yet. Is this your first time buying a slave? A fledgling. Then I'll give you a free lesson. The slave trader pulled the girl's arm out of her black robe. A rune pattern resembling a 6-pointed star was suddenly exposed. The rune looked as if it had been recently carved onto the arm, with traces of blood still remaining around the pattern. Upon seeing the rune, Alan paused for a moment. He suddenly remembered that there seemed to be similar runes on the stone bricks beside the spring on the island he inherited. Hey buddy, stop staring! Drip your blood onto the slave rune, and from this day forward, she'll be yours forever. This rune is protected by the Codex of the Sea. No one can take away your master's position. Moreover, if this slave harbors any ill will towards you, he will immediately suffer unbearable pain. Just now, Alan was wondering why, even though he had bought slaves, the Lord Training Manual in his mind hadn't reacted at all. It seems the formalities haven't been completed yet. After a moment's thought, Alan bit his finger and dripped blood onto the slave runes on the girl's arm. Ugh! The rune instantly absorbed Alan's blood, and at the same time, the slave girl let out a painful groan. As if struck by some heavy blow, her body suddenly went limp and she collapsed to the ground. Alan quickly reached out and caught her small body. He watched the girl's teeth chatter in pain and felt her trembling body. Seeing the worry on Alan's face, the slave trader's eyes flashed with disdain. However, having just completed a transaction, he was in a good mood and explained to Alan, "This is a normal reaction when signing a slave contract. The stronger a slave's will to resist the contract, the more intense the pain she will endure. It usually doesn't last long. Even the most determined slave only needs to wait for 3 sunrises." Looking at the girl suffering in his arms, Alan felt a pang of unease. After all, he didn't belong to this world. He was a soul that had transmigrated here. He couldn't adapt to this world of slavery so quickly. However, after the blood dripped into the slave runes, the Lord training manual in his mind did indeed react. In his mind, the old, yellowed handbook was slowly turning the pages. On the title page, a few lines of text gradually appeared. Acquired slave X1. Loyalty check in progress, 1% 3%. Loyalty? According to the slave traders, it would probably have to wait until the slave girl got used to it. The girl was extremely light, and Alan could easily lift her up in a princess carry. Just as Alan was about to leave with the slave girl in his arms, the slave trader behind him spoke up with a mocking expression. "Hey, buddy! The Grand Wave Festival is in 10 days. A new batch of slaves will be arriving then. If you like these little guys, I can specially collect some more for you. The price is negotiable, how about it?" Hearing that the slave trader had clearly misunderstood one of his preferences, Alan didn't explain. He was completely focused on the progress bar in the manual, and had no time to deal with this guy with a perverse sense of humor. However, Alan remembered the Wave Festival the merchant mentioned. He had already explored the entire slave market and hadn't found any other slaves with higher ratings. I wonder if, on the day of the Wave Festival, a slave with such a high cost-performance ratio as the girl in my arms will appear. Alan is somewhat looking forward to it. After carrying the girl in his arms out of the slave market, Alan felt a little anxious as the progress bar in his mind was only at 20%, so he focused more on the girl in his arms. The girl seemed to be gradually recovering from her pain. Although she was still somewhat listless, she appeared to be able to engage in simple conversations. Alan planned to talk to her and see if he could soothe her with words and increase their bond. Alan said gently, "From this day forward, I am your lord and your master. What is your name?" Upon hearing Alan's question, the girl, though confused as to why her master placed lord before master, still honestly replied, "My name is Lino." "Lino, what a beautiful name! From this day forward, you are my subject." "Yes, master. I would prefer you to call me lord." "Yes, my lord." It seemed that the title, my lord, was easier for the girl to accept than master. The moment she uttered, "Lord," the pain from the depths of her soul instantly decreased by 80%. And the binding progress on Alan's manual jumped to 50% at that instant. Chapter 2. Returning to the island, the sea breeze blew in gusts, stinging their faces, and the sun seemed intent on baking the entire sea. Such high temperatures were simply unbearable for ordinary people. However, they were almost there. After passing 3 resource-rich and lush islands, Alan finally saw his own territory. It was a barren island, devoid of any vegetation, resembling a group of rocks protruding from the sea. The island is not small, but there are no trees or flowers on it. Only the dilapidated stone house in the center, the dried-up spring in front of the stone house, and the ruins of 2 storm arrow towers prove that this is indeed a place with an owner. As a member of the Azure Sea Federation, Atlantis Island is nominally protected by the Federation. However, this protection only applies to attacks from other Federation forces. If monsters from the sea or the demon realm invade, it must rely on itself. Alan moored the small sailboat, which could carry a maximum of 5 people, at the natural dock on the west side of the island, and then carried Lino out of the cabin. Not far away, a level 1 monster, a giant claw crab, was wandering on the beach. Seeing them reminded Alan of the terrible experience he had last night. With a thought, he reopened the classic Lord Training Manual in his mind. To his disappointment, however, his progress had only increased by 10% compared to when he checked it halfway through. 65%. This loading speed is crawling. At this rate, it's hard to say whether the manual will even be unlocked by the time the black tide arrives. The black tide will arrive in 3 days, and he must find a way to overcome the crisis from the Lord Training Manual before then. But at the current pace, he is really unsure of what to do. Alan turned to look at Lino. She was still following behind him, her face contorted in pain, her small feet leaving weak, unsteady footprints on the sand, clearly indicating that she had reached her physical limit. Let's get back to camp first. Alan himself was exhausted. The journey at sea had drained his energy, and he had no energy left to think of any other solutions. As the sun began to set, Alan pushed open the door to the stone house. The heavy, dilapidated iron door scraped against the stone floor and walls, making a sound that sent chills down one's spine. He plopped down on the stone bed, thankfully covered with a tattered leather sheet to keep it from being too uncomfortable. After catching his breath, he walked to the stone trough in the corner to fetch some water. The water tank was already empty, with only a little moisture remaining at the very bottom, proving that there had once been water there. A person can endure hunger, but once they feel thirsty, their survival instinct will scream wildly. Alan took out the last source crystal from his pocket, intending to throw it into the spring in front of the stone house to exchange for a few sips of sweet spring water. But after hesitating for a moment, he put the source crystal back. This was his last remaining possession. Although he was thirsty, he wouldn't die anytime soon. The source crystal was too important. It might save his life in a critical moment. Therefore, Alan had no choice but to endure the hardship a little longer. He would at least have to wait until the Lord Training Manual was truly unlocked, and he could find a way to obtain more source crystals. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was a pauper before transmigrating, and he's still a pauper after transmigrating, so what's the point of this transmigration? Lino? Lino? Alan had been so preoccupied with his own desires that he'd completely forgotten about Lino. Looking back, he realized she was nowhere to be seen. Had she not followed him in? Alan's heart tightened, and he hurriedly pushed open the stone door, looking towards the dock. The harsh scraping sound rang out again, but what was even more unsettling was that there was no trace of Lino on the island. My lord! Just as he was beginning to have a bad feeling, a weak voice called out in his ear. Alan looked in the direction of the sound and found Lino huddled in the corner of the stone house. She was so small and thin that she almost blended into the dim stone house. Fear filled her eyes as if she was worried that Alan would scold her for not finding her immediately. So this is where she is. Alan breathed a sigh of relief upon confirming that Lino was still in the room. Seeing her curled up like a frightened fawn, he frowned, pondering how to speed up the binding process of the manual. Recalling the slave trader's words, Alan quickly realized that loyalty forcibly bound through slave runes was passive loyalty. It relied on punishment mechanisms to instill fear in slaves, forcing them to obey like tamed animals. So, if we increase active loyalty, will it speed up the bond? Like the affection level in a game? Like a hug? Alan began to recall his rich experience in role-playing games, then observed Lino's expression. He slowly approached, gently opening his arms. But when he saw the fear in Lino's eyes, he immediately abandoned the action. For Lino in her current state, such intimacy might be too sudden. Moreover, both of them were hungry and thirsty, and it would be difficult to build a closer relationship through conversation alone. Suddenly, Alan realized the key point. Lino had spent the entire day at sea with him. The old sailboat couldn't be used for cooking, and he had already eaten all the food he had brought with him when he went to the slave market that morning. Looking at Lino's thin body, it was clear she had suffered from long-term malnutrition. There were some seabird eggs and wheat flour left in the stone house. Alan went to the stone bed, took out the seabird eggs and a small bag of wheat flour from the storage space under the bed, and without explaining, walked straight out of the house. Inside, Lino huddled in a corner, her mind replaying the words of her predecessors, in the slave market. It was said that for slaves, especially female slaves, the nightmare truly began after they were bought by their masters. Female slaves in the market were often merely tools for their master's gratification. The stone door slammed shut. Lino, enveloped in unease, slowly opened her eyes, her pale green pupils scanning the room, but she didn't see the figure that made her anxious. All she could see was the golden sunlight streaming through the crack in the door, and the sound of waves crashing against the rocks. Lino hugged herself tighter, burying her face in her arms, continuing to anxiously imagine what terrible things her master might do to her tonight. Until the stone door rang again. Before her heart could clench again, the aroma of wheat filled her senses. Lino opened her pale green eyes wide and stared straight at the stone plate in Alan's hand. On the plate, 2 pale yellow wheat cakes emitted a rich fragrance, and next to them were 2 fist-sized seabird eggs. "It's finally done," Alan said gently, holding out the egg pancakes. "Are you hungry? Eat up, this is your dinner." "Dinner?" Lino looked at the pancakes incredulously, swallowing non-existent saliva, her face full of confusion. "So it turns out you don't need to beg to get food. And it's even precious wheat cakes." She remembered what her former slave predecessors had said: the more benevolent slave owners would give slaves food made of rotten rye and bran, the more cruel ones would give them only bran and weeds. But the lord before her was actually making wheat cakes for her, wheat that even free men wouldn't dare eat. Was he really not an emissary of the god of the sea and storms? And was this truly meant for her to eat? Lino stared at the bread, hesitant to reach out. The next moment, a sharp pain surged from the depths of her soul. The second rule of the slave contract: a slave must obey the commands of his master. Driven by this pain, Lino, though still uneasy, boldly accepted the bread. She took a small, cautious bite, but tears inexplicably streamed down her face. Then, as if she were starving, she gradually became bolder, starting with small, tentative bites, and eventually began eating one bite after another, faster and faster. Seeing the look of enjoyment on the girl's face, Alan smiled with satisfaction. For someone who loves making food, seeing others like their creations is a source of accomplishment. But what surprised him even more was the progress bar in his mind. Almost instantly, the progress jumped from 66% to 95%. Alan looked at Lino again. Seeing that she seemed to be choking because she ate too fast, he quickly handed her the seabird eggs that had been prepared earlier on the plate. "Eat slowly. There's no water on the island right now. Drink this chirping bird egg to replenish your fluids." Alan's tone was gentle, and Lino's wariness of him noticeably decreased. At least when he approached, she was no longer trembling with fear as she had before. "Thank you, my lord." Lino finished eating the bird egg, her little belly already slightly bulging. Alan raised his hand and gently placed it on her head, beginning to soothe her by rubbing it. Lino trembled slightly the moment she was touched. But quickly, under Alan's gentle touch, she calmed down and even felt a sense of relief. The lord's hand was so warm. She unconsciously moved closer to Alan. While comforting her, Alan kept an eye on the binding progress bar. Finally, the progress reached -100%. The ancient lord training manual in his mind was no longer stuck on the loading page, but began to turn the pages on its own. The first page featured an illustration resembling a guidebook. It showed Lino's image, with her stats displayed next to it. But before Alan could examine it closely, the guidebook jumped to the title page. "The Citizen's Compendium has been unlocked, and the rating has reached 31 points. Lord rating rewards are being calculated. Rewards: 20 source crystals, 1 Hextech Rune draw." Chapter 3 War Treasure 1. Alan slammed the dilapidated iron gate shut, then propped it up with a thick wooden stick, gripping the iron stick tightly in his hand, preparing for the approaching night. He still remembered the first night he arrived, when the iron gate was smashed open by wandering sea monsters. Before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary laborer with little combat experience, and he rarely even exercised or ran. Fortunately, this body had decent physical abilities. Relying on a set of calisthenics and some wild punches, Alan finally managed to defeat the lowest level monster, the Wandering Siren. The thing looked terrifying, like a ghost draped in a coarse cloth cloak, floating in midair. But its attack methods were actually quite crude, relying solely on instinct to close in and ram. However, Alan's relief didn't last long, because he clearly saw that there were still many wandering sea monsters lingering along the coastline. After taking precautions, Alan turned his attention to the Lord Training Manual. He prepared to draw his first Hextech Rune. 3 silver icons appeared on the title page, each with a different entry. War Treasure Eye. Enemies have a 15% chance to drop loot, including source crystals, when killed. Enhancement Energy. Increases the tier of your next enhancement rune by 1 level. Useful Material Eye. Unequipped civilians have a 40% chance to drop 10 source crystals when they die. After reading the 3 options, Alan barely hesitated. He had gone to great lengths to activate the manual and finally had a chance to draw a rune. If he chose the enhancement energy, it was uncertain whether he would even survive 3 days. As for the useful talent eye, he currently only has Lino as a subject. He can't expect her to die in battle to exchange for source crystals. Therefore, Alan directly chose War Treasure Eye. Killing monsters may drop loot, which includes source crystals, and this is crucial for him. It's important to understand that source crystals can only be obtained from rare mineral veins or mysterious rituals, and source crystal mines are almost entirely monopolized by great lords. It is precisely because they control source crystal production that they are qualified to become great lords. Lesser lords can only wait for the trading day to exchange their island's resources for source crystals. However, source crystals are directly related to survival. Freshwater springs need source crystals to maintain, and the island's defense systems also rely on source crystals for activation and maintenance. In other words, source crystals are the hard currency of this world and the lifeblood of lords to maintain their territories. Previously, the monsters at night were only a headache for the lord, but now, with War Treasure Eye, those monsters have become a continuous source of resources in Alan's eyes. If he can make good use of the 3 nights before the dark tide arrives, that is, the next 3 nights, he might be able to obtain a large number of source crystals to repair and activate the storm arrow towers on the island, which have long been damaged. The rustling sound of giant crabs landing on the beach came from outside. They usually came ashore to roost after nightfall. Alan, without even checking Lino's citizen encyclopedia, immediately went outside. With only 3 days left until the dark tide, he had to cherish every second and quickly accumulate resources to build up his territory. The sun gradually sank below the horizon, leaving only a sliver of light. Alan glanced at the ruins of the 2 storm arrow towers to his left and right, then walked towards the relatively intact one on the left. He took out the 20 source crystals he had just acquired and dropped them one by one into the energy rune core beneath the tower. The surrounding air gradually transformed into a gale, converging towards the storm arrow tower. 8, 12, 18. When only 2 source crystals remained, sweat began to bead on Alan's forehead. Repairing the storm arrow tower consumes source crystals depending on the extent of damage, typically requiring 10 to 30. He was a little nervous, wondering if he was really that unlucky. Could he really be so unlucky as to use all 20 and still not be able to repair it? Alan carefully took one of the last 2 and placed it into the rune core. The next moment, the sound of a storm finally reached his ears. Gale-force winds gathered overhead, and a tornado shot straight into the sky. The storm arrow tower suddenly rose to 5 meters, no longer resembling ruins, but transforming into a black pillar. Mysterious energy surged from the runes at the bottom to the top. At the top of the tower, a sphere emitting a pale blue light stood out conspicuously in the night. Suddenly, night fell completely. Alan heard the distant whooshing sound of a wandering siren cutting through the air, and a cloaked siren appeared in his sight. It had clearly entered the storm tower's attack range, yet the tower showed no reaction. Alan frowned. A level 1 storm tower's attack range was approximately 100 meters in radius. There was no way this siren hadn't been locked on. Worse still, more and more sirens seemed to be drawn by the blue light at the top of the tower, gathering in this direction. Hiss! The sirens in front of him let out a sharp cry, as if summoning their kind. Soon, a full 5 wandering sirens flew towards Alan. As the monsters approached, Alan felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly racked his brains, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. Suddenly it dawned on him. When he arrived, the Storm Arrow Tower had already collapsed into ruins. The 19 source crystals he had used were only for repairs. 2 more were needed to truly activate it. Of the 20 source crystals the system had given him, only 1 remained, and he happened to have 1 left in his pocket, which he had saved up that afternoon, while enduring thirst. Alan quickly took out the source crystal, preparing to insert it into the rune core. "Lord, be careful!" Just as he tossed the 2 source crystals in, he heard Lino's anxious voice behind him. Alan turned around and saw that she had run out of the stone house with a wooden stick in her hand. Lino stood in front of him, clearly afraid, yet still resolutely facing the approaching wandering sea monster. "Let's go!" Alan immediately threw the source crystal into the rune core, grabbed Lino, and ran towards the stone house. At the same time, the Storm Arrow Tower was injected with activation energy, and the pale blue glow at the top of the tower gradually turned deep blue. An arrow formed from a storm shot out instantly. Whoosh! As soon as Alan returned to the house, he heard the siren's shrill screams. Through the peephole in the door, he saw that of the 5 wandering sirens that had flown in, only 3 remained after they had been shot down. In the blink of an eye, the remaining few were also pinned to the ground by the wind arrows. However, the island's knights are never short of wandering sea monsters. Like demons that appear out of nowhere, they seem endless, constantly swarming from the coastline into the island. Meanwhile, the Storm Arrow Tower continuously gathered wind arrows and fired them again and again. A look of joy appeared in Alan's eyes. From this moment on, the wandering sirens and other monsters were no longer just objects of fear. They weren't monsters at all, they were clearly a group of walking treasures. Chapter 4 Talent? Alan closed the door, braced it with a wooden stick, and then turned to look at the little slave who had bravely run out earlier. He said, "Thank you, Lino." Lino immediately lowered her head, seemingly unable to believe that the Lord would thank a slave. She replied softly that it was what she should do. Alan didn't say much, he just reached out and patted her head. Lino gradually got used to this warm, large hand, and even subconsciously wanted to respond to his touch. Outside, the Storm Arrow Tower continued to fire arrows, and the screams of sirens echoed intermittently. Inside, only a single candle cast a dim, yellowish light, which, after the recent danger, felt strangely reassuring. Remembering his business, Alan once again summoned the Lord Training Manual from his mind. The title page still displayed the results of the last calculation. 30-point reward, 20 source crystals, 1 Hextech Rune draw. Next score requirement, 80. Seeing this, Alan couldn't help but be tempted. If the 30-point reward already includes a Hextech Rune, how extravagant would the 80-point reward be? If the runes in the manual are really the same as the Hextech Runes he was familiar with in his previous life, he doesn't even dare to imagine what this island will become in the future. Reaching 80 points in a short time is simply unrealistic. Unless he finds 2 more high-potential slaves like Lino, he'll have to slowly accumulate source crystals and rely on sheer numbers to boost his score. Alan shook his head, temporarily suppressing the idea. He doesn't have a single source crystal right now. He can only wait until tomorrow to see if War Treasure I can bring any surprises. He casually flipped to the Citizen Encyclopedia, which displayed Lino's information. Citizen, Lino, slave, number, 1 age 18 loyalty, 100% talent attributes. Overall rating, 35. Alan was stunned. Lino's rating had actually increased by 4 points. After bringing her back, he hadn't done anything special, just fed her and patted her head. Could it be that eating well could make someone grow? What concerned him even more was that Lino's talent was hidden. Below is only a brief description. No one knows how to awaken their talent, not even the talent's possessor, but it does exist. Alan fell into deep thought after reading it. He knew that extraordinary powers existed in this world, but they were too far removed from his original social class. Now it seemed that Lino might indeed possess unawakened talents. Thinking about it this way, he might have really stumbled upon a great bargain. However, the reason for the rating increase was still unknown. It was getting late, so Alan decided to rest first and deal with the rest tomorrow. He blew out the candle and lay down on the stone bed. The tattered sheepskin cloth covering him was one of the few valuable items in the territory, and it provided him with some warmth. The island experiences extreme temperature differences between day and night. It's scorching hot during the day and freezing cold at night. Outside, the storm towers continue their attack, the rhythmic sound like white noise, which ironically makes Alan feel safe. After a long day of running around and experiencing so much, his exhaustion has reached its peak. Just as he was drifting off to sleep, a chattering sound startled him awake. Alan turned his head and saw that Lino had huddled back in the corner of the room. Even in the darkness, he could see that she was shivering from the cold. He immediately called out, "Come here, Lino, sleep with me." Lino opened her eyes, her pale blue pupils initially filled with fear, then seemed to have made up her mind. Since the Lord had spoken, as a female slave, she had no choice but to obey. She walked to the bedside and began to unfasten her black robe. Seeing her resolute expression, Alan was both amused and exasperated, and quickly called for a halt. He explained that he hadn't summoned her to sleep with him, but rather that the island nights were too cold, and there was only one bed and a sheepskin set available. From now on, she would sleep with him, otherwise she might truly freeze to death. Hearing these words, Lino's tears flowed uncontrollably again. She carefully climbed into bed and lay down beside Alan, feeling only that this lord was exceptionally kind. In her dazed state from the cold, she had even seen her mother. Her mother said she would take her away from the human world to the warm embrace of the sun god. If Alan hadn't woken her up, she probably would have gone with him. After confirming that Lino was lying down obediently, Alan also fell asleep peacefully. Lino couldn't sleep. She thought about her experience at the slave market, and worried that her mother might also be captured and enslaved. She quietly moved closer to Alan, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she realized she hadn't woken him. She silently hoped that if her mother were indeed arrested, she would still be able to see her at the Wave Festival 10 days later. She wondered if the merciful Lord would buy her mother back as well. With this glimmer of hope, Lino finally fell asleep in the warm sheepskin blanket. A tear, tinged with a hint of happiness, quietly slid down her cheek. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the crack in the door, Alan slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft breath. He was so exhausted yesterday. It felt like he had only blinked once, and it was already dawn. Ever since he was transported to this godforsaken place, his nerves had been on edge, and he had only been able to get a good night's sleep after the defensive towers were erected last night. Chapter 5: The Neighbors Spying. Without waking the sleeping Lino, Alan tiptoed out of bed. The morning at the seaside was still cold, and his breath quickly condensed into white mist. He pulled a worn-out linen robe from under the bed, put it on to shield himself from the biting sea wind, and then carefully pushed open the door and went out. The rising sun in the east slowly dispelled the darkness. Alan looked at the mess left by the night's battle outside, a slight smile playing on his lips. Within 100 meters of the Storm Arrow Tower, 20 meters to the left of the stone house, lay the remains of wandering sea monsters. After they died, they lay scattered on the ground like tattered rags, resembling a junkyard of rags from a distance. War Treasure 1. Enemies have a 15% chance to drop loot, including source crystals, when they are killed. Hundreds of sirens' corpses lay before him. Even with only a 10% chance of dropping them, it was enough to fill Alan with anticipation. He was about to search for the loot when he suddenly caught sight of a small sailboat on the sea. A dark figure stood on the boat, gazing towards Atlantis Island. Alan had good eyesight and recognized the man immediately. It was none other than Little Pallet, the son of the neighboring Lord Pallet. Why was this guy here again? Alan frowned, then remembered that Little Pallet appeared outside the island almost every morning to check if he had survived the nights ravaged by monsters. Of course, the other party wasn't acting out of kindness. They were eyeing the island's spring and storm tower. More precisely, they were targeting the spring's rune core and the storm tower's rune core. Fortunately, the Codex of the Sea existed. Within the Azure Sea Federation, lords cannot wage war against each other at will. This is not a verbal agreement, nor is it a law that can be trampled upon by paying a price. Rather, it is a contract truly bound by extraordinary power. No one may enter another's territory without the Lord's permission. Violators will suffer extreme pain until they leave the territory. Killing is also forbidden on the trading island. Even the mere thought of killing will inflict pain on the soul. Therefore, lords possessed territories and enjoyed the powers granted by the law. Free citizens were also protected by the law. Only slaves were not protected. Instead, they were bound in every way. Under the protection of the law, lords were almost absolutely safe on their islands, unless they died from monsters or encountered an accident. If a lord dies suddenly and his successor hasn't yet taken up the oath of office on the government island, the territory will become unclaimed land, the island will lose its protection, and anyone can land and plunder it. Right now, Alan is dirt poor. The only thing worth coveting is his 2 rune cores. In fact, the large amount of debt he carries was incurred by his predecessor when he purchased rune cores. There's a saying on the endless sea, you may not inherit your father's wealth, but you will certainly bear a share of his debts. However, the original owner's father's judgment was indeed excellent. Due to some unknown reasons, the price of Spring Rune Cores and Storm Arrow Tower Rune Cores had more than tripled on the market, and there was no market for them. Therefore, the neighbor's intentions were all too clear. Little Pallet came to keep an eye on things every day, waiting for Alan to be killed by the monster so he could immediately land on the island and steal the rune cores. Looking at the little Pallet constantly peering out from the small boat in the distance, Alan's earlier anger vanished, replaced by a sense of amusement. Hoping for his death. Sorry, his Hextech Runes wouldn't allow it. Alan initially intended to ignore the other party and continue examining the spoils, but his wariness stopped him as soon as he took a step. Normally, it wasn't unusual for lords to clean up monster corpses and tidy their territory after nightfall. However, he hadn't actually collected any spoils yet and didn't know in what form they would appear. What if he uncovers the wreckage and it suddenly bursts with light? That would be tantamount to revealing something amiss. Little Parrot might not be able to deduce the truth from a few details, but to be on the safe side, it's best to let these spoils lie quietly for now. If any strange rumors get out, then it's likely that more than just Little Parrot will be watching him. So Alan pretended to be relaxed, crossed his arms behind his head, and slowly strolled around the island, making sure Little Parrot could see that he was still alive, before casually returning to the stone house. Damn Alan, why isn't he dead yet? Little Parrot stood on the small boat, gripping a tattered telescope, his eyes fixed on Atlantis. As long as Alan lived, he would row this broken boat over to investigate every day before dawn. Today, he came to the island as usual, but unexpectedly discovered that the Storm Arrow Tower, which should have been reduced to rubble, had risen again. This discovery changed his expression. They actually repaired a Storm Arrow Tower! Father's guess was right after all. Little Pallet recalled his father's previous deduction. He had initially thought it was just a wild guess, but now, looking at the Arrow Tower shimmering with a pale blue light, he suddenly felt that his father might have indeed guessed something correctly. He observed from the boat for a while longer, and seeing that Alan had returned to the stone house and not come out again, and that the sun was gradually rising, he immediately prepared to return. This news had to be told to his father as soon as possible. Atlan Island was not far from Parrot Island, and after paddling for about an hour, Little Parrot saw his own island. In the manor in the center of Parrot Island, 7 or 8 male slaves and a dozen or so female slaves had already begun their work. They drew water from the spring and then watered the cultivated land on the manor. When they saw Little Parrot return from the seaside, the slaves all stopped what they were doing and bowed to him. Little Parrot's gaze swept over each slave, as if searching for anyone showing the slightest disrespect, so he could seize the opportunity to attack. His father had taught him from a young age to treat slaves like livestock. Only by instilling fear in them would they obey and work diligently. But their work efficiency must not be affected, otherwise it would be a financial loss. Little Parrot remembered this, so he randomly picked a slave he didn't like and kicked him. Seeing the slave's terrified eyes, he returned triumphantly to his cabin. Father, that damned Storm Arrow Tower on Atlantis has been repaired! Chapter 6 The Fallen Loot. On the second floor of the cabin, in Pallet's study. Little Pallet stood respectfully before the table, reporting to his father in detail the situation he had scouted that morning. After listening, Pallet's face showed an expression of, "I knew it," and he sneered. "I knew it. That cunning businessman, old Alan, must have left something good for his bastard." Little Parrot speculated that it might be a large batch of source crystals. After all, Alan had already repaired the Storm Arrow Tower. He couldn't have done it without source crystals. Parrot didn't answer immediately, but pondered for a moment before saying calmly, "It could be a source crystal, or it could be something else, like a treasure map." Old Alan was known for his cunning at sea back in the day, so it's not surprising that he left some trump cards for his son. After saying that, he asked another crucial question. "Has the spring on his island been revived?" Little Parrot's heart tightened, and he quickly recalled the scene from that morning, answering uncertainly, "Probably not. The island was just bare rock, not a single patch of green in sight." Hearing this, Parrot immediately laughed. He concluded that old Alan had left behind very few source crystals, enough at most to repair one Storm Arrow Tower. Otherwise, Alan would have revived the spring first. In this sea area, the sea breeze constantly strips away moisture, and no one can withstand the intense thirst caused by dehydration. And a single Storm Arrow Tower is simply not enough to withstand the approaching dark tide. Parrot grew increasingly smug, as if he could already see Alan die after the dark tide. Little Parrot immediately flattered him, saying, "Father truly is the wisest man in the Federation." Parrot was pleased and then instructed, "After the dark tide, you go and collect his body. Starting tomorrow morning, you don't need to keep an eye on him anymore." Then, he explained that he was going to the trading island and wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow. Little Parrot was to stay on the island and had the slaves thicken the manor stone walls, making them at least twice as thick as usual, and also increasing their height, to prevent the jumping frogs from easily scaling over. Hearing that his father was leaving the island, young Parrot was secretly delighted. As long as Parrot was away, the entire island would be like his territory, and he could enjoy the feeling of being a lord ahead of time. Thinking of the indulgence his father had shown when he left last time, his body stiffened involuntarily. After giving his instructions, Parrot changed into his most prestigious coat, still pondering another matter. As a well-informed lord, he had recently heard that some major lords were purchasing large quantities of food and defensive rune cores. This unusual activity made him sense danger. In order to find out what was going on, Parrot decided to go to the trading island himself to sound out his old friends. Meanwhile, the sun was already high in the sky. It was noon. Alan peeked through the crack in the door, confirming that little Pallet wasn't outside, and was about to go out again when he heard Lino's timid voice behind him. "I'm sorry, Lord, Lino overslept." Alan turned around and saw that Lino's black robe was somewhat disheveled, and her face showed fear, as if she was worried about being punished. But Alan didn't care. The island was already poor, and there was nothing she could do after waking up. However, there was indeed something that needed her help with. Alan said directly, "You're awake now, come with me to collect the spoils." Lino was taken aback, her face full of confusion. She didn't understand where the spoils came from. Did the Lord go to war with the enemy Federation last night? With these questions in mind, she quickly straightened her robes and followed behind Alan. Pushing open the dilapidated, rusty iron gate, the outside was still littered with the corpses of wandering sirens. Alan didn't intend to hide the fact that killing monsters would yield loot from Lino. Because of the codex and the slave contract, Lino couldn't reveal his secret to anyone. Having not drunk any water all day, Alan was too lazy to explain. He figured she'd understand once she dug the items out of the monster's remains herself. After leaving the house, Alan cautiously scanned his surroundings, making sure there were no ships or other creatures on the sea, before approaching the nearest siren's remains. He lifted the tattered cloak-like covering of the corpse, and luckily he found a source crystal on his first attempt. Alan couldn't hide his joy, but Lino behind him was stunned. She couldn't understand why there were source crystals under the monster's corpse. Could it be that the Lord dropped it here last night? Then, Alan turned over another set of remains. This time there were no source crystals, but he unexpectedly found a fist-sized piece of iron ore. This is also a valuable commodity. Iron ore is extremely scarce in the Azure Sea Federation, and just one piece is enough to exchange for a sack of grain, enough to feed him for half a month. However, all lords are short of iron, including Alan himself. No one would exchange iron ore for grain unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Alan find iron ore under the monster's remains, Lino became even more confused. She even began to wonder if the Lord had not only lost the source crystal last night, but also a piece of iron ore? Alan saw her thoughts and could only helplessly explain. Don't guess. The source crystal and the iron ore were both dropped by wandering sea monsters. He pointed to an area and continued. There are more than 300 sirens' remains here. It's too slow for me to search them all by myself. Ships could appear on the sea at any time, and it would be troublesome if we were discovered. Go over there, turn over all the remains, and see if there are any spoils underneath. Upon hearing the order, Lino dared not hesitate any longer, and immediately ran in the direction Alan pointed, carefully examining each monster's remains. When she actually found a source crystal beneath the remains, her mouth gaped open in shock. Then, as if she had figured something out, she began to pray fervently. This must be a gift from the rune god, moved by the Lord's kindness. While praying that the rune god would continue to bless the Lord, she deftly searched through the wreckage. Before long, Lino's spoils of ore had surpassed Alan's own. Chapter 7. A bountiful harvest. The sun was high in the sky, blazing hot, but Alan's heart was burning even hotter. He searched through more than 100 monster remains and pulled out a pocket full of spoils. The inner pocket was bulging so much that he could only take out a portion to hold in his hand, otherwise his chest would ache from the pressure. A mere 15% drop rate, and I've gotten so many amazing items. Alan couldn't help but exclaim. For someone like him who always only gets the pity system in lotteries, today felt like he was blessed with incredible luck. He suddenly remembered that he was only in half of the area. Lino was still searching the other side. Alan turned his head and saw that Lino had also finished her work. The little girl was using her black robe as a bundle, carrying a large pile of spoils, and was walking towards him with difficulty. There were so many things that they almost completely obscured her. Alan could only recognize her by her exposed hair. Lino reported breathlessly. My lord, all the monster remains have been searched, and these are all the spoils. Alan smiled and patted her head. Well done. Come back to the house with me to take stock. Alan knew very well the principle of not flaunting wealth on an island where there was no vegetation to hide it. So he led Lino into the stone house. After acquiring the source crystal, Alan looked at the room again, and suddenly felt that it was somewhat unworthy of his status as a lord. The room contained only a stone bed, a stone water tank, and wood for cooking. Clutter was piled under the bed, making it so empty that it was practically bare. There wasn't even a table. Their possessions were far less than those of an ordinary free citizen. The two could only dump all their spoils onto the stone bed to count them. Alan had a rough idea of how much he had found, but what truly surprised him was Lino's bag. As soon as he put down his black robe, source crystals rolled out one by one, and he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. This little slave girl was simply his lucky star. Lino had collected more source crystals than he had. Alan didn't care about anything else and immediately began counting the source crystals. 5, 15, and finally a full 30. He found 12, and Lino found 18. Together, they had exactly 30 source crystals. Goodness, that's enough money for him to buy 3 more little female slaves. Alan chuckled for a while, even thanking the god of runes, the god of storms, the god of ocean, and the goddess of life before carefully putting away the source crystal and continuing to take stock of the other supplies. Besides the source crystals, the harvest was also plentiful. There were 5 fist-sized iron ore pebbles, 3 pieces of burlap spread out over about 2 square meters, and the most abundant item was a small pile of rye. The rye weighed about 10 kilograms, with plump grains and excellent quality. That was all the harvest from last night. In just one night, Alan not only escaped the clutches of death but also amassed an astonishing amount of supplies. If these spoils were converted into source crystals, last night's harvest was roughly equivalent to 33 source crystals. A middle-class freeman's annual income is only about that much. Alan's earnings in one night are equivalent to someone else's hard work for a year. If he can get this much tonight, repairing the Storm Arrow Tower, or even strengthening it, will no longer be a problem. Once you have 2 Storm Arrow Towers at their peak, or even enhanced state, Atlantis's defenses will be greatly enhanced. While they may not be comparable to a High Lord's fortifications, they will at least be among the ranks of ordinary Lord's defenses. By then, he could sleep peacefully on ordinary nights, and with careful handling, he had a chance to safely weather the regular dark tides. If he could successfully survive the dark tide 2 days later, with the help of War Treasure Eye, his and his territory's lives would only get better and better. Alan's mind raced with plans to buy enough food, warm clothes, and blankets, to build more houses to store supplies, and to order a new iron door from the blacksmith's workshop on the trading island to replace the old, creaky one. He also needed to go to the carpenter's shop to buy a set of tables and chairs. After all, there were 2 people in the house now, and it always felt awkward to talk by the bed. Even if he sat and Lino stood, it didn't look quite right. But these extravagant thoughts only flashed through his mind for a moment before he suppressed them. Alan recalled the deaths of the original owner of the body in the old Alan, and how the once vibrant Atlantis had become a barren wasteland. The dark tide that had struck not long ago was far more ferocious than usual. 3 times the number of monsters surged onto the island, and the Storm Arrow Tower's attack frequency couldn't keep up with their charge. Under the dense swarm of monsters, the 2 Storm Arrow Towers quickly collapsed, reduced to wreckage. Subsequently, the spring runes were destroyed, and the defensive mechanism completely collapsed. Finally, the monsters claimed the lives of old Alan and his son. After a night of rampage and revelry, Atlantis was reduced to a desolate wasteland, devoid of even a blade of grass. Last time, it was a mutated dark tide. What about this time, 2 days later? Who could guarantee it wouldn't last all night? Who could guarantee it wouldn't be even more violent than last time? Alan knew very well that this was a matter of life and death, and there was no room for complacency. Faced with unpredictable danger, he had to be extremely vigilant and make all possible preparations. Moreover, in this endless sea, danger never comes only from monsters. Threats from fellow humans are often far more deadly: pirates, slave trading caravans, lords declaring war on the Federation, and unbridled adventurers. Chapter 8: The Resurrected Spring. After collecting all the spoils, Alan led Lino out of the stone house again. Looking at the remains of wandering sirens scattered on the ground, Alan felt a headache coming on. These monsters had no edible parts, and if they were dead for more than a day, they would emit a pungent stench. Their only value was as compost. Piling up hundreds of corpses is no small feat. Even worse, Alan and Lino haven't had a drop of fresh water since yesterday, surviving entirely on a few seabird eggs. And they've already drunk the last 2 seabird eggs this morning. The most important thing right now is to activate the spring and restore their freshwater source. With the source crystal in his hand, Alan arrived at the spring about 20 meters in front of the stone house. The spring resembled a small pool of about 3 square meters, surrounded by a stone enclosure half a meter high, with a water-retaining pit nearly a meter deep inside. However, the pool was now dry, revealing mysterious runes at the bottom. The activation method is similar to that of the Storm Arrow Tower. Simply place the source crystal on the rune core, and it will automatically absorb energy to repair itself. The rune core of the spring is not at the bottom of the pool, but on the stone enclosure near the stone house. Alan can see the dim rune core as soon as he steps outside. He took out a source crystal and gently pressed it onto the rune core. The next moment, the source crystal transformed into blue energy, rapidly flowing into the rune core. Then, a miraculous scene unfolded. A thin stream of water suddenly appeared from the dried-up pool bottom, steadily pouring clean water into the pool, albeit slowly. The moment Alan saw the water, he almost didn't hesitate and plunged his head in. He was extremely thirsty, and he gulped down the water until his stomach was bloated before lifting his head. Water streamed down his face and onto his body, but he didn't care. He simply let out a satisfied burp. At that moment, Alan noticed that Lino was watching him cautiously, her throat bobbing, but she didn't dare to approach. Every time Alan saw this reaction, he couldn't help but sigh at the horror of slavery. Without his permission, even though Lino was parched, she dared not drink any water. After thinking for a moment, Alan solemnly declared, "Lino, as your lord and your master, I now issue my first formal order." Hearing his serious tone, Lino thought she had done something wrong and immediately became nervous. Alan continued, I command you, from now on you can drink water when you are thirsty, eat when you are hungry, and sleep when you are tired. You don't need to wait for my permission every time." Lino stood frozen in place, and after hearing what was said, tears welled up in her eyes. To her, this was a right almost reserved for free citizens. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but couldn't form a single coherent sentence. Seeing her tearful face, Alan smiled and patted her head. "You must be so thirsty. Drink up." Lino nodded vigorously, then bent down and sipped water from the spring. Unlike Alan, she wasn't bold. She was like a startled fawn, taking a few small sips before obediently standing aside. By now, the spring water had overflowed the pool, flowing slowly down the originally designed water channels along the stone enclosure towards the front of the stone house. That area should have been a lush, green farmland, but now it was completely barren. Prolonged water scarcity had caused the soil to turn sandy, making it appear utterly lifeless. Just then, Lino's stomach rumbled, and her face instantly turned red. Alan then realized that aside from the wheat cakes they had eaten yesterday, they hadn't had a proper meal yet. He asked, "Lino, do you know how to make rye porridge?" Lino nodded gently. "Yes, my lord." Alan then instructed her that there was an earthenware pot under the bed, wood by the sink, and water now, so she should use the rye she had just obtained to make a pot of porridge for lunch. Lino was delighted to hear this, and went off to do her work. She didn't understand what emotional value was, she only knew that she was very lucky to be needed by the benevolent lord. After Lino went to cook, Alan followed the water flow to the former farmland area. The cracked earth was nourished by the water, and the surface quickly changed from sand to mud. But Alan knew that this was only temporary. The spring water acted like a glue, binding the sand together. Essentially, the soil still lacked nutrients, and would revert to its original state once it dried up. To truly improve the land, they'd have to wait for the corpses of those wandering sea monsters to ferment into fertilizer. After careful consideration, Alan decided to eat all the rye from the spoils. Even if the farmland recovered, it wouldn't be worthwhile to grow rye meant for slaves or livestock. It would be more profitable to grow wheat at least. Passing through the planned farmland area, Alan arrived at the Storm Arrow Tower again. He hadn't had a chance to examine it closely that morning, but now he noticed numerous scratch marks on the tower, clearly left by the wandering sea monsters last night. The Storm Arrow Tower was indeed quite powerful. Against a level 1 monster like a wandering sea monster, it was basically a one-hit kill. However, it also has a significant drawback. It requires charging before attacking, which means there's a gap in the attack. It takes approximately 3 seconds to fire a single gale arrow. On ordinary nights when there aren't many monsters, this speed is manageable. But once the dark tide arrives, it will likely be insufficient. There are ways to strengthen it. While Alan's 2 Storm Arrow Towers are both level 1 defensive towers, they've been operating at low efficiency. If 50 source crystals were invested at once, the Storm Arrow Towers could be brought to full health. Although still level 1 defensive towers, their attack speed and power would far exceed their current levels. The problem is, Alan fought tooth and nail last night, and only managed to collect 30 source crystals. There are only 2 nights left until the dark tide. Even if he gets 30 every day like last night, he'll only have a maximum of 90. Moreover, there's still 1 Storm Arrow Tower that hasn't been repaired, which might consume around 30 more. Besides that, they also need to keep some source crystals as a backup energy source. The more Alan thought about it, the more his head ached. Finally, he rubbed his temples. Ugh! I can't figure it out, I really can't. Calculating this is giving me a headache. Chapter 9 No Talking. Even if the accounting gets to the point of a headache, nothing that needs to be done can be omitted. Alan first went to the activated Storm Arrow Tower. The 2 source crystals he put in last night had long been exhausted, and the energy ball at the top of the tower had turned light blue again. For safety tonight, Alan took out 2 more source crystals and placed them into the bottom rune core. The source crystals transformed into energy, flowing along the runes on the tower to the top, and the blue light became slightly more intense, but it still did not return to the brightness of last night. Alan frowned as he examined the tower, and quickly noticed that the marks left by the wandering sea monsters the previous night were slowly disappearing. It turned out that some of the 2 source crystals had been used to repair the tower. With no other option, he had to take out another source crystal and put it in. After the 3rd source crystal was absorbed, the energy sphere at the top of the tower finally regained its brilliance from the previous night. Having confirmed that the arrow tower was functioning properly, Alan turned and went to the west side of the stone house. Alan's territory was laid out simply. In the very center was the Lord's mansion, the stone house, facing south. About 20 meters to the south was a spring pool, paved with stone bricks, with several channels branching off southwards. 50 meters south of the stone house lies the ruins of a farmland spanning nearly 1,000 square meters, constantly irrigated by flowing water. A grove of trees once stood to the north of the stone house, now also ruins, where Lino is cooking rye porridge at a makeshift stove. As for the east and west sides of the stone house, there is a storm arrow tower on each side. The 2 towers are 100 meters apart, and the stone house is in the middle, 50 meters away from each side, which is exactly where the crossfire is strongest. This layout was obviously planned by the original owner's father, Old Alan. His plan was that even without fortresses and walls, it would be enough to withstand ordinary dark tides. But he hadn't expected that this time, the situation was anything but ordinary. And because of this, Alan now suffers from a severe phobia of insufficient firepower. He arrived at the ruins of another storm arrow tower. Just as he had assessed yesterday, this one was more severely damaged. Repairing an arrow tower usually requires 10 to 30 source crystals, but yesterday's tower was repaired with only 19. Alan had already fed this one 20 source crystals, but it still showed no reaction. He had spent 1 to activate the spring and another 3 to repair and replenish the arrow tower's energy, leaving him with only 6 source crystals. He wasn't just worried about not having enough firepower. Now he was even starting to worry about not having enough source crystals. His hand trembled involuntarily with each crystal he added to the wreckage. Fortunately, when he fed it the 3rd crystal, the wreckage finally reacted. Gusts of wind rose around Alan, eventually coalescing into a 5-meter-high storm arrow tower. Alan wouldn't repeat last night's mistake. He immediately took 2 more of the remaining 3 source crystals and threw them in to charge the new arrow towers. Only when the tops of both arrow towers lit up with a bright blue light did his fear of insufficient firepower ease slightly. But a new problem has arisen. Based on last night's drop rate, even if he gets 30 source crystals each night, he'll only have around 60. And to fully upgrade both storm arrow towers, he'll need 100 source crystals. In other words, he could only upgrade one of them at most, still needing a full 40 source crystals. Faced with the unknown dark tide, Alan wished he could max out all the stats. Since the arrow towers could still be upgraded, he naturally wanted to upgrade both at the same time. But where would he get the 40 source crystals? The thought gave him a headache. No, let's eat soup and rice. Thinking is really exhausting. Alan, hungry and with his mind in complete chaos, couldn't think of a solution. Just then, the aroma of food wafted from behind him. Lino stood before the stone house, holding a clay pot filled with rye porridge in both hands, and respectfully called out, "My lord, please have a meal." Alan, already drawn by the aroma, immediately headed towards the stone house upon hearing the call. Nothing was more important than eating, so he casually called Lino over, asking her to accompany him inside. The 2 returned to the stone house, and Alan once again asked for a table and chairs. There wasn't even a proper place to eat, so he could only roll up the sheepskin and sit on the bed to eat. Lino, however, habitually stood beside him, holding a clay pot and waiting for him to eat first. Alan, exasperated, simply told her to put the pot down and sit down next to him to eat together. He noticed that Lino was trembling with hunger, so he urged her to finish eating quickly, as they still needed to pile the sirens' corpses in the fields that afternoon. Alan understood that people raised in different environments have completely different values. He came from an era that at least advocated equality for all, making it difficult for him to truly understand the thoughts of people living under slavery. But he also had no intention of forcibly instilling any concept of equality in Lino. Lino grew up in a slave society, and her mindset was deeply ingrained in her. If he suddenly spoke of these things, she might not be moved. Instead, she might be afraid that she had encountered a mad lord. so Alan could only follow the rules and give her instructions that would make her life easier. For example, she could eat when she was hungry, drink water when she was thirsty, and rest when she was tired. He never imagined that these simple commands would cause Lino's loyalty to surge by 80%. He had just checked the Lord training manual, and Lino's loyalty had reached 180 points. And her ratings seemed to have increased significantly as well. Chapter 10 Talent Awakening. Subject: Lino, slave, number 1, age 18, loyalty 180%, talent attribute. Loading 0.2%, her talent seems to be awakening, overall rating 55. As Alan sipped the rye porridge Lino had cooked, he checked her profile and was surprised to find several changes. The most striking was her loyalty, which had broken through 100 and reached 180%. Alan didn't know how this number was derived, but the accompanying explanation clarified the change in rating. Loyalty exceeding 100% will boost the overall score. Lino's original score was 31, multiplied by 1.8, which is approximately 55 points. This was a pleasant surprise for Alan. The next handbook reward requires 80 points, meaning he only needs 25 points to complete the calculation again. The last reward was War Chest 1, so he couldn't help but wonder if he could get Hextech again next time. Besides the rating, the changes to Lino's talent stats also caught his attention. That section showed loading, as if some kind of talent was awakening. Cleo hadn't done anything special today, so how did this awakening happen? Alan looked to the side. Cleo was carefully drinking her rye porridge as he had instructed. Just as she swallowed another bite, Alan was surprised to find that the talent loading progress had increased from 0.2% to 0.3%. Lino noticed the Lord staring at her and panicked, quickly putting down her wooden bowl. But Alan immediately called out to her. "Don't stop, keep eating!" Lino didn't understand what the Lord wanted to see, but orders had to be obeyed. She had no choice but to pick up the wooden spoon again and continue sipping her porridge. Loading 0.4%. Sure enough, Lino's awakening of her talent was related to eating. The manual concealed this talent so mysteriously, Alan instinctively felt it was definitely no ordinary thing. He immediately ordered, "Lino, I command you, from now on, you must eat your fill at every meal, every day." Lino hesitated for a moment, then quickly agreed. Urged on by Alan, she finished the entire bowl of rye porridge, letting out a soft burp, her face flushed red to her ears. Loading 1.2%. Looking at the progress in the manual, Alan felt somewhat helpless. Lino had a small appetite. A bowl of porridge was enough to fill her up. To a miser, she was probably the cheapest female slave, but for Alan, who was eager to see her talent, it was a bit of torture. At this rate, it will probably take a month to reach 100%. Fortunately, we can try adding some food in addition to her 3 meals, or wait until she finishes her physical labor and see if her appetite increases. After the two finished lunch, it was already 2 in the afternoon. It was all that little parrot's fault for spying on his life so early in the morning, causing him to only go out to find loot at noon, and then eat after finishing, thus wasting time. On Atlantis, the sun usually sets around 5 o'clock. After eating, Alan immediately took Lino out to work. The remains of the wandering sirens weren't heavy, each weighing only 7 or 8 pounds, but there were too many, over 300 in total. To compost them, they had to be carried one by one, then dug holes and buried in the ground, a considerable amount of work. The two then divided the tasks clearly. Lino was responsible for carrying the sirens' corpses over, while Alan was responsible for burying them in the ground, working until the sun was almost setting below the horizon. Looking at the work scattered all over the ground, Alan couldn't help but laugh at himself. "We're too short-handed. The Lord has to do the farming himself. If the other lords knew, I'd be a disgrace to the Lord world." As dusk fell, Alan, who had been busy all afternoon, returned to his room. Lino soon came in carrying a pot of rye porridge. When he was starving at noon, he could still enjoy the rye porridge, but now, Alan found it hard to swallow. After all, rye was originally meant for livestock and slaves, and its rough texture was something he wasn't used to. He secretly vowed that once the dark tide passed, he would buy a boatload of wheat flour, eat his fill of wheat cakes, and buy 2 old goats to feast on mutton. The thought of the bread and mutton made Alan's mouth water, and he quickly wiped it away hastily. Lino, completely bewildered, still remembered her orders and diligently ate her share. After a mouthful of rye porridge, her eyes crinkled into crescents with happiness. Loading 2.4%. Alan glanced at the manual and found that physical labor hadn't increased Lino's appetite. She still only ate one bowl, and her stomach was already slightly bulging, clearly not out of embarrassment, but because she really couldn't eat anymore. It seems he'll have to rely on extra meals. Once the dark tide recedes, he plans to find some fruit, since fruit doesn't fill him up much. After dinner, night falls. This impoverished home offers no entertainment. After dark, all they can do is go to bed. However, Alan was always particular about hygiene. He hadn't had the opportunity to shower yesterday, but now that the spring had reopened and he'd done a lot of physical labor all afternoon, he needed to wash himself thoroughly. Taking advantage of the last rays of dawn, Alan acted immediately. He quickly went outside, stripped off his clothes, and widened the opening in the spring's enclosure. The next moment, the water flowed rapidly, directly washing over Alan. Chapter 11. The harsh wooden stick. Alan took a comfortable bath, then returned to the stone house, naked except for the rough linen he had just received that day. He saw Lino had just finished cleaning up the dishes and told her to take a bath too. After all, one source crystal could only sustain the water supply for 7 days. Since there was water, it shouldn't be wasted. Lino obediently complied and turned to go outside. Alan suddenly remembered that ever since he bought her, she had been shrouded in a black robe, her face stained with dirt. He still hadn't really seen what she looked like, only remembering a birthmark on her right cheek that resembled a dragon. Not long after, Lino returned from her bath, also removing her robe and hood. Her long, light green hair cascaded down to her chest, her oval face was delicate and clean, and her light green eyes were so lively they seemed to speak volumes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she looked like a mysterious girl straight out of a manga. The only slight drawback was her rather plain figure. However, Alan didn't think it was a big problem, since there was always the possibility of her developing a second time. To be honest, Lino's looks were exactly what Alan's aesthetic sensibilities called. Alan silently chanted prayers for Buddha and the Virgin Mary, trying his best to remain calm. He knew very well that if he spoke, Lino, as a slave, would have no way to refuse. But Alan still held firm to his principles. As a model youth of the new century, this was wrong. To resist the temptation, Alan pounced onto the stone bed, turning his back to Lino, who was fresh from her bath and looked like a lotus emerging from water. Lino, seeing her lord suddenly turn around, thought she had done something wrong and cautiously moved closer. The faint fragrance emanating from the girl made Alan feel even more uncomfortable, forcing him to change from lying on his side to lying face down. Thankfully, it was a stone bed. If it were a wooden bed, there might have been a hole in the mattress by tomorrow morning. Night fell quickly, and the outside once again became a paradise for roaming monsters. However, unlike last night, when there was only one storm arrow tower and a full-scale hunt was necessary to defend the stone house, tonight both storm arrow towers were operating simultaneously, making it significantly easier to deal with the roaming sea monsters. The moment the siren stepped into the defensive perimeter, she was pinned to the ground by swift arrows, almost instantly killed the moment she peeked out, never having a chance to damage the arrow towers like she had the night before. Listening to the constant firing from the arrow towers outside, Alan gradually drifted off to sleep. Lino beside him also quickly fell asleep. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Lino woke up first. She'd probably been woken by the stick the Lord had been carrying while sleeping. Seeing that it was already getting light outside, Lino tiptoed out of bed, picked up her cooking utensils, and prepared a hot bowl of rye porridge for the Lord as soon as he woke up. Actually, Lino knew quite a few recipes, but it seemed that rye was the only thing left to eat on the island. Even a skilled cook can't cook without rice, so she could only cook the rye as soft as possible to make it easier for Alan to swallow. She pushed open the door, and saw even more wandering sirens' corpses outside than yesterday, and a happy smile immediately spread across her face. Although Lino didn't understand how the Lord had managed to create all sorts of loot from the remains of dead monsters, she knew that Alan would be very happy to wake up and see this harvest. If the Lord is happy, Lino is happy. Her thoughts are simple and honest. While Lino was woken by the stick, Alan was woken by pain. Having long legs isn't all good, it's easy to fall off the bed when turning over. Alan sat up and found Lino wasn't in the room. Hearing noises coming from behind the house, he guessed she was probably preparing breakfast. He dressed and put on his shoes, then stepped out of the stone house. Just like Lino had done earlier, his face lit up with joy when he saw the monster carcasses scattered all over the ground. There were half again as many carcasses as yesterday morning. Alan couldn't wait to count his spoils, but he held back. He knew that his good neighbor, Little Pallet, was probably watching him from the sea again. Alan looked up at the sea and, sure enough, saw a ship slowly approaching from the horizon. But he quickly frowned. It wasn't the Parrot family's ship. As neighbors, the Parrot father and son knew everything about Atlanta, and Alan naturally knew what kind of ships the Parrot family owned. This ship was clearly much larger, capable of carrying about 30 people, while the largest ship the Parrot family owned could only seat 10. As the ship drew closer, Alan finally recognized it as a vessel from his neighboring island of Antilo. Standing aboard was Emily, the only daughter of the Antilo island lord. Her long, striking blonde hair made her instantly recognizable to Alan. The ship stopped near the natural harbor. By then, Alan could see Emily clearly, and she was looking at him. However, the expression on her face was complex, leaving Alan completely bewildered. He wondered to himself, could she be here to check on his life like Little Pallet? But her expression didn't seem to suggest it. Just as Alan was pondering this, Emily spoke first. She said her mother invited Alan to Antilo Island the next day to discuss important matters. Tomorrow? Important matters? Alan was even more confused, but Emily didn't explain. After speaking, she had the ship sail back to the open sea, leaving Alan alone, bewildered in the wind. Alan found this man rather strange, but since it was tomorrow, he might as well go and see what was going on. He didn't dislike dealing with Antilo Island. In fact, Antilo Island was one of the few islands he liked. Of course, this was definitely not because the acting lord of Antilo Island was a voluptuous and beautiful widow. As for other reasons, Alan thought about it, and couldn't really come up with anything to praise her for. Well, he was indeed lusting after that widow's body. Chapter 12 Giant Claw Crab. Emily appeared like a riddle, and left like a riddle. Alan didn't pay her any attention. Once the ship from Antilo Island had completely disappeared above the horizon, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. Atlantis Island was located on the outer edge of the Sea of Death, and almost no ships passed by nearby. Confirming that not even seabirds could be seen on the surface, Alan immediately called Lino, and they began another day of treasure hunting. He first roughly surveyed the battlefield. After activating the second Storm Arrow Tower, the number of wandering sirens' corpses hadn't doubled. There were only about 200 more than yesterday. However, this was within his expectations. 500 wandering sirens appearing in one night was already thanks to the Sea of Death. On neighboring Pallet Island, although it was also close to the Sea of Death, the monster spawn rate was probably less than a third of what it was here. Now, with War Treasure 1, these monsters that land at night are no longer a nuisance, but rather mobile treasure troves. Alan was also eager to know what these treasure troves had unearthed last night. The two split up, using the stone house as a boundary, with Alan on the east side and Lino on the west. With the same anticipation, they began searching through the wreckage. Alan had a lucky start, finding a source crystal after only searching through 2 monster remains. However, War Treasure is ultimately a probability-based loot drop, and he couldn't guarantee he'd make as much money as yesterday. Sure enough, after the first source crystal, he didn't see a second one. It was as if yesterday's good luck had run out. But it wasn't a complete loss. He found 30 fist-sized iron ore stones and nearly 20 kilograms of rye. Rye isn't very valuable. One source crystal can be exchanged for nearly 100 kilograms. Iron ore is worth a little more though. One source crystal can only be exchanged for about 3 fist-sized pieces of iron ore. All things considered, Alan's harvest today is actually less than yesterday's. Yesterday he produced about 13 source crystals, and today there's even more debris, but that only translates to about 11 source crystals. Fortunately, While one thing doesn't work out, another does. Lino has already finished counting. She still used her black robe as a wrapping, gathering all her spoils together. Compared to yesterday's miscellaneous items, today her spoils were simple, yet contained a full 34 source crystals. Seeing this number, Alan felt somewhat relieved. Adding the one he had in his hand, that made a total of 35, counting the one left over from yesterday. It only amounted to 36. Both storm arrow towers need to be upgraded, requiring another 100 source crystals, and currently they are short 64. Alan can only make plans. If the drop rate is still poor tomorrow, he will upgrade one tower first. If he has enough iron ore, he will go to the trading island to exchange for source crystals. The morning ended with him searching for treasure. After lunch, Alan and Lino continued their work from the previous day, transporting the monster remains to the prepared farmland for composting. Without little parrots slowing them down, the two worked quickly. Before evening, all the tasks were completed. After 2 consecutive days in a high-pressure environment, Alan's nerves were also somewhat strained. After a busy day, he decided to take a walk on the island to relax. Atlantis isn't large, about 10 square kilometers in area, and a walk around the outer perimeter would only take a little over 2 hours. Alan left Lino at home to prepare dinner while he went to the outer beach alone. Atlantis is irregularly shaped, higher in the north and lower in the south, long and narrow from east to west, and has a natural harbor in the south. His small boat, which could only carry 5 people or 500 kilograms of supplies, was docked in the harbor. Alan went over to check it, making sure there was no damage, before leaving with peace of mind. If the source crystal drop rate wasn't ideal tomorrow, he might really have to take this boat to the trading island. His own safety was at stake, so he naturally had to be cautious. Besides that, he also needed to go to Antilo Island. Emily came to inform him today, presumably because the beautiful acting lord wanted to see him. But since he was out for a stroll, Alan didn't bother guessing. He'd find out tomorrow. Lords of the Azure Sea Federation couldn't wage war against each other arbitrarily. The laws of the sea bound them, and those who violated the contract would pay the price. Therefore, he wasn't worried about his life. After leaving the natural harbor, Alan walked eastward along the beach. The soft sand lapped over his ankles, and the sea breeze brought him a moment of relaxation, making him even forget that the eastern part of the island lay the infamous Sea of Death. But on the eastern beach, a group of level 1 monster giant claw crabs were roaming around. Seeing Alan, the intruder, they raised their massive claws and charged at him. Alan, who had been enjoying the sea breeze and letting his mind wander, turned and ran the next second when he saw the situation. If it were just one giant crab, he might have been able to deal with it with his wits, but with nearly 100 behind him, intelligence was no longer an option. He ran wildly and soon saw the Storm Arrow Tower in the distance. Just then, a bold idea suddenly popped into his head. The effect of War Treasure 1 is that killing monsters will drop loot. While monsters are more active at night, especially the roaming sirens, that doesn't mean there aren't monsters during the day. Aren't those giant crabs behind us monsters too? And the eastern beach is teeming with giant crabs sunbathing. There are quite a few of them. Thinking this, Alan slowed his pace and glanced back. Then he remembered that the kingler crabs had high defense and attack, but were slow. If I run too fast, they won't catch me, so they'll stop chasing. Seeing the kingler crabs that had been aggressively pursuing him suddenly turning back to the beach, Alan panicked. Don't go! Don't go! Kill them all! Kill them all! So Alan, who had just been chased, turned and started chasing the kingler crabs again. Chapter 13. A touching drop rate. The giant crabs, lacking common sense, couldn't stand Alan's provocations. Seeing him suddenly pursue them, they immediately turned around and charged at him again, swinging their massive pincers. This time, Alan was smarter. He deliberately slowed down, making the giant crabs think they could catch up quickly. In this way, he lured the monsters into the Storm Arrow Tower's attack range. A flurry of arrows instantly materialized, felling the first giant crab on the spot. Alan, delighted, couldn't resist taunting. Come on, let's kill them! The giant crabs, as always, were oblivious. One by one, their companions fell, but seeing Alan's smug expression, they continued to charge forward, ultimately dying beneath the arrow tower. Alan gazed at the more than 100 giant crab corpses on the ground, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. His smile widened even more when he pulled out nearly 7 source crystals and some supplies from beneath the bodies. He then realized that he had wasted so many years playing the game, completely forgetting that he could actually pull monsters to farm. There were plenty of giant crabs on the eastern beach, but they were a good 2 kilometers from the Arrow Tower, and the island was all sandy paths, making the journey very tiring. But as long as I can get source crystals, all the hard work is worth it. However, it's already late, and there's clearly no chance to keep going today. The sun has sunk into the sea again. Only one night remains before the dark tide arrives. Whether I can upgrade the Storm Arrow Tower by tomorrow night depends on how good the drop rate is tonight. At night, Alan lay in bed. Lino was already fast asleep, instinctively snuggling into his arms like a kitten. Smelling the delicate fragrance emanating from the girl, he took a deep breath, forcing reason to suppress his instincts. He wasn't a saint, but these things always required mutual consent. Besides, life and death were at stake. The most important thing right now wasn't anything else, but acquiring source crystals to increase firepower. A night passed. The next morning, before dawn, Alan climbed out of bed. The Storm Arrow Towers outside were still operating, but he couldn't sleep, eager to know how the previous night's harvest had gone. He dressed, took half a candle, and quietly went outside. The energy orbs atop the east and west Arrow Towers emitted a pale blue light, illuminating the monster carcasses scattered on the ground. The temperature difference between day and night on the island is huge. Alan wrapped himself tightly in his clothes and began to search the corpses one by one. As dawn broke, he had finally searched all the bodies of the more than 600 wandering sea monsters. His worst fears had come true. Of the 600 wandering sea monsters, only 20 source crystals had dropped. Adding the 36 from yesterday, the total number of source crystals was only 56. However, perhaps his luck was on the side of the god of forging and mining, for he actually managed to find over 90 fist-sized iron ore pebbles. Adding to the 20 pebbles he got from killing the giant crab yesterday, and the 30-odd pebbles he'd accumulated over the past 2 days, the quantity was quite considerable. If he transported these iron ore pebbles to the trading island and sold them, he could probably get over 100 source crystals. Although Alan wanted to leave the ore to develop the island, the most important thing right now was to survive tonight's dark tide. Time was of the essence. Even if they set off early in the morning from Atlantis, they wouldn't reach the trade island until almost noon. They had to go and return as soon as possible. If they returned early, they might be able to attract another wave of giant crabs to kill them. Alan explained the itinerary to Lino, who had just woken up. Seeing her worried look, he didn't say much and set off with the iron ore. A total of 152 iron ore shards, their weight was quite staggering. The small boat, which could originally seat 5 people, was instantly pushed to its maximum capacity, as if adding another 10 pounds of supplies might cause it to sink. As Alan maneuvered the sails, he grumbled, "Once we get through the dark tide and have some money, I absolutely have to get a big ship." The Sea of Death is east of Atlantis Island. Although there are islands there, they are basically a paradise for monsters, with very little human activity except for adventurers. The trading islands and the islands of human lords are both to the west. Alan sailed westward in his small sailboat, passing first Parrot Island. The island was about the same size as Atlantis and offered little cover, so he immediately spotted the Parrot family manor. At that moment, young Parrot was at the manor entrance, flexing his muscles at a group of slaves. Too far away for Alan to see exactly what he was doing, and he had no interest in paying attention. In fact, young Parrot was taking advantage of his father's absence to enjoy the so-called power of a lord. He went a bit too far, injuring 2 male slaves, and fearing his father's punishment upon his return, he could only continue punishing the slaves to ease the tension. Alan was completely unaware of this and didn't care, continuing to sail west. Soon, an island much larger than Atlant came into view. That was Antilo Island. He certainly remembered Emily's invitation from yesterday. However, he planned to go to Trade Island first and visit the beautiful Miss Caroline on his return journey. Just as he was about to pass Antilo Island, Emily, in a medium-sized sailboat 5 times the size of his small boat, pulled up beside him. Standing on the high edge of her ship, looking down at Alan, she asked crisply, "Are you here for our appointment? You're here quite early, saving me the trouble of going to Atlant Island to invite you." Alan knew what was most important right now and decisively shook his head. "No, Emily, I need to go to the trading island first. I'll visit you there when I return." Just then, a beautiful figure emerged from the cabin. "Alan, it's been a long time." The mature and charming figure was none other than Miss Caroline. Chapter 14. Aunt? Faced with the invitation from the beautiful Caroline, Alan didn't refuse this time. Instead, he piloted his small boat behind the large ship, all the way to Antilo Island. It wasn't that he was easily swayed by beautiful women. Rather, Caroline immediately noticed the iron ore on his ship and guessed his purpose. Iron ore was scarce in the nearby waters, and Antilo Island needed it as well. Caroline stated directly that she wanted the entire shipment of iron ore, offering a price Alan couldn't refuse. If transported to the trading island, 150 iron ore would only fetch about 50 source crystals, but she was willing to pay 60. Since he could earn an extra 10 source crystals and save on travel time, Alan naturally had no reason to refuse. The transaction was quickly completed. A ship full of iron ore was exchanged for a bag of source crystals. Alan was in high spirits after receiving the source crystals. He readily accepted the invitation from this important client. He also wanted to see how the other lords' territories had developed. After all, as a lord, he couldn't set foot on someone else's territory, not even their territorial waters, without an invitation. Compared to the natural harbor of Atlantis, Antilo Island was noticeably more refined, with a wooden pier. Alan moored the small boat and followed Caroline and Emily ashore. As soon as they stepped ashore, a sweet floral fragrance greeted them. Looking out, the island was vibrant with life: tall coconut and palm trees, lush green grass, and vast fields of blooming flowers. The area around the spring, in particular, had been transformed into a sea of flowers. While other lords would plant every inch of their land with cash crops, Antilo Island used its safest and most fertile ground for flowers. Butterflies fluttered among the blossoms, and only one word came to Alan's mind: extravagance. Even more extravagant was the obsidian castle in the center of the island. The entire castle was thick and sturdy, seemingly impregnable. Living there was no need to worry about roaming sea monsters. They probably couldn't even damage the surface of the stone gate. Compared to his own Atlant Island, Antilo Island was more in line with Alan's imagination of a lord's territory. However, with the lord's development manual in hand, he believed that as long as he survived the dark tide and accumulated enough resources, his island could also become just as luxurious. Thinking about this, Alan even began to fantasize about a future where Atlantis was filled with coconut trees, and he could lie under them, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine, with Lino offering him fruit. That would be the life of a true lord. He walked along the stone path from the dock to the castle, passing by the spring on Antilo Island. Watching the spring water gushing forth, Alan was once again stunned by his neighbor's wealth. Adding 1 source crystal to an ordinary spring will sustain water flow for 7 days. Adding 20 at once will also sustain water flow for 7 days. But the water quality will be significantly improved, the water volume will be greater, the soil will be improved, and there is even a very small chance that it will induce plant mutations. Beside the spring, Alan indeed found 2 mutated flowers. Although he didn't know what their purpose was, the clear runic veins on their petals indicated that they were anything but ordinary. Only then did Alan realize that Antilo Island wasn't wasting land, but rather purposefully cultivating mutated flowers. Reflecting on his earlier assessment, he couldn't help but realize that he still harbored a somewhat impoverished lord's mindset. Following Caroline into the castle, Alan saw dozens of beautifully dressed female slaves bustling about. Each of them possessed unique features, almost all of them strikingly beautiful. Since arriving on the island, Alan hadn't seen a single male creature. It felt as if he'd stumbled into a land of women. Soon, he was led to the castle's drawing room. With the help of a female slave, Caroline removed her magnificent coat, revealing her stunning figure, and then sat on the high-backed chair symbolizing her master's position. Alan, meanwhile, sat on a bench covered in soft rabbit fur. The moment they sat down, Caroline's words stunned him. "Your mother, Tessa, and I were classmates at Rune Academy. You can also call me Aunt Caroline. Mother? Alan's inherited memories contained almost nothing about his mother. He only knew she had died when the original owner of this body was very young. But now Caroline was saying that she and his mother had studied at Rune Academy together. Alan was filled with doubt, but now was not the time to press for answers. He quickly nodded and called out, Aunt Caroline. He addressed her as Aunt, without any hesitation. Caroline looked at Alan's face, a hint of reminiscence in her eyes, and slowly said, Your mother, Tessa Atlan, was the most talented runemaster I have ever seen. Before Alan could even process that statement, he was stunned by the information it contained. His mother's surname was Atlan? And she was a runemaster? You see, attending a rune academy doesn't guarantee becoming a runemaster. Out of hundreds of people, perhaps only one can decipher the mysteries of runes and truly enter the ranks of rune masters. The status of a rune master can even rival that of a lord. A powerful rune master, in particular, holds a position far above that of many minor lords. In this world, everything related to runes is inseparable from rune masters. Take Alan's own Atlantis island, for example. If he wanted to upgrade 2 level 1 rune defense towers to level 2, he would have to hire a rune master. They could decipher the rune core and complete the upgrade for the defense towers. However, hiring a rune master was extremely expensive, usually starting at 1,000 source crystals, not including the upgrade materials provided by the Lord himself. Thinking about this, Alan suddenly realized something. If his mother was a runemaster, then could this Caroline before him also be a runemaster? If so, it would make sense that she lived in this luxurious castle. But Alan still had another question in his mind. Why did his mother also have the surname Atlan? Was it the Atlan from the island of Atlantis? Chapter 15. Is old Alan still a romantic? Caroline noticed Alan's confusion and slowly explained that old Alan seemed to have told him nothing. Atlan Island once belonged to his mother's Atlan family, but decades ago, an accident reduced the entire island to ruins. Due to the restrictions of the Federation's inheritance code, Alan's mother was unable to inherit the Lord's position, and the Federation forcibly reclaimed Atlan Island. Her greatest obsession in life was to buy back her homeland from the Federation. Sadly, she died unexpectedly after giving birth to Alan. To fulfill his wife's dying wish, old Alan nearly exhausted his entire fortune and finally bought back Atlantis. Hearing these stories, which even the original owner of this body didn't know, Alan felt a pang of sorrow. He seemed to see the old Alan, known for his cunning, who was actually a man of profound affection. If the old Alan had taken that money and lived on any of the trading islands, he would have lived a very comfortable life. But he chose to use his life savings to fulfill his lover's wish, ultimately sacrificing himself and his son in the process. Although Alan didn't have particularly deep feelings for the original owner of this body and his son, hearing such a story still stirred something within him. Who would have thought that old Alan was actually a romantic at heart? Caroline picked up her teacup, took a small sip, and quietly waited for him to process the information. It had to be said, the amount of information was indeed considerable. Alan's mind was momentarily stunned. But he could think about those things later. What concerned him more right now was Caroline's repeated invitations to come over. What was her real purpose? Was it just to catch up? If so, why hadn't she contacted him before? With a question in his mind, Alan looked at the beautiful young woman before him, then casually picked up his teacup and took a sip. The next second, Caroline put down her teacup and said elegantly, "I want to marry you." Alan immediately spat out all the tea he had just drunk. Fortunately, he quickly realized he had misheard. Caroline had actually said, "I want to marry my daughter Emily to you." Emily's image flashed through Alan's mind. That aloof young woman, who still looked like a young, inexperienced girl. Why would Caroline suddenly want to marry her daughter to him? He quickly recalled the inheritance provisions in the Federal Code. Upon the Lord's death, the island must be inherited by a direct male descendant, and the formalities must be completed within 3 years. Otherwise, it would be reclaimed by the Federation. Of course, there were shortcuts. A direct female descendant could also inherit the island if she could marry a male of noble birth. However, in the Federation, only the island lord was considered a noble. The problem is that lords all have their own territories. Who would willingly become someone else's son-in-law? Moreover, such a son-in-law wouldn't receive any real legal benefits, so almost no one would take this path. The tea Alan had just spat out splashed onto Caroline's face, sliding down her cheek to her collarbone. Caroline didn't get angry, she simply took out a silk handkerchief and wiped it off, her tone remaining gentle. She explained that the inheritance process had begun 3 years ago after her husband's death. In another month, the federal territory assessment period would arrive, and her role as acting lord would come to an end. However, she didn't need Alan to actually marry into the family. He only needed to cooperate with Emily in putting on an act. In return, she was willing to give Alan 1,000 source crystals. Hearing about 1,000 source crystals, Alan was indeed tempted. An ordinary lord's annual island income was only 100 to 300 source crystals, and that was only if they managed it well. 1,000 source crystals was roughly 3 years' income for an ordinary lord in their best-case scenario. To receive so much for just a nominal marriage sounded like a very good deal. Alan had studied the federal code and knew that this regulation had a supplementary clause. After a lord marries into another family, he must live on the island where he marries for at least 3 years. In other words, if he agreed, he would have to stay obediently on Antilo Island for 3 years. What about his Atlan Island? His manual was called the Lord Training Manual, not the Son-in-Law Training Manual. Moreover, with the Hextech Runes, Alan believed he could earn 1,000 source crystals sooner or later, and there was no need to live under someone else's roof and waste 3 years on another island for that money. After thinking it through, Alan directly refused Caroline's offer. He said that his father and Mother Tessa's dying wish was to build Atlantis. 3 years was very precious to him, so he had to decline this offer. Caroline was clearly shocked. She couldn't understand why Alan, who lived on a barren island like Atlantis, would refuse such a good offer. She regretfully advised him not to rush into a decision and to think it over carefully. If they came to Antilo Island, out of consideration for her and Tessa's friendship, she would never let Alan suffer. Even if it was a sham marriage, she would treat him like her own son. She then cautioned that tonight's dark tide might be more ferocious than usual. If Atlantis's defenses were insufficient, Alan could stay on Antilo Island tonight. Before today, Alan might have been tempted. But he had already sold the iron ore and acquired 60 source crystals, giving him the resources to deal with the danger. For him, who was about to possess 2 fully equipped storm arrow towers, the dark tide, which others found troublesome, might actually be a harvesting feast of spoils. Alan thanked Caroline, saying he would seriously consider her offer. He then rose to take his leave, saying it was getting late, and he should return to his territory to prepare for the dark tide that would arrive that night. Chapter 16 Strengthening the Arrow Tower. Caroline personally saw Alan off on Antilo Island. Watching his departing figure, she shook her head helplessly. This young man's temperament was truly like that of Tessa Atlan, the most stubborn runemaster in the academy. Emily, standing beside her, couldn't help but ask, "Mother, did he agree?" She had always known about Alan's marriage proposal, which was why she acted aloof and unapproachable in front of him. She didn't dislike Alan, she was simply unsure how to handle the arrangement, and could only use her aloofness to mask her embarrassment. Seeing Caroline shake her head, Emily breathed a sigh of relief, but then felt inexplicably troubled. In fact, if it were just a fake marriage with Alan, Emily wouldn't mind. Otherwise, given her personality, she wouldn't have gone to Atlanta Island yesterday to inform him. But she hadn't expected that even 1,000 source crystals wouldn't sway Alan. Emily asked worriedly, "What if the Federation sends people in a month?" Caroline reassured her. "It's all right. Have you forgotten that your mother is a level 1 runemaster? Even if we lose this island, I won't let you suffer with me." Emily wasn't relieved. Instead, she became even more anxious. "But Mom, you've already suffered from the rune's backlash and can no longer use its power. Only by resting can you get rid of those negative effects." Caroline sighed softly. "These things can't be forced. Alan is a thoughtful child. Let's think of another way." After leaving Antilo Island, Alan felt that even the sea breeze blowing in his face carried a sweet scent. Now he had 60 source crystals, plus the 56 left at home, bringing his total to an unprecedented 116. If he used them to buy female slaves, he could even buy more than a dozen cheap ones like Lino at once. If it weren't for the impending dark tide, which necessitates prioritizing the strengthening of the storm arrow towers, he could be experiencing the life of a lord on the trading hour right now. However, he could buy them after the dark tide. Developing the island is far beyond what he and Lino can manage alone. Alan had originally considered recruiting free citizens, using attractive conditions to lure people to settle on Atlantis. But he has too many secrets now, especially the fact that killing monsters yields loot. If word gets out, pirates, lords, and adventurers will likely all be after him. In comparison, the slaves bound by the Sea Codex are much more reassuring. Of course, being sold to Atlantis might not be a bad thing. In the future, he will establish rules specific to Atlantis on this island, granting them corresponding freedom. Antilo Island wasn't far from Atlan Island. Less than an hour's sail, Alan could see the outline of his own island. The island was barren, offering an unobstructed view, and he could see a thin figure busy at work in front of a stone house in the distance. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was Lino alone cleaning up the monster remains scattered on the ground. She worked quickly, and in the few hours that Alan had been gone, she had already cleared away most of the remains. Alan landed at the natural harbor, and Lino immediately spotted him, rushing over to bow. "My lord, you're back!" Alan wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the little slave girl's figure seemed to have changed somewhat after eating her fill for 2 days. As she bowed, 2 small bulges were faintly visible on her chest, a noticeable improvement compared to before. Alan gently stroked her hair and praised. "Well done! You cleaned up the monster remains all by yourself. You must be exhausted." Lino was overjoyed to receive the praise and quickly replied, "This is what Lino should do for the Lord." Alan left in the morning and returned from Antilo Island in the afternoon. There was still some time before evening, and he had originally planned to lure another wave of crab monsters and collect some loot. However, considering that strengthening the Storm Arrow Tower would take a considerable amount of time, he decided against it. He had to complete the strengthening of both arrow towers before dusk. Served by Lino, Alan hurriedly ate a few mouthfuls of rye porridge, then took all the source crystals to the foot of the Storm Arrow Tower. Following the instructions from the memory fragments, he retrieved the Arrow Tower rune core, bit his finger, and dripped blood onto it. The next moment, a mysterious rune array spread from the rune core. 50 nodes appeared on the array, resembling broken rune patterns. Alan understood that these nodes needed to be replenished with source crystals. He immediately took out source crystals and placed them into the nodes one by one. Once all 50 nodes were filled with source crystals, a massive surge of energy was instantly injected into the rune core. Then, blue light slowly climbed the tower like a progress bar. After an unknown amount of time, the energy finally reached the energy sphere at the top of the tower. At the same time, a new connection formed in Alan's mind. He clearly felt that he could now control this defensive tower through his blood. The upgraded arrow tower can be set to attack automatically or manually. Out of curiosity, Alan tried a manual attack. In just 1 second, an arrow formed from a gust of wind condensed at the top of the tower. Under his control, the gust arrow shot towards the ground not far away. With a bang, the earth was blasted into a shallow crater nearly a meter wide. Through this experiment, Alan roughly figured out the data of the upgraded Storm Arrow Tower. First, the attack speed has increased from 1 arrow every 3 seconds to 1 arrow per second. The attack power has also almost doubled. With its current strength, after a gale arrow kills a wandering siren, if there happens to be another one behind it, it can even achieve a double kill. In addition to this, the enhanced Storm Arrow Tower also has an active energy charging function in manual mode. Normally, it fires swift arrows automatically, but after charging, it fires incredibly powerful storm arrows. Alan didn't try it immediately because each storm arrow consumes the energy of an entire source crystal. Previously, the arrow tower could only hold a maximum of 2 source crystals, but after the upgrade, the limit was increased to 5, meaning it could only be used 5 times at full energy. If it weren't for encountering a powerful monster, he would never have easily witnessed the power of storm arrows. This thing was simply too wasteful. At the same time, He secretly rejoiced that he had sold the iron ore to Caroline and obtained 10 more source crystals. If he had sold it to the trading island, he might have barely managed to gather 100, and he would probably be in the awkward situation of having upgraded the arrow tower but having no source crystals to charge it. Chapter 17 Parrot's Intelligence. As the sun gradually set, the 2 reinforced defense towers on Allen Island were fully charged and glowed with a deep blue light. He had made all the necessary preparations and was simply waiting for darkness to fall. But just as the sun was about to set, a dark curtain seemed impatient to envelop the sky, gradually swallowing the sun. The once dazzling sun turned black, like a total solar eclipse. Immediately afterward, a fierce wind rose from the sea, sweeping in with an ominous aura. Caroline stood by the window, feeling the strong winds blowing from the sea, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the direction of Atlantis. Black sun! Before the dark tide had truly arrived, a black sun appeared first. This was definitely not a good omen. Tonight's tide's strength would likely be even more terrifying than the last one. She lived in a sturdy castle, and the island had 3 level 1 defensive towers, so she naturally had no worries about her safety. But Alan was different. He only had 2 ordinary storm arrow towers and no defensive fortifications like a castle. Caroline sighed softly, feeling a pang of regret. If I had known, I should have forced him to stay. Under the dark tide of the black sun level, no one could say for sure whether Alan would survive until tomorrow. She could only pray that the rune god would protect the young man and that fewer monsters would land on Atlantis tonight. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Pallet Manor, Old Pallet was throwing a tantrum. Damn it, why weren't the walls reinforced? Didn't I specifically tell them to do that before I left? Also, why are there only 13 slaves here? Where did the other 2 go? Little Parrot stood before the slaves, trembling with fear. He had been playing too much these past 2 days and had completely forgotten about repairing the wall. He stammered and couldn't speak, but in a moment of inspiration, he made up an excuse, saying that there were no stones on the island and the slaves could only use mud to build the walls. However, the 2 male slaves were lazy, so he severely punished them to teach the others a lesson. After hearing the explanation, Parrot's anger subsided slightly. He coldly rebuked, "You should beat every slave, instead of beating 2 to the point of inability to work. When slaves lose their ability to work, it is a loss of our property." The dark tide was imminent, and Parrot had no time to pursue the matter further. He immediately ordered all the slaves, including Little Parrot, to quickly repair the walls with mud, especially the east wall, which had developed cracks after the last tide. After arranging everything, Parrot returned alone to the study on the 2nd floor of the cabin and began to organize the intelligence he had gathered during his trip. He met many old friends on the trading island, and a few messages from them particularly caught his attention. First of all, the war between the Azure Sea Federation and the Blue Sea Federation is likely about to begin again. Once a federal war breaks out, a small lord like him will have no chance of escaping it. There are no free citizens on the island to be conscripted for the war, so the only option is to pay a large amount of supplies. In 7 days, the federal tax officials will arrive on the island, and Parrot must prepare in advance to deal with those greedy fellows. Besides collecting taxes, the tax official had another mission on this trip, to collect interest from lords who owed federal debts. For example, his neighbor, Old Allen, incurred a huge debt to the Federation when he bought rune cores. Now that Old Allen is dead, the debt naturally falls on Allen's shoulders. If Allen fails to pay the interest this time, according to federal law, the tax officials have the right to seize equivalent value from Atlantis. At that point, they might forcibly remove the defensive tower runes, and even the fountain runes. This made Parrot very unwilling. He had his eye on these runes for a long time. He sent Little Parrot to monitor Allen every day, hoping to steal the rune cores before the Federation could reclaim the island, once the kid was dead. To his surprise, Allen was incredibly resilient. For several days he hadn't died at the hands of the nighttime monsters. What puzzled Pallet even more was that before returning to the island, he made a special detour to Atlan Island to take a look and found that Allen's 2 defensive towers had been repaired and the spring had started to flow again. How many source crystals did Old Allen leave for this little bastard? If there were source crystals, Why didn't he activate the defense towers before? This question baffled Parrot. What intrigued him even more was another rumor he overheard in the tavern. Someone said that old Alan was an adventurer in his youth who had obtained a treasure map during an expedition, which contained clues to the heart of the island. According to legend, as long as you obtain the heart of the island and load it onto the island, you can expand the island's area by feeding it source crystals. Some say old Alan has already obtained the heart of the island, while others say he hasn't found it at all. The various versions are conflicting, making it difficult to discern the truth, and even Parrot can't be certain. But it doesn't matter, everything will be clear once we get to Atlantis tomorrow. Besides old Alan's information, Parrot also learned about tonight's dark tide. Some oceanographers predict that this tide's intensity could be more than 3 times that of previous ones. Islands near the deadly waters would experience an extremely severe impact. Small, ordinary territories would have virtually no chance of survival under such conditions. Unless they're incredibly lucky and an ocean current happens to appear during the tide and sweep all the monsters away, those minor lords will only have to wait to die. It was upon hearing this news that Parrot gritted his teeth and spent 800 source crystals to buy a set of one-time rune scrolls. Looking at the mysterious runes on the scroll, he finally felt a sense of security. This was the real source of his confidence that he wasn't panicking. Parrot had practically emptied his pockets for this scroll. But he felt it was worth it. If he could just get through tonight, he could rush to Atlantis tomorrow and bring back all 3 rune cores. A level 1 defensive tower rune can sell for almost 3,000 source crystals on the market, while a fountain rune core is cheaper and can still sell for 2,000. As long as the dark tide kills Alan, he can immediately pocket 8,000 source crystals. Compared to that, an 800 source crystal rune scroll is nothing. Thinking of this, Parrot couldn't help but burst into laughter in the study. Little Parrot, who was working with the slaves downstairs, heard the laughter and even wondered if his father had gone mad. Chapter 18 Storm Arrows. My lord, I've found the rope. Very good, Lino. Alan responded and immediately continued with what he was doing. Although the defense tower provided a high level of security, he still dared not put his life entirely on it. He tied the only knife on the island to the end of a wooden stick, making a makeshift broadsword. As long as he guarded the entrance to the stone house, he could hold off any monsters that rushed in for a while. However, Alan hoped that this thing would never be needed. A storm suddenly arose on the sea. Black waves rolled in one after another, and upon closer inspection, the bottom of the waves was filled with countless monstrous creatures. They were pushed by the ocean currents and surged towards the various islands. One of the undercurrents from the east was hurtling towards Atlantis. Soon, the first wave of monsters landed on the island's southern coast. They're here! Alan stood at the door of the stone house, peering out through the crack. Darkness had fallen. Only the glow of the energy orbs from the 2 reinforced defense towers illuminated the shimmering afterimages on the sea. One by one, swarms of sea monsters crawled ashore from the darkness, their numbers so great they seemed to fill the entire night. No longer wandering aimlessly as usual, they headed straight for the defensive towers. Soon, a large number of sirens entered the range of the Storm Arrow Tower. Alan felt a chill run down his spine, and what made him even more uneasy was that the sirens' cloaks were all faintly glowing, clearly different from usual. Whoosh! The first gale arrow, fully charged, shot towards the foremost siren. The other Storm Arrow Tower opened fire almost simultaneously. This time, however, the sirens didn't charge forward foolishly. The one that was targeted actually twisted its body, trying to dodge the arrows. But the arrows were too fast. It only managed to avoid part of them, and was still grazed, pinning it to the ground along with another sirens behind it. Alan immediately deduced that the dark tide seemed to have granted them some intelligence. Fortunately, their defenses hadn't noticeably improved, and the gale arrows could still kill them. Outside, 2 defensive towers were operating at full capacity, firing 2 arrows per second, nearly taking down 4 sirens. However, the sheer number of monsters meant that the firepower, normally sufficient, was quickly becoming insufficient against this relentless onslaught. The automatically attacking defensive towers were also somewhat inflexible. Several sirens had already approached the tower, but the tower was still attacking the large force in the distance. Seeing this, Alan immediately switched the defensive tower to manual mode through the blood medium. He personally controlled it, firing arrows wherever a siren approached. Under his skillful maneuvering, the defensive line finally stabilized. The sirens that had been steadily approaching the stone house were pushed back to the edge. Fortunately, they moved slower than giant crabs, and the two towers were barely able to hold them off. Alan silently prayed that the dark tide would only send the wandering sirens to him tonight. Behind him, Lino prayed anxiously, hoping that both the Lord and she could get through the night safely. But neither of them noticed that a faint green light was flickering deep within Lino's eyes. What I feared most came to pass. The familiar sirens landed on the south bank, while the faster giant pincers landed on the east bank. Even more bizarrely, these giant pincers stuck together, forming a giant pincers that crushed towards the defensive towers. It rampaged through the island, crushing many sea monsters in its path. Alan noticed it the moment he set foot on the island. After all, it was a colossal creature, easily 10 meters tall. The 5-meter-tall Storm Arrow Tower looked extremely small in comparison. Alan stared at the giant crab fortress, his face darkening. Ordinary whirlwind arrows couldn't penetrate it at all. Even if 1 or 2 giant crabs were shattered, it would be like a tickle to the whole thing. He could only switch the west defensive tower back to automatic attack and concentrate all his energy on controlling the east tower. Storm arrows! Let me see your power, worth a single origin crystal! A regular arrow fires once per second, but a storm arrow requires 5 seconds to charge. And those 5 seconds are enough for the giant crab to advance a considerable distance. It had almost reached the stone house. A few more steps and it could have swung its long arms, made up of countless giant pincers, and smashed the stone house where Alan was. Go to hell! In the critical moment, Alan roared. A storm arrow, hundreds of times larger than the gale arrow, condensed at the top of the tower and slammed into the giant crab giant that was right in front of him. At such close range, there was no need to aim. The entire arrow struck the giant squarely, but instead of exploding like a whirlwind arrow, it transformed into a massive tornado. The storm instantly engulfed the giant crabs, forcibly tearing them apart one by one, then crushing and shredding them. The raging wind was like a meat grinder. Moments later, the Kingler crab titan completely collapsed, leaving only a mountain of flesh made up of crab corpses lying in front of Aaron. So incredibly strong! Alan murmured, lost in thought. But the price was also obvious. After firing that arrow, the energy sphere atop the defensive tower dimmed considerably. At the same time, because his attention had been entirely focused on the east side, the wandering sea monsters took the opportunity to approach, almost submerging the 2 defensive towers. But after witnessing the power of the storm arrows, Alan was no longer satisfied with the weak and feeble gusts of wind. There's an old saying from my past life: when poor, use tactical infiltration; when rich, use overwhelming firepower. As for 1 source crystal per shot? It doesn't matter. He had already seen the adorable source crystals shimmering with a bluish light inside that giant claw crab mountain of flesh. They were there to save Alan from his fear of insufficient firepower. Chapter 19 Level 2 Defense Tower. A massive horde of monsters surged towards Atlantis Island, and every 5 seconds a random storm would erupt on the island. As the defensive battle progressed, Alan gradually began to relax. He handed the last 6 source crystals to Lino, instructing her to be careful after she went out and to first charge the defense tower with these source crystals. Lino gripped the weapon the Lord had given her and nodded vigorously. Watching her struggle to carry the weapon, which was taller than herself, out the door, Alan still felt a little worried. But the best protection at this moment was to control the storm ballista well and not let any monsters get close to her. Alan can now manually control 2 defensive towers simultaneously. 1 tower gathers storm arrows to shatter the monsters that are constantly gathering in the distance, while the other tower is specifically designed to target Lino, shooting through any threats around her. Lino stepped out of the stone house and looked at the overwhelming monsters outside, instinctively feeling fear. But remembering the Lord's instructions, she quickly suppressed her fear and silently said in her heart, "For the Lord." The distance from the stone house to both defensive towers was 50 meters. Lino arrived at the eastern defensive tower first. By then, the tower had already fired 4 storm arrows, and the energy sphere at its top was almost dim. She sifted through the corpses of monsters, finally reaching the base of the tower. After clearing away the piles of wreckage, she found the tower's rune core. Following the method Alan had taught her, she poured the source crystals from her bosom into it, one by one. Just as Lino was waiting for the rune core to absorb energy, a red figure silently stared at her from directly in front of the stone house. The monster was more slender than a normal wandering siren, wearing a red cloak and holding a jet-black magic wand. Alan had been keeping a close eye on the battlefield, and the moment the red figure appeared, he noticed something amiss. It was a level 5 monster, a siren sorcerer. Tonight, a level 5 monster has appeared in the Dark Tide. Normally, creatures of this level would attack islands ruled by stronger lords, so why is it appearing on Atlantis Island? But Alan had no time to think. The Siren Warlock stood outside the tower's attack range, raised his wand, and aimed it at Lino, who was charging up. A red beam quickly condensed at the tip of the wand, its target being her beneath the tower. Alan's heart sank. The monster wasn't even within the tower's range. Lino was in danger. He immediately shouted to her, "Run, Lino!" Hearing the Lord's urgent voice, Lino looked up and saw the red figure, as well as the magical energy gathering on the wand. Alan shouted for her to run again. Cleo looked at the rune core in front of her and ultimately didn't move. She knew that if she dodged, the attack would likely destroy the rune core, and if the defensive tower was damaged, the Lord would also be in danger. So she disobeyed orders and instead of running away, she used her body to block the rune core. The Siren Sorcerer's magic was complete. Alan glanced at Lino, who was lying on the rune core in the distance, and instantly understood her choice. The instant the red beam shot out, a storm suddenly exploded in front of it, completely engulfing the energy. That was Alan's masterful micromanagement. A second before the beam was fired, he precisely positioned the storm arrow to strike the monster in front of it, using the resulting storm to block the attack. Just because it can block once doesn't mean it can block forever. The level 5 Siren Warlock's attack range is outside the turret's range. It can damage the turret from a distance, but Alan can't hit it. As for charging in to kill it, that's even more unrealistic. There are hundreds of wandering sea monsters standing densely in front of it. If you actually charged in, you would be torn to shreds in an instant. The situation immediately became dangerous. The Siren Sorcerer began to gather magic again, and Alan could only prepare to fire another storm arrow while quickly thinking of a way to break the deadlock. If it's allowed to continue attacking from a distance, the turret's energy will eventually run out. Then, not only the turret, but also Alan and Lino will die here. Just at this critical moment, a notification from the Lord Training Manual suddenly popped into Alan's mind. The loyalty of the subjects has reached 300%, and the score has reached 93 points. The reward for an 80-point Lord score is now being calculated: 50 source crystals, 1 upgrade to a defense tower rune, and 1 draw for a silver tier Hextech Rune. The next score requirement is 200. Alan looked at the results page in his mind and was overjoyed. 50 source crystals were no longer the most important thing. By now, the defensive battle had already yielded a lot of loot on the ground, with an estimated 200 or 300 blue source crystals alone. What truly excited him was the second reward, the upgrade of the turret runes. If we can upgrade the turrets to level 2, then tonight's Dark Tide will be a sure thing. Level 1 rune turrets are mainly for dealing with level 1 to 5 monsters. Ranged level 5 monsters like the Siren Warlock will perfectly exploit their attack range vulnerability. However, the level 2 defensive tower is completely different. Its effective attack range is close to 300 meters in radius, enough to cover the location of the Siren Warlock. Alan estimated that the Siren Warlock's attack range was about 110 meters, which was exactly 100 meters away from the level 1 turret. But once it was upgraded to a level 2 turret, it would no longer be enough. The level 2 rune defense tower can withstand level 5 to 10 monsters. One attack and the Siren Warlock will be reduced to ashes. With that in mind, Alan didn't hesitate at all and immediately claimed the reward for upgrading the defense tower runes. Chapter 20 Terrifying Power. Boom! Another storm arrow was fired, blocking the Siren Warlock's next attack. Taking advantage of this opening, Alan immediately checked the upgrade rewards for the rune defense tower. The title page displays 3 secondary options: Storm Turret, which increases firing speed by 5 times and power by half; Storm Heavy Crossbow, which increases firing speed by half and power by 5 times; and Storm Guardian, which abandons active attack and becomes Storm Barrier, capable of resisting ranged attacks. Alan considered for only a second before decisively choosing the Storm Mechanism Tower. Faced with the relentless tide of monsters, sustained firepower was paramount. 5 shots per second, coupled with increased power, was clearly more suitable for the current situation. He then chose to reinforce the eastern defensive tower, as it faced the greatest danger from the east, directly opposite the Sea of Death. After making his selection, a mysterious power descended upon the rune core protected by Lino. A flash of blue light appeared, and the rune core instantly doubled in size. The Storm Arrow Tower, originally 5 meters tall, instantly rose to 10 meters, completely transforming into the Storm Mechanized Tower. Lino, at the bottom of the tower, was clearly stunned by the change before her eyes. In the distance, the wandering sorcerer raised his wand once more, this time aiming it at Alan, who had just rushed out of the stone house. Unfortunately, no matter how fast his magic was, it couldn't outrun the storm tower's whirlwind arrows. The moment it raised its hand, an arrow carrying a fierce wind shot towards it, with the power to pierce through everything, pinning it to the ground. Alan didn't have time to check the results. He had already rushed to the level 2 turret. After the upgrade, the energy orb at the top of the turret had become noticeably thinner, and its light dimmed considerably after just one attack. The monster horde was still closing in, and the defensive towers couldn't be allowed to stop. Recharging a level 2 tower required 50 source crystals, which was exactly the evaluation reward he had just received. Alan approached the rune core, looked at Lino who was protecting it with her body, nodded to her, and then placed the source crystals one by one onto it. The source crystals transformed into energy, continuously surging towards the top of the tower. 1, 5, 10, 30, until the 50th was absorbed, and the energy sphere at the top of the tower turned completely deep blue. The next moment, even fiercer and faster gusts of wind arrows erupted, clearing away the approaching monster horde once again. Only then did Alan finally relax, his body going limp as he slumped down beneath the turret. He looked at Lino and sincerely praised. "Well done, Lino!" Hearing the praise, Lino lowered her head shyly. For the Lord, Lino would do anything. The sound of gunfire overhead had completely changed. Before it was just whoosh whoosh whoosh, but now it was a continuous whoosh 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 whoosh. 5 shots per second, the sense of oppression was on a completely different level. More importantly, gale arrows are no longer just single-target attacks. They are enveloped in a whirlwind that pulls monsters within a 2-meter radius of the target into the damage range, effectively giving them area of effect damage. After the Storm Mechanized Tower finished charging, the Storm Arrow Tower next to it stopped charging within minutes. This was because the Mechanized Tower's 300-meter coverage area perfectly enveloped its firing zone. In this area, not a single monster can stand. Even the giant claw crab that had been a headache just moments before has become a toy for the Storm Tunnel Tower. Soon, an even larger giant claw crab fused together and took shape on the eastern side of Atlan Island. Among them, a black claw crab stood out. It was a level 5 monster, a claw crab warrior, and the leader of this attack. The nearly 12-meter-tall giant crab, a dark mass, approached the level 2 defensive tower. Although Alan was still somewhat worried, the storm tower's performance in the next second completely reassured him. In just 3 seconds, 15 arrows whistled out, covering almost every corner of the giant claw crab. Those giant claw crabs that were stuck together were instantly blasted into pieces of crab meat. Alan felt a little regretful. The monster corpses were poisonous and inedible. Otherwise, the crab sticks he harvested tonight would have been enough to feed him for a lifetime. Finally, only the core of the colossal Kingler crab giant remained, the level 5 Kingler crab warrior. True to its reputation for defense and destructive power, a whirlwind arrow struck it, leaving only a white dot, failing to completely breach its defenses. Even when it was all alone, it still wanted to tear the humans in front of it apart. Its speed suddenly increased, and it charged straight at Alan and Lino under the defensive tower. But it clearly didn't understand what firepower coverage meant. One arrow wasn't enough, so it fired 5. 5 still weren't enough, so it fired 5 more. The continuous rain of arrows fell, and before it could even reach the tower, its massive body crashed to the ground. The ground trembled violently, and Alan and Lino were already prepared to flee. To be honest, this giant claw crab warrior was incredibly fast, closing in on the tower from 100 meters away in just 3 seconds. Alan could even see the giant claw gleaming with black light. Fortunately, the level 2 defense tower did not disappoint him. Its power was undeniable, but its consumption was equally astonishing. Having just been charged with 50 source crystals, the light at the top of the tower had dimmed considerably after this round of bombardment. Looking at the defensive tower, Alan couldn't help but sigh. No wonder level 2 defensive towers are standard equipment for Grand Lords. Just the amount of source crystals they consume is something even junior lords can't afford to maintain. Chapter 21 Rune Equipment. However, Alan was also aware that tonight's situation was special, coinciding with the dark tide. The number of monsters had surged, and the storm towers were operating at full power, resulting in astonishing energy consumption. Normally, a single gale arrow could tear apart nearly 5 monsters. Considering there are 600 monsters a night, about 20 seconds would be enough to clear the area with 100 arrows. 50 source crystals, once fully charged, should have lasted a long time. But tonight was different. The defensive towers bombarded the towers for almost 10 minutes straight, unleashing thousands of whirlwind arrows. The 50 source crystals given in the manual had long been exhausted, and the 6 that Lino had saved up before were all thrown into the defensive towers. But Alan wasn't panicked. Because at this moment, the area within the defensive tower's range was already littered with the remains of monsters and also with source crystals. I'm rich! It was already late at night, but Alan wasn't sleepy at all. Looking at the loot scattered all over the ground, he just wanted to play around right away. More importantly, after the Siren Warlock and the giant crab warrior fell, the monsters no longer swarmed in as frantically as before, but instead returned to their usual wandering state. Some monsters even deliberately avoid the attack range of the defensive towers. It seems that the dark tide has ended. After careful consideration, Alan decided not to wait until dawn. Using the azure light of the defensive tower, he led Lino to begin searching for source crystals among the piles of corpses. 1, 2, 10, 11, 100, 101. The source crystals weren't big, only about the size of a pigeon egg. Normally, a few dozen wouldn't seem like much, but tonight, with thousands of monsters dead, and a drop rate of around 15%, we'd get several hundred source crystals, not to mention rye, iron ore, and linen. Before long, Alan's pockets were overflowing. Since they were full, he carried them into the stone house. For the next few hours, Alan and Lino worked like busy little bees, running back and forth across the battlefield. They first retrieved all the source crystals and returned them to the house, then moved the iron ore, collected the linen, and finally the rye. On their last trip, the two of them wrapped dozens of kilograms of rye in burlap and laboriously carried it into the stone house. But upon entering, Alan was surprised to find that the house was already piled high with spoils, leaving almost no room for him and Lino to sleep. The two could barely lie on the rye, gazing at the roof so close at hand, a happy kind of trouble arising in their hearts. Only when a sliver of golden light appeared on the distant horizon and the sun slowly rose did Alan realize that the dark tide had truly ended. Exhausted both physically and mentally, the two didn't even have time to count their spoils before embracing each other on the trophies and falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the fighting on Antilo Island continues. The surging monsters rush towards the island like a tidal wave. Compared to Atlan Island, which only had 2 pitiful defensive towers, Antilo Island had 4 reinforced defensive towers, guarding the castle around its perimeter and protecting it firmly. If it were just a normal dark tide, the monsters wouldn't even get close to the castle before being blasted to smithereens by the enhanced lightning arrow towers. Compared to the storm arrow towers on Atlantis, the lightning arrow towers are stronger in both power and rate of fire, and their lightning arrows can also cause area of effect splash damage. With a single arrow, several nearby monsters would be electrocuted to ashes. Its power was astonishing. But tonight, what landed on Antilo Island wasn't some low-level monster like a wandering siren or a giant claw crab, but rather a level 2 monster, a giant lizard. They could reach 3 meters in length, with enormous bodies and ferocious strength. Even more terrifying, a level 6 monster, the frost giant lizard, was leading the charge ahead of the monster horde. Under its onslaught, Antilo Island's 2 level 1 reinforced defensive towers were quickly reduced to rubble, and the carefully planted flowers around them were trampled into pieces. The remaining 2 defensive towers, facing the level 2 monster tide, also gradually lost their ability to resist. The giant lizard began frantically ramming the towers. If all 4 defensive towers collapsed, the castle could hold out for a while thanks to its sturdy walls, but without lethal weapons, whether it could survive until dawn was uncertain. Antilo Island is now at a critical juncture, facing a life-or-death situation. On the castle walls, Emily stood with a solemn expression, gripping a massive bow. It was no ordinary weapon, but an extremely rare runic artifact. If it were put up for auction, it would undoubtedly attract fierce competition from lords of all ranks, with a starting bid of at least 3,000 source crystals. Holding this giant bow, Emily's mood was far from light. Rune equipment wasn't for everyone. It required a runemaster to activate it. And the only runemaster on Antilo Island was her mother, Caroline. Caroline had already suffered a rune backlash due to an accident, and her injuries worsened again while trying to activate this equipment. After the equipment was successfully activated, she completely fainted and was now lying on a blanket nearby. Emily glanced at her mother, knowing that the heavy responsibility of saving the island now rested on her shoulders. She took a deep breath, slowly raised the runic giant bow, and drew back the bowstring. In an instant, a beam of light condensed between the bow's shafts. The night breeze brushed against her cheeks, ruffling her golden hair. At this moment, Emily was powerful and beautiful, like an elf descended from heaven. She fixed her gaze on the 10-meter-long frost giant lizard below, adjusting her angle using her senses. The arrow of light grew brighter and brighter, almost solidifying. The next instant, she released her grip. The light arrow shot out like lightning, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, heading straight for the top of the frost giant lizard's head. The frost giant lizard possesses extremely strong defenses. Its icy blue hide can easily withstand attacks from level 1 defensive towers. Even the arcs of lightning that strike it leave no mark. It is precisely because of this terrifying defense that it has been able to crush 2 defensive towers and reach the foot of the castle. But its attack ended there. The light arrow struck it squarely on the top of its head, instantly piercing through its vital defenses, drilling into its skull, and running down its torso all the way to its tail. The enormous frost giant lizard collapsed with a crash. The leader was dead, but Emily did not stop. She kept gathering and firing arrows of light, transforming herself into a human defensive tower, reaping the giant lizard monsters that rushed onto the island. Those level 2 giant lizard monsters fell like weeds before the runic great bow. Wherever the light arrows struck, a patch of land was cleared away. Soon, with the death of the frost giant lizard, the giant lizard monster's offensive quickly weakened and it began to gradually retreat. But watching the retreating monsters, Emily showed little joy. She was worried about her unconscious mother, and she couldn't help but think of the young lord she had met during the day. I wonder if he will survive tonight. Chapter 22 Proverbs. Parrot Island. The once lush island is now a scene of devastation. Compared to the giant lizard monsters on Antilo Island, the skeletal demons encountered on Parrot Island are even more bizarre. They resemble skeletons pieced together from fish bones, eerie and terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that these demonic spirits are quite powerful, all being level 2 demonic creatures. The leading fire skeleton demonic spirit is even a level 5 demonic creature. Under its leadership, the monster horde tore through Parrot Island's defenses in less than an hour. The 3 level 1 reinforced defensive towers only held out for half an hour before being completely destroyed by the flame skeleton demon. Pallet's prized manor stone wall was breached by monsters due to previously unrepaired cracks. The dozen or so slaves on the wall became food for the demons as the wall collapsed. Monsters swarmed into the manor, devouring all living things, just like when they ravaged Atlantis, leaving not even a blade of grass untouched. Only the 2-story wooden house in the center of the manor remained intact. Above the house, a blue barrier held firm, protecting Parrot and his son, along with the few remaining slaves inside. Parrot huddled in his room, his face deathly pale and contorted with madness. He couldn't understand why a horde of level 2 monsters had landed on his island. Logically, monsters of this size should have been attacking high-ranking lords of baronial rank or above. But now, everything is ruined. His manor, which he had built up over decades, is gone, his 3 enhanced storm arrow towers are in ruins, and all his wealth has been exchanged for this life-saving rune scroll in front of him. But he quickly grasped at his last hope. Such a fierce dark tide couldn't even withstand his manor. That bastard must have died on Atlantis long ago. As long as he could hold out until dawn, he could retrieve the rune cores from those 3 defensive towers and rebuild the manor. He didn't care about the dead slaves at all. Selling that bastard's rune core would be enough to buy hundreds more slaves. With this thought in mind, Parrot stared intently at the monsters outside, waiting for dawn to break. When the first rays of sunlight shone on Parrot Island in the early morning, there was nothing standing on the entire island except for the small wooden houses under the screen. Overnight, Parrot Island seemed to have been wiped out of all life. Plants, livestock, slaves, whatever was edible was devoured, and what wasn't was taken away by monsters. The blue barrier outside the wooden house was now only a thin layer, as if it would shatter at the slightest touch of a fireball. Fortunately, the monster tide finally receded. Little Pallet breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had survived. But his father, Pallet, had rushed out of the cabin long before the monster tide had completely subsided. He needed to get to the neighboring island of Atlantis immediately and obtain the rune core before anyone else. Little Pallet watched his father's hurried figure, and remembered a proverb that had been passed down for a long time on the endless sea. Anyone who sets sail as soon as the dark tide recedes is essentially not escaping the dark tide at all. Parrot knew this saying, of course, but he seemed blinded by greed and wouldn't stop. Little Parrot didn't try to dissuade him. In fact, a sliver of hope even stirred within him. If his father truly succumbs to the proverb and is devoured by the monster, then he can conveniently become the new lord. Parrot was well aware of the proverb, but in his view, a proverb was just a proverb, not an ironclad rule. He had sailed to the trading island many times right after the dark tide ended and had never encountered any danger. Even ordinary monsters disappear after the tide, so he didn't take it seriously at all. He followed closely behind the receding tide of monsters, watching them disappear into the sea, swept away by the mysterious ocean currents. Then, he came to his small sailboat, glanced back at the ruins of Pallet Island, and felt a pang of heartache. Overnight, his island was transformed into something resembling Atlantis. But it doesn't matter. As long as we get those 3 rune cores, everything can be restored, and it will even be more prosperous than before. With this in mind, Parrot set sail for the nearby island of Atlantis. As dawn broke, he could already see the outline of Atlantis. The sun hadn't risen yet, and the situation on the island wasn't clear, but Parrot was already impatient. Now that he was already there, he had to go to the island to check things out as soon as possible. At that moment, he was completely unaware that a black dot was quietly approaching in the water beneath the boat. The dot was initially only the size of a grain of rice, but it quickly expanded to the size of enveloping the entire small boat. Then, a pair of huge, blood-red eyes slowly opened beneath the surface of the sea. As dawn broke on the horizon, Atlantis drew ever closer. Parrot, filled with excitement, glanced down and his eyes met those red eyes. He froze, fear instantly gripping his heart. The shadow beneath the surface was still some distance from the hull, but it was large enough to swallow the entire small boat. Parrot dared not think any further and just rowed frantically. The port is just ahead. As long as we rush into the shallow waters near the shore, that deep-sea monster should be unable to get close. Parrot gritted his teeth and paddled furiously, moving so fast he was almost a blur. Before him lay the natural harbor of Atlantis, with shallow sandy beaches beside it. He rushed over with all his might. But the moment the small boat entered the shallow water, a sharp pain from the depths of his soul suddenly erupted. Parrot froze on the spot, his face deathly pale. That is the power of the maritime code. No one may enter the Lord's territory and territorial waters without his permission, otherwise he will be punished. That soul-wrenching pain will last until he leaves the territory. But now, how can Parrot leave? Behind him was a terrifying deep-sea monster. Chapter 23 Lucky Star. At this moment, only one thought remained in Parrot's mind: that bastard is still alive? When he first saw Atlantis, it was still dark, and he could only make out its blurry outline. As it got a little brighter, he discovered the monsters chasing him underwater and had no choice but to flee for his life. At this moment, the intense pain deep in his soul made him suddenly look up and see the storm mechanism tower on the island, which was 10 meters tall and flashed with level 2 defense runes. Parrot's face was filled with horror, almost unable to believe it. How could there be a level 2 rune tower on that little bastard's island? How could he have survived that catastrophe? He gritted his teeth and cursed old Alan under his breath, resenting how much good stuff the man had left for his son. But before he could finish speaking, Parrot collapsed on the deck in pain. Before he collapsed, he saw a giant suction cup appear above his head. The next second, a piercing scream echoed across the sea as the massive black shadow dragged him into the deep ocean. The sea quickly returned to calm, leaving only a sailboat embroidered with the flag of Parrot Island, quietly anchored in front of the port of Atlantis. The mottled bloodstains on the ship seemed to tell the story of the tragedy that had just occurred. Sunlight streamed through the cracks in the door, illuminating the room piled high with supplies. Outside, the remains of monsters lay cracked and parched from the scorching heat. Alan awoke from his deep sleep to find Lino curled up in his arms like a kitten. She had been busy with him all night, and was still fast asleep. Alan dared not move, afraid of waking her, and could only lie quietly on the rye. Although he hadn't had time to count the spoils yet, there was something more important right now. A thought flashed through his mind, and the Lord Training Manual came to mind. On the rewards page, there was also a chance to claim a Hextech Rune. Alan chose to draw, and 3 icons immediately appeared on the manual, corresponding to 3 Hextech Runes. The first is Useful Talent 1, which gives a 40% chance to drop 1 source crystal when a citizen dies without equipment. The second is Cognition Tax, which grants 80 source crystals and 1 rune experience. The third is the Energy of Enhancement, which increases the rank of his next enhancement rune by 1 level. Alan carefully read the description. Both Useful Talent 1 and Enhancing Energy had appeared before. The first time he chose War Treasure 1 for immediate combat power and resources. That choice proved to be extremely crucial. It was thanks to the loot-dropping system from killing monsters that he survived the raging demonic tide last night. This was the first time he'd seen a cognitive tax. 80 source crystals were easy to understand, but the rune experience left him somewhat puzzled. Until he saw the explanation below, rune experience can directly gain rune knowledge. When the experience reaches 10 from 0, you can officially enter the ranks of rune masters. Knowledge of runes has always been in the hands of the upper nobility, and minor lords like Alan, who don't even have a title, have no way of getting their hands on it. He first ruled out the unsuitable but capable individuals, and then hesitated between the cognitive tax and the energy of reinforcement. If you choose the enhancement power option, you're guaranteed a gold tier rune the next time you pull for Hextech crafting after reaching a score of 200. The silver tier war chest 1 is already incredibly powerful. The gold tier will only be stronger. The fact that the tax could allow him to access the path of a rune master was equally tempting, as it offered him the opportunity to break free from class restrictions. After much deliberation, Alan ultimately chose the power of enhancement. With a level 2 defensive tower protecting the island and the dark tide not expected to return for another month, short-term safety is assured. Last night's loot was plentiful, and if I convert it into cash to buy slaves, my overall rating will quickly reach 200. Then, when I draw for golden Hextech gear, the returns will undoubtedly be even greater. If the golden Hextech crafting also grants Runemaster experience, the reward will be even greater than this time. Therefore, Alan decided to pave the way for the next draw. After selecting it, he didn't close the manual, but instead switched to the companion's compendium. Lino's information was displayed on the page. Subject: Lino, slave, number 1, age 18, loyalty 300%, talent attribute loading 2%, overall rating 93. Upon seeing the rating, Alan wore an expression that said, "I knew it." Last night's comeback was entirely due to Lino's desperate protection of him. Her loyalty exceeded 300%, tripling her base score to an astonishing 93. This unexpectedly high score brought a generous reward, allowing the defensive tower to be successfully upgraded to level 2 and repel the dark tide. Thinking of this, Alan excitedly lowered his head and kissed the girl's delicate face in his arms. Just then, Lino woke up from her sleep. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the Lord kissing her, and she was still a little dazed. Seeing her dazed look, Alan found her even cuter and simply pulled her into his arms. He said earnestly, "Lino, you are truly my lucky star. My luck has been improving ever since I met you." Then he asked her, "Tell me, what is your wish that I can help you fulfill? I will do my best to help you achieve it." Chapter 24: Lino's Wish. Although she didn't understand why the Lord was so happy, Lino felt that as long as the benevolent Lord was happy, she would be happy too. But when Alan asked her what her wish was, Lino mustered up her courage and spoke. She said that her mother had likely been captured by the slave-hunting party, and if possible, she hoped that the Lord could buy her mother back and have her work for him. As if worried that the request was too much, Lino quickly added that her mother was a very good cook and that the Lord would surely enjoy her food. After saying this, she buried her face in Alan's chest, not daring to look at his expression. After listening, Alan gently stroked her hair and said earnestly that if her mother was really captured by the slave-hunting team, he would do everything in his power to find her and buy her back. As soon as he finished speaking, Alan felt a dampness on his chest. Lino was suppressing her sobs, clearly still worried about her mother's safety. Alan didn't say anything more, only hugged her tighter. The bed made of rye was bearable when you were extremely tired, but it felt quite uncomfortable after waking up. After comforting Lino, the two slid down from the high pile of spoils and prepared to tidy up the room. Having the house piled high with spoils wasn't a solution, so Alan decided to build a makeshift warehouse first. Several wooden poles were quickly erected on the right side of the stone house, and then burlap was used to cover it, thus completing a simple tent warehouse. Then, starting with the rye, the two carried their spoils inside piece by piece. Exhausted from their work, they finally finished counting last night's catch. There were 500 gene of rye, so tough it was hard to swallow, enough to feed them for 2 months. 300 iron ore, that meant they'd gotten all the money back from yesterday's sale. 50 bolts of linen, enough to make clothes for the two of them for 3 months. Finally, the main event, a total of 476 source crystals. At a rate of 30 per day, this one night's harvest is equivalent to half a month's worth, not even counting the ones consumed by the defense towers later on. If all of them are included, the source crystals obtained last night would probably reach 550. Based on a 15% drop rate, the number of monsters that died under the defensive towers is quite astonishing. Actually, there's no need to work backwards. Once the loot in the stone house is cleared out, Alan will be faced with a dense mass of monster remains within the range of the level 2 defense tower. These debris would be good fertilizer to improve the soil erosion, but the problem is that even if Alan and Lino worked for a week, they might not be able to bury them all in the soil. Even more troublesome is that the wreckage, exposed to the sun, will rot and stink within 3 days. By then, the entire island of Atlantis will probably be uninhabitable. Dealing with the wreckage has become Alan's most urgent task. Alan quickly made up his mind to go to the trading island the next day. He would firstly inquire about Lino's mother, and secondly, take advantage of the good harvest to purchase some supplies to improve his life. Third, if given the opportunity, he would like to visit the slave market to see if he could find a slave with a high rating. Fourth, he would like to purchase a powdered secret medicine. Alan had heard that if that secret medicine was sprinkled on the remains of monsters, the remains would automatically decompose and blend into the soil. Although the effect was not as good as burying them directly, it was much more convenient. As for the loss of some nutrients, Alan didn't care. Atlantis might lack many things, but it certainly didn't lack monster remains. Being close to the Sea of Death, even if the giant crabs and wandering sea monsters were wiped out, new monsters would take their place. Thinking about all this, Alan felt much lighter and went for a walk on the beach. The sea breeze, carrying a salty smell, brushed against his cheeks. After enduring the dangerous dark tide, he could finally relax his tense nerves for a while. He walked alone along the coast, pondering how to develop the island. But as he passed his own harbor from west to east, a sailboat without anchor, rocking with the waves, caught his attention. Alan immediately recognized it as the Parrot family's ship. Suspicious, he approached to investigate, and soon saw large patches of blood on the deck, spread out like ink. Why did the Parrot family's ship suddenly appear in the port of Atlantis? And why is there so much blood on the ship? A hypothesis popped into Alan's mind. Could it be that little idiot Parrot thought he couldn't withstand last night's dark tide, so he sailed over early this morning, only to encounter an accident at sea? Alan was certainly aware of the proverb, going into the sea immediately after the dark tide recedes is tantamount to never leaving the dark tide. Compared to the Parrot family, who were blinded by greed, he was much more cautious about this warning. If it were him, he would never have set sail immediately after the dark tide ended. He even planned to wait until tomorrow to go to the trading island, partly because it would take time to tally the spoils, and partly out of reverence for the sea. Thinking of this, Alan felt a pang of regret. It was a pity that it was little Parrot who suffered. If only it had been Parrot himself. While the other party coveted his rune core, how could he not also covet Parrot's rune core? If it were Pallet who died, he might be able to go to Pallet Island tomorrow morning and bring his rune core home. Alan shook his head, his gaze returning to the ship. What should be done with it now? He suddenly realized that the Parrot family seemed to only own one ship. Chapter 25, Heading to the Trading Island. Night fell once again on Atlantis. Listening to the occasional whooshing of arrows outside, Alan had become somewhat numb. After the perilous experience of the dark tide last night, this ordinary night actually dampened his spirits. He couldn't help but look forward to the next dark tide arriving sooner. After all, he had earned over 600 source crystals just last night, whereas normally he would only get a maximum of 30 in a whole night. However, Alan also knew that this was already quite exaggerated. The lower-class free citizens on the trading island earned only about 30 source crystals a year, while he earned in one night what others earned in a year. Compared to those noble lords and powerful landowners, this income is nothing. Those people could probably earn hundreds of source crystals a day just by collecting taxes, and even that number is just the limit of Alan's imagination. Lying in bed, his thoughts drifted to the ship in the harbor. In the endless sea, boats are the only means of transportation, so their value is naturally high. Alan's own small boat can carry a maximum of 5 people or 500 kilograms of supplies, and its market price is about 30 source crystals. The ship on Parrot Island can carry 10 people or 1,000 caddies of cargo. It seems like the price has only doubled, but it costs around 100 source crystals. Even though Alan currently has nearly 500 source crystals, he is reluctant to give it up easily. Atlantis is in dire need of money, so this ship certainly can't be wasted. However, if the person who died on board was indeed Little Parrot, it won't be easy to get the ship back from him. Alan thought for a moment, and then came up with an idea. If all else failed, he would scrape off the markings of Parrot Island from the hull and sell it at a low price to second-hand dealers on the trading island. Even though the price will be discounted, it's still a windfall. Thinking about this, Alan felt much better. The next day, just as dawn broke, Alan set off with all the source crystals and lino. He didn't choose the Parrot family's ship. Firstly, there were still bloodstains on it, and secondly, Little Parrot had died on board, which felt unlucky. Besides, although the ship had a higher carrying capacity, it wasn't so high that it was absolutely necessary. The small boat was enough for ordinary supplies, so Alan decided that it would be easier to sell the boat cheaply later. The small boat carrying Alan and Lino headed towards the trading islands. Along the way, they passed Parrot Island and Anilo Island, but Alan, eager to complete the transaction, didn't approach them and thus remained unaware of the current situation on those two islands. After passing another island called Pastor, the outline of Trading Island finally appeared in the distance. Alan steered the ship into the harbor, and as soon as it came to a stop, he saw the tax collector in charge of collecting island taxes approaching. The man was arrogant, and before Alan could even step ashore, he asked, "Are you here to trade, or are you here temporarily or permanently?" Alan was too lazy to waste words with this snobbish guy, and simply replied, "Trade." The tax collector took out his ledger, and while writing and drawing, he held out his hand and said, "2 people, 2 source crystals for the island entry tax." There was no point in arguing about such rigid rules, so Alan paid the tax directly, then led Lino out of the cabin and onto the trading island. Standing on the wooden planks of the harbor, watching the ships come and go, Alan was once again awestruck. If all traders were taxed per capita, with each person receiving 1 source crystal, the island's daily entry tax alone would probably amount to thousands of source crystals. His earlier guess of a few hundred source crystals was clearly too naive. After a brief moment of reflection, Alan led Lino along the wooden streets of the harbor toward the center of the trading island. That was the most bustling area of the entire trading island. His first stop was the potion trading market. Although he had many other plans in mind, the thousands of monster remains on Atlantis Island needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Yesterday had already delayed things for a day, and if it wasn't resolved today, the entire island would probably become a stinking kingdom tomorrow. Upon entering the potion market, various hawking cries immediately filled the air. "Spring Island secret medicine, if taken, can sustain you in battle for 3 days and 3 nights, only 5 source crystals required. Fire enchantment potion, which can imbue weapons with flames, effective all night long, enough to ward off monsters. Frost enchantment potion, more effective than fire, lasts for 3 days." With the dark tide just past, there was a noticeable increase in people buying enchantment potions for weapons, most of whom were dressed as adventurers. While lords had fixed islands for defense, these wanderers relied more on potions for survival. Alan strolled from stall to stall, listening attentively to the vendors' introductions despite having no desire to buy anything. Learning more about potions was never a bad thing. However, these stall owners were all shrewd. Seeing that he only listened and didn't buy, they quickly lost interest and turned to attract other customers, ignoring the guy who was taking a beautiful female slave out. The potion market wasn't large, with only a few dozen stalls. Alan quickly wandered to the back, but still couldn't find the legendary fertilizer potion. Could the news be false? Is there really no such secret medicine? Just as he was feeling somewhat disappointed and preparing to leave, an old man fast asleep in the corner caught his attention. The old man's stall was very simple, filled with colorful powdered magic potions. Judging from its color, it seems to be the legendary fertilizer secret medicine. Chapter 26 Fertilizer Secret Medicine. Alan walked up to the stall and carefully examined the powdered medicines. The old stall owner, however, remained fast asleep, showing no intention of serving customers. A nearby stall owner couldn't help but joke. "Hey, old John, we have a customer today. Get up! It would be best if we sold you, the lazybones, so we can have enough source crystals to pay the residency tax and stay on the island." Hearing the laughter, the disheveled old man slowly woke up. He looked up and saw Alan standing in front of the stall. Upon realizing that the other man was just a young man, his face immediately showed some impatience. Old John immediately told him to leave. "Buddy, I sell potions that only lords can use. Young people like you should head further ahead. That's where you'll find the Spring Island elixir, which is what you're looking for." Alan found it somewhat amusing. He was clearly being treated like a casual tourist. He said directly, "I am a lord, and I'm looking for potions that only lords can use. I've heard there's a powdered elixir here that, when sprinkled on monster remains, can degrade them. Is that what you're selling?" Upon hearing Alan call himself a lord, Old John finally sat up straight and looked him over with a mixture of disbelief and skepticism. After a moment, he nodded and said, "If you're really looking for the fertilizer elixir, you've come to the right place. I do have it here." However, Old John quickly added, "But let me make this clear first. This stuff doesn't retain 50% of the fertility of monster remains like the rumors say. The lords who returned it said it might only retain 30%. Think carefully before you buy it, or I won't give you a refund." Alan found Old John's cautious demeanor amusing. Such honesty was likely something he had developed after being harassed by numerous lords. But for Alan, this was exactly the lazy man's artifact he had been looking for. With this, Atlantis would no longer need to waste a lot of manpower on composting monster remains. As for having only 30% fertility, that's no problem at all for Atlantis, which guards the Sea of Death. Hundreds of monsters die on that island every day. If the Sea of Death continues to expand, it's not impossible for thousands to die in a single night. Alan said simply, "Thank you for your honesty. I'm sure this is the secret medicine I'm looking for. Name your price." Old John was still somewhat incredulous. After all, this fertilizer secret had become a hot potato in his hands. He was originally a potion merchant, traveling between several trade islands in the Federation year-round. With his keen sense of opportunity, he had often stockpiled popular potions in advance, earning a considerable amount of source crystals by reselling them. A year ago, he heard that the secret medicine island had developed a fertilizer elixir that only required a small amount of powder to turn the remains of monsters into fertilizer overnight and integrate them into the soil. Moreover, it was rumored that it could retain 80% of the fertility. Old John immediately sensed a business opportunity and sailed his newly purchased 50-person sailboat to the secret medicine island. He staked his entire fortune, loading the boat with fertilizer and secret medicine, and arrived at Ella Island in the Azure Sea Federation. His choice of Ella Island was not random. The Azure Sea is close to the Sea of Death, and Ella Island is the Federation's easternmost trading island, closest to the Sea of Death. The monster spawn rate on the surrounding dozens of islands is far higher than that on the inland sea islands. Judging from his assessment, Old John was not wrong. The lords near the Sea of Death were indeed troubled daily by the remains of monsters. When the fertilizer potion first appeared on Ella Island, its novelty quickly attracted many lords to compete for it, and Old John also made a fortune. But their good fortune didn't last long. After the lords bought and used it, they soon discovered that the fertilizer's potency was nowhere near the advertised 80%. It was less than 30%. The group went to Old John's house to settle accounts. Old John couldn't withstand the pressure from dozens of lords and had no choice but to return the goods. Thus, the entire shipload of fertilizer and secret medicine ended up in his hands, representing his entire fortune. To make matters worse, negative reviews of the fertilizer and secret medicine quickly spread throughout the surrounding waters. Even if Old John moved to another location, he might not be able to sell them, so he could only stay on Ella Island and occasionally sell 1 or 2 units after the dark tide receded, barely making ends meet. And so, a year later, he met Alan, who had actually come to buy the secret medicine. Alan asked again, "How much for the fertilizer secret medicine? Name your price." Old John paused for a moment, then slowly said, "If you are sincere in buying, I will give it to you at cost price. 1 source crystal per unit, and 1 unit can process about 500 monster remains." In reality, he had long since given up on making money from this stuff. The actual cost of purchasing it was 2 portions of 1 source crystal, but considering his expenses during his year-long stay on Ella Island, 1 portion of 1 source crystal was roughly his cost. After the price was quoted, Old John thought that Alan would only buy 3 or 5 portions to try it out, but Alan's next words stunned him. Alan asked, "How many portions do you have? I'll take them all." Old John stammered, "There are 100 here. You really want that many? Don't lie to me. Also, let me make this clear first, I've already told you the downside, once sold, they can't be returned." Alan smiled faintly and took out a source crystal. "Here are 100. Count them. I'll take all the potions on this stall." Chapter 27 The Slave Market. Alan bought 100 doses of the secret medicine. His idea was simple: since he had come to the trading island, he might as well buy more to take back with him. 1 dose of the secret medicine can turn the remains of 500 monsters into fertilizer, and 20 doses would only process tens of thousands. Atlantis Island currently has several thousand remains piled up, and it might take more than a dozen doses to get back. Moreover, hundreds of monsters come to the island every night, consuming almost 1 dose every day. So, while 100 doses of the secret potion might sound like a lot, it's not an exaggeration at all. The secret medicine came in small packets of powder. Each packet was small, but 100 packets combined would amount to a considerable quantity. Alan took out 10 source crystals and handed them to old John. "I'll leave the goods with you for now, 10 source crystals as a deposit. I'll come back to pick them up when I leave the island and settle the remaining 90 crystals." Old John quickly accepted the source crystal and readily agreed. Carrying 100 doses of the secret medicine around the trading island would be too conspicuous, and Alan didn't want to cause trouble. After all, a lord is safe within his own territory, but things are not so certain at sea. He understood the principle of not flaunting his wealth. Having found the secret medicine he so desperately wanted, Alan considered his journey halfway complete. Next, he planned to try his luck at the slave market, see if there were any highly rated slaves, and also inquire about Lino's mother. Not far from the potion market is the slave market. It remains the liveliest place on Ella Island, crowded with people, mostly free citizens looking for excitement and amusement. As soon as Alan appeared with Lino, people around him recognized him. Some whispered among themselves, saying that this was the young lord who had bought the female slaves last time. They hadn't expected him to survive the dark tide. Soon, some people started to ridicule, arguing that Atlantis was a deserted island and there was no need to defend it to the death, and that Alan had probably survived by hiding on the trading island or the Great Lord's island. Some people mentioned old Alan, saying he was very cunning and must have left a fortune for his son. But then someone else said that old Alan owed the Federation 10,000 source crystals, and with tax day approaching, in addition to collecting taxes, they would also be pursuing the outstanding debt. At this point, those people laughed maliciously. Alan heard them clearly, but ignored their malice and only kept the useful information in mind. Tax day was approaching, which gave him a headache. Old Alan's debt amounted to a full 10,000 source crystals, and the interest was even more frighteningly high, requiring 250 source crystals every month, 3,000 a year. Based on the previous dark tide earnings of 600 source crystals per night, he would need to experience at least 5 dark tides just to pay off a year's interest. If the debt cannot be repaid, the interest will snowball, and it won't be long before the Federation takes back Atlanta Island. Because what old Alan mortgaged was precisely this island. Alan couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could they dare to borrow from such a loan shark? They were insane. Even with the help of Hextech Runes, the thought of this debt still weighed heavily on him. He couldn't understand why old Alan dared to owe so many source crystals. Even if old Alan hadn't died in the dark tide, he would still have faced this debt. Could it be that he was just trying to trick his son, who had transmigrated from another world? But what exactly was old Alan's true reliance? Alan couldn't figure it out for a moment. Unable to figure it out, he temporarily suppressed his distracting thoughts. The more pressing matter was finding some valuable manpower in the slave market. There are only him and Lino on Atlantis right now, which limits their options. If they could add a few slaves, developing their territory would be much easier. Don't forget, the Sea of Death lies to the east of Atlantis, where monsters roam even during the day. With enough manpower, we can assign people to lure monsters and collect loot. With the fertilizer and secret medicine we just bought, even if 70% of the fertility from the monster remains on the island is lost, it will still be enough to create fertile soil. When it comes time to farm, people will still be needed to manage it. So even with a huge debt, buying slaves is still something Alan has to do right now. He took a deep breath and refocused his attention on the slave market. Only then did he notice that Lino behind him was trembling slightly, clearly remembering what she had experienced here. Alan reached out and took her small hand, indicating that he was right beside her. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Lino felt as if she had seen a ray of light in the darkness, and slowly recovered from her fear. Alan told her softly that the past was the past. If she was worried about her mother, she should come with him to look around the slave market and see if they could find any clues. Lino nodded cautiously, mustered her courage, and looked up at the place she had never dared to look directly at before, trying to find her mother in the crowd. Alan led her forward, his gaze sweeping over one slave after another. The scantily clad female slaves were only a minority. The majority were male slaves sold as laborers. However, compared to last time, the price of slaves has increased significantly. Male slaves, who were already more expensive than female slaves, now have a starting price of 15 source crystals. This is not hard to understand. The dark tide was too turbulent the day before yesterday, and almost every island lost manpower, so slave traders naturally took the opportunity to raise prices. The stronger the male slave, the higher the price. Alan even saw a male slave priced at 80 source crystals, which was incredibly expensive. But that person does have some value. Through the initial assessment in the Lord Training Manual, Alan saw that his score was as high as 28 points. If he could buy 4 slaves with this rating, he could quickly reach the 200-point mark. But buying 1 slave for 80 source crystals was too extravagant for Alan. 1 male slave like that is worth 10 linas. Alan could only suppress his thoughts and decide to slowly pick up the cheapest slaves. Chapter 28 Turquoise Necklace. After browsing the male slave stalls, Alan only found that the slave priced at 80 source crystals had a very high rating. Most of the others were below 6 points, which was already considered pretty good. He certainly wanted to buy male slaves, as they had an advantage in terms of physical strength, whether for farming or monster hunting. But this time, besides buying people, his more important purpose in coming to the slave market was to find traces of Lino's mother. So Alan didn't linger in the male slave section, only showing Lino around briefly before continuing deeper into the market. The stalls mainly selling female slaves were concentrated there. Looking at those people with clearly marked prices, Alan still felt somewhat uncomfortable. Although the world he came from couldn't be described as truly equal, it had at least largely eliminated slavery. The idea of buying and selling people like commodities instinctively repulsed him. But he also knew that before becoming a strong person, recklessly challenging the rules would only lead to his utter destruction. Alan suppressed his emotions and continued to observe the female slaves at the stall. The price of the female slaves had increased slightly, averaging 2 source crystals more expensive, with the lowest price rising from 8 to 10, and the most expensive from 30 to 40. He led Lino through the hundreds of female slaves, trying to find her mother among them. But by the time they reached the last stall at the end of the market, the hope in Lino's eyes had completely faded. She murmured softly that her mother wasn't here. She remembered her mother had long, emerald green hair and kind, gentle eyes, just like the Lord. But her mother wasn't in the slave market on Ella Island. She didn't even know where she had been taken or if she was still alive. Just then, in a corner of the market, a necklace around the neck of a young female slave suddenly caught Lino's eye. She froze on the spot, her voice trembling. "That's Mother's turquoise, how could it be here?" Alan followed her gaze and noticed 2 girls huddled in the corner. To be precise, they were twin girls hugging each other. One of them was wearing a turquoise necklace. The necklace wasn't expensive, but it made the girl look exceptionally radiant, catching Alan's eye. The 2 sisters hid in a corner, just like Lino had done before, clearly trying to avoid being discovered or chosen. They were indeed very well hidden. If Lino hadn't seen the necklace first, Alan might have completely overlooked them. The twins were beautiful, but what truly surprised Alan was not their appearance, but the scores on their heads. 25. 25. Both sisters were rated 25 points by the Lord's Training Manual, which adds up to 50 points. If he buys them, and adds Lino's 93 points, he can draw another 57 points if he can find a way to do so, allowing him to draw Hextech Runes again. Moreover, this time, it's guaranteed to be a gold-tier Hextech Rune. Thinking of this, a burning desire flashed in Alan's eyes. However, he quickly suppressed it. The more he wanted to buy, the less he could show it, otherwise these cunning merchants would definitely raise the price on the spot. On the other side of the stall, when Alan stopped, the slave trader immediately rubbed his hands together and came over, enthusiastically promoting the two younger ones, saying that they were good goods that he had just bought from the slave-raiding caravan. As the merchant spoke, he praised them, saying that although they were a bit thin and not as attractive as the other female slaves, they were all virgins, and even twins, so buying them would be a great deal. Alan glanced at the two sisters. They were indeed beautiful, but their slender figures clearly indicated malnutrition. If sold as female slaves, they would not fetch a high price, which was why the merchant was so eager to promote them. Alan deliberately frowned, feigning disgust, and said that these two were too thin and couldn't withstand any rough handling. Taking them back would require a lot of food to help them regain their figures. Although he wanted the young slaves, he wanted to take a closer look. Upon hearing that he wanted a child slave, the merchant immediately pushed out two other child slaves from his stall, one priced at 30 source crystals and the other at 28, emphasizing that child slaves were always in high demand in the market and the price could not be lowered. Alan pretended to hesitate for a moment, then returned to the twins as if he had made a reluctant decision. He said he would just have to spend a little more food and was too lazy to shop around anymore. He would take the twin sisters for 20 source crystals. The slave trader immediately flew into a rage, saying, "What a joke! The cost price of a new slave is more than 10 source crystals. 20 is more like it, and if you want 2, it'll be 40 source crystals." Alan looked indifferent and directly quoted a price of 30 source crystals, indicating that he would buy it if it was possible, and if not, he would go look elsewhere. Seeing that Alan really intended to leave, the slave trader quickly changed his mind and gritted his teeth, agreeing. Fine, 30 it is. Pay up, and they're yours." Alan opened his purse, counted out 30 source crystals the size of a fingernail, and handed them over. He was barely suppressing a laugh, afraid of giving himself away. The slave trader took the source crystal and then brought the twins to Alan. When he bought Lino last time, Alan wasn't familiar with the contract process, but now he was quite adept at it. After the merchant revealed the sisters' arms, Alan bit his finger and dripped blood onto the slave runes on their arms. As the two girls trembled in pain, the slave contract was quickly completed. Alan only smiled after the contract took effect. The slave trader, seeing this smile, suddenly realized that this guy had been eyeing the twin sisters from the very beginning. But it was too late for regrets now, the contract had already been signed. The boss could only stand there, watching Alan's departing figure and stamping his feet in frustration. After signing the contract, the twins fainted from the pain. Alan and Lino each supported one of the girls as they slowly walked out of the slave market. Along the way, Lino's gaze remained fixed on the turquoise necklace around the neck of one of the girls. She didn't speak, but Alan sensed something was wrong and asked if there was something wrong with the necklace. Lino's voice choked with emotion as she said it was her mother's necklace, with her mother's name engraved on it, Tina. Alan then understood why Lino had been staring at the girl. He reassured her that if it really was her mother's necklace, they could question the two sisters more thoroughly once they woke up. The entrance to the slave market was crowded and noisy, clearly not a place to talk. Alan was also hungry, so he decided to find a restaurant to eat something first. Chapter 29 News of Lino's Mother. The dimly lit restaurant was nearly full of people at its dozen or so solid wood wooden tables. Business was booming. Alan, along with Lino and the twin female slaves they had just contracted, sat down in a corner and ordered a large portion of meat and several staple dishes. While waiting for their food, Alan finally took a closer look at the sisters. Not long after, the girl wearing the turquoise necklace slowly woke up under his gaze, letting out a muffled groan of pain. Having just been bound by a slave contract, the pain in her soul had clearly not yet subsided. But Alan did not intend to use torture to subdue her. He simply pushed a glass of water in front of her and spoke in a calm tone. He introduced himself as Alan, the Lord of Atlantis, and said he bought them to bring them back to the island to build their territory together. Currently, only he and Lino live on the island, and they are welcome to join them. The girl's tense expression eased slightly, but she remained silent. Seeing that Lino hesitated to speak, Alan asked for her where the turquoise necklace came from, as this information was very important to Lino. The girl instinctively didn't want to reveal anything about the beautiful aunt, but the slave contract was incredibly domineering. When her master asked, she had no choice but to answer. She could only whisper that it was a gift from Antina. Upon hearing her mother's name, Lino instantly lost control, urgently asking where she was, why she wasn't with them, and how they met. The girl paused for a moment before recounting her experience. She and her sister were originally free citizens of Al Island, a place without a lord and not bound by federal laws. Later, slave-hunting caravans targeted the island, breached the fortress walls, and the sisters were captured and branded with slave runes. On the slave ship, they had been imprisoned with Tina. The girl, still reeling from her recent misfortune, cried incessantly, and Tina wept along with her, eventually giving her the necklace. Tina said she also had a daughter of similar age who had been captured, and she was very worried about her. Upon hearing this, Lino could no longer hold back her tears, which streamed down her face. Her voice trembled as she said that she was Tina's daughter, and that she had met her own mother. Upon learning Lino's identity, Thea was initially taken aback, then continued, explaining that she and her sister had been bought from slave traders, while Tina, because of her exceptional beauty, had been taken to Sabaody Archipelago. She had heard that Tina would be auctioned off at the Wave Festival in 5 days. Upon hearing that her mother was still alive, Lino's eyes immediately lit up with unprecedented joy, and she looked at Alan with anticipation. Alan was also somewhat surprised and couldn't help but wonder just how beautiful Lino's mother was that she would be specially sent to Sabaody Archipelago for auction. He certainly knew about Sabaody Archipelago. It was the most prosperous trading island in the Federation. If Noira Island was like a trading town, Sabaody Archipelago was a true trading city. As for the Wave Festival, Alan had heard about it from the slave traders when he bought Lino. During that time, the ocean currents would flow at fixed points, propelling ships to various points, and Sabaody Archipelago was one of them. Normally, it takes a week to sail to Sabaody Archipelago, but during the Wave Festival, it only takes a day. As a result, almost all lords travel between the various nodes with supplies and property to trade. Alan originally only planned to trade on Isla Island, but since Lino's mother would be on Sabaody Archipelago, he had no choice but to go. However, there's still a problem. Soon after the Wave Festival, it'll be tax day. Atlantis is just a small island, so the tax would be at most 100 source crystals, but the interest on the debts left by old Alan is the real headache. To make money, it's simply a matter of increasing income and reducing expenditure. Alan has already been ruthless in reducing expenditure, eating barely edible rye for a week straight, and his clothes are still old. His only option now is to find ways to increase income. Atlantis Island is right next to the Sea of Death. Perhaps this is where they can find opportunities to make money. With this in mind, Alan gradually formed a plan. He suppressed his thoughts for the moment, saying only that they should eat first, since his stomach was starting to give out from eating rye for several days. Lino, however, was still lost in the news about her mother, staring blankly at the necklace on Thea's chest. Thea was very considerate and took off the necklace, handing it to Lino. But just then, Mia, who had been sleeping nearby, woke up. She saw the tears on her sister's face, and then she saw her sister carefully hand over the necklace. Her pent-up emotions finally exploded. She slammed her hand on the dining table, breaking the heavy solid wood table in two, and then glared fiercely at Alan and Lino. Before Alan could even speak, Mia was struck by the backlash of the slave contract. The excruciating pain in her soul caused her to scream in agony, drawing the attention of everyone in the restaurant. The crowd noticed the slave runes on her arm and quickly understood. It's common for newly purchased slaves to be disobedient. A little hardship will naturally make them behave. Some people grumbled that the restaurant tables were too flimsy. But when everyone looked at the solid wood tables in front of them, they found that they were at least 30 centimeters thick and incredibly sturdy, not at all like something that could be smashed with a single blow. So they could only guess that there was something wrong with the table itself, and quickly turned back to eating, ignoring the commotion in the corner. Alan, sitting in the corner, was already speechless with astonishment. Chapter 30, The Awakened Talent? Good heavens! He slapped a 30-centimeter thick solid wood table in half with a single blow. What kind of superhuman strength is that? Alan then remembered that he hadn't looked at the sister's citizen encyclopedia yet, so he immediately opened the Lord Training Manual and went to the citizen encyclopedia section to check it out. The first to appear is the older sister, Mia. Subject: Mia, slave. Age 18. Level 1. Talent attribute: Mighty Barbie. Possesses unparalleled strength and physical attributes, but it seems she hasn't been awakened for long and hasn't yet been able to fully control her power. Number 2. Loyalty 0%. Overall rating 25. Alan's heart skipped a beat. Mia's character guide now showed a level, and below that, there were awakened talent attributes. Did the level only appear after a talent was awakened? Lino's talent hadn't awakened yet, so Alan had no reference point. But when he checked his sister Thea's encyclopedia entry, his guess was quickly confirmed. Subjects: Thea, slave. Age 18. Level 1. Talent attribute: Child of the Wind. She seems to be born with the favor of the wind element. Gentle breezes often surround her, bringing her refreshment. Strong winds dispel her sorrows, and storms punish her enemies. In fact, if she so desires, the wind will appear beside her and serve her. Number 3. Loyalty 10%. Overall rating 25. Thea's talent is also awakened, but it's completely different from her sister's. It's something like the ability to control the wind element, which sounds quite powerful. But now was not the time to study her talent. Mia was still screaming in pain. Thea quickly hugged her sister and explained urgently. Sister, this sister is Antina's daughter. The one who bought us is a lord. He was just asking me about Antina. After hearing what had happened, Mia's emotions finally calmed down, but the pain in her body still hadn't stopped. Alan recalled the rumor that slaves would be punished for disrespecting their masters, but their suffering would be lessened if the master truly forgave them. So he said, I forgive you, Mia. As soon as she finished speaking, Mia's body, which had been convulsing from the pain, gradually calmed down. At this moment, the restaurant owner also walked over and was stunned when he saw the solid wood table split in two. He knew better than anyone how sturdy his table was. To be able to shatter it with a single palm strike, could one of these people be a superhuman? Even a superhuman would have to pay for breaking a table. The boss strode over aggressively, and before he could even speak, Alan had already raised the bag containing source crystals. The price will be calculated together with the dishes from earlier. Name your price. The shopkeeper's expression immediately changed, and he said respectfully, Thank you for your patronage. The dishes and the table will cost a total of 6 source crystals. Alan thought the price was reasonable. The meat and wheat products were expensive, costing about 3 source crystals each, plus a large solid wood table, so 6 wasn't a rip-off. He counted out 6 source crystals and handed them over. The shop owner accepted them and, being very considerate, immediately had a staff member bring over another table. The new table had just been set when a sumptuous lunch was served. A large pot of steaming stewed meat and a dozen or so wheat cakes made from fine wheat flour were served in a ceramic dish, sprinkled with basil leaves, making it look incredibly appetizing. Alan had been eating rye porridge for 4 days straight, and was already feeling nauseous. Now, looking at the oil floating on the broth, he could barely contain his drool. He picked up his fork, first spearing a piece of tenderly stewed mutton into his mouth, and then squinted his eyes in satisfaction. This is what people should eat. Then he picked up a tortilla and took a big bite. The refined carbohydrates mixed with saliva released a slightly sweet aroma, and Alan felt as if he had been reborn. But when he opened his eyes, he found that there were 4 people at the table, and he was the only one eating. Lino was fine, but seeing that he hadn't touched his chopsticks, the 2 sisters across from him were already drooling and their stomachs were rumbling. Alan looked at Lino and reminded her, I said that from now on, you can eat whatever I eat. I hope this is the last time I'm reminding you. Then he looked at the 2 sisters and said, You two should eat too. The stew won't taste good if it gets cold. Upon receiving the order, Lino playfully stuck out her tongue and forked a piece of meat into her mouth. The next second, she was so overwhelmed by the delicious taste that she closed her eyes and chewed slowly. Seeing that even Lino, who was also a slave, had started eating, the two sisters cautiously reached for the golden, crispy wheat cakes, while secretly glancing at Alan, seemingly unable to believe that they could actually eat such expensive food. Even when they were free people, bread was a rare delicacy, let alone now that they are slaves. Alan gave them an affirming look. "Eat up, I wasn't lying to you." The two sisters then each picked up a wheat cake and carefully put it into their mouths. Thea took a bite, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. "It's so delicious. I wish Antina could try some too." Mia didn't say anything, but secretly observed Alan while eating small bites. Seeing that he was engrossed in eating the stew and showed no sign of scolding her, she finally lowered her guard and began to swallow her food in large gulps. Seeing that the three women had started eating, Alan was completely relieved and continued to devour the food. He ate with great relish, taking bites of bread and sips of broth. Before long, a large pot of stewed meat and a dozen or so wheat cakes on the table were completely devoured. Seeing the satisfied expressions on the three women's faces, Alan let out a loud burp. "Next, we need to purchase supplies and prepare to return to the island." Chapter 31. How is he still alive? Alan had already figured out what supplies he needed to buy on his way to the trading island. First, there are farming tools. Since we're going to clear land on the island, hoes and similar items are essential. Besides that, there's a shortage of everyday tools on the island, so we also need to stock up on axes, hammers, and other tools commonly used for infrastructure work. After buying the tools, the focus shifted to various plant seeds. Atlantis is now almost devoid of grass and desperately needs plants to improve its environment. So in addition to grain seeds such as barley and wheat, as well as coconut and other tree seeds, Alan also bought a lot of flower and grass seeds that he couldn't name. He thought to himself that he was just doing some landscaping for his territory. Finally, Alan bought 2 more lambs, a male and a female, to stockpile meat for the island later. He actually wanted to buy cattle too, but the boat was too small to fit them. The small boat could only hold a maximum of 5 people, but now, with Alan and the 3 girls, it already took up 4 seats. Add to that the tools, seeds, 2 lambs, and 100 doses of fertilizer potion, and Alan was worried the boat might sink. Fortunately, the 3 girls were all very thin, and they could barely squeeze out some space. Otherwise, he would have really had to consider throwing some of his things away. When the 4 arrived at the port of the trading island, they were already laden with large bags and bundles. Alan, on the other hand, was relatively relaxed, leading only 2 sheep and carrying some seeds. The most outrageous one was Mia, who possessed the talent of a female warrior. She was carrying a large bag of fertilizer and potions in her left hand and a pile of tools in her right, almost completely submerged in supplies. Looking at her, Alan felt a little guilty, and secretly decided to give her a special meal when they got back. And so, to the astonishment of the crowd at the dock, the 4 boarded the small boat. As the boat sank and the water level nearly crossed the safety line, Alan's heart leaped into his throat. Fortunately, things stabilized in the end. "Go home!" Alan was in a good mood and steered the small boat eastward. The 3 girls on the ship each had their own thoughts. Lino was naturally happy to know that her mother was still alive, but she couldn't help but worry when she thought about her mother being auctioned off in 5 days. Although the Lord promised to help her find her mother, no one could predict the price at the auction. Especially since her mother was so beautiful, if someone drove up the price wildly, the outcome would be unpredictable. The twin sisters sitting next to her were still somewhat afraid of the future. However, after observing for half a day, they found that Alan, the master, who wouldn't let them call her master, but only Lord, seemed to be quite different from what they had imagined. This put them at ease. The younger sister, Thea, even felt that as long as she could eat wheat cakes every day, being a slave to such a lord didn't seem so unacceptable. Alan had no idea what the girls were thinking. He was focused on navigating the small boat and getting back to Atlantis before sunset. The sun gradually set in the west. He first passed the first island on his way home, Pastor Island. It was a large island, and because it was far from the Sea of Death, it was quite prosperous, and he could even see villages inhabited by free people. Alan looked on with a hint of envy, but quickly continued eastward. Not long after, he passed by his second neighbor, Antilo Island. He had seen it from afar when he set off that morning and noticed nothing unusual. But on his return journey, he deliberately drew closer and immediately sensed something was wrong. Many of the island's flowers, plants, and trees were trampled, and the castle bore the marks of attack. Although the 4 defensive towers were still standing, 2 of them were clearly rebuilt later and looked strikingly new. Alan knew in his heart that a major battle had probably taken place here last night. He didn't have a deep connection with Antilo Island, and after only one glance, he left in a hurry. He didn't see the figure on the top of the castle who froze and shocked the moment he recognized him. "Is that Alan? He's still alive!" Emily stood by her mother's bedside, gazing out the window at the sea. Having awakened her eagle-eye talent, she could clearly see the handsome young lord on the ship. Aside from guessing that Alan had fled to the trading isle the night before last, she couldn't think of any other way he could have survived that dark tide. Unbeknownst to Alan, his passing had already shocked the girl. He continued sailing towards Atlantis. But then, as the small boat passed Parrot Island, Alan was also startled by a figure on the island. "Little Parrot? How is he still alive?" Alan stared wide-eyed at the person waving frantically on the beach. If Little Parrot is still alive, then who is the person who died on his port ship? On Parrot Island, young Parrot was waving frantically at the ship on the sea. In his eyes, the ship sailing from the direction of Trade Island was just a black dot, but it could very well be his father, Old Parrot, who had left early yesterday morning. He had hoped that his father would die at sea after the dark tides, and he had also longed for his father to go far away so that he could exercise his lordly power on the island. But all of this is contingent on Parrot Island being safe. In fact, after the monster horde breached the manor's defenses the day before yesterday, turning the 3 defensive towers into ruins, Parrot Island became a dangerous and isolated island. To make matters worse, Old Parrot also took the island's only boat. After the storm descended last night, Parrot Island was also invaded by monsters. Although Parrot Island is farther from the Sea of Death, 300 or 400 monsters still came. All Little Parrot could rely on was that 2-story wooden house and a dozen or so slaves. Without the help of defensive towers, last night's invasion was even more terrifying than the one during the dark tide. Of the dozen or so slaves remaining on the island, almost all died in the resistance, leaving only 2. Those 2 were the male slaves who had been abused and rendered incapacitated by Little Parrot a few days earlier. Currently, on the entire island of Parrot, only Little Parrot is still able to move around freely. He gazed at the ship's silhouette on the sea, and almost cried out, "Father, please come back soon! Otherwise, I really won't make it through the night." Chapter 32 Offense and Defense in Different Positions. As soon as it was light, Little Parrot ran to the beach and quietly gazed at the sea, hoping for his father's return. He waited from dawn until the sun was almost setting, and finally saw a black ship silhouette in the distance. Little Parrot immediately became excited, waving his arms wildly, trying to get the people on board to notice him immediately. The ship did see him, but the person standing on the ship was not Old Parrot, but Alan. Alan's heart sank when he saw who was on the island. The person on the island was Little Parrot, but who was the person who died on the ship? What was going on? To uncover the truth, Alan changed course and headed towards Parrot Island. Once outside territorial waters, he stopped the ship. The 2 men gazed at each other across the sea, and Little Parrot finally saw him clearly. The next moment, Little Parrot roared like a madman. "How could it be you, you bastard? How come you didn't die in the dark tide? Where is my father? Where is my father?" Upon hearing these words, an absurd yet plausible thought instantly surfaced in Alan's mind. Could the one who died on that ship be Old Parrot? Verification wasn't difficult. Alan rowed again, carefully navigating into the territorial waters of Parrot Island, while simultaneously sensing whether his soul was in pain. He suffered no repercussions until the ship successfully entered territorial waters. The answer was clear: Old Parrot was truly dead. Alan quickly figured everything out. Old Parrot wanted to take advantage of the end of the dark tide to land on Atlantis and snag some bargains, but he died unexpectedly on the ship in front of the port. This completely reversed the situation. Old Parrot failed to gain any advantage, and instead left Parrot Island as a piece of fat meat in front of Alan. However, Alan didn't act immediately. The sun was about to set, and the ship was nearing its capacity limit. Even if they wanted to take the supplies from Pallet Island, they would have to wait until tomorrow. With that thought in mind, Alan ignored the little parrot on the island who was about to collapse, turned the ship around, and rowed towards Atlan Island. He remained calm throughout, even feigning ignorance of the situation. He was worried that little parrot might discover his plans and destroy the island's treasures prematurely. Take, for example, the rune cores of the defensive towers. While little parrot can activate them, they can easily be dismantled and thrown into the sea. Or consider the timber for the wooden building that Alan coveted. In a desperate situation, it wouldn't be surprising to burn it down. So Alan said nothing and simply left calmly. It wasn't until he returned to his own island that he finally smiled. Looking at the pallet ship docked in the natural harbor, Alan grew increasingly satisfied. He'd previously felt it was unlucky, but now it felt completely different. He'd taken the ship for free, even if it came with spirit rings. Alan moored the small boat, got off first, then unloaded the 3 women and the purchased supplies one by one, and then led them back to the stone house with 2 sheep in tow. Just as the sun was setting, the group successfully entered the house. Lino had already lived on the island for a few days and was familiar with the environment, but the other 2 women were visiting Atlantis for the first time. They looked around curiously. The barren island, the weathered stone houses, the monster remained scattered everywhere, and the 10-meter-tall level 2 defensive tower all shocked them. Who would have thought that an island with a level 2 defense tower would be so desolate? They were filled with questions about what had happened here before. Alan paid no attention to their curiosity. He tied the 2 lambs to the door, put down the supplies, and collapsed onto the stone bed. Today was incredibly tiring. This morning he spent most of the day searching for fertilizer potions, then went to the slave market to inquire about Lino's mother's whereabouts, followed by purchasing supplies and sailing back home, which nearly drained his energy. He told the 3 women to rest too, but seeing them standing in the room, Alan felt a little helpless. The stone house was too poor. He alone on the bed took up most of the resting space. There are so many things missing on the island. Tables, chairs, houses, even a castle, these will all have to be added gradually. After lying down for a while, Alan forced himself to get up. Now was not the time to rest. The thousands of monster remains on the island needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. The wreckage has been left to dry for 2 days, and a strange smell has begun to permeate the air. If we wait until tomorrow, it might be too late. Alan took out a burlap sack containing fertilizer potion and said to the 3 women, "The monster remains outside have started to stink. We must deal with them immediately." Lino immediately took a packet of potions. Although the other 2 women were not yet familiar with their master, Alan, they were bound by slave contracts and had eaten wheat cakes at noon, so they each quickly took a packet as well. The 4 then arrived outside the stone house, splitting into 4 different directions to begin dealing with the monster remains scattered everywhere. As night fell, monsters had already entered the firing range of the level 2 defense tower. The occasional whoosh of arrows whistling through the air overhead gave Alan a sense of reassurance. He approached a pile of wreckage, opened the package, and grabbed a small handful of fertilizer potion. The shopkeeper said 1 packet could treat several hundred wrecks, but Alan wasn't sure exactly how much to spread. So he first tried sprinkling a little on the wreckage. The action looked like sprinkling cumin on a kebab. A miraculous scene soon unfolded. The moment the potion touched the monster's remains, the remains melted rapidly, like ice cream under the blazing sun, turning into black liquid that seeped into the earth. Immediately afterwards, the originally sandy ground began to change. After the black water was injected, the loose sand gradually solidified, first turning into mud, and then, as more black water seeped in, slowly turning into fertile soil. However, the change only remained on the surface. Alan dug away the top layer, but underneath was still sand. Clearly, these few thousand monster remains are far from enough to turn the entire island of Atlan into fertile land. To create a truly fertile realm, he needs even more monster remains. Chapter 33 He's Lost His Brain. After achieving the desired effect, Alan immediately increased the speed of spreading the medicine. The biggest advantage of the fertilizer potion was its high efficiency. Before long, the remains of thousands of monsters in his area of responsibility disappeared completely, turning into solid soil beneath his feet. Stepping onto the newly formed land, Alan felt an immense sense of satisfaction. With soil, they could cultivate the land. With land, they could feed a larger population, and with that population, they could develop infrastructure, allowing the territory to gradually enter a positive cycle. By the time Alan finished his task, Lino and the twin sisters had also completed their respective areas. The four returned to the house, which was empty of tables and chairs, and it was dark. They were all exhausted after a long day, so they decided to rest. There was only one stone bed in the room, which was spacious enough for Ellen and Lino, but cramped for 4 people. Ellen had no choice but to compromise and sleep with Lino in her arms, giving more space to the 2 sisters who had just arrived on the island. Lino nestled in his arms, listening to his increasingly heavy breathing, her heart pounding wildly. She only dared to bury her face in his chest. Alan, sensing the presence of the 3 women beside him, realized for the first time how difficult it was to be a gentleman. He silently comforted himself, knowing he wouldn't have the energy tonight, and besides, Lino was so thin she looked like a skeleton. He should rest a bit longer. Lost in thought, Alan drifted off to sleep, his mind a jumble of chaotic ideas. Lino noticed that the Lord's breathing was steady, and slowly fell asleep. The twin sisters, however, tossed and turned for a long time, listening to the sounds of the defensive towers attacking the monsters outside, until they finally couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep in the middle of the night. The next day, when it was fully light, Alan woke up. He instinctively reached out and found that Lino had already gotten up, leaving only him and the twin sisters still in bed. Just then, the old iron gate creaked open, and Lino walked in carrying a freshly prepared breakfast. Seeing that Alan was awake, she immediately smiled sweetly, and went to help him get dressed and get out of bed. Ellen gradually got used to Lino's care and dressed herself with her help. Not long after, the twin sisters also woke up, and the 4 of them ate the rye porridge that Lino had prepared together. Looking at the bowl of dark, thick porridge, Alan felt nauseous. He'd only used his own small boat to go to the trading island yesterday. It was too small, and after buying the essential supplies, there wasn't enough room for food. He'd have to endure it for now. He had originally thought that stockpiling supplies would require several days of back-and-forth travel in a small boat. Now, with the Pallet family's large ship, it would be much more convenient to either purchase goods on the trading island or take advantage of the chaos on Pallet Island. With that in mind, Alan hurriedly drank 2 mouthfuls of porridge and put down the bowl. He knew things could go wrong, so he decided to set off now. This time, he brought Mia, who possessed immense strength, with him. In case of any danger along the way, Mia could protect him. As for Thea and Lino, they stayed on the island to guard the home and tried to grow some plants. It's okay if you don't know how to farm, we can start with landscaping. All you have to do is sow the seeds in the ground. After explaining the task, Alan took Mia aboard the second ship. To distinguish the 2 ships, he called his own small boat, Number 1, and the ship he had stolen from Parrot Island, Number 2. Number 2 had more space and was much more stable at sea. Under Alan's control, Parrot Island soon came into view. Seeing the 2-story wooden house still standing on the island, Alan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was initially worried that young Pallet would be reckless and destroy the last resources on the island rather than leave them for him. But as it turned out, Alan was overthinking it. Young Pallet simply didn't have that kind of brain. Oh no, the current parrot really has no brains anymore. As soon as Alan and Mia landed, they saw little Pallet's corpse lying not far away. He was lying on the ground with a dark gash on his head, clearly indicating that his brain had been ripped out by the monster from the previous night. Beside them lay the corpses of 2 slaves, their deaths identical, a truly gruesome sight. Although Alan harbored no affection for the parrot father and son, as a fellow human, witnessing this scene evoked a sense of shared sorrow. He personally buried the 3 bodies in the ground, and after simply handling the funeral, he suppressed his faint sadness, and walked towards the ruins of the manor. The defensive tower on Parrot Island, built at the foot of the manor wall, was now buried along with the collapsed wall. Looking at the wreckage of the defensive tower under the rubble, Alan secretly rejoiced that he had brought Mia with him. Clearing these stones and digging out the defensive tower runes by himself would be no easy task. So he simply ordered, "Mia, help me clear these stones." Mia followed obediently behind him the whole way. After spending time together yesterday, she felt that this lord didn't seem like a bad person, but she couldn't say she trusted him much yet. When she heard this order, she was completely stunned. "My lord, may I carry it? Am I really sure I can?" Seeing Mia's shocked expression, Alan was even more astonished. Didn't she know about her talent? And when did she awaken it? With these questions in mind, Alan opened the Lord Training Manual to check the instructions. The talent entry read, "Gorilla Barbie, possessing unparalleled strength and physique, but she seems to have only recently awakened and is not yet able to fully control her power." Alan had only glanced at it last time, but this time he noticed a line of smaller print. It turned out that Mia had only just awakened her talent, and might not even be aware of it herself. So, how can we help her master this power? Alan fell into deep thought. Chapter 34: Alan's Experiment. Alan's special training was very simple and brutal. He led Mia to the ruins and pointed to a stone the size of a wash basin on the ground, saying, "Mia, try to lift this stone." Since the trigger conditions for King Kong Barbie are still unclear, we can only try it little by little. With enough attempts, we might find a stable way to use it. Mia didn't ask any questions. She walked to the stone, bent down, and lifted it with both hands. Seeing her obvious struggle, Alan immediately realized that this talent was most likely not passively activated. He thought of Thea's wind child. Whenever she wanted, the wind would appear beside her and be at her command. Could it be the same for Mia's mighty Barbie? Would that power appear simply because she genuinely believed in her own strength? Yesterday, in a fit of anger, she smashed the table with her palm. Perhaps it was because at that moment that she truly wanted to attack with all her might. To verify his hypothesis, Alan pointed to a boulder taller than a person in front of Mia. "Mia, move this boulder." Mia was stunned. "Huh!" But she couldn't disobey the Lord's orders. So she walked to the boulder, stood there helplessly for a long time, not knowing where to begin. Alan encouraged her. "Believe in yourself, Mia. Believe you can lift it." Mia didn't believe it at all, but she still hugged the rock with all her might. But the boulder didn't budge. It didn't seem like something that could be moved by human power. She lowered her head and whispered, "I'm sorry, my lord, I can't do it." Alan frowned. It seemed the problem wasn't the power itself, but that Mia simply didn't believe she possessed it. How could he get her to believe it? Soon, a new idea popped into Alan's mind. He said to Mia, "That was just a joke. You don't need to deal with these big rocks. Let's play a game. Close your eyes and listen to my instructions. Just pick up the small stones on the ground. The island's construction also needs these stones." To prevent Mia from peeping, Alan tore a strip of cloth from his body and used it to blindfold her. He added, "Do a good job, Mia. Maybe we'll get to eat pancakes again tonight." Although Mia didn't understand why the Lord was acting so strangely, she obediently cooperated upon hearing about the pancakes. For the sake of the pancakes, these odd behaviors weren't entirely unacceptable. After confirming that she could not see anything, Alan led her back to the giant rock that was as tall as a person. He said in a serious tone, "It's just a small stone, you can lift it easily. Believe in yourself, Mia, it's just a small stone, you'll be fine." Mia stood confidently in front of the rock, hugged it with both hands, found the point of leverage, and then lifted it up sharply. The next moment, she actually managed to grab the giant rock, which was as tall as a person, and easily lifted it above her head. Seeing this, Alan finally realized that his judgment was correct. After their talent is awakened, many people are unaware that they possess it. Only when the individual believes in their ability can they truly unleash its potential. Mia was unaware that she possessed superhuman strength, so the strength she displayed was similar to that of an ordinary person. However, when she was blindfolded and thought she was moving small stones, Her subconscious believed she could do it, and thus her immense strength naturally erupted. Alan immediately instructed. All right, throw it aside. There are a few small stones in front of you, move them all away, and the task will be complete. Under his command, Mia quickly cleared away the several boulders that were pressing down on the ruins of the defensive tower. What surprised Alan even more was that the golden Barbie's strength wasn't a short burst, but something she could use continuously. Mia did work comparable to an excavator, yet showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Excellent, Alan needs this kind of talent. Once the rune core was revealed, he immediately stepped forward, took it out, and put it in his pocket. Since it was still unclear how long Mia's endurance could last, Alan didn't dare to delay and took the blindfolded Mia to 2 other ruins. Compared to the first site, the work on the latter 2 ruins was much less, probably because they weren't on the main battlefield. Only 2 or 3 boulders were cleared before the rune core was revealed. Alan then put the remaining 2 rune cores into his pocket. After obtaining all the rune cores for the 3 defensive towers, he gently removed the blindfold from Mia's eyes. Open your eyes, Mia. Look at what you've accomplished. Mia opened her eyes, looking completely bewildered, having no idea what the Lord was talking about. Alan pointed to the ruins in the manor and said, See that? You moved all the stones off those 3 defensive tower wrecks. You have unparalleled strength. Believe in yourself, Mia, you are the best. Mia stood there dumbfounded, her mouth agape. Did I really do that? At this moment, she and Alan were the only 2 people on the island. Even if she couldn't believe it, she couldn't find a third person to explain everything. Alan nodded. That's right. Believe in your own strength and try again. He pointed again to a rock taller than a person, gesturing for her to come forward. Mia walked over with some skepticism and placed her hand on the rock. The next second, just like the previous ones, she easily lifted the boulder above her head. She stared blankly at her hands, murmuring, I can actually do it. I really have that much strength. But soon, her voice lowered. When the raiding party landed on the island, I wished I had that power. If I had then, Grandpa wouldn't have died. As Mia recalled those unpleasant memories, her eyes gradually dimmed. If it were Lino who was sad, Ellen would not hesitate to hug her and comfort her. But Mia is different. She is a strong person, and a hasty hug might backfire. Alan simply patted her on the shoulder, signaling her not to be too sad. Fortunately, Mia was indeed strong. Thinking that her sister and she were both safe now, and that they had a master who didn't seem like a bad person, the light in her eyes gradually returned. Seeing that Mia had calmed down and stood back behind him, Alan knew that the most important task for the day had been completed. He successfully mastered the method of unleashing his talent. With the help of the Lord's Guide to the People, Alan can see the talents of the people in advance, whether they are aware of them or not, and find ways to help them unleash them. If all his subjects could control their talents, even Alan himself couldn't imagine what Atlantis would become in the future. Chapter 35 The Sealed History. No matter how wonderful the imagination, you have to put away the spoils in front of you first. The most conspicuous harvest in the manor are the 3 defensive tower rune cores that have already been dismantled. The rune cores weren't large, resembling spheres intricately engraved with runes, just the right size to be held in one hand. The 3 together didn't take up much space, so Alan kept them on his person. His gaze then fell on the 2-story wooden building in the center of the manor. The entire island was deserted, yet this building remained perfectly preserved, which was quite unusual. Alan led Mia into the first floor. Outside the wooden house was a long corridor that led to 2 rooms. In the center was a living room and dining room, with a large wooden table that could seat 20 people. 20 solid wood chairs were neatly arranged around the table. They looked brand new, as if almost no one had ever sat in them. That made sense, given that Parrot Island is near the Sea of Death and rarely receives any guests. Apart from a few decorations, the only thing in the living room was a wooden staircase leading to the 2nd floor. After looking around, Alan followed the corridor to the room on the left. Pushing open the door, a magnificent large bed came into view, covered with soft sheets, and an animal fur rug on the floor. Judging from these furnishings alone, Alan knew this was Parrot's room. That carpet was quite expensive, and knowing Parrot as he did, Alan would never be willing to give it to little Parrot. There was also a wardrobe in the room. Opening it revealed a collection of luxurious clothes that confirmed his suspicions. Next to the cabinet, there was a hidden drawer that had already been pulled out. If it hadn't been open, Alan would have easily missed it. Usually, this kind of design is used by lords to store source crystals. But now the drawer is empty. Thinking about it, it's not surprising. If there were still source crystals on Parrot Island, little Parrot wouldn't have died so miserably last night. After leaving Parrot's room, Alan went to the other end of the corridor. As soon as the door opened, a slightly worn bed came into view. This should be little Parrot's room. The walls were covered with various torture instruments, which deepened Alan's impression of little Parrot's perversion. An unpleasant odor seemed to linger in the room, so he didn't stay long and immediately left. At this point, the first floor was completely cleared out. Alan had only one thought in his mind: no need to buy furniture. Everything he needed was here. It was a real bargain. Next, it was time for the treasure hunt on the second floor. Alan led Mia back to the reception room and up the wooden stairs. The second floor also had a corridor, but there were only 2 rooms. One room was smaller, like a study, while the other, larger room, had its door tightly shut. Alan was more interested in the larger room, so he pushed open the door and went in first. Is this the granary of Parrot Island? Inside, a row of wooden display shelves lay scattered with empty sacks, proof that the place had once been used to store grain. Unfortunately, Alan arrived too late. The granary had already been emptied. It seems the Parrot family has mostly sold all their grain and exchanged it for source crystals. However, Alan is somewhat puzzled as to where those source crystals went. He quickly found the answer in the study. On the floor lay a used, disposable rune scroll. The runes on the scroll had lost their luster, and were now just ordinary trash. Alan immediately realized that the Parrot father and son had probably survived the dark tide thanks to this item. One-time use rune scrolls weren't cheap, so using them to save their lives was understandable. But thinking about the final fate of the father and son, Alan couldn't help but complain inwardly. If he had known it would end like this, he would have preferred to die in the dark tide, at least leaving him with more source crystals. After putting those thoughts aside, Alan began to look around the study. The furnishings were simple, with only a desk, a chair, and a bookshelf. A dozen or so yellowed paper books sat quietly on the bookshelf. In terms of value, these books were probably worth more than the entire 2-story wooden house. In this world, knowledge is concentrated in the hands of the upper class. The lower classes have little access to books and can only rely on oral traditions passed down from generation to generation, while nobles and lords can borrow books to learn more secrets. Therefore, these books are extremely expensive. If these dozen or so books were sold on the market, they could easily fetch several hundred source crystals. However, Alan has no intention of selling them now. He has always longed for knowledge about this world, but he never had the means to acquire it before. Now that he has unexpectedly obtained these books, he will be overjoyed no matter how strange the contents may be. Alan stepped forward and pulled out a book with the title, General Knowledge of the Ocean, on the cover. He opened the first page, and his eyes immediately lit up. Inside were records of all sorts of knowledge related to the ocean. This is not simply a popular science book, it's more like a historical record. The second page mentions undersea continents. The book states that long ago, there were 5 continents in the world. Many races lived on these continents, including humans, elves, dwarves, giants, orcs, and so on. Later, for reasons unknown, in the distant ancient times, the sea level suddenly rose, submerging all the continents and eventually forming the endless sea we see today. Some scholars have pointed out that the area of the endless sea is more than 10 times larger than when continents once existed. As for the reason, no one can explain it to this day. Since then, there have been no more continents in the world, only boundless oceans. And on the continents that sank to the bottom of the sea, countless magical treasures remain, attracting generations of adventurers to explore them. Some of these treasures also contained unique items that had never existed before the Great Change. Upon seeing this, Alan slowly exhaled. The secrets hidden in this world were far greater than he had imagined, and even the records in the book were incomplete. He only glanced at them a few times before being captivated by the contents. But now was clearly not the time for a detailed reading. He could take these books back and study them at his leisure. The immediate priority was to empty Parrot Island as quickly as possible. After all, with the Lord dead, the Federation is likely to sense it. They might send an envoy at any time. Then, it won't be so easy to plunder without worry. Chapter 36 The Member's Letter. After carefully wrapping and bagging the dozen or so books, Alan took another look at Pallet's study. Soon, a freshly written letter on the desk caught his attention. The letter was addressed to Congressman Zorro. In it, Parrot stated that Zorro had instructed him to inquire about his neighbor, Old Alan, and that he had been doing so. However, Old Alan died in the last dark tide, and now the one who inherits Atlantis is young Alan. Therefore, the clues about the statue of the goddess of darkness will probably have to be found in little Alan's words. Parrot also mentioned that he had inquired at the old tavern and that Old Alan likely did indeed know about the heart of the island. Congressman Zorro once said that the dark goddess statue is likely hidden in the same treasure as the heart of the island. In other words, if you find the heart of the island, you might be able to find the statue. The letter also stated that it was currently the time of the dark tide, and that young Alan, who had just inherited Atlantis, would most likely die tonight. Parrot planned to head to Atlan Island as soon as possible to search for any clues about the dark goddess statue. Regardless of whether there was any success or failure, he would immediately inform Zorro. But at the end of the letter, Parrot also made a request. The dark tides have been becoming increasingly erratic lately, each one more terrifying than the last. If Parrot Island is still a level 1 defense tower, it probably won't survive the next tide. Therefore, he hopes that Counselor Zorro will send a rune master to help him upgrade the rune cores on the island. After reading the letter, Alan's face darkened. Federal legislator? Even a member of parliament has his eye on me. No, to be precise, they've set their sights on Old Alan. But what exactly is the heart of the island? And what is the statue of the dark goddess? As a senator, why would you search for a statue of a cult goddess? Is this Zorro's personal matter, or a mission from the Federation? Alan was completely clueless. The only thing he was certain of was that he seemed to have been caught in a strange vortex. He just hoped this wouldn't affect his farming and developing his territory. However, this letter also resolved a mystery that Alan had been struggling to understand. Old Alan has always been cunning, so why did he dare to buy Atlanta Island with a huge debt? At first, Alan genuinely thought he was just infatuated with love. It now seems that Old Alan's real confidence didn't come from developing his territory, but from the secret treasure mentioned in the letter. Old Alan likely possessed some kind of secret treasure, which is why he dared to incur federal high-interest loans. The contents of that treasure were enough to give him the confidence to handle the nearly 3,000 source crystals of interest each year. But a new problem arose. Where is that secret treasure? Alan inherited fragments of the original owner's memories, but after searching through all those memories, he couldn't find a trace of the secret treasure. Even in this matter, he knew less than his neighbor, Pallet. This made Alan find it somewhat comical. Old Alan is really cunning. He even took precautions against his own son. The thought of the enormous debts left by his cheapskate father gave Alan a headache again. But he quickly calmed down. Because he now carries 3 rune cores, which gives him a lot of confidence. Whether it's a cult or a secret treasure, just don't mess with it. Let him develop quietly for a while, and when one comes, he'll beat it up. Alan mentally encouraged himself, and then carefully put the letter away. You never know when you might need it. After exploring the study, the entire wooden building was considered searched. Alan knew that the Federation had a magical method that could detect the death of a lord immediately. It takes about 4 days to get here from Jubilee Island. Parrot died the morning after the tide, and today is the 3rd day. In other words, he only has 1 day left to move his things. We must hurry and transport the valuable supplies back to Atlanta Island to secure them. With that in mind, Alan immediately took Mia downstairs and headed towards the coast. As he passed the manor, he suddenly stopped. He felt that he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't remember it for the moment. Hearing his mutterings, Mia gently tugged at his clothes and reminded him. "My lord, do we want those spring rune cores over there?" Alan looked in the direction she pointed and saw the dried-up rune core. He suddenly realized that he had almost forgotten about this thing. He quickly ran over, took out the spring rune core, and placed it together with the 3 defense tower rune cores. All 4 rune cores were encased in the lining, making his belly appear bulging from a distance. After acquiring the last important supply, Alan led Mia onto the second ship. The ship sped off like an arrow towards Atlantis. Back on the island, Alan didn't say a word and went straight to his cabin. He only let out a soft breath after hiding all the rune cores and books in the space under the stone bed. Then he had Mia summon Lino and Thea, who were sowing seeds all over the island. He immediately ordered, "Stop planting for now, come with me to Pallet Island to move things. We only have 1 day." Back on the island, Alan realized that relying on just one ship was too inefficient. Although the number 1 ship is small, it still has carrying capacity. It's definitely much faster for 4 people to carry 2 boats than for 1 boat to run back and forth. For the rest of the day, Alan and Thea each took charge of a boat, shuttling back and forth between Atlan Island and Pallet Island. Mia and Lino stayed on Parrot Island, constantly moving things to the port. Of course, the real main force is still Mia. Lino could only carry small, relatively light items. As for heavy items like furniture, Mia carried them all by herself. When Thea saw her sister carrying a solid wood bed alone, she was stunned, her mouth agape in an O shape. She never imagined that her older sister would have such an amazing talent. Thea couldn't help but feel envious. But soon, she no longer needed to be envious. Because of her talent, the Lord also brought it to fruition. As Thea rode the wind and billowed the sails, sailing forward and cutting through the waves, Alan stood behind her and shouted excitedly, "I knew it, Thea! You can do it!" Chapter 37 Roundtable Conference. Inside a roundtable conference room on Judiciary Island, a group of elegantly dressed lawmakers are sitting together, discussing recent anomalies in the sea. Congressman Simon spoke first, his expression grave. He noted that the dark tides had recently become increasingly turbulent, indicating that the Sea of Death was expanding rapidly. He argued that the Federation should immediately notify the lords, large and small, in the eastern seas to prepare accordingly. But as soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of objections erupted in the meeting room. Many members of Parliament believed that such news would inevitably cause panic if it were to get out, and that it would be better to inform people gradually in a more measured way. Simon was instantly enraged. He demanded to know how much longer they were going to wait, pointing out that the dark tide from 2 days ago had already reached the strength of a level 2 tide from the Rune Association. If the Sea of Death continued to expand, the next one could very well be an even more terrifying level 3 tide. According to statistics from the Lords Contracts Department, more than 20 lords died in the dark tide the day before yesterday. If the next tide escalates, the death toll will likely double. Seeing Simon's agitation, everyone fell silent for a moment. After a while, another senator stepped forward. He stated that it wasn't that they didn't want to notify him, but rather that doing so would be pointless. Did they think the Federation would fund the upgrade of rune defense towers for those minor lords? He argued that instead of focusing on the expansion of the Sea of Death, it would be better to discuss the war between the Azure and Deep Blue Seas. If they won the war, the vacated islands could be sold to the smaller lords first. Rather than resisting the Sea of Death, it would be better to keep them away from it. The speaker, a counselor named Zoro, represented the interests of the Western Lord of the Azure Sea. He himself was the Western Lord, owning over a dozen islands. Simon, on the other hand, represented the Eastern Lord and was also a powerful nobleman controlling over a dozen islands. After hearing Zoro's words, Simon was at a loss for words. Seeing this, Zoro stood up and raised a new issue. He stated that instead of wasting time discussing such issues, it would be better to study how to integrate federal resources. He had mentioned at the last meeting that after the Wave Festival, the Federation would levy a war tax and simultaneously collect interest from lords who owed federal loans. The question is, how much should be levied as a war tax? Soon, a legislator proposed to triple the regular tax rate, without further specifying who should pay which tax, but simply to calculate it based on the islands under actual control. The nobles without land nodded in agreement, but those with land immediately objected. They argued that while those with land could pay taxes according to their land holdings, those without land should also pay according to their actual titles. The higher the title, Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, Baron, the heavier the tax. The landless nobles, of course, were unwilling to be taken advantage of for nothing, and immediately retorted that since the tax was to be collected based on the noble title, then nobles with both land and titles should pay double. The argument escalated, quickly escalating from a tax dispute into mutual accusations. One person called landless nobles parasites, to which the other immediately retorted that landed nobles were also parasites on their subjects. Zoro simply smiled as he watched these elegantly dressed nobles haggle like common merchants. He raised his hands and pressed them down, signaling everyone to calm down. Zoro reminded them that Simon had just mentioned that over 20 lords had died in the dark tide 2 days ago. This meant that there were likely over 20 islands now empty. The Wave Festival is in a few days. As long as the Federation announces that these 20-odd islands will be auctioned off on the Sabati archipelago, they can naturally recoup a large sum of source crystals. Therefore, Zoro suggested that the war tax should be collected at the usual rate. The real profits could be made from the island auctions. This suggestion struck a chord with everyone present, and applause immediately filled the conference room. Even Simon, who disliked Zoro, clapped a few times. So the matter was quickly settled. The Federation had already sent envoys to those islands to investigate, and it was believed that within a few days they would be able to confirm which islands had no heirs and could be put up for auction. Zoro then jokingly reminded everyone that if any counselors were interested in the islands, they could raise funds in advance and wait for the Wave Festival a few days later. The counselors exchanged knowing smiles. How could the lords who died in the dark tide 2 days ago be in good positions? Most of them must have been near the Sea of Death. Everyone knows the Sea of Death is expanding now. Anyone going there to buy territory would be a fool. Everyone then understood why Zoro had wanted to suppress the news of the Sea of Death's expansion. He had a backup plan. However, his true purpose remained somewhat unclear. Everyone here is shrewd. As long as their own interests aren't harmed, no one bothers to investigate further. However, it would be worthwhile to inquire about which lords perished in the last dark tide. If those islands possess unique resources, they are not necessarily unacceptable for purchase. For example, Pastor Island has iron ore, a rarity in the Azure Sea. Another example is Balu Island, which abounds in a special plant called bubble grass. The roots of the bubble plant can be used to make bubble potions. When drunk, a layer of colorful bubbles will naturally form on the surface of the body. It offers no defense, but it can store air, allowing one to remain submerged in the sea for an entire day. For adventurers who need to dive into the ocean to explore, bubble potions are indispensable. Although there are alternatives on the market, they still hold a place due to their low price. However, the counselors only dreamed of islands possessing such unique resources. After all, which island doesn't rely on its resources to sustain itself? A level 2 tide might be catastrophic for a small lord, but for a lord with a moderately developed territory, it usually allows them to weather the storm unscathed. Chapter 38 Hunger. The roundtable meeting on Judicial Island concluded successfully. The counselors, dressed in formal attire, emerged one after another from the council chamber. Counselor Zoro led the way, a smug smile on his face, exchanging pleasantries and bidding farewell to acquaintances one by one. A vintage black carriage was already waiting at the entrance of the council chamber. Zoro waved to a counselor again before getting into his own carriage. The interior of the carriage was extremely luxurious, with crystals inlaid on both sides, and even the windows were made of a single piece of transparent crystal. The roof was also painted with aristocratic emblems, highlighting the owner's status. Zoro, who was so confident and charismatic in front of others, immediately became cautious once he got back into his car. From the shadows in the corner of the carriage, a cold voice suddenly rang out. Bishop Zoro, His Holiness the Pope has sent me to ask you about the news concerning the idol. Even though Zoro was a powerful lord and a bishop of the church, he couldn't help but feel fear upon hearing this voice. He instinctively looked into the shadows, where he couldn't see anyone, but he knew the other person was there, silently staring at him. Zoro hesitated for a moment before carefully replying. Please give my regards to His Holiness the Pope. I heard some clues about the statue of our goddess in the eastern part of the Azure Sea. He continued, saying that someone had seen traces of a goddess statue in a secret treasure. According to divine guidance, the statue in that treasure might very well be what the church is looking for. I have already arranged for people to gather all information about the secret treasure. Once the coordinates are confirmed, I will immediately send someone to bring back the goddess statue. A faint reply came from the shadows. Then do it this way. I hope you won't let the church down. Zoro broke out in a cold sweat and quickly bowed his head. Yes, everything I have is given to me by the church. Praise be to the goddess. He waited respectfully for a long time, and when no more sound came from the shadows, Zoro secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The divine messenger from the court should have already left. Being in a cramped carriage with such a supernatural being, even knowing that the other party is one of their own, is still terrifying. That was suppression from a higher level of life. A longing gleamed in Zoro's eyes. If he could find the goddess statue, receive her baptism, and develop his own talent, he would never have to live in such fear again. He thought of Parrot again, his expression growing cold. He wondered how that fool had done with his intelligence gathering. I hope he can surprise me. Otherwise. A ruthless glint appeared in Zoro's eyes. The sun has lost its brilliance, and is about to sink into the sea. Alan stood in front of the stone house, looking at the supplies brought back from Parrot Island, which were piled up tightly around the stone house, and felt particularly happy. He never expected that such a large wooden building, with so many miscellaneous items, could be packed up and moved back in just one day with the help of the twin sisters. These two sisters could practically form a sea-moving crew. The older sister, Barbie the Mighty, is incredibly strong and can dismantle a wooden building into timber with her bare hands. The younger sister, Wind Child, is no less impressive. She can use the wind to move goods and also power the ship. What used to be an hour's journey was reduced to a round trip in 20 minutes thanks to the strong winds. The entire day was practically a talent show for the two sisters, leaving Ellen and Lino standing by, dumbfounded. In one day, they practically emptied Pallet Island. However, this talent comes at a price, and the side effects are extremely terrible. After the last trip, a warning suddenly popped up in the Lord Training Manual. Your people are starving. Please feed them high-energy foods promptly. Warning! If they cannot recover within 3 hours, they will suffer a backlash from their talent, resulting in soul destruction. Alan didn't realize it at first, but he quickly noticed something was wrong. The twin sisters' eyes had lost their normal pupils, leaving only pitch black. They stared intently at Lino, looking as if they were starving and ready to devour her. Lino was so frightened that she immediately hid behind Alan. The next second, the two sisters turned their gazes to Alan again. Fortunately, the constraints of the slave contract seemed to take precedence over the instinct of hunger. Just as they were about to approach, they were suppressed by the pain from their very souls, and they fell to the ground and rolled around in agony. Alan seized the opportunity to rush to the pile of supplies and pulled out the smoked pork he had brought back from Parrot's kitchen. There were 4 pieces of cooked meat, each about the size of a cutting board, with a rich, oily aroma, clearly a delicacy that the Parrot father and son usually enjoyed. Alan had originally intended to save them to improve their meals, but now he couldn't care less. He tossed the smoked pork directly to his sisters, who were practically feral. The two of them grabbed the meat like it was a lifeline and began to devour it. Besides the smoked pork, Alan also found 3 bags of wheat flour. Worried that there wouldn't be enough meat, he immediately added water to a pot and cooked it into a paste over high heat, then asked Lino to continue preparing the food. His judgment proved correct. After finishing the 4 pieces of smoked pork, the two sisters were still hungry, but the darkness in their eyes had faded slightly. Ellen quickly brought the wheat porridge over and then continued cooking over the fire. The two sisters were only responsible for eating, while Ellen and Lino kept cooking. The blackness in the twins' eyes finally disappeared completely after all 4 pieces of smoked pork, 3 bags of wheat flour, and 5 bags of rye were eaten. The next moment, the two of them collapsed to the ground. Ellen and Lino collapsed from exhaustion beside the stove, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. Looking at the sisters who had regained their sweet appearance not far away, Ellen was filled with doubt. Where did all the food they ate go? Looking at their seemingly bottomless bellies, Ellen was filled with questions. What kind of magical mechanism is this? Chapter 39: A Chaotic Web of Thoughts. Ellen gently carried the 2 girls into the room and placed them on the wooden bed, then he and Lino laid down as well. Now, the stone house wasn't just filled with that cold stone bed anymore. Ellen brought 2 beds back from Parrot's house and put them together with the original stone bed, barely making it into a super large bed. There is currently only one stone house on the island that can be lived in. The temperature difference between day and night is huge. If there were no stone house to keep out the cold, people could really freeze to death at night if they only relied on blankets. So before the new house was built, Ellen decided that the 4 of them would sleep together, at least to keep warm. As for whether he had any ulterior motives, he of course firmly denied it. Lying back in his familiar spot, Ellen embraced Lino, with Thea, who had long since fallen asleep, beside him. Only then did he have time to take stock of the day's gains. Most importantly, of course, are the 4 rune cores. A defensive tower rune core is worth about 3,000 source crystals on the market, while a spring rune core is cheaper, but still around 2,000. These 4 rune cores alone are worth 11,000 source crystals. But right now, rune cores are practically priceless and sold out as soon as they appear, especially the turret runes, which are almost gone in an instant. Therefore, Ellen would never sell them unless absolutely necessary. However, he couldn't just put them out now, lest he attract greedy eyes. Better safe than sorry, he always remembered this. Aside from the rune cores, what surprised him most were the dozen or so books. Although he hadn't looked at them in detail yet, just flipping through them casually was already an eye-opening experience. For Ellen, the more books the better. Not only would he not sell them, he also planned to visit the trading island to see if he could buy a few more books of different types. Besides the books, there are some valuable items, such as the carpet and decorations in Parrot's bedroom, which could probably be sold for 100 or so source crystals. Ellen doesn't need these flashy but impractical things right now. Even if he has the means to enjoy them in the future, given his aesthetic sense, he probably won't find them appealing. It's better to just exchange them for source crystals. As for the furniture and kitchenware in the building, although they are not cheap, they are practical, so he plans to keep them to save himself the trouble of buying them later. Thinking about all this, Ellen couldn't help but lament how backward the productivity of this era was. The more exquisite and complex the daily necessities, the more manpower was required, and therefore the prices were generally high. Finally, the inventory came down to the timber piled around the stone house. It had all been salvaged from the wooden building and was equally valuable to Ellen. Never underestimate the value of wood. Land on the island is precious, and most lords will grow crops if they can, with very few willing to plant trees. Even if there are trees, they are mostly coconut trees or functional trees, which cannot be used as timber. Moreover, transporting timber is troublesome. Trees that are often 10 meters long require large ships to transport, making them difficult to buy. What Ellen wants to build most right now is a wooden wall around the stone house. The wall doesn't need to be very sturdy or too big, it just needs to enclose the area around the stone house. He really didn't want to live a life with no privacy anymore. Even going out to relieve himself felt like the entire ocean was watching him. With the wall in place, dealing with those spoils will be much easier. There's no need to sneak around picking them up, you can just bring them back inside the wall. Besides, wood can also be used to build houses. Compared to modern stone houses, wooden houses are more moisture-proof and more comfortable. Alan's thoughts were scattered before bed. He had originally just been taking stock of the spoils, but his mind drifted to the uses of the timber, and then he realized a more pressing problem: there weren't enough people. Building a wall and a wooden house with just him and the 3 girls would be no small feat. Even if the twins' talents could help, he wouldn't dare let them use them casually right now. He dared not take the risk until he figured out how to further control his talent, and how to avoid falling into a state of hunger after using it. After all, there wasn't enough food on the island for the 2 of them. If they went hungry again, even if they ate all the remaining rye, it probably wouldn't be enough to relieve the negative effects. With that thought in mind, Alan brought his attention back to the present. The most important thing to consider now wasn't their talents, but rather the development of their territory. After the gains from Parrot Island, the biggest problem he faces is only one: too small a population. He and his 3 sisters alone could never have truly expanded their territory. And relying solely on the slave trade was not the proper way for a healthy territory to exist. To manage a territory well, in addition to the influx of people from outside, there must also be inhabitants who will grow up on the territory itself in the future. So Alan decided to go to the trading island again at daybreak tomorrow. This time, his goal was clear: to buy a large number of slaves. And this time, we're not just buying female slaves, we're buying some male slaves too. Ratings aren't important for now. As long as they're cheap and healthy, that's enough. The letter Parrot left behind instilled a strong sense of crisis in Alan. He had a vague feeling that he had been drawn into some unseen trouble. Where did the crisis originate? Was it from the recipient, Counselor Zorro? From the cult behind the statue of the Dark Goddess? Or from the adventurers who also had their eyes on the heart of the island? He couldn't quite figure it out yet, but one thing was clear: the territory had to become stronger as soon as possible. Only when the territory was strong would he, as the Lord, be safer. However, thinking about not checking the ratings when buying slaves tomorrow, Alan suddenly opened the Lord training manual again. He then discovered that the twin sisters' scores had also improved significantly, rising from 25 points each to 40 points each. More importantly, unlike Lino, their ratings were not boosted by loyalty. A thought struck Alan. Could developing one's talent also cause a significant increase in scores? Based on this calculation, the twins have a combined score of 80, and with Lino's 93 points, he only needs to buy another 27 points to receive the score settlement reward again. Chapter 40: The Free People's Devotion. Lying in bed, Alan was flipping through the Lord training manual when he suddenly noticed that Lino's illustration had changed. Subjects: Lino, slave. Number 1. Age 18. Loyalty, 300%. Talent attribute? Loading 15%, her talent seems to be awakening. Overall score, 93. Alan was taken aback. He hadn't checked for 2 days, and Linoa's talent loading had jumped to 15%. He quickly realized that Linoa's loading progress seemed to be related to what she was eating. The slow progress in the past few days was probably because she had been eating rye. If this guess is correct, as long as we prepare some high-energy food for Lino tomorrow, perhaps it won't be long before her talent truly awakens. Alan was very much looking forward to it. After all, Lino's talent hadn't even awakened yet, but her overall score was already ridiculously high. Keep in mind that even the twins' extraordinary talent only earned them a score of 25 in the system. The more Alan thought about it, the more curious he became, so he simply turned over and went to sleep, waiting to verify it tomorrow. As soon as dawn broke, Alan got out of bed. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. Staying up late and getting up early every day, this life seemed endless. But Atlantis was currently short of reliable manpower, and he had to personally oversee many things, so he could only reluctantly become a beast of burden for a while. Alan quietly dressed, glancing one last time at the still sleeping twins before getting out of bed. The manual still indicated they were in a coma. The sisters' talent is indeed strong, but they can't yet control it stably. Yesterday, they almost died because they overexerted themselves, completely draining their mana. After they wake up, Alan plans to dedicate a day to testing them, to see their current mana cap and how long their abilities can last without triggering negative effects. After instructing Lino, who was already up, to take good care of the 2 sisters, Alan went to the beach and piloted the second ship to the trading island. The journey was smooth, and he arrived safely at the trading island around noon. After paying the island entry tax of 1 source crystal again, Alan landed on Ella Island. His goal this time was clear: to buy slaves. After disembarking, he didn't delay and went straight to the slave market. The market was still bustling with people. Alan had originally hoped to find a bargain, and if not, he'd just pick a few that caught his eye. But after looking around, he realized that high-rated slaves were indeed hard to come by. Out of hundreds of slaves, there wasn't a single one with a rating higher than 8. However, Alan wasn't picky anymore. Even if the slaves only had a score of 4 or 5, as long as the total score was enough, it would be fine. Now, the twins had a combined score of 80 points, and Lino alone had 93 points, for a total of 173 points. Buying a few more ordinary slaves would make it easy to break through 200 points in the territory's score. Once the target was identified, Alan quickly selected 7 able-bodied male slaves and 2 slightly older female slaves, and then led the slave caravan away from the market. Looking at these barely strong male slaves, Alan felt a pang of heartache. During the last dark tide, he had harvested a total of 476 source crystals. He spent 100 on fertilizer and potions, another 100 on the Mia sisters, and nearly 20 on food and miscellaneous supplies. Although he gained another 40 or 50 source crystals in the past 2 nights, he only had a little over 300 left. And now, the starting price for a male slave was 15 crystals. The cheaper ones were either too old or too young, making them unsuitable for island development. Strong male slaves were in high demand, and Alan had to visit 4 different stalls to gather 7 of them. Each slave cost an average of 40 source crystals, which nearly emptied his wallet. As for the last 2 older female slaves, the price was cheaper, costing only 30 source crystals. Alan bought them because they seemed to have just been captured by a slave hunting team. Their bodies were still quite robust, suitable for farm work. As for the more flamboyantly dressed slaves, they were of no immediate use to Atlantis. After acquiring the manpower he wanted, Alan was in a good mood and led the slaves toward the shipyard. Just as he was about to put the man on the ship, a free man suddenly approached. The man was dressed in coarse linen clothes, had gray hair, and a fawning smile on his face. He respectfully called out to Alan, explaining that his family of 6 were all skilled farmers, and that he himself was a fisherman. He said that if Alan would take them in and provide them with land to cultivate, they would be willing to hand over 40% of their annual harvest as tax. Alan put the last slave on the ship before turning to the free man who had volunteered to join him, asking how he knew he was the Lord and why he wanted to leave Ella Island. After all, free men should theoretically have more room to survive on the trading island. The old freeman quickly explained that the dark tide had just passed, and those who could buy so many slaves at once were mostly lords. Ordinary merchants didn't have that kind of power. As for leaving Ella Island, it was out of necessity. Previously, permanent residents of the island only needed to pay a residence tax of 5 source crystals per year, but now it has increased to 10. Their family of 6 would have to pay 60 source crystals a year, or they would be kicked out of the trading island. To make matters worse, his wife became pregnant again. Food on the island was getting more and more expensive, while the amount of work available was dwindling. If things continued like this, the family would either be driven into the sea to drown or starve to death. As the old freeman finished speaking, his voice lowered, and tears welled up in his eyes. Alan felt some sympathy for his plight, but without hesitation, he rejected him outright. His territory didn't need free people yet, so he could only hope the other party could find another lord to take them in. After saying that, Alan left with a good luck and didn't linger. Chapter 41 Welcome to Atlantis. After hearing the old freeman's description, Alan felt a pang of sadness. But he had too many secrets now, and there was no way he could let the freeman set foot on his island. Before gaining sufficient strength, Atlantis was destined to remain in seclusion for development. Only slaves with signed contracts could truly put his mind at ease. Alan declined the old freeman's offer of allegiance, then returned to his ship alone, steered it away from the trading island, and sailed off into the distance. Behind him, the old freeman's eyes suddenly sharpened, his previous servile demeanor completely gone. He whispered, "This man is definitely suspicious. How could he refuse the freeman's offer of allegiance? Could that treasure map be in his hands? 5 people emerged from the shadows and approached Benjamin. They were his adventurer teammates, originally planning to infiltrate Atlantis disguised as family members to investigate the treasure map. But Alan refused outright, and the plan failed before it even began. Benjamin deactivated the transformation potion, reverting to his original appearance. One of the trainee teammates couldn't help but ask, "Captain, why don't we just take him out at sea? It's hard to assassinate the Lord on the island, but it's different at sea. Even if we don't kill him, we can kidnap him and force him to give us information." Benjamin fell silent for a moment. He was skilled in infiltration and had repeatedly infiltrated the territories of great lords to carry out intelligence and assassination missions. He was already accustomed to complex plans. But his words were indeed insightful. After a moment, Benjamin slowly said, "Kill him." The trainee teammate had just smiled when he was tied up by the others. Since they couldn't fight on the trading island, they took him out to sea and fed him to the sharks. Benjamin said coldly, "Don't recruit any more of these dimwits into the team next time." Meanwhile, Alan was piloting a boat back to Atlanta. There were 10 people on board, including himself. During the voyage, he began to get to know each of the newly purchased slaves. Like Lino and Thea before them, the 9 had just signed the contract and were still filled with fear. Fortunately, bound by the contract, they would honestly answer whatever Alan asked. During their conversation, Alan learned that they all came from the distant Azure Sea. Because of the Federation War, their island was conquered by the Azure Sea Alliance. Their lords could pay a ransom and escape by relinquishing their territory. But the free people on the island were not so lucky. Some died in the resistance, and the rest were all marked with slave runes and enslaved. Hearing about these experiences, Alan felt conflicted. This world is so cruel. The weak have no control over their own destiny. He then asked the 9 people their names. The names weren't hard to remember, but considering that the island's population would continue to grow, Alan simply numbered them according to the order of the Citizen Encyclopedia in the Lord Training Manual. The 7 male slaves were numbered 04 to 010, and the 2 female slaves were numbered 011 and 012. Seeing Alan's gentle attitude, the 9 gradually lowered their guard. They could sense that this lord was not a tyrannical person, so they also took the initiative to reveal the skills they possessed. Of the 7 male slaves, not all knew how to farm. Slaves 04, 05, 06, and 09 were originally farmers and were familiar with cultivation. Outside of the busy farming season, they also participated in the construction of the territory, and knew how to build wooden and stone houses. 07 was once an apprentice in a blacksmith shop. As long as there was iron ore and charcoal, he could smelt some basic ironware. 08 is a carpenter's apprentice. Given the right tools, he can make simple wooden items. 010 was originally a fisherman, skilled in weaving fishing nets, building boats, and fishing at sea. However, Atlantis Island is close to the Sea of Death, where monsters outnumber fish, making it more likely to catch monsters when casting nets. But having a skill is better than having none. At worst, we can sail further out and fish in the waters closer to the trade islands. Speaking of which, Alan has been in this ocean world for so long, and he's never actually eaten fish yet. After taking stock of the male slaves, it was time for the 2 female slaves. Judging from their muscular physiques, Alan knew they were no ordinary people. And that is indeed the case. They not only know how to farm, but are also skilled in cooking, weaving, and animal husbandry. They are excellent at all kinds of work and are almost all-rounders. With them, Alan can confidently buy poultry and livestock. Give them 2 chickens, and they can raise a whole chicken coop. Give them 2 cows, and maybe the island will have an endless supply of milk. After learning about everyone's abilities, Alan looked at them and said seriously, "I can see that you are all talented people. And Atlantis needs people like you." He told everyone that there were no free people on the island, only him and 3 leaders. Once they arrived at Atlantis, they would become the first new leaders. "Therefore I hope you will not call me master from now on, but lord." Alan didn't hide the truth. He couldn't remove the slave runes from them, but he promised they could start their own families on Atlantis. In the future, their children will no longer be slaves. Everyone can earn respect through labor, and exchange their value for freedom. Finally, Alan looked out at the sea and slowly said, "Welcome to Atlantis." Chapter 42 Contrast. When Alan returned to Atlantis with the 9 people, it was already afternoon, and there was still some time before sunset. The ship docked at the natural harbor, and Alan was the first to step ashore. The 9 slaves behind him carefully disembarked, surveying the island where they would soon live. It has to be said that the contrast on Atlantis Island is truly striking. The entire island is barren, yet a towering level 2 defense tower stands out conspicuously in the center. The 9 people were stunned. How could there be a level 2 defensive tower on a deserted island? And why was a territory with such defensive facilities so desolate, as if it had been ravaged by monsters? These questions churned in their minds, but as slaves, they were still unsure of their lord's temperament, and no one dared to speak rashly. Alan led them toward the center of the island. Along the way, they saw the monster corpses on the eastern beach, and the pitch-black sea in the distance. Lino and the others were too young to understand what that meant. But most of the slaves bought this time were over 20 years old and more familiar with the legends of the sea. They recognized it at first glance. It was the legendary Sea of Death. I originally thought that following a peaceful lord would save me from suffering, but now it seems that while the lord may be nice, the territory is like a monster that eats people alive. Upon seeing the Sea of Death, the 9-person team became noticeably more silent, a faint sorrow appearing on each of their faces. Alan sensed something was off, but offered no explanation. Nothing he said would be as effective as witnessing the power of the level 2 turret firsthand tonight. As they arrived at the stone house, Lino came out. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Alan. "My lord, you're finally back!" A smile appeared on Alan's face as he beckoned her over and reached out to pat her head. "I'm back. How are Mia and Thea? Are they awake?" Lino shook her head. "He's not awake yet, but his face doesn't look as painful as it did yesterday. He looks more like he's asleep." Hearing this, Alan finally felt much relieved. He then began to introduce the new people behind him to Lino. "This is Bruno, you can also call him 04. This is Spello, number 05. Although the 9 slaves were still affected by the Sea of Death and felt panicked, they still looked up at Lino to express their goodwill when it was their turn to be introduced. Soon, they also learned Lino's identity. "Her name is Lino, and she is my first resident, also known as 01. She is also my steward, responsible for managing my territory." Alan deliberately added the second half of the sentence to elevate Lino's status in front of everyone. In reality, there was no real butler on the island. Cleo had been through the monster tide with him, so she held a special place in Alan's heart. No matter how many people lived on the island in the future, Cleo would always be the most special one. After the introductions, Alan immediately gave the first order to the 9 people after they arrived on the island. "There's still some time before dark. The only building on the island that can withstand the cold night is this stone house. You must set up temporary shelters before dark. There is wood and materials over there, don't waste time. 012 and 013, stay here and help Lino prepare dinner. We only have rye left on the island, so you'll have to figure out what to do with it." They arrived on the island in the afternoon. The sea was cold at night, and without shelter, people could easily freeze to death, so the first thing the male slaves did was to set up tents for the night. The 2 farm women stayed behind to help Lino cook. Normally, Lino was in charge of cooking on the island, but now with over a dozen mouths to feed, she clearly couldn't manage alone. As for ingredients, Alan originally wanted to buy more on Ella Island, but the 9 slaves already filled the ship's cargo space. After much deliberation, he gave up his appetite and bought no less than 1 person. So, apart from Mia and Thea who were still unconscious, everyone on the island got busy. Alan finally had time to open the Lord training manual and check out the newly updated page. Lord panel. Lord Alan. Level 1. Talent, none. Hextech Chest of War 1, Power UPS. Territory, Atlantis. Area, 10 square kilometers. People, 12. Rating, 218 to 200, reward available. The Lord panel, unlocked after binding 10 subjects, allowed Alan to clearly see his current situation for the first time. The glaring none in the talent section still made him a little sad. Of course, he had fantasized about having superpowers, rather than being a mortal lord. Which human on Earth hasn't dreamed of awakening their talent, developing their abilities, and becoming the one who controls the entire situation? But reality is cruel. The manual could detect even Lino's hidden talents, but when it came to him, it only wrote none, shattering his dream of transcendence. Alan could only smile wryly and console himself. It's okay, being a lord is fine too. I love management and development. He continued reading. The Hextech system was already loaded, just waiting for the enhancement energy to give him a surprise. Below that was the territory information. Alan knew that Atlanta Island wasn't large, but he hadn't expected it to be only 10 square kilometers, which translates to about 15,000 acres. However, given the island's topography, approximately 5,000 acres are sandy beaches along the sea, leaving only the central 10,000 acres truly suitable for cultivation. Chapter 43 Gold Level Hextech. However, most of that 10,000 mu of land is still sandy soil. Only about 10 acres near the stone house, nourished by the remains of the monster, slowly began to resemble muddy land. But Alan believed that Atlantis, which was right next to the Sea of Death, would eventually have a real 10,000 acres of fertile land. He is very confident about this. Alan continued scrolling down the panel and soon saw the prominent rewards available in the rating section. In that instant, a surge of joy welled up inside him. Since buying those 9 slaves, Alan has been keeping a close eye on their binding progress. It wasn't until he ordered these people to build shelters that the unified binding progress finally reached 100%. And that's why their individual scores were finally included in the settlement by the system. Looking at the score of 218 displayed on the panel, Alan felt that all the hard work of the past few days had been worthwhile. He had been looking forward to the 200-point reward for a long time. Source crystals will definitely be needed, and the defense towers may be upgraded again. What worries him even more is that he used the enhancement energy before, and this time he might directly draw a higher-level Hextech item. With anticipation, Alan chose to claim the reward. 9 new citizens were detected being bound. The score reached 218 points. Lord Rating Reward Settlement in progress. Reward, 200 source crystals. Reward, 1 tower rune upgrade. Reward, 1 chance to draw Gold tier Hextech Rune. Next settlement score requirement, 500. 200 source crystals appeared out of thin air in front of Alan, but he didn't bother to put them away. Immediately afterwards, the turret upgrade page reappeared. Please select the upgrade direction from the following Tier 2 rune defense towers. Enhancement Direction 1, Storm Tunnel Tower. Rate of fire increased by 500%, power increased by 50%. Enhancement Direction 2, Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. Rate of fire increased by 50%, power increased by 500%. Enhancement Direction 3, Storm Guardian. It no longer attacks proactively, but transforms into a storm barrier that can withstand attacks from a distance, with a barrier range of 100 meters. 3 options are presented to you. Alan had already witnessed the power of the first type of storm tower. Monsters below level 10 can usually be dealt with in a few crossbow bolts, if not, just fire dozens more. With it guarding the island, Alan has been able to sleep peacefully these past few days. Logically, upgrading another storm mechanism tower would be the safest option. However, the sudden appearance of a high-level monster during the last dark tide made Alan stop. No one can guarantee that the next tide won't bring an even stronger enemy. Furthermore, there's no guarantee that the creatures landing on Atlantis will be low-intelligence monsters like wandering sirens or giant claw crabs. After a moment's thought, Alan turned his attention to the other 2 options. The Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower focuses on high single-target damage, while the Storm Guardian can form a protective barrier. Both have their advantages. But Alan ultimately made the decisive choice of the Storm Heavy Crossbow Tower. The reason is simple: the best defense is offense. Moreover, with war treasure 1 available, offensive defensive towers can maximize their benefits. As soon as he made the selection, the 5-meter-high defensive tower outside instantly rose another 5 meters. The sudden change startled the slaves who were setting up their tents. They watched in shock as the defensive tower suddenly upgraded to level 2, almost speechless. Some people couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Could there be a rune master on the island? Or perhaps, Lord, you are a rune master yourself?" Even if a rune master wants to upgrade a turret rune core, they should stand in front of the turret. What they were witnessing was completely beyond their comprehension. Doubts filled everyone's minds. They increasingly felt that the island was shrouded in mist, hiding inexplicable secrets everywhere. However, since they couldn't figure it out, they could only put it aside for the time being. After all, there are already 2 level 2 defense towers on the island, so even if it faces a level 3 dark tide, it may not be without a fighting chance. The stronger the defensive towers, the more secure they are. As the sun began to set, the slaves quickened their pace. They had to set up 4 tents before dark. 2 peasant women lived in 1 tent, while the remaining few people squeezed into 3 other tents. Time is of the essence, so tonight we can only set up a temporary shelter that can keep out the cold wind. If the Lord allows it tomorrow, they will try to make it even more secure. Alan, inside the stone house, had no idea how much of a shock his casual upgrade of a defensive tower had caused to the slaves outside. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the real highlight. Gold-grade Hextech. When he opened the drawing interface, the Lord training manual immediately lit up with a golden light. The next second, 3 options appeared in his mind. Please select the Hextech crafting option you wish to claim from the following 3 options. Hextech 1, War Chest 2. There is a 25% chance of dropping loot when you kill an enemy. The higher the enemy's level, the richer the loot. Hextech 2, Lord's Shared Spotlight. You can choose to share from the leader's talents, enjoying 80% of their talent effects, up to a maximum of 3 talents. Hextech 3, Explosive Growth. Starting today, for the next week, you will gain 5 rune experience points each day. Alan stared at the 3 gold-level Hextech heroes, his eyes practically glued to them. In particular, the drop rate of War Treasure 2 has been increased to 25%. Previously, a 15% drop rate was enough for him to earn 30 source crystals every day. If it's increased to 25%, the returns will be even more outrageous. More importantly, the golden keyword now has an additional rule. The higher the monster's level, the richer the loot it drops. This means that killing high-level monsters in the future may bring unexpected surprises. Chapter 44 Talent Sharing. The second Hextech Lord's Shared Spotlight is equally enticing. With a direct effect, Alan can share 3 talents from his bound subjects. In other words, by choosing this option, he can simultaneously possess Mia's, Gorilla Barbie, and Thea's, Child of the Wind. Later, when Lino awakens her talent, he can continue to share her abilities, completely compensating for his lack of talent. The third Hextech boost is also very strong. Once chosen, Alan will inevitably become a rune master, and is guaranteed to master at least 1 rune. Regardless of whether the rune is offensive, defensive, or life-assisting, as long as he masters the rune, earning source crystals will be much easier for him in the future. Faced with 3 choices, Alan was torn. Each one was excellent, making it difficult for him to choose. After calming down, he began to analyze the essence of the matter. The first Hextech mechanic focuses on stable development. Even with the increased drop rate, resources still need to be accumulated by killing monsters every day, making it suitable for a slow and steady approach. The second Hextech ability enhances the Lord's own combat power. Choosing it allows Alan to immediately master extraordinary abilities. Even if he can only unleash 80% of the original owner's power, the combination of the 2 talents is enough to qualitatively change his strength. Lords are usually protected by the law within their territories, but they are no longer safe once they are at sea. Having this Hextech weapon will at least give Alan a little more confidence in protecting himself. The third Hextech build seems to balance development and combat. If he masters combat runes, he can fight with runes and also inscribe rune equipment and rune scrolls to make money. If it's a defensive rune, it can also protect itself and create defensive tower rune cores or defensive scrolls, which can also be quite lucrative. The problem is that he can't be sure what runes the manual will teach him. If it's something useless like a bathing rune or a weeding rune, then a gold-tier Hextech rune would be a complete waste. After much deliberation, Alan ultimately chose the second Hextech Lord's shared spotlight. The reason is simple. Ever since seeing that letter on Parrot Island, Alan has had a strange unease. He knows he may have been drawn into some kind of vortex. Unfortunately, he lacked the ability to truly protect himself. Besides leaving behind a huge debt, old Alan also left behind a source of trouble known as the secret treasure. Alan didn't know when or how this trouble would erupt. Even though Mia and Thea were on the island now, the power of others was ultimately not as reliable as one's own. Once the Hextech system finished loading, an option immediately popped into Alan's mind. Please select the shared talent from the following options. Mia, a resident of the tribe, the mighty Barbie, possessing unparalleled strength and physical attributes. Citizen Thea, child of the wind, possessing the ability to control the wind. Currently, only the two of them on the island have awakened their talents. Lino hasn't awakened hers yet. Without hesitation, Alan chose to share them all. The next second, two rainbow lights illuminated his mind. One was pink, the other gray. The instant the lights intertwined, Alan's consciousness suddenly sank, and he collapsed to the ground. Lino, who was passing by, overheard the commotion inside. She pushed open the door and saw the Lord lying on the ground. She immediately put down what she was holding and rushed to his side. Before she could even understand what was happening, tears were already streaming down her face. Just then, Alan suddenly opened his eyes. Lino hurriedly asked him if he was all right. Seeing her worried expression, Alan smiled faintly and said that he was fine and in better condition than ever before. At this moment, he clearly felt the surging power brought by the golden Barbie, and also felt the wind swirling around him as the son of the wind made the breeze linger. Alan had never felt this way before. He couldn't wait to try out the abilities his talent had given him. He asked Lino to accompany him to the beach on the east side of the island. No sooner had he spoken than he lightly patted the ground and stood up steadily from his lying position. Looking at the Lord, who seemed refreshed and rejuvenated, Lino sensed that he was different from before, but couldn't quite put her finger on what had changed. She only noticed that he now possessed a captivating confidence. However, Lino still whispered a warning that some level 2 monsters had recently appeared in the eastern part of the island, and it was getting close to evening, so going there might be dangerous. Alan understood that she was worried about him, so he ruffled her hair and whispered to her not to be afraid, because the Lord now also possessed talent, and just wanted to take her to test her abilities. Hearing that Alan also possessed talent, Lino's eyes were filled with admiration. But soon, she remembered that Mia and Thea could help with their talents, while she was just an ordinary little slave girl, and her expression dimmed. She murmured to herself that if she had the talent, she could do so much more for the Lord. Upon hearing this, Alan couldn't help but smile and told her that who said she had no talent? She just hadn't awakened it yet. As long as she ate properly every day and ate more, she would soon awaken her own abilities. Lino's eyes lit up immediately. She made up her mind that starting tonight, she must eat more so that she could awaken her talent as soon as possible and serve the Lord. Chapter 45 Test. Eastern part of Atlantis. Since the dark tide killed a large number of giant claw crabs a few days ago, level 2 monsters, giant lizard monsters, have begun to appear on the eastern beach. They are enormous, and when they walk across the sand, they always leave exaggeratedly huge footprints. The sun was about to set when Alan came here alone to test the talent he had just shared. He had originally wanted to bring Lino with him, but Lino was preparing dinner, and he was worried that he would be hungry after the test, so he asked her to make a few extra meals and came to the beach first. In the distance, those giant lizard monsters roamed the beach, their appearance truly intimidating. Their entire bodies were covered in dark brown armor, with clearly defined scales, and the loose folds of skin on their necks resembled old tires, serving both as protection and as weapons. Their limbs were short but thick and powerful, and their claws left 3 deep marks as they scraped across the sand. From a distance, an unsuspecting person might mistake them for monsters of level 10 or higher. Alan took a deep breath, his gaze hardening, and walked towards one of the giant lizard monsters. He didn't choose the giant crab next to him. If he wanted to test his strength, he should find a stronger target. At the same time, he also planned to control his talent output to avoid running out of mana and passing out like the twin sisters. Soon, Alan arrived in front of a giant lizard monster. The monster's eyesight seemed poor. It only detected Alan's presence by scent when he was within 10 paces. The next second, the lizard monster immediately went into battle mode, its long tail lashing out like a whip. Ultimately, Alan had never experienced real combat in either of his lives. He knew how to fight, but fighting monsters was a completely different matter. So, faced with this attack, he couldn't dodge and took a solid hit from the tail. The attacks of a level 2 monster should not be underestimated, especially its full-force strike in a state of stress. If an ordinary person were standing here, they would probably be sent flying on the spot, with their bones shattered. Alan, who possessed the strength of a female warrior, only felt as if he had been whipped hard with a bamboo stick. It hurt, but there was no real damage. In fact, his body remained firmly in place, without even taking a step back. Alan was still somewhat dazed after taking the blow. The giant lizard monster tried to pull its tail back and hit him again. Just as the tail was retracting, Alan finally reacted, grabbed the tip of the tail tightly with both hands, and with all his might, flung the giant lizard monster directly into the air. Immediately afterward, he swung the fist and slammed it into the ground. The giant lizard was knocked unconscious and lay motionless on the sand. Alan seized the opportunity, rushed in front of it, and delivered a powerful punch to its head. With a bang, the giant lizard monster's head was smashed open by his punch, and black liquid splattered everywhere. The battle was exhilarating. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Alan felt a surge of exhilaration that rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The Golden Barbie truly lived up to her reputation for being a double A in both offense and defense. She could both fight and withstand attacks, a skill practically the exclusive domain of a battle maniac. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. One punch and they're all dead. What need is there for defense towers? Just kill them all. Of course, this was just a thought. He wouldn't dare overuse his talent unless it was a matter of life and death. After all, the consequences of a broken soul were no joke. After testing the giant Barbie, Alan chose another giant lizard monster to test the effects of the Wind Child. He slowly approached it. Like the previous one, the monster had poor eyesight, but its aura perception was significantly stronger. When Alan entered within 30 paces, the giant lizard sensed his presence. Moreover, its fighting style was completely different from the previous one. It suddenly exerted force with its hind legs, its body launching forward like a spring, lunging straight at Alan. As the sharp claws came hurtling towards him, Alan's expression became more cautious. While the Golden Barbie build focused on physical strength and resilience, he didn't want to risk testing his defenses against such sharp claws. If he could break through the defenses, given the giant lizard's current speed, it would probably pierce him through. His original purpose wasn't to withstand the attack head-on, but to test the Wind Child's abilities. The giant lizard was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, its forepaws were 3 steps in front of Alan. Just then, a gray wall of wind suddenly materialized in front of him, violently slamming the giant lizard, which had been launched at him, back to the ground. Ha 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 ha! Wind wall! Face the storm! Ever since he saw Thea's Wind Child talent, Alan had fantasized about whether he could replicate the wind barrier if he mastered the wind attribute. Unexpectedly, today, that idea actually came true. As a seasoned torso player, his expectations for Wind Child even surpassed those for King Kong Barbie. Before approaching the giant lizard monster, he continuously gathered wind in front of him, compressing it, and released it instantly when the monster pounced, which indeed deflected it. The thrill of researching and successfully verifying a skill is even stronger than the satisfaction of smashing it in the head with a punch just now. However, He can't be complacent yet, because the giant lizard monster was only thrown back, not killed. It landed 5 meters away from Alan, quickly rolled over and got up, sticking out its snake-like tongue. Then it lunged forward, then suddenly stopped, using the momentum to bend its body into a U-shape, its long tail swinging in the air, and lashed at Alan again. Alan was prepared for this attack. He wrapped the wind around his legs, gave a light push, and his body instantly retreated 3 meters as if using a light-footed technique, just avoiding the fierce tail strike. The tail was incredibly fast, even creating a sonic boom in the air. With a deafening roar, the shockwave hit Alan, making his cheeks feel tight. Seeing the situation before him, Alan decisively ended the wind child test. The effect was clear, it was very strong, but it needed to build up momentum. It was good as a mage standing in the back casting spells, but it was somewhat weak in a head-on confrontation. It's getting late. Let's finish this game early and go home for dinner. Activate the ultimate battle mode. Chapter 46 Side Effects. As the sun set, Alan dragged the 2 giant lizard corpses back to the center of the island. Today's experiment went smoothly. He has figured out how to use his talent, and also found a way to turn it off. It's actually very simple, just silently repeat, "I am an ordinary person." 3 times in your mind, give yourself a mental suggestion, and the talent will stop. The twin sisters had been left on the power source for too long, which caused them to overload and nearly shatter their souls. But as soon as his talent was deactivated, the side effects hit immediately. A strong hunger surged up like a tide, his muscles ached all over, and his head was so swollen that he could barely think. If he were to appear on the beach in his current state, even a wandering sea monster could probably kill him. Fortunately, Alan only ended his talent after returning to the camp. There were 2 level 2 defensive towers in the camp, their blue light illuminating the surroundings, which made people feel much more at ease even at night. He left the 2 monster remains outside the camp and dragged his weary body inside. Now, besides his stone house, there were 4 newly erected tents behind it in the camp. The 7 slaves had been busy all afternoon, and they had actually set them up quite well, making Alan somewhat want to go in and experience it for a night. He casually thought that he would ask them to build one for him tomorrow. A long table, moved from Parrot's house, sat in front of the stone house. It was originally the dining table in the living room, enough for 12 people to eat together. Tonight Alan put it here as the camp's dining table. As soon as he appeared, almost all the slaves stood around the table to greet him. The table was already laden with food, with piles of black bread like small mountains. Lino greeted Alan excitedly, telling him that they had found the Parrot family's rye mill. Monica and Sienna both knew how to use it to grind rye into flour and make rye bread. They would finally stop having to drink rye porridge every day. Alan looked at the food on the table, somewhat surprised. "You made so much in just one afternoon, that's impressive." Lino said shyly that she was just helping out, and that the 2 older women were the real experts. They knew how to use almost all the kitchen utensils they had brought from the kitchen on Pallet Island. Monica, 011, and Sienna, 012, stood behind Lino, giving Ellen a restrained smile. Ellen returned the smile, then looked at everyone and gestured for them to sit down and eat. "Today is your first day on the island. I thought we'd only have rye porridge tonight, but I didn't expect to get to eat black bread. Don't stand, sit down and eat." After saying that, Alan sat down in the main seat and began to eat heartily. The hunger brought on by his talent was terrifying. He practically devoured a loaf of black bread in 2 bites. In the blink of an eye, the top of the loaf was gone. But his stomach was like a bottomless pit. The food seemed not to have entered his stomach at all, but had gone elsewhere. It wasn't until he had eaten half of the mountain of black bread that Alan finally felt something in his stomach. He slowed down and began to chew slowly, finally tasting the flavor. "It's only slightly better than rye porridge, and it still scratches your throat." As Alan ate, he realized that his orders were not being carried out. Only Lino sat beside him at the table, taking small bites of black bread. The other slaves remained standing to one side, none daring to move. Alan could only speak again. "Monica, Sienna, please sit next to Lino. The rest of you, please find your own seats. We can't always eat together, but tonight is your first day on the island, And I hope we can all finish this dinner together. The slaves sensed the helplessness in his tone, yet they remained caught in a dilemma. Even before they became slaves, they dared not eat at the same table as their lord, let alone now that they were bound by slave contracts. More importantly, they feared that Alan was testing them. The endless sea was never short of lords who enjoyed tormenting people. No one dared to be the first to sit down. But Alan had already called out Monica and Sienna's names. Their slave contracts forbade them to disobey, so the two could only take heavy steps and carefully sit down next to Lino. Lino looked at them and saw herself in them when she first arrived on the island. Instead of focusing on eating, she gently comforted them. "Don't be so nervous, the Lord is very kind. When I first arrived, I didn't dare to eat with him either, but he hates it when people repeat their orders to him. The Lord is the kindest person I've ever met." These words clearly had an effect. The two peasant women looked at the smiling Alan, and only after being prompted by his eyes did they finally reach for the black bread on the table. Even though they spent an entire afternoon making these black breads, according to the rules of this world, they didn't even have the right to enjoy them. Watching this scene, Alan couldn't help but lament the world's folly. But he was also a beneficiary now, and needed to leverage these rules to strengthen himself. Only by becoming powerful enough could he possibly change everything in the future. Monica and Sienna began to eat in small bites. Seeing that Alan wasn't setting a trap, the other slaves gradually took their seats. They were starving. At the slave market, the slave traders never fed them properly. After arriving on Atlantis, they worked a whole afternoon of hard labor, leaving them completely exhausted. Seeing that the two older women could eat in peace, the others finally picked up their black bread. The mountain of food on the table was once again dwindling at an alarming rate. To help them relax completely, Alan added, "It's your first night on the island, so eat as much as you can. Take your time eating, I'm going to bed now." His physical and mental strength had already been drained by his talent, and after eating, his eyelids were drooping. After giving a few simple instructions, Alan returned to the stone house alone, lay down next to the twin sisters, closed his eyes, and immediately fell asleep. Chapter 47 Island Planning. Waves crashed against the reefs, and seabirds circled overhead. Tiny green shoots had already sprouted from the places where seeds had been sown on the island. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the 9 slaves landed on Atlantis. In just 3 days, the island underwent a dramatic transformation. The first thing to be adjusted was the defensive fortifications. Originally, the stone house was located in the center, guarded by 2 defensive towers on each of the east and west sides. While it was safe, the defensive range was too small, leaving little room for expansion. After pondering for a moment, Alan took out the rune cores from 2 level 2 defensive towers. The 10-meter-tall towers immediately dissipated. Then he took out 2 level 1 rune cores he had brought back from Pallet Island and placed the 4 rune cores in the 4 cardinal directions. The level 2 defense tower covers an area of 300 meters, while the level 1 tower only covers 100 meters. After the rearrangement, the safe zone becomes a rectangle that is longer east to west and narrower north to south. Theoretically, a single level 2 tower can cover nearly 100 acres of safe zone, but if a more ferocious monster tide comes, trying to cover too much area will only result in death. After calculation, Alan planned a 100-acre area in the crossfire zone, with 2 level 2 towers as the main structure and level 1 towers as secondary structures. The safety level here was almost the same as that of the stone house, and he designated it as his current living and farming area. Once the arable land was designated, Alan immediately arranged for the villagers to cultivate it. In 3 days, several villagers skilled in farming cleared nearly 10 acres of land and sowed wheat seeds. As long as water and fertilizer were available, he would be able to eat wheat grown on his island in 3 months. Water supply isn't a problem. Alan added 5 source crystals to the level 1 spring rune at once, and now the spring gushes out water like a small fountain, more than enough to supply 10 acres of land. As for fertility, there's even less to worry about. Hordes of monsters deliver fertilizer to the island every day. However, something has been noticeably off these past few nights. Previously, a maximum of 600 or 700 monsters would land each night, but since the dark tide, the numbers have been increasing. It wasn't until yesterday morning, when Alan was tallying his loot, that he discovered he had amassed 60 source crystals overnight, double the usual amount. He specifically counted the monster remains, and the result was astonishing. A full 1,300 monsters had died on Atlan Island last night, including some level 2 monsters. Alan was both surprised and delighted. Surprised because he didn't know what had happened in the sea, and delighted because the more monsters there were, the more spoils would naturally be. But after studying for 3 days, he realized that something was definitely amiss. This monster-killing speed was definitely not normal, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason yet. Speaking of spoils, the 9 slaves were stunned by the source crystals that had burst from the monster carcasses scattered across the island on their second day. Some exclaimed in awe of a miracle, while others wondered if they were still asleep. At that time, Alan was in a deep sleep due to the after-effects of his talent, so Lino explained it to him. Lino mysteriously hinted that the Lord was the Son of God. From then on, the way everyone looked at Alan changed from fear to reverence. Lino didn't think she was lying. She genuinely believed that Alan was sent by the gods to save the world. Especially after witnessing the changes on the island firsthand these past few days, she became even more convinced of this. When Alan woke up, he felt that the people were looking at him strangely, and he thought they were just shocked by the war treasure won. He had no idea that his little steward had already done a round of brainwashing for him. Alan slept until noon the next day. Around the same time, Mia and Thea also woke up. Seeing so many people suddenly on the island, they initially thought they were still dreaming. Later, under Lino's arrangement, everyone got to know each other, and the island's construction accelerated once again. With Alan's guidance, Mia and Thea were able to better utilize their respective talents, and no longer worried about falling into their previous negative state. In just 2 days, 5 wooden houses were built around the stone house. The speed was so fast, thanks to 2 factors: first, Mia's superhuman strength, and second, the use of readily available planks salvaged from old buildings, making the assembly as easy as building blocks. Now, in addition to the central stone house, 5 more wooden houses had been added to the island. 7 male slaves shared 2 rooms, and 2 female slaves shared 1 room. Of the remaining 2 rooms, one was used to store the looted supplies, and the other was used by Alan as a study so that he could read quietly. As for why he didn't let Lino and the others move to the wooden house and leave the stone house for him to study in, Alan had a perfectly good reason. The island nights were dark and cold, and he was afraid to sleep alone. He needed someone with him to fall asleep. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. On the island in the early morning, the sun shone gently and a light breeze was just right. Alan stood in front of the wooden cabin, looking at the 500 source crystals he had just counted on the table, but a sense of unease lingered in his heart. Tomorrow is the Wave Festival. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Lino to go to Sabadi Archipelago to redeem her mother. But he only had 500 source crystals saved up over the past few days, and he wasn't sure if that would be enough to bid for her. Alan could only secretly hope that Lino's mother wasn't too beautiful and wouldn't attract the attention of those lecherous lords. Otherwise, those 500 source crystals might not be enough. Chapter 48 Tina. Sabadi Archipelago. Tomorrow is Wave Festival. As the most prosperous trading island in the Azure Seas, Sabadi Archipelago has been bustling with activity for the past 3 days. Merchants from all over the seas have arrived on the island before the festival, crowding the port with their goods. Fortunately, Sabadi Archipelago is large enough that its harbor can accommodate even the largest tidal wave of ships. The island boasts magnificent architecture, and several major churches have their own churches there. On one corner of the island, an auction house, more imposing than a church, was inventorying the goods to be auctioned the next day. The front hall served as the auction room, while the back housed the so-called living creatures. At that moment, in the rear cell, a group of slave traders surrounded a woman in a cage, their eyes filled with greed. One of them lewdly said, "Old John, let me sleep with you once, it won't affect your auction tomorrow, how about 30 source crystals?" Someone nearby immediately raised the price. 50 source crystals! Old John's face darkened, and he retorted, "Don't dream! This woman is my main attraction. The starting bid tomorrow is at least 500 source crystals. I wouldn't even touch her myself, how could you possibly have a chance? These men were all old slave traders who had seen many beauties, but the woman in the cage still captivated their eyes. She had long, dark green hair, like silk flowing from a myth, and clear, cold amber eyes. Her features were so exquisite that she seemed to be favored by the gods. Her figure was mature and alluring, and even simple clothes could not hide her dangerous charm. In summary, she is a stunningly beautiful woman with captivating charm. When old John's raiding party first captured her, she was inconspicuous. She always hid in the deepest part of the slave quarters, draped in a black robe, her face deliberately smeared with dirt. It wasn't until one day, when she was with two twin girls and looked up with a loving gaze, that people discovered her true beauty. Prey of this caliber usually met a terrible fate on slave ships. But old John defied all opposition and saved her. He knew that such goods would fetch an astronomical price at the Wave Festival auction. Inside the cage, Tina looked sorrowful, her brows slightly furrowed, making her all the more pitiful. Time had not left its mark on her face, instead, it had added a touch of mature charm. The only person on her mind was Lino. She didn't know how Lino was doing, nor had she had a chance to tell her the truth. She also didn't know if Lino would awaken her talent during these tides. If Lino could also awaken, even if she were captured and enslaved like Lino, she would have a chance to break through the slave rune with her talent. Tina successfully awakened during the last dark tide. With her current abilities, she could tear through the slave runes, break free of her cage, and escape from the auction house at any time. Breaking through the runes came at a price. The rune backlash would put her in danger, so she hadn't acted rashly. She was well aware of the trouble her appearance would cause. Within her own tribe, many men had fought over her. After escaping the Wood Elf Island, she had always worn a black robe, trying her best to conceal herself. As for Lino, she wasn't actually Tina's biological child, but rather the daughter of her deceased sister. Her sister had been the queen of the elves, but disappeared in a conspiracy, and Tina took on the responsibility of raising Lino. Fearing that the conspiracy would continue to harm Lino, she took Lino away from her homeland when she was very young and they wandered between islands. Even though she carefully disguised herself, the occasional glimpses of her charm still attracted unwanted attention. So she had no choice but to keep moving around with Lino. During their last migration, they were still targeted by a slave-hunting caravan. Lino was branded with slave runes and sold first, while Tina, under the threat of the superhumans, became a slave, awaiting a master. Thinking of this, Tina recalled Lino's adorable appearance. Lino calling her Mom wasn't wrong. Although the child wasn't her biological child, she had raised her single-handedly, and they were practically family. Just then, someone outside urged old John. "Let's go! Stop looking at your treasures! The slave arena is about to start, and I heard there's a battle of extraordinary slaves today. I bought the tickets for a fortune." Old John, who had been standing guard by the cage like a watchdog, suddenly brightened up when he heard about the extraordinary match. He grinned. "Battles between superhumans are rare, let alone between superhumans who are slaves. We can't miss this." After saying that, he left the auction house with several colleagues. As soon as they left, the once bustling, living creature, storeroom instantly became deserted. Tina forced herself to pull herself out of her grief and regain her composure. As a wood spirit with a clear lineage, Tina is no stranger to the extraordinary. Long ago, the extraordinary were almost synonymous with divine messengers. Only by joining a church and worshipping a deity could one be granted power. Besides these, there was also the talent fruit, that could awaken extraordinary abilities from secret treasures. At that time, there were only these two paths to mastering extraordinary power. But after a cataclysmic event 300 years ago, everything changed. The gods no longer respond to believers frequently, and when they do issue divine pronouncements, they are obscure and difficult to understand. The divine messengers have lost their path to transcendence, and no one has seen the fruit of talent in the underwater treasures anymore. It seems that the fruit that grants immense power upon consumption is just one of countless legends in the sea. But as the younger sister of the Wood Elf Queen, Tina knew perfectly well that it wasn't just a legend. Those two extraordinary paths had once truly existed. No one knows why they disappeared almost simultaneously. However, the severing of the old path to transcendence does not mean that new extraordinary powers have not been born. Chapter 49 Ocean Currents. Although the original two paths to transcendence have disappeared, extraordinary individuals still occasionally emerge in the world over the next few centuries. However, this awakening is completely unpredictable, and no one can truly control it. The island of wood spirits once held a secret. It is said that a former wood spirit king received the answer from the goddess of life: when the dark tide descends, an elusive and extraordinary power will roam the seas. Some fortunate souls resonate with those powers, awakening their talents and embarking on a path of extraordinary abilities. The stronger the tides, the more energy roams, and the more extraordinary individuals are born. Tina was fortunate enough to awaken her talent during the last tide. Taking advantage of the absence of the warehouse, she secretly practiced her talent. But she also understood that using extraordinary abilities would consume her mental and physical strength, and overuse could even deplete her body. Without energy potions, she could only recover by eating large amounts of food. But she was currently just a slave, with no say in what she ate or how much she ate, and she certainly couldn't possess potions, so she dared not experiment frequently. Once a day was the limit she could endure. She took a sesame-sized seed from her hair and gently placed it in her palm. A warm green light appeared, and the seed cracked open in the light, sprouting a tender shoot. It then grew branches and vines spread out from the branches. If Tina wanted, she could even cover the entire cage with vines and manipulate them to attack or defend. However, that would consume a great deal of mental energy. She only made the vines perform a few simple attack maneuvers before withdrawing their power. Once out of control, the vines turned into ordinary plants, which she rolled up and handed to the cat in the next cage. The blue cat meowed in confusion. Tina whispered, "Eat it, it's fish mint." Upon hearing the name, fishy vine, the cat immediately stuffed the vine into its mouth. After finishing, it stared at Tina, begging for more. Tina explained helplessly, "This is my last fish mint seed. If I ever have the chance to find fish mint outside, I'll have plenty." The blue cat looked at her with disdain, as if to say, "When we're really outside, why doesn't it eat dried fish?" Late at night, Atlanta. After midnight tonight, it will be the Wave Festival. At that time, the waves will flow to different island nodes in unexpected ways. And the monsters that roam at night will lie dormant for the next few days. So, by midnight, fewer than 20 monsters had died on Atlantis. The island suddenly became much safer, and Alan was even able to go out late at night. But he wasn't too happy. Fewer monsters meant fewer source crystals to drop. Ellen, carrying a torch, led Lino, Mia, and Thea to the harbor, quietly waiting for dawn to break. He had brought Lino along because they were going to attend her mother's auction. Mia and Thea were brought along for safety reasons. Although Alan now possesses their talents, their power is only about 80% of his own. To be on the safe side, it's safer to have them accompany him. As for the remaining inhabitants, they were to remain on the island and continue farming, as he had arranged. It was quite late when Alan took the three women out, and they arrived in the early hours of the morning. The Wave Festival has officially begun. For a fleeting moment, the entire ocean suddenly became calm, the seawater seemingly still. That moment was so brief that Alan almost thought it was just an illusion. But he knew it was real. The next moment, many inexplicable whirlpools appeared on the sea surface. Alan understood that those eddies were ocean current channels. Once a ship entered one, it would be carried to the corresponding node by the current without any intervention. He didn't know where the whirlpools near Atlantis led. After the whirlpools appeared, Alan took the three women aboard, avoided them, and headed towards Ella Island first. The vortex in front of Ella Island has clearly defined nodes leading to various islands. However, these routes are not free, maps must be purchased. Alan bought one before for 10 source crystals and couldn't help but admire the shrewdness of the merchants. He piloted the second boat, carrying the three women all the way to Ella Island. What would normally be a half-day journey was completed in just 2 hours thanks to his and Thea's relay-style wind control. Following the map, Alan arrived at the whirlpool leading to Sabeti Archipelago. Dozens of ships were already lined up there. Among them, Alan also saw a familiar face. Emily was standing on the large ship on Antilo Island, looking at him with a complicated expression. Alan waved to her, but received no response. After saying hello, Emily, for reasons unknown, hurriedly ran back to her cabin. The ocean current was extremely fast. Dozens of ships lined up were swept away like arrows, propelled further west by the current. Before long, it was Alan's second ship's turn. He steered the ship into the ocean current, and before he could react, a tremendous thrust came from the stern. Like the other ships, the second ship plunged headlong into the depths of the azure sea. Flying at lightning speed, truly flying at lightning speed! Alan had heard about the characteristics of ocean currents, so before stepping into them, he tied himself tightly to the ship with ropes to avoid being suddenly thrown off. Lino, Mia, and Thea also secured themselves to the cabin. That's how small boats are, they're far less safe than large ships. When Ellen saw Emily's ship drifting into the ocean current, she was leisurely sipping hot tea, completely unaware of any danger. As he was strapped to the boat and sped along, Alan had only one thought in his mind: next year at the Wave Festival, he would definitely get a supersized boat, and never ride in this nerve-wracking little boat again. The second boat skimmed across the sea at an alarming speed, like a car speeding at 300 miles per hour. If it were to hit any obstacle, the small boat would likely disintegrate instantly, and the people on board would suffer a terrible fate. As one reef after another flashed past him, Alan's heart clenched with anxiety. Chapter 50 Auction House. However, Alan's worries were clearly unnecessary. The ocean currents around Ella Island have been proven over many years to be a safe route, and although the journey looked dangerous, it ultimately ended without incident. For the first half of the night, Alan kept a close eye on the ship, fearing something might happen. Later that night, he realized he was just worrying, so he went back to his cabin to sleep. He didn't wake up until it was broad daylight the next morning. After a night's voyage, a massive island appeared ahead of the second ship. Looking at its distant silhouette, Alan couldn't help but mutter, "Is that still an island?" Sabeti Archipelago was much larger than expected. When the second ship approached port number 4, it looked like a leaf in comparison. The ship was pushed into territorial waters by the ocean currents, and that boost gradually disappeared. Using the momentum, Alan brought the second ship to a stop in front of the dock. As soon as the ship docked, several elegantly dressed tax collectors came over with ledgers and announced, "See Wave Festival, taxes doubled. 2 source crystals per person, nobles exempt from taxation." Alan cursed inwardly, thinking how shady things were. Not only were there no tax breaks during the holidays, but the fees were doubled. But when you're on someone else's turf, you have to follow the rules. There were 4 people on their boat, and they had to hand over 8 source crystals before they were allowed to go ashore. Alan led the 3 women onto the pier, where the ground was paved with solid bluestone. He couldn't help but marvel at how impressive Sabeti was, the most prosperous island in the Azure Sea. Even its pier was so grand. All 4 were visiting this place for the first time, looking around like country bumpkins entering the city, asking for directions to the auction house as they walked. After several inquiries, they learned that the auction house was in the north of the island, while they were currently in the east. Sabeti Archipelago is too large. If you were to walk there, the auction would probably be over by the afternoon. Fortunately, there are carriages for rent on the island, similar to public transportation, costing 10 silver coins per person, which isn't too expensive. Silver coins are the currency minted by Sabeti Archipelago. They are made of silver and other metals and are exquisitely engraved with island designs. Usually, 100 silver coins can be exchanged for 1 source crystal, but silver coins only circulate on nearby islands and are almost never accepted on distant trading islands. After all, source crystals are an essential resource, while silver coins are not. It's easy to exchange source crystals for silver coins, but to exchange silver coins back for source crystals, you have to go all the way to Sabeti Archipelago, which is quite troublesome. In remote places like Ella Island, source crystals are still the hard currency, and small transactions are mostly done through barter. Upon learning this, Alan's mind began to race. The financial and banking industry in this world was practically still in its embryonic stage, with immense potential. He randomly found a shop, exchanged 500 silver coins, and then took the 3 women in a carriage to the auction house. Besides the 4 of them, there was also a portly merchant in the carriage. Alan didn't like chatting with strangers, but the merchant was very talkative, recounting his experiences as a merchant at sea. Alan responded half-heartedly, but still managed to glean quite a bit of information from the man. The businessman was also at the auction, but he wasn't a buyer, he was a seller. He said he unexpectedly caught a flying cat with 2 small wings that could speak. The merchant chuckled as he recounted how he had tricked the nobles into giving him the fish with just a small dried fish. This rare creature was highly prized by the nobility, and if he could fetch a good price, he would never have to travel the seas again. Alan listened to it as just a story and didn't take it too seriously. The carriage was moving quickly, and soon an auction house the size of a football field appeared before him. Gazing at the magnificent building before him, Alan touched the only 500 source crystals in his pocket, his heart sinking. The scale was clearly different from what he had imagined. It seemed unlikely that the 2 rune cores could be saved. With a touch of trepidation, Alan led the 3 women to the entrance of the auction house. The merchant who had accompanied them parted ways and went to the back of the auction house. Through their conversations, Alan had learned that verification of funds was required to enter the auction house, and that different levels of wealth resulted in different seating arrangements. The 500 source crystals he brought were only enough to meet the minimum entry requirements. To receive better treatment, one had to demonstrate more assets. At this moment, there was a long line of ordinary participants at the entrance, while the nobles and wealthy merchants were guided directly to their private boxes by designated personnel. Alan patiently waited in line for quite a while before it was finally his turn. The person in charge of greeting him at the door was a young and beautiful waitress who smiled and bowed. "Respected sir, please show me the assets you are participating in the auction." Without hesitation, Alan took out a bag containing source crystals from his pocket, followed by another bag containing 2 rune cores. After seeing the auction house, he no longer expected to be able to acquire Lino's mother with just 500 source crystals. So he took out all the resources he had at his disposal, a level 1 turret rune core and a fountain rune core. The waitress seemed to have a special ability to discern. She only glanced at it, and without asking him to open the bag in public, handed him an exquisite card with the number 286 written on it. She smiled and said, "This is your ticket to the private room. The room can accommodate a maximum of 5 people. Please follow the waiter to the room." As soon as she finished speaking, a young waiter stepped out from behind her and bowed respectfully. "Honorable guests, please come this way, and I will show you the way." Upon seeing this, Alan immediately called to the 3 women waiting beside him, and followed the beautiful figure in front of him toward the magnificent auction hall. Chapter 51 is broken. The auction house's interior space was also exceptionally bright and spacious. Stone pillars, each requiring 2 people to encircle, rise straight up to the high rooftops. The clean marble floor reflects the faces of passers-by. Led by the waiter, Alan and his 3 companions arrived at a private box deep inside the auction house. Then the waitress explained the auction rules. "Our auction house uses projection runes to project images from the auction into the private rooms in real time. If you want to bid, just call out your price normally, and someone will relay your price to the auction house. Here is the list of items for this afternoon's auction. There's still some time before the auction, so you can browse it. Lunch will be provided free of charge during the auction. A waiter will bring it to you shortly. May you get everything you want." After completing her explanation, the waitress bowed to Alan again and then left the private room. Only then did Alan have the mind to take a look at everything in the private room. First, inside the private room, there are seats arranged in a circular pattern, with a table in the center and a transparent crystal ball on the table. Alan and the 3 women sat down close together and looked at the crystal ball in the center of the table. "Is this the projection rune? That's interesting." Just as Alan was studying the principles and structure of the projection crystal, there was a gentle knock on the door of the private room. "Come in." After receiving Alan's permission, a group of waiters came in carrying plates and food. They arranged the exquisite dishes on the table and then lined up to leave. As the last waiter left, he thoughtfully said, "Food is provided free of charge. If you need more food, just let us know. Waiters will be on standby in the corridor outside the private room." Looking at the dazzling array of food, Alan couldn't help but marvel at the auction house's extravagance. The cost of these free foods alone is estimated to be more than 3 source crystals. If there are 300 private rooms, wouldn't it cost 1,000 source crystals just to supply the food? Is everything I brought to the auction sufficient? Why does it feel like both rune cores are a bit risky? In fact, Aaron had been blinded by the glamorous appearance of Sabaody Archipelago. With 500 source crystals and rune cores worth 5,000 source crystals, he is now in the upper middle class among the current population of Sabaody Archipelago. It's worth noting that the average free citizen on Ella Island earns only about 33 source crystals a year. 5,000 source crystals would take a free citizen 151 years to accumulate without eating or drinking. Of course, the free people of Sabaody Archipelago certainly have a higher income, but it's still only about 50 source crystals a year. If converted to the income of the residents of Sabaody Archipelago, it would be enough for them to work for 100 years. It was precisely because they detected that Alan's net worth was over 5,000 that the waitress at the door gave him a private room. Otherwise, he would have to squeeze into the auction hall all by himself, unable to bring any companions in. It was precisely because his 5,000 source crystals met the requirements for a private room that he was qualified to bring Lino and the other 2 with him. Remembering the auction house rules the businessman had told him, Alan, who was already sitting in the private box, felt a little more at ease. "I'm the only one who came here for Lino's mother. They might use the money to bid on other items. There's no need to scare yourself." Relieved, Alan did feel a bit hungry and quickly invited the 3 women to eat together. Just then, Alan noticed Lino standing to the side, her eyes brimming with tears, her lips trembling slightly as she looked at the auction list on the table. In a prominent position on the auction list, a portrait of an exceptionally beautiful woman is printed. Lino was looking at that portrait and weeping. "Lino, could she be your mother?" Alan froze, his mouth dry with nervousness, and asked. Lino nodded slightly, confirming Alan's guess. "It's over. With looks like that, she's bound to be noticed by a high-ranking nobleman. Even with my 5,000 source crystals, it's not certain." Alan didn't know how to comfort Lino for a moment. "I had promised her that I would auction off her mother for her." Alan initially thought there shouldn't be any problem with the 2 rune cores. "I never expected her mother to be such a beauty." To be honest, just looking at that alluring curve on the list made Alan a little tempted. Even the innocent young Alan was moved, let alone those nobles with their heads full of nonsense. "If I had known, I wouldn't have set up those 2 level 1 rune cores. It's too late to regret it now." Alan was willing to give up all 4 rune cores for Lino, just so that she could be reunited with her mother. One reason is that he genuinely likes this girl who quietly does things for him. Secondly, if it weren't for Lino's selfless sacrifice that night and her astonishing loyalty of 300%, he and Lino would have long since become 2 skeletons under the monster tide, and they wouldn't have the chance to sit here. Whether out of affection or gratitude, Alan will do his best to help her reunite with her mother. However, he really didn't expect that Lino's mother could be so beautiful. She was so beautiful she didn't seem like an ordinary human, she was as captivating as a forest sprite. It's too late to regret it now. Hopefully, those nobles will focus more on auctioning other things. Auction house, private box. In the very center of the auction house, there are 30 exclusive private boxes, each belonging to one of the most prestigious nobles of the Azure Sea. One of the private rooms belonged to Count Zoro, a high-ranking nobleman from the Azure West Sea and a member of the Federal Congress. The standard private rooms are small and can only accommodate 5 people, while the private rooms are exceptionally large and do not feel crowded even when seating hundreds of people. 1/5 of the auction house's space is reserved for these exclusive private boxes. Each private room is lavishly decorated and staffed with a dozen or so personal waiters. However, at this moment, Counselor Zoro did not keep the auction house waiters to serve him, and kicked them all out. After all the waiters had left, Zoro, who had been looking dignified, instantly became obsequious. He bowed and scraped before someone shrouded in black robes behind him, saying, "I never expected the Pope to send you, Archbishop. Now that you've come to the Azure Seas, let me do my best to be a good host for you. Just tell me what you need me to do." Once inside the private room where no one else was present, the people who had been shrouded in black robes began to remove them. The leader was an elderly man with completely white hair. Despite his aged and frail appearance, Representative Zoro dared not show the slightest disrespect. The reason was simply because the old man before them was one of the 12 cardinals of the Church of the Dark Goddess. What is even more terrifying than his identity is his terrifying extraordinary strength. If he wanted to, he could make the entire auction house vanish in an instant. Chapter 52 Celestial Cat. Inside the private room, the old man sat in the seat that should have belonged to Representative Zoro. In his hand, he held a scepter, a symbol of status. "Zoro, you've disappointed me greatly. Has it been so long, and there's still no news about the statue?" Representative Zoro lowered his head cautiously and then said, "It's been a week since I last reported to you. I've already sent people to find out. It is said that a minor lord on the outskirts of the Sea of Death may possess information about the secret treasure of the idol. That guy unfortunately died in the dark tide 2 weeks ago. Fortunately, his son inherited his territory. I'm trying to get information about the treasure from his son." Upon hearing this, Cardinal Foster's expression softened slightly. "You need to get this done as soon as possible. I hope to receive good news from you before the next dark tide descends." Representative Zoro said respectfully, "I will obey your orders." Foster nodded and continued, "I came here for more than just this. I heard that a figure resembling a celestial cat has appeared on Sabeti Archipelago. His Holiness the Pope sent me to investigate. Do you have any news about this?" Upon hearing the words, "celestial cat," Zoro paused for a moment, thought carefully, and then said, "I've been sending people to search for the secret treasure these past few days, but I haven't heard of this rumor. I'll send someone to gather information right now." Archbishop Foster waved his hand and said, "No. The reason I came to this auction is because I heard that the celestial cat will be participating. The church cannot show up to take the photos. We'll have to rely on your status as a local counselor." Upon hearing the Archbishop's explanation, Counselor Zoro nodded in understanding. "Yes. I am willing to give up all my wealth for the church." Foster nodded again, then suddenly noticed a beautiful figure on the auction list. "Huh! There are female slaves with such good looks here. That's interesting." Zoro followed Foster's gaze and saw the same stunning woman on the list. To be honest, he was somewhat tempted. However, in order to become extraordinary, Zoro wisely said, "It just so happens that the Archbishop needs a priest to accompany him. I will take a picture of her and send her to the sanctuary along with the Paradise Cat." Seeing that Zoro understood his hint, Foster smiled with satisfaction. "I think Bishop Zoro has a good chance of competing for a spot in the next Gods Chosen. All right, I've covered all the important points. There are heretical rune arrays on this island, making it easy for them to detect my presence. Everything from now on depends on you. Sabeti Archipelago is different from other small islands. It has a certain ability to detect high-level extraordinary beings. Although Foster was not afraid of being exposed, such an exposure would undoubtedly expose Bishop Zoro as well. This is clearly not in the Church's interest. Although he often abused his power for personal gain as a cardinal, he was still very careful when it came to the big picture. With that, a rune array appeared beneath Foster's feet. After a flash of light, only Representative Zoro remained in the private room. The smile vanished from his face, replaced by the seriousness befitting a great lord. "A celestial cat! Should we take a picture and give it to the church?" Zoro was making a decision in his mind. He suddenly remembered the legend of the celestial cat. According to legend, celestial cats are the darlings of the heavens, a lucky race blessed by a certain deity. Besides being able to speak human language and fly, their most important characteristic is luck. This luck is even more pronounced when exploring for hidden treasures. Legend has it that Jack Jones, known as the king of explorers hundreds of years ago, owned a celestial cat. With the help of that celestial cat, he gained the strength to dominate more than a dozen sea areas. Thinking about this, Representative Zorro's heart pounded again. After much deliberation, Representative Zorro gritted his teeth and gave up. If he were now an extraordinary being, he would definitely take this celestial cat without hesitation. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary human being, powerless against the terrifying Dark Church. The longer Zorro stayed in the Dark Church, the more he realized how terrifying it was. I don't even know if my move was the right one. Inside another luxury private room, Congressman Simon was also entertaining his guests. Compared to the furtive behavior of Senator Zorro, Congressman Simon, on the other hand, displayed the extravagance of the nobility. A dozen or so waitresses moved among the guests in the private rooms, serving them fine wines. Congressman Simon, seated at the head of the table with a smile, raised his crystal goblet and said, "Welcome to the island of wood spirits! And we also welcome Bishop Ross of the Church of Life." The amber-colored wine swayed in the glass, and Senator Simon led the way by drinking it all in one gulp. The other guests also raised their glasses and drank. The guests present were divided into two groups. One group consisted of bishops from the Church of Life on Sabadi Archipelago. One wave is the Wood Elf race from the mysterious Wood Elf Island. Simon and Bishop Ross are old friends, so there's not much to say. The elves were able to appear here because they were brought here by Bishop Ross. This is not surprising at all, because the wood spirits also worship the goddess of life. They even call themselves the children of the goddess of life. Therefore, it is perfectly normal to be with the Church of the Goddess of Life. As the intermediary, Bishop Ross spoke again after introducing the identities of both parties. Liam led his people off the island this time to find partners. You were the first person I thought of, my friend. Upon hearing about the collaboration, Congressman Simon inquired curiously. Oh? Cooperate? Before Bishop Ross could speak, the leading wood spirit, Liam, spoke first. That's right, Congressman Simon. By the holy decree of our elf king, our race will sell a small quantity of seeds from the ancient tree of war. The clan needs an external force to cooperate with. We found you through Bishop Ross's recommendation. The wood spirit Liam's face carried the unique arrogance of an elf. Although he was very restrained in his tone, Congressman Simon still detected a hint of disdain. Simon was also a very arrogant person. If someone dared to speak to me so rudely on a normal day, I would have punched them in the face long ago to teach them a lesson about how to be a humble person. However, out of respect for the ancient tree of war, Simon forgave Liam's rudeness. I know about the ancient war tree. They are said to be the guardians of the Wood Spirit Island. Possesses superior independent combat capabilities. It can easily tear apart any enemy attempting to occupy Elf Island. And its strength will increase with the tree's age. But I'm curious. Are the elves really willing to sell the seeds of the ancient tree of war? Chapter 53 Ancient Tree of War. Faced with Simon's question, Liam smiled dismissively and said calmly, I'm sitting right here, so this decision is definitely real. It has been unanimously agreed upon within the clan. Besides, it's just selling some ancient tree seeds. It will not have any impact on our race. Simon received a definite answer, and then followed up with, How many of those ancient war tree seeds does the nobleman intend to sell? How should we position the price? When Liam heard Simon's curious question, he slowly extended a finger. 100 seeds? No, it's 1,000. 1,000 seeds that have been soaked in the spring of life are destined to take root and sprout. Our clan has initially agreed on a price of 300 source crystals per crystal. Of course, there may be some adjustments later, but for this transaction, it's set at 300 source crystals. As for how many source crystals our partners sell to others, our clan will not interfere. In addition, each seed will be accompanied by a bottle of spring water to help it grow. With this bottle of spring water, the seeds can be guaranteed to take root and sprout within 10 days. In terms of combat strength, the newly grown war tree can easily handle more than a dozen level 1 monsters. Give it 3 months to grow, and it can protect a radius of 30 meters even during a level 1 monster horde. After hearing the quantity and price, Simon did the math in his head. 300,000 source crystals. It would cost 300,000 source crystals to consume such a batch of tree seeds. Even if he were the lord of more than a dozen large islands, he wouldn't be able to produce so many source crystals in a short period of time. However, the war tree is truly needed in the eastern part of the Azure Sea. The Sea of Death is expanding, and it might one day reach our own island. By planting ancient war trees in advance, it only takes 10 days to form an initial effective combat force. And it will grow over time. Simon dares to say that with rune cores being extremely scarce, the inexpensive ancient tree of war will definitely cause a frenzy among many minor lords. Even if it sells for 500 source crystals per tree, it will be snapped up immediately. This deal is a great bargain. After silently doing some mental calculations, a smile appeared on Congressman Simon's face. Thank you for your trust, nobleman. I want these seeds. But you need to give me 3 days. Before the Wave Festival ends, I will deliver the source crystals I need to you. Upon hearing Simon readily agree to the deal, Liam nodded slightly, as if giving a handout. He raised his glass and began to drink by himself. There's nothing good in the human world, but the lives of these nobles are quite interesting. Once this transaction is completed, I'm going to enjoy myself in the human world. Liam drank his wine while looking around at the decor of the private room. Such magnificent architecture is indeed something that cannot be found on the island of the wood spirits. Just as he was looking around, he suddenly caught a glimpse of someone on the auction catalog. He was immediately startled. The Elf Queen? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was not the deceased queen. She's more like the queen's sister, Tina, who escaped from Fairy Island more than a decade ago. How did she get here? Looking at the figures in the catalog, even more beautiful than they were a decade ago, Liam licked the red wine off his lips. You are even more beautiful than before. Liam's eyes shone with a burning light. He kept looking at Tina in the picture. As Tina's former insignificant suitor, he watched as the once high and mighty elven princess was now reduced to an item about to be auctioned off. Liam, who used to be just an ordinary low-level elf, could now sit in the auction box and freely look her over. This role reversal sent a shiver of exhilaration through Liam. However, he wasn't the only elf present who knew Tina. I need to find a way to distract the other elves so I can secretly take pictures of her and make her my plaything. Thinking of this, Liam casually glanced at the elves beside him. After discovering that they were all carefully tasting human food, he pretended to be looking through the manual and brought it in front of him. However, if they are still here after the auction begins, they will definitely be discovered. So after thinking for a moment, Liam quietly approached Simon and handed him the manual. Taking advantage of the other elves' inattention, he quickly said, Congressman Simon! I really like this slave that's up for auction in the manual. If possible, please take a picture of it. If you could give it to me as a testament to our friendship. Then in the next transaction, I will also bring you, as my elf friend, a generous gift. Simon was taken aback by Liam's words, and then he saw the figure in the manual. As a normal man, he would naturally be attracted to that figure. However, he also took Liam's words very seriously. Of course, my friend. If I could, I would definitely take a picture of her and send it to you. Liam smiled with satisfaction after receiving Simon's promise. Then, fearing that the other elves would also discover Tina's figure, he quickly called out to the other elves. Amid the reluctance of the elves, they were led to the headquarters of the Church of Life. The Church of Life's current headquarters is their base on Sabati Archipelago. As the elves prepared to leave, Bishop Ross of the Church of Life also rose to his feet. Although he still had a lot to say to his friend Simon, his main purpose this time was to spend time with the elves. As the elves were leaving, Ross led the church members out of the private room. In the end, only Simon and his subordinates remained in the private room. The Wood Elf race? That's interesting. It is said that the elven race once received a divine message from the goddess of life, instructing them to seal off the island and sever all ties with the outside world. Did the elf king deliberately defy the goddess's oracle? Simon pondered to himself. However, he soon stopped thinking about the problem. This is none of my business. These seeds of the ancient tree of life have arrived at the perfect time. We can form initial effective combat capability in 10 days. I can easily handle more than a dozen level 1 monsters. Although adult male slaves can also do this. However, the growth potential of the war tree should not be underestimated. It is said that the ancient tree's combat power during the 3-year war is comparable to that of a level 1 defensive tower. The combat power of a 10-year-old war tree is comparable to that of a level 2 defensive tower. If we plant just a few on the island, we won't even need to deploy defense towers for monster tides below level 3 in 3 years. Most importantly, it's cheap, only 300 source crystals. One level 1 defense tower rune core is enough to buy 10 ancient trees of war. Of course, 300 source crystals is the cost price. If we were to sell it to the Eastern Sea area, we would definitely need to sell it for more than 500 source crystals to make a profit. So if you can bid on the slave that the elf has his eye on and give it to him, then do your best to bid on it. With this business deal as a guarantee, I'm sure I'll be the next speaker of the Legislative Council. Chapter 54 Purple Treasure Map. Inside a standard private room. Although the food was free, the grand auction house was different. It was plentiful and delicious. So after Alan and the other 3 finished what was on the table, they had some more food. Finally, after finishing all the snacks, it was afternoon. The auction is about to begin. In the dimly lit private room, the projected rune crystal on the table emitted a faint glow. A moment later, a virtual projection appeared in mid-air above the private room. Those inside the private boxes could comfortably watch the entire auction simply by leaning back in their seats. The content of the virtual projection is the auction booth. After the projection started, a man dressed in a black tuxedo stood on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chapoti Wave Festival auction. As this is a grand annual festival, we have prepared a rich selection of auction items from all over the world today. Without further ado, let's begin today's auction. After finishing his opening remarks, the host bowed to the audience, and then gestured for the items to be brought up for auction. The opening and closing acts of an auction determine its prestige. So the first items to be auctioned were brought up by 4 personal guards. The item in the auction didn't look very big. It lay on a huge tray and was covered with a red veil. But seeing how grand it looked on the projection, Alan knew it must be something good. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the first item up for auction today. A treasure map from somewhere in the ocean. After saying it was a treasure map, the auctioneer paused for a moment. The ordinary auctioneers at the scene began to discuss it privately. Will the treasure map be the opening auction item? Treasure maps are rare, but they're also common. I even bought one before. Exactly, treasure maps are sold by almost every adventurer's guild, so there's nothing special about them. It seems like this auction isn't very high level. Alan became somewhat curious after hearing about the treasure map. As a country bumpkin lord from some remote corner, to be honest, he had only heard of the magic of treasure maps, but had never actually seen one. This time I'll finally get to see something new. This excellent auctioneer seemed to know exactly how the audience would react after he revealed the treasure map. He knew exactly how to stir their emotions. Finally, just as the discussions and boos from the audience were getting louder and louder, the auctioneer grabbed the cloth covering the tray and yanked it off, revealing the items on the tray. A purple glow illuminated the entire venue. As the light faded, a purple scroll of unknown material appeared on the tray. Immediately after the purple light flashed, the discussions that had just been about the opening auction items lacking sophistication vanished instantly. Instead, a chorus of disbelief filled the air. Has the auction house gone mad? The treasure maps for the purple epic level treasures are all up for auction. The items in the blue treasure are already incredibly tempting. I can't even imagine how amazing the contents of the purple treasure must be. Alan looked at the purple scroll in the projection and was also somewhat surprised. After cramming on some basic knowledge over the past few days, Alan learned that treasures are also divided into common and rare types. The method of identification is very simple. Just look at the color of the treasure map it was created with. The lowest grade is the white treasure. It is the most common and the most ordinary. Basically, all the treasure maps circulating on the high seas are white. However, this does not mean that there are no good items on the white treasure map. A purple treasure chest was once discovered within the white treasure chest. Upon opening it, it turned out to be an epic level rune equipment worth a fortune. Some people have even discovered orange treasure maps, which are a level higher than purple treasure maps, within the white treasure map. This discovery instantly ignited a wave of searches for the white treasure across the entire sea. The price of the white treasure map has been driven up to a level that is not rightfully its own. Too many people have made their fortune selling white treasure maps, while too many others have gone bankrupt trying to get rich from white treasures. A wave is just a wave. It will eventually subside. After the storm subsided, everyone came up with a common understanding about the white treasure. That means a white treasure doesn't necessarily mean there aren't any good things inside. However, the probability of having something good is extremely low. It is far inferior to other levels of secret treasures. The green treasure has a higher probability of yielding good items than the white treasure. Blue treasures have a higher probability of being obtained than green treasures. Even more advanced than the blue treasure is the purple treasure currently being auctioned. Compared to other levels where obtaining good items from treasures relies on probability, this level offers a different experience. Once you find the purple treasure, you're guaranteed at least one purple epic level rune item. As for how many source crystals an epic rune item is worth, it also depends on how well it suits your needs. If you happen to find someone who needs it, then it's priceless. If you encounter someone who doesn't really need it, and trades it as a commodity, it would cost at least 10,000 source crystals. So you can imagine how enthusiastic the atmosphere is right now. That's the effect the auctioneer wanted. When the atmosphere in the room was electric, he announced the starting bid for the treasure map. As you can see, this is a purple treasure map. If we can successfully find the secret treasure and open it, we are guaranteed to get a rune item worth at least tens of thousands of source crystals. As the opening act of this auction, its starting price is 3,000 source crystals. Each time you raise your paddle, you must pay at least 500 source crystals. Ladies and gentlemen, let the bidding begin. The auctioneer spread his arms, holding the gavel, and gave an elegant bow, signaling the official start of the auction. 3,500 source crystals. 4,500 source crystals. The buyers at the venue were basically silent after someone announced the two prices. Because anyone with a net worth of over 5,000 is already sitting in a private room. However, they didn't think much of it. The purple treasure was indeed beyond the reach of someone of their social class. Even if you gave them a purple treasure map for free, they probably wouldn't be able to retrieve the treasure from the sea. Because there are almost always monsters near each treasure. Without sufficient strength, it would be impossible to break through the outer defenses of the monsters. 8,000 source crystals! Seeing that the room was completely silent, the guy in the private box started to exert his power. They immediately raised the price to 8,000. 8,500 source crystals! 9,500 source crystals! 10,000 source crystals! Inside the luxury private room, Senator Zorro looked at the now concealed purple treasure map and felt a surge of excitement. I wonder if there are any items or clues among the treasures of this level that could make someone extraordinary. If there is any, I will definitely take a picture of it. Why should I suffer as a lackey in the dark church? Chapter 55 Adventurer Team However, after much deliberation, Representative Zoro decided to give up. As the Great Lord of the Azure Western Sea, he currently has a full 100,000 source crystals at his disposal. He was one of the people with the most cash flow among almost everyone present. The price of treasure maps has now been raised to 15,000 source crystals. However, the people in the luxury private room haven't made a move yet. Given Zoro's understanding of the purple treasure map, the price exceeding 20,000 source crystals would be a piece of cake. However, my main purpose in participating in this auction was to acquire the celestial cat. Or perhaps she was a female slave whom the Archbishop had taken a liking to. If I failed to acquire the celestial cat at auction because of buying the purple treasure map, I might not see the sun rise tomorrow. Does anyone else know anything about the celestial cat? If no one knew that cat was a celestial cat, maybe it could. Representative Zoro silently calculated in his mind, thinking that if others didn't know about the celestial cat, they might be able to snag a bargain by spending a small amount of source crystals. But he was overthinking it. The news about the celestial cat has reached even the dark, shadowy churches, let alone those churches that are open about it. At this moment, in another luxurious private room, Congressman Simon is receiving Bishop Ross, who has returned from his absence. Count Simon, if you can help the church win the bid for that cat, you will gain the friendship of the Church of Life. All the extraordinary individuals in the entire Azure Sea Church will be your best friends. As the bishop of the island, Ross naturally had his own luxurious private box. However, in order to capture the image of the celestial cat, Bishop Ross, worried that the church would not have enough source crystals, began frequenting the private rooms of nobles he knew, hoping to get temporary assistance. He only received the news after he had just sent the elf back to the church. The Church of Light has raised 100,000 source crystals in an attempt to bid for the celestial cat. The Church of Life's influence in the Azure Sea is not particularly strong. In terms of reserves of source crystals, it only has around 20,000. With just this amount of source crystals, we couldn't even buy the treasure map on the field, let alone the celestial cat. Upon hearing Bishop Ross's request, Simon fell into deep thought. To be honest, if it weren't for the news of the collaboration that the Wood Spirit had just brought, he would definitely have helped his old friend. However, given the previous agreement, he was already having a headache about how to raise 300,000 source crystals, so where would he get any extra source crystals to help his old friend? Ross, as a friend, I'd love to help you. But you also know what a huge deal I just made with those elves. Therefore, I can only suggest that you try visiting other noble families to see if they can help you. Sorry, Rose. Simon looked apologetic, while Ross expressed his understanding. After all, he was a witness to the business deal that just happened. Okay, Simon, sorry to bother you. I'll go and check on the other nobles. Simon still looked apologetic as he personally escorted Bishop Ross out of the private box. But there's no way around it. Business with the elves is more important. Otherwise, someone who loves treasure hunting so much would definitely not have let go of this purple treasure map. Normally, Simon would have gotten this treasure map even if it cost him 30,000 source crystals. On the auction stage, the auctioneer enthusiastically announced one number after another. 25,000 source crystals! Box number 29 sold for 25,000 source crystals. Is there anything higher? Are there any higher ones? The bidding was extremely fierce. However, after the price exceeded 22,000 source crystals, the bidding in the market became much calmer. Finally, after the price of the luxury suite was raised to 25,000 source crystals, no new prices were announced. 25,000 source crystals for the first time. 25,000 source crystals second time. 25,000 source crystals for the third time. Make a deal! As the auctioneer's gavel fell, the final price was set at 25,000 source crystals, and the 29th luxury VIP room was won in the auction. Inside the luxurious private room, a long-haired beauty dressed in black armor smiled gently at her excited teammates. We've got the treasure map! Captain is awesome! As expected of the captain. They are a team of adventurers whose daily mission is to explore for hidden treasures at sea. My greatest achievement was successfully conquering a blue treasure. Inside the blue treasure, their extraordinary abilities were greatly enhanced. They also obtained abundant supplies. Yes, that's right, everyone in the team is an extraordinary being. Captain Grace, in particular, possesses terrifyingly high-level extraordinary talent. She alone could annihilate all the monsters surrounding the blue treasure. It should be noted that those monsters are generally level 10 or higher. This gives you an idea of Grace's strength. Besides her exaggerated strength, her identity is also quite extraordinary. She was actually the daughter of the previous legislator and held the title of Federal First-Class Baron. It was precisely because of their noble titles that all 7 members of their team were able to sit in this luxurious private room. Otherwise, adventurers with ordinary identities, no matter how powerful or wealthy, can only obediently sit in the ordinary private rooms on the outer perimeter, at most with a slightly higher serial number. On the projection, the auctioneer has already struck the gavel, but the transaction is not yet complete. Shortly after the gavel was struck, 4 guards arrived at the door of Grace's private room, carrying a purple treasure map. Feeling the oppressive aura of the 4 guards, who were mid-level superhumans, the other team members were inexplicably nervous. Grace, being a high-level superhuman, released her superhuman aura, which instead made the 4 guards nervous. This is the treasure map you photographed. Please provide 25,000 source crystals, or something of equivalent value. Although a single source crystal is only the size of a fingernail, if it is the size of 25,000 fingernails, then it is extraordinary. It couldn't fit in 2 sacks. As a high-level superhuman and a noblewoman, Grace certainly couldn't carry source crystals in a sack when she went out. She gently turned the ring on her hand, and a mountain of source crystals appeared in the private room. Clearly, she possesses a rune-equipped item, the space ring. The way the 4 guards took away the source crystal was much simpler. A guard stepped forward and gently pointed at the mountain of source crystals, which then floated in the air in heaps. Then, he was led away from the private room by the guards. After the guards left, the teammates who had just witnessed the scene started chattering amongst themselves. Captain, is this a gift of talent, or a supernatural ability derived from mastering runes? I don't seem to sense the power of the runes on them. Grace clearly knew a lot about the supernatural, and said with a slight smile. This is the power of the levitation runes. You didn't feel it simply because your detection runes aren't good enough. However, among the 4 of them, there must be one who has mastered the concealment runes. Of those 4 guards, 2 were rune masters and 2 were gifted individuals. I wonder which rune master mastered the invisibility rune. Alright, we've got the treasure map. There are still quite a few items to be auctioned off. My savings are all gone, so I'll just keep watching for a while longer. Shall we go to the tavern to celebrate? Upon hearing the captain mention the tavern, the drunken men immediately began to drool with anticipation. As an adventurer, living a life of constant danger, what you can't live without is fine wine and women. However, since the team leader is a woman, the people present were a bit more reserved and didn't dare to talk about women. But I couldn't resist the mention of alcohol. Let's drink! Let's drink! I'm going to drink for 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 56 The Flying Cat. 25,000 source crystals! Oh my god! So I only brought a small fraction of what I had. Inside a standard private room, Alan looked at the auction items that had just been successfully sold, feeling an indescribable bitterness in his heart. I thought that having 5,000 source crystals made me a rich person. Unexpectedly, the very first auction gave Alan a vivid lesson in what it means to be outmatched. I've learned something new. Is this what rich people are like? He can be replaced. After the auctioneer had the guards take the items away, he waited for a short while, waiting for the audience to recover from the bidding frenzy. Once the buyer's emotions had calmed down a bit, he smiled faintly and stood in the center of the booth again. That was the main event at the beginning. It's clear how enthusiastic everyone is about this auction. The next item up for auction is a set of spirit potions, 20 bottles in total. Whether it's an awakener who has awakened their talent or a rune master who has deciphered the runes, using extraordinary powers consumes a large amount of mental energy. And this set of mental energy potions can restore a large amount of mental energy for you in a short time. This potion has been identified as a blue quality potion, capable of providing 100% recovery for high-level extraordinary individuals and below. It also restores 20% of the spirit of epic-level transcendence. The entire set will now be auctioned off, with a starting price of 200 source crystals. Each bid must be at least 20 source crystals higher. Please begin your bidding. As the auctioneer brought down the gavel, the crowd resumed bidding. 240 source crystals. 300 source crystals. Alan looked at the blue potion on the display stand in the projection, and was very tempted. With these, you don't have to worry about overdrawing your mental energy. As long as you can ensure that your physical strength is not overdrawn, you can unleash your talents at will. Don't worry about your soul collapsing. To be honest, Alan's interest in the mental potion stemmed from its effects. I didn't intend to photograph this set of potions, because the blue potion is not really needed by him, Mia, and Thea at this stage. For 3 low-level transcendence, white low-level mental energy potions are sufficient. The 3 of them using high-level blue potions was like using a cannon to kill a mosquito, a complete waste of firepower. Moreover, the spirit potion is more suitable for rune masters. These awakened ones are better suited to energy potions. Energy potions are more expensive than spirit potions of the same tier. However, the energy potion not only replenishes mental energy, but also restores the physical energy that is greatly depleted when releasing talents. It can be said that the energy potion is more targeted. Currently, a bottle of spirit potion costs about 10 source crystals on the market. A bottle of energy potion costs approximately 15 source crystals. These are the prices for low-tier white potions. Green mid-tier potions and blue high-tier potions are twice as expensive. Therefore, the starting price of 200 source crystals is clearly a trick by the auction house. The starting price is set below the market price to attract bidders looking for bargains and to liven up the auction atmosphere. Having witnessed all sorts of high-end and low-end business tactics in his past life, Alan saw through this petty trick at a glance. Sigh, as someone who has done part-time advertising and marketing, I find the methods used in this world to be so low-class. Once Atlantis is fully developed, I'm going to teach all the merchants in this world a lesson. The atmosphere in the auction room was quite lively. The starting bid was 200 source crystals, and it rose all the way to 1,000 source crystals. 1,000 source crystals is probably the limit of the market price. There's no need to buy it here if it's any higher. The auctioneer was clearly aware of the value of each item. So after no one else was willing to pay 1,000 source crystals, the hammer fell decisively, and the deal was completed. In the following time, the auction featured a wide variety of items. Rune equipment, monster eggs, noblewoman's slaves, level 2 defense tower rune cores, rune scrolls. In short, all sorts of auction items that are not usually seen appeared on the projection screen like a fleeting glimpse. It broadened the horizons of Alan and his 3 companions. However, the price never exceeded that of the purple scroll at the beginning. The highest quality was the blue quality monster egg, which fetched an astonishing 15,000 source crystals at auction. Alan once again lamented the small change he had left. Looking at the dozen or so items remaining in the auction catalog, you know that the auction has already entered its second half. The auction is estimated to end in about 2 hours. Lino's mother appears to be the second to last item in the auction, so Alan will definitely be watching the entire auction. Alan glanced at the table of contents again. Alan estimates that the items above will be hard to surpass that opening prize. Additionally, it's worth noting that auction houses maintain the mystique surrounding their auctions in this way. The catalog will not specify what the opening and closing items are. So Alan was also quite curious about the final, climactic part. Alan was watching the auction projection out of boredom, thinking that only the final item's price could surpass the opening prize's high price. A cute little cat with 2 small white wings on its back and blue fur was brought to the display stand in a cage by a waiter. The auction had entered its garbage time at this point, and apart from focusing on the items they wanted to bid on, most of the audience members were eagerly awaiting the grand finale. The auctioneer, who was in charge of managing the event, was also working hard to complete the auction process and get through the less productive time of the auction as quickly as possible. So when the cat was served, no one paid much attention to the blue cat. As a professional auctioneer, it is essential to memorize the characteristics of each item before going on auction. The auctioneer felt that the cat's only notable qualities were its cuteness. Of course, having 2 small wings and being able to fly is also one of its distinctive features. In addition, according to its captors, it can also speak human language. However, this point needs to be verified, because it has never been opened since it was locked in the warehouse, so the authenticity of this statement cannot be verified. As for flying, it's really nothing special in this bizarre world. After all, there are still some demi-human races in this world. The auctioneer was very knowledgeable. He had auctioned off no fewer than 5 bird people alone. Therefore, in the auctioneer's eyes, this cute, flying blue kitten would probably only be worth bidding on by the wealthy ladies present. So, after carefully crafting his words, the auctioneer introduced it as follows. "Look, what a beautiful kitten! Look at its big eyes, its glossy blue fur, and those 2 adorable wings. Trust me, with this, you'll definitely be the center of attention at any party. Oh, right! It can fly! Imagine yourself lying on the beach, basking in the warm sunshine and feeling the gentle sea breeze, while a cute little cat flaps its tiny wings and picks a coconut for you from under a coconut tree. Isn't the coconut water in this coconut exceptionally sweet? This adorable and practical kitten, let's guess its starting bid. That's right, only 50 source crystals are needed. Starting bid is 50, and each bid must be at least 5 source crystals. The auction will now begin." Chapter 57: The Magical Cat. After the auctioneer announced the starting price, the male auctioneers present were completely silent. Is cuteness and the ability to fly the only 2 points? Does it have any fighting ability? Or do you know how to farm? If all else fails, how about performing acrobatics? To be honest, 50 source crystals are something that anyone present who can attend the auction can afford. However, buying only 1 cute kitten is a bit of a waste. However, they are not the target users of this cat. The female auctioneers in the audience were captivated by the cat's adorable appearance. "Look at this cute little thing! Buy it! Buy it! Who wouldn't want to sunbathe on the beach, feel the sea breeze, and have a flying cat pick coconuts for you?" Soon, an actor appeared and offered the first auction price for the cat. 200 source crystals! In the hall, a woman wearing a flower hairpin raised her bid. Her face showed a determined expression. He immediately quadrupled the price of the cat, intending to scare away those weak-willed competitors. However, she clearly underestimated the scale of this auction. As the largest auction house in the entire Azure Sea area. Moreover, it's an annual wave festival auction. The auction house at this moment is a veritable den of hidden talents. The luxury private rooms, which are usually never full, are completely packed today. Even the regular private rooms had a waiting list number of 300. So it's easy to imagine how many of them were wealthy women. Do you think you can scare them away with just 200 source crystals? That's absolutely laughable. 500 source crystals! 1,000 source crystals! 3,000 source crystals! The competition on the field was extremely fierce. In no time, the auction price was raised to 3,000 source crystals. Although this cat is really cute, 3,000 source crystals is already an astronomical price for a pet. Alan was also surprised by the extravagant spending of the ladies on the field. However, he was more happy for Lewis, who sold the cat. This must be the cat Lewis was talking about. He made a fortune trading a few dried fish for 3,000 source crystals. Lewis was the merchant who traveled with Alan in the carriage on his way to the auction house. Alan learned a lot from talking with him along the way. When it was time to part ways, Lewis said he was the seller at the auction. She also mentioned that what she was about to auction was a blue kitten with small wings. The image he described perfectly matched the one on stage. Although it was just a chance encounter, Alan still sent his congratulations from afar to the fat businessman who had been talking incessantly the whole way. As for the fat businessman Lewis, he certainly didn't receive Alan's congratulations from afar. However, he was also at the auction at that moment. As the owner of the goods, Lewis was not allowed to enter the auction room to participate in the bidding. So at this moment, he and the other businessmen stood in a corner of the auction house, looking at the auction stage from afar, listening to one unexpected price after another being announced on the field. Lewis was trembling with excitement. So happy that the flesh on my body jiggled with excitement. Lewis initially thought the cat was cute, but he'd be grateful if he could get 500 source crystals from it. Unexpectedly, the price was raised to 3,000 source crystals. Even if he had to give 15% of the source crystals to the auction house as a reward, he would still receive 2,550 source crystals. The cost of catching this cat was just some dried fish. 2,550 source crystals are equivalent to Lewis's total income from 5 years of trading. 2,550 source crystals! How are we going to spend this money? When the auctioneer heard the bid for 3,000 source crystals, he also thought that the price had reached its limit. I asked a professional question. 3,000 source crystals! 3,000 source crystals for VIP room 021. Are there any higher ones? This adorable kitten is so cute. If not, I'll start the countdown. Just as the auctioneer was about to count down 3, 2, 1. The luxury VIP room, which had remained silent until now, suddenly started asking for a price. 10,000 source crystals! When the numbers came from the luxury VIP box, all the auctioneers present were shocked. Is this the power of a luxury private room? The auctioneer on stage was also astonished by the number. Simply selling something of high value at a high price doesn't necessarily mean anything. A pet that costs a few hundred source crystals was auctioned off for tens of thousands of source crystals. Today is probably the most glorious day of his career. So the moment he heard about the 10,000 origin crystals, he completely changed his previous perfunctory attitude and became energized. Box 12 has offered 10,000 yuan crystals. Box 12 has bid 10,000 source crystals. Are there any higher ones? Is there anything higher? The auctioneer's eyes were filled with expectation, hoping that other luxury boxes would also make a bid. However, before he could finish speaking, the people in VIP room number 11 also made their move. 20,000 source crystals! When the auctioneer heard the price from box number 11, he became quite agitated. 20,000 source crystals! Box number 11 bids 20,000 source crystals! What an amazing cat! The bidders below the stage were just reveling in the high price of 10,000 source crystals when a bid of 20,000 source crystals appeared. They no longer understand what's going on in this world. The purple treasure map was being auctioned off with bids increasing by thousands of crystals, but now a pet cat is asking for 10,000 source crystals right off the bat. Is this cat a favorite of God? Alan was also a little confused about the situation on the court. However, this didn't stop him from excitedly watching the drama unfold. He also wanted to see what price the cat would eventually fetch. Box 08, the luxury box, is where Representative Zorro is located. He hasn't made a move yet, mainly because he wants to see who his competitors are. Now he knows. Box 12 belongs to the Church of Life, while Box 11 belongs to the Church of Light. Will the Storm Church in Box 10 also make a move next? 25,000 source crystals! Box 10 has bid 25,000 source crystals! Upon hearing the auctioneer excitedly announce the price for Box 10 on the stage, Counselor Zorro knew that the Church of Storms had made its move. However, he knew that now was not the best time to make a move. As a native nobleman of the Azure Sea, he has always been known for his intelligence, and is outwardly a nobleman without faith. To avoid attracting more attention, he will not choose to compete with those churches directly, lest he draw their attention. His plan was to wait until the price was high enough, then make a single bid to determine the final outcome. Even if people later suspect him, he can say that he is a rare commodity, and no one will guess his relationship with the Dark Church. Just as he had guessed, prices on the market continued to rise. Besides the 3 churches that had just participated, the other churches also announced their prices. 30,000 source crystals! 40,000 source crystals! 60,000 source crystals! Chapter 58 Cooperation. Inside VIP box number 12. Bishop Ross looked at the celestial cat on the display stand with annoyance. After the price was raised to 60,000 by numerous churches, he stopped bidding. The reason he was able to borrow 60,000 source crystals in such a short time was because of the friendship he had built with those nobles through the water of life. Ross promised those guys who wouldn't act until they saw the benefit that if they could lend a hand today and help him photograph the celestial cat, they could come to the Church of Life and receive a blessing from the Goddess of Life. However, even with the blessing of the Goddess of Life as a bargaining chip, they only managed to raise 40,000 source crystals in the end, with the remaining 20,000 source crystals coming from the Church's own savings. It seems this celestial cat is destined to have no connection with the Church of Life. Let's not force it. Anyway, our Church's supernatural abilities aren't suitable for combat. Even if we get them, we might not be able to make full use of them. Ross thought of the legend of the celestial cat. Legend has it that celestial cats are a race favored by the goddess of fortune. They have little to no fighting ability. But they have a unique kind of luck. This luck is especially evident when treasure hunting. It is said that celestial cats can find the location of secret treasures by intuition. Finding the location alone isn't anything special, because each treasure can only be accessed using a treasure map. However, the celestial cat's other ability is the reason why it is sought after by various forces. It can act as a treasure map, leading people to the location of the hidden treasure. Simply put, it is a treasure hunting cat that can find treasure. It can also be a universal key to the location of a secret treasure, opening the entrance to the treasure. How could such a miraculous ability not tempt those powerful forces to make a move? Inside a standard private room. When Alan heard that the price had risen to 60,000, he was completely stunned. What's going on? Does this cat have some mysterious background? It's important to know that each of the luxury private rooms is occupied by big shots from the Azure Sea. These important figures are all incredibly shrewd. If it were just an ordinary pet, it wouldn't have resulted in such a crazy price increase. There must be an information gap here that Alan, at his level, cannot access. Who cares what their background is? Anyway, I just need to quietly manage Atlantis Island. If you can't figure it out, then stop thinking about it. Anyway, it won't affect Alan's operation of the island. I wonder what Lewis thinks when he hears this price. Alan thought with some curiosity. How do you feel? I feel nothing. When the auctioneer called out 50,000 source crystals, Lewis, who was watching the auction from a corner, fainted from excitement. Before he fainted, his actions were no less impressive than Fan Jin's success in the imperial examination. He fainted because he was shouting and yelling in the corner as if he had gone mad, and was knocked unconscious by a single blow from the experienced guard. If they hadn't knocked them unconscious, they would probably have suffered a heart attack and died suddenly when they heard the price later. Because prices are still rising. 85,000 source crystals! 90,000 source crystals! Box 09 has offered 90,000 source crystals. Is there anyone offering more? On the stage, the auctioneer was so excited that his voice became hoarse. Today was undoubtedly the most successful auction of his career. Surprisingly, the items auctioned during off-peak hours fetched prices several times higher than the opening day prize. Once word got out, his legend would be heard among his peers in the surrounding sea areas. More importantly, he will receive 1% of the final auction price in source crystals as a reward for the auction. If 90,000 source crystals is the final auction price, he can receive 900 source crystals in one go. If you add the opening act and the grand finale, he estimates he can get at least 1,500 source crystals today. Thinking of this, the auctioneer's lips twitched slightly, unable to suppress the smile on his face. He shouted excitedly. 90,000 source crystals, is there anything higher? This cat is really rare. If you miss it, who knows when you'll see it again? It's a rare commodity, so it's worth hoarding. Inside VIP Box 08. Congressman Zoro's eyes lit up. After waiting for so long, he finally heard the auctioneer say those words. A rare commodity is worth hoarding. With that statement, they'll only think I'm trying to resell, not that I have any connection to the Dark Church. It's time! At this moment, Zoro's spatial rune device contains a total of 100,000 source crystals. As a high-ranking nobleman, his assets certainly amounted to more than that. However, as for the source crystals that do not affect the operation of the territory, and can be freely disposed of, there are only these 100,000 source crystals. The rest of the source crystals are stored in warehouses in various territories. If the Archbishop had informed him earlier, it wouldn't have been difficult to mobilize 200,000 source crystals. However, it's too late now. However, Representative Zoro believes that for the many luxury private rooms present, 100,000 source crystals is probably the upper limit. Therefore, he didn't tentatively add 5,000 source crystals. He immediately revealed his bottom price. 100,000 source crystals! 100,000 source crystals! Box 08 has reached 100,000 source crystals. Are there any higher ones? Are there any higher ones? At the other end of Box 08 is Box 011. Inside the private room, the Bishop of the Church of Light in the Azure Sea had a solemn expression. Zoro guessed correctly. 100,000 source crystals was already the upper limit for nobles or churches in the Azure Sea for a short period of time. Even if the Church of Light received the news half a day in advance, and used it to raise source crystals, it would only amount to nearly 100,000 source crystals. After all, source crystals are not virtual currencies, nor are they a resource that can be created like silver coins. Source crystals are essentially finite. Once they're used, they're gone. Although they have monetary value, no one dares to gamble away all the source crystals in their territory. Whether it's rune equipment, rune defense towers, or rune facilities, they all require source crystals to operate. If you don't keep enough source crystals, your base might be raided. The Bishop of Light looked solemn. In order to raise these 100,000 source crystals, he made even more promises than Ross. Furthermore, Rose only fulfilled his promise after winning the bid for the Celestial Cat. The Bishop of Light, in order to borrow money, made promises directly to those great lords. 10 blessings of light. I can only hold 1 blessing ceremony at most by myself. We also need to report to the Archbishop and request that the other 9 bishops be summoned to conduct the ceremony. Just as the Bishop of Light was having a headache over this, there was a knock on his box door. He ordered his priests to open the box door, and standing outside was none other than Bishop Ross of the Church of Life. The Bishop of Light frowned and said, "What brings you here? Here to see me make a fool of myself?" Ross laughed and led several of his priests into the private room. "I've heard that you only raised 100,000 source crystals. Now that Zoro guy has snatched it away." The Bishop of Light scoffed. "He probably just wants to resell it. After the auction, I will discuss with him privately about buying that cat." "Him? He's a nobleman who's incredibly good at business. If you try to buy it from him privately, the price will probably be unimaginably high. How about we cooperate?" Chapter 59 Sky High Price. Cooperate? How can we cooperate? It's very simple. Once the Celestial Cat wins the bid, it belongs to your Church of Light. But our Church of Light can use it to unlock 3 secret treasures. Upon hearing Ross's answer, the Archbishop of Light's expression eased slightly. Then, as if recalling some rumor, he asked curiously, "I heard your church received instructions from the goddess. We need to find the goddess statue stored in the mysterious treasure. Could it be that your church has found a secret treasure, but without a treasure map, you need this cat to unlock it? When the Bishop of Light asked a core question about the church, Bishop Ross did not answer but instead asked a question in return. Stop pretending! I've heard that the God of Light gave you the same instruction. Isn't it true that the Church of Light has already found a statue of a deity? Moreover, after the statue was found, a group of mysterious and extraordinary divine messengers emerged from the Church of Light. You thought you had kept this a secret, but actually, our Order God's faction has known about it for a long time. Not only did he fail to uncover the secrets of the Church of Life, but Ross also exposed the secrets of his own church. The Bishop of Light looked somewhat embarrassed. Stop talking nonsense! The auctioneer has begun calling out the numbers. How many source crystals can your Church of Life provide? Our Church of Life can provide you with 20,000 source crystals. That should be enough. After receiving an accurate answer from Ross, the Bishop of Light quickly made an offer. 110,000 source crystals! At this moment, the auctioneer on stage began to shout. 10,000 origin crystals, for the third time. Become. Before he could even utter the word, deal, the gavel in his hand was already raised but hadn't yet fallen. Suddenly, a bid of 110,000 yuan crystals was announced for room number 11. The auctioneer quickly swallowed the word, transfer, that was about to slip out, and put the small gavel aside. Inside VIP box 08. As the auctioneer began the countdown, Congressman Zorro poured himself a glass of wine. He held his wine glass, quietly waiting for the auctioneer to strike the gavel. Suddenly, the price of 110,000 source crystals announced on the field startled him so much that he spilled the wine in his hand. Are there any people in the Azure Sea who can produce more than 100,000 origin crystals? That's impossible! Congressman Zorro couldn't believe such a person existed. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. As the auctioneer watched the projector, he began a countdown to the bids for 110,000 source crystals. Representative Zorro was extremely anxious, but there was nothing he could do to stop it. 110,000 source crystals for the first time. 110,000 yuan crystals second time. 110,000 source crystals for the third time. Make a deal! The auctioneer slammed the gavel down. This frenzied auction has finally come to an end. Louis, the kitten seller, had just woken up from a fainting spell. She fainted again when she heard the auctioneer announce the final price of 110,000. In the luxurious private boxes of other churches, everyone felt frustrated about their lack of preparation. Inside box 11, where the bidding for the celestial cat had ended without further incident, the Bishop of Light offered Ross a salute of light to express his gratitude. Inside the private box, Alan felt a mixture of envy and jealousy towards the fat businessman. Damn it, I'm already cheating enough with Hextech Runes. I never thought there would be someone even more cheat-like than me. 110,000 source crystals. War Treasure 1 has a 100% drop rate, and all the drops are source crystals. You would have to kill 110,000 monsters to get that many. This lucky guy is simply blessed by Lady Luck. Alan was so envious, he was drooling. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. Because the auction has started again. Moreover, there were only 9 lots left before Lino's mother took the stage. The astronomical figure of 110,000 source crystals seemed to shock all the auctioneers present. Therefore, the subsequent auctions became much more dull. Basically, for each item that comes on stage, regardless of its rarity, only a few people bid on it. Everyone else seemed unmotivated. Among them was a blue high-level treasure map, which would normally cause a frenzy, but in the recent auction, it was sold for a price lower than the market price. The owner of the item was moved to tears. In this way, 9 auction items appeared on the exhibition stand as if on an assembly line. Then it gets sold or fails to sell. The auction was finally coming to an end. The second-to-last item is about to be brought to the stage. It was around this time that many people perked up. Many auctioneers stayed until the very end, hoping to catch a glimpse of the beautiful woman in the catalog. Behind the booth, Tina was dressed in a gorgeous outfit by the waitresses. She was imprisoned in a cage made of transparent crystals so that her stunning figure could be displayed. The auctioneer on stage also mustered his spirits and shouted at the top of his lungs. Next, let's welcome the second to last item. She's a stunning beauty. She has an angelic face and a devilishly alluring figure. Every man who sees her wants to fall at her feet. Even I, as an auctioneer, am no exception. Let's bring up this most beautiful slave of the night. The curtain behind the booth slowly opened. 4 guards together lifted up a crystal cage shrouded in darkness. Inside the number 08 luxury VIP box, Representative Zoro also overcame his fear of not being able to capture a picture of the celestial cat. The Dark Messenger had just conveyed the Archbishop's latest message through the shadows in the private room. The Archbishop did not rebuke him, instead, he comforted him. This means that although the celestial cat was taken away by the Bishop of Light, the Church of Darkness will absolutely not allow the cat to be safely delivered to the Holy Island of Light. The specific plan was not revealed to Zoro, but Zoro could guess its meaning. It was nothing more than relying on the Archbishop's terrifying extraordinary strength to forcibly take the celestial cat away from the Bishop of Light. However, Sabaody Archipelago, as one of the most important islands in the Azure Sea, possesses a terrifying runic barrier. Even with the Archbishop's epic-level extraordinary strength, he probably couldn't have forcibly taken the celestial cat from the island unscathed. But these are things Zoro shouldn't be thinking about right now. Since the Archbishop didn't offer to send his forces to help steal the cat, he didn't care whether the plan would succeed. He's concerned about something else now. The Archbishop very much hopes that you can take a picture of that female slave and have him take her back to Dark Holy Island to train her as a follower of my religion. I hope you won't disappoint him again. Since the Divine Messenger had said such things, how could Zoro not understand what he meant? That old man with completely white hair has fallen in love. He desperately wanted Zoro to take a picture of that beauty and give it to him. Oh! Should we send him some more Spring Island secret medicine? Zoro sneered inwardly. Chapter 60 Auction Failure. Inside a standard private room, Lino sat next to Alan, watching the projected image intently. On her other side, Thea was also silently waiting to see Antina. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all really looking forward to it. Now, let's take a look at the true face of this most beautiful slave. On the platform, the auctioneer shouted hoarsely. He then went to the crystal cage and ripped off the black curtain covering it. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared before the audience. The auction house was adept at creating hype. A warm white light shone down from the top of the cage, making the perfect curves inside the cage even more striking. Her starting bid is only 500 source crystals. Each bid increase must be no less than 100 source crystals. Please begin your bidding. Inside the private box, Alan stared wide-eyed at Tina on the projected image. He's not exactly unsophisticated. In his past life, the film and television industry was so developed that Alan had seen all kinds of beautiful faces from both the East and the West. But the first time I saw Tina, I was still stunned by her amazing appearance. She looked like she stepped out of a comic book. Oh right, it's a Korean comic. Compared to Alan being stunned by Tina's beauty, Lino was stunned the moment she saw Tina. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Mother! Seeing Lino sobbing uncontrollably beside him, Alan pulled her into his arms. As long as Auntie is alive, we have a chance. I will do everything in my power to find a way to bring Auntie back to Atlantis. Just as Alan was comforting Lino, the auction for Tina began. 600 source crystals. 700 source crystals. 800 source crystals. It was clear that many people present were captivated by Tina's appearance. The increasingly rapid pace of the bids demonstrates just how intense the bidding is. It has even surpassed the intensity of the bidding for the opening prize and the cat. Because many of you here can afford to spend hundreds or thousands of source crystals. Seeing this, Alan quickly called out his own price. 3,000 source crystals! While Alan was in a daze, the price had already been raised to 1,500 source crystals. Without saying a word, Alan doubled the price, attempting to scare away some bidders. Sure enough, after Alan bid 3,000 source crystals, the bidding speed gradually slowed down. 3,100 source crystals! 3,200 source crystals! Even after Alan made his offer, people from other boxes continued to bid. Alan then made 2 more bids. 4,000 source crystals! When the price reached 4,000 units, Alan clearly felt that the bidding speed on the field had slowed down a lot. Having studied psychology extensively, he went all in. 5,500 source crystals! 500 of them were on his person, and he planned to use rune cores to settle the remaining 5,000 later. Sure enough, Alan's psychology proved useful. After Alan raised the price to 5,500 source crystals, the bidding from other private rooms suddenly stopped. After the auctioneer made a few encouraging remarks but no one followed suit, he prepared to begin the countdown to the auction. Just as Lino stopped crying and looked at Alan excitedly, Alan also excitedly kissed her. Luxury VIP box number 08 has been sold. 8,000 source crystals! Clearly, Representative Zorro is also well aware of the psychology of bidding. They immediately quoted a price that Alan couldn't possibly afford. Alan and Lino, who had just been excited, were suddenly stunned. How so? How could anyone pay such a high price for beauty? Alan felt that although Tina was beautiful, 3,000 source crystals was a bit too much for a slave. Because in the auction house's description, Tina was just an ordinary human slave, without any extraordinary bonuses. A price of 3,000 or more source crystals is something only extraordinary slaves can afford. Alan believes that with 5,500 source crystals, there is a good chance of winning Tina's bid. How could anyone offer 8,000 source crystals? Alan couldn't believe it, yet he had no choice but to accept it. As she watched helplessly as the crystal cage on the field was carried off, Lino buried her head deeply in Alan's arms. It's all right, my lord! Thank you for everything you've done for Lino. Knowing that my mother is still alive makes me very happy. Tears soaked Alan's chest. Alan suddenly stood up. Let's go, Lino! Although I didn't take a picture of your aunt, I think she was worried about you too. Let's go to the VIP box and see if we can spot her. At least let her know you're still alive. Alan stood up, and Lino followed suit, her eyes filled with tears, and nodded. That's right, my lord. I must let my mother know I'm still alive, no matter what. And she's doing very well. On the projection screen, the auctioneer had already begun warming up for the grand finale. Alan and the other 3 had lost all interest in watching any longer. Alan led Lino out of the private room, while Mia comforted Thea, who was also crying, and walked behind Alan. The auction house has a very simple structure, with the auction venue located in the very center. The outer ring of the auction venue consists of the regular private boxes. The luxury suites are located on one side of the auction house, with a private passage and entrance leading directly outside. Alan and his 3 companions cannot enter this private passage. However, after the auction, the guards also had to escort the auctioned items through the regular passage to the luxury private rooms. So after the crystal cage was carried away, Alan quickly led the 3 women to the intersection of the private passage and the ordinary passage. The passageway was guarded by numerous individuals, all exuding an aura unique to those of extraordinary beings. Alan had considered taking Tina away if all else failed. However, considering their own low-level extraordinary strength, they abandoned the idea. Well, let's take a look then. Once we return to the island, we will work hard to rebuild and ensure that such a thing never happens again. Alan made a silent vow in his heart. Lino stood beside him, and very sensibly stopped crying. She knew that the Lord had done his best. If I cry again, it might upset the Lord. So she chose to hold back her tears. She stood quietly beside Alan, waiting to catch a glimpse of her mother. I also want my mother to see that I am still alive. It didn't take long before a unique light refracted from the crystal shone on Alan's face from the direction of the venue's exit. Then, 4 guards carried the crystal cage out of the venue exit. Inside the cage, Tina was also silently struggling internally. She has almost mastered her talent. As the younger sister of the Wood Elf Queen, Tina also possesses many secret techniques related to talent. If she wanted, she could overdraw her talent at any time and instantly reach the strength of a high-level superhuman, escaping from the auction house before signing a slave contract with the auctioneer. But what happens after they escape? The secret technique comes at a price. After using it, one will be weakened for at least a month. During this month, she will probably have difficulty eating. Given her looks, it's as if she escaped from the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. Sister, what should I do? Chapter 61, Sabati Archipelago attacked? Even the usually strong-willed Tina was somewhat at a loss at this moment. She began to miss her sister's embrace. Whether it was a hallucination or not, outside the cage, at the intersection of 2 passages, she seemed to see her sister's beautiful face. Elder sister, Tina muttered to herself. Mother! Suddenly, Lino's voice reached Tina's ears. The sound made her unable to believe it. My fantasy sister just appeared. I'm hallucinating Lino's voice again. What's wrong with me? As the guards carried the crystal cage toward the luxurious passageway, Tina heard Lino's voice again. Mother! I am Lino, and I am alive! The distance was quite far, and the crystal cage reflected light, making it difficult for Tina to see the figure at the other end of the ordinary passage. As the cage drew closer to the point of convergence, Tina finally saw the face she had longed for. Lino! Praise be to the goddess of life! You're still alive! Tina's emotions were instantly ignited. Meanwhile, the guards beside him also made a shooing motion. You lot, get out of here right now! Otherwise, we'll attack you as if you were robbers trying to steal auction items. Seeing this, Lino became anxious and quickly explained her situation to Tina. Mom, I'm doing great now. There is a lord who is exceptionally kind to me. The auction price of 5,500 source crystals just now was quoted by the lord. It's a pity I didn't buy you. I'm relieved to see that you're all right, Mom. Tina could hear the feigned strength and worry in Lino's voice. She comforted her, saying, I'm relieved to see you alive. Don't worry about me, Lino. You must live well. Then, the two wanted to say something more. However, the guards had indeed raised their weapons, showing signs of an impending attack. Alan had no choice but to pull the reluctant Lino away from the intersection of the passageways. The auction was still in progress, with the grand finale being auctioned off. However, Alan and his 3 companions had already left the auction house. The auction started in the afternoon. By the time Alan emerged from the auction house, it was already evening. However, Sabati Archipelago truly lives up to its reputation as the largest trading island in the entire Azure Sea. The entire island was brightly lit. The magnificent buildings, illuminated by the rune lamps, appeared even more enchanting than during the day. The entrance to the auction house was filled with horse-drawn carriages. Among them are many who come here to solicit passengers, much like taxi drivers. However, the auction was not over yet, so these carriages were still patiently waiting to pick up customers. Alan spotted the carriage he had ridden in that morning from the group of carriages. After bringing the 3 women to the car, just as Alan was instructing the driver to head to the port, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Wait for me! Wait for me! Alan turned his head and saw Lewis, who had come with him in the car during the day. At this moment, he was carrying his large belly, lifting his merchant robe, and galloping towards the carriage. If a driver sees someone taking a ride in their car and can earn extra money, they're definitely willing to stop. So Lewis was given time to get on the train. Lewis climbed into the car and plopped down in the spot where he had been sitting that morning. Then, with a forced smile on his face, he said to Alan, What a coincidence, we meet again! Alan returned the smile. What a coincidence! I thought you had run away long ago after you got that source crystal. Why are you only coming out now? Lewis chuckled and said, When I heard that price, I was so excited I almost fainted. She just woke up. Come on, let's go to the tavern street, I'll buy you a drink. Let's be friends. When Alan heard that someone was offering to treat him, he certainly wouldn't refuse. He wasn't taking the carriage back to Atlantis, but rather wanted to explore Sabeti archipelago. After all, the Wave Festival only happens once a year, so it's a rare opportunity. The distance between Atlantis and Sabeti archipelago is very far. Without the help of the ocean currents, it would probably take half a month to make a round trip by manpower alone. It's estimated that after returning this time, Alan won't come to Sabeti archipelago again for the rest of the year unless absolutely necessary. With this in mind, Alan wanted to take advantage of the 3-day Wave Festival to see if there were any items that would be useful for developing Atlantis. If all else fails, buying 6 high-rated slaves would be a worthwhile investment. So, of course, Alan wouldn't refuse Lewis's invitation to drink. On the contrary, I was very happy to get more information about the sea from Lewis. The carriage carrying 5 people arrived at the tavern street on Sabeti archipelago. At this moment, the street is flashing with colorful lights, and at first glance, it really does have the atmosphere of a bar street from a past life. To better chat with Lewis, Alan found a hotel outside the tavern street. Lino, who was still immersed in grief, and the Myasia sisters moved in first. After ordering them some food, he followed Lewis to a tavern. After 3 glasses of ale, the two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders. It felt like a long-time friend. They chatted about all sorts of strange tales from the sea. Alan also shared some basic business principles from Earth, which amazed Lewis, who wished he could team up with Alan to make a big splash. And so, the two chatted until late into the night. Under the influence of alcohol, both of them became somewhat drowsy. Just as Alan was about to drift off to sleep, a loud bang suddenly came from the sky above Sabeti archipelago. An energy wave descended from the sky, smashing the roof of the tavern. The building materials used to construct the roof were also swept up and scattered throughout the tavern by the shockwave. Alan sobered up instantly. She quickly used her golden Barbie talent to protect herself. At the same time, it also protected this newly made friend, Lewis. At this moment, Lewis's drunkenness also dissipated. He looked at Alan, who stood in front of him and deflected a boulder. His face was filled with indescribable gratitude. Damn it, I just became rich overnight, and I almost died here. Thank goodness you're here, bro. I never imagined that you were not only a lord, but also a superhuman. You've really kept your abilities hidden. This meal was well worth it. Alan deflected another falling wooden post and said urgently, Let's not talk about that now. Let's get out of here first. What exactly happened? Was Sabeti archipelago attacked? Upon hearing the word attack, Lewis also fell into thought. The rune array on Sabeti archipelago can be considered the highest level rune array in the entire Azure Sea. It can easily withstand epic dark tides. What exactly happened that caused such a huge commotion? Moreover, the aftershocks could even collapse the roof of a tavern. Chapter 62: The Beginning of Chaos. Let's go back to when the auction had just ended. Inside Box 08, Congressman Zorro quietly savored his wine while watching the final item up for auction. Beside him, inside a crystal cage, was the beautiful female slave he had just bought at auction for 8,000 source crystals. Inside the cage, Tina nervously made a choice. She realized that the nobleman who had taken her picture was just an ordinary human being. If he wanted to enslave me, I wouldn't even need to use any secret techniques. I could easily subdue him by unleashing my talent in an instant before his blood touched the slave runes. Moreover, he was all alone in the private room, without any guards, making it easy to subdue him and force him to escape. Tina's talent is related to plant manipulation, and she had already used up the few plant seeds she had on her body for experiments. However, after being transported to the private room, Tina was surprised to find that there were many fruit seeds that the nobleman had spat out after eating the fruit. She could turn this private room into a plant paradise right now, if she wanted to. What Tina found strange was that after the nobleman auctioned her off, he didn't think about making a contract with her. He didn't even glance at it more than a few times. It's a good thing if they don't take the initiative to sign the contract. Then I'll just activate my talent and kidnap him. With the help of the plants, after escaping, we can find Lino by following the guidance of the plants on the island. On the sofa, Representative Zoro remained intently focused on the projector. It's not that he doesn't love women, but he's more obsessed with supernatural powers than with women. Therefore, he took the risk of joining the Dark Church. Otherwise, given his status, there would be no need for him to do something that would invite a collective attack if discovered. That's why, after taking a picture of Tina, he stared intently at the projection. He was afraid that he would be bewitched by Tina's beauty, and do something that would ruin everything. The projected image shows the last item up for auction. It is a purple epic level rune equipment. It was a metal gauntlet covered with densely packed runes. A low-level superhuman possessing it can easily defeat a high-level superhuman by virtue of its equipment advantage. That's the charm of rune equipment. However, its price is clearly beyond the reach of ordinary low-level superhumans. This final item fetched a price of 40,000 source crystals. If it weren't for the cat, it would have been a worthy finale item. However, with the cat worth 110,000 source crystals preceding it, the price of the final item failed to stir any excitement among the attendees. Inside the cage, Tina had already mobilized the fruit seeds on the ground. With just a little mental energy, she could instantly transform the private room into an even larger wooden cage. Her situation and that nobleman's situation could be switched. The nobles will become hostages in her wooden cage. Just as Tina was about to start, there was a sudden knock on the door of the private room. Representative Zoro stood up from his seat and straightened his dress. Then, the door to the private room was pushed open, and a group of Zoro's subordinates entered the room. Among them were two extraordinary bodyguards. After one of the superhuman guards entered the private room, he sensed an aura of spiritual energy permeating the room. However, that aura vanished in an instant, and he didn't think much of it. Tina, who was inside the cage and was planning to proceed as intended, stopped abruptly upon discovering the two superhumans. This is the female slave I just bought. Take her back to the castle on Sabaody Archipelago first. Upon hearing Representative Zoro's instructions, the ordinary subordinates immediately accepted the order. Yes, Your Excellency. The two extraordinary guards certainly held positions of authority. They wouldn't need to handle such a trivial matter personally. The two of them walked behind Senator Zoro, protecting him closely. Let's go back to the castle. As a high-ranking nobleman of the Azure Sea, Counselor Zoro not only has a castle in his own territory, but also a castle on this most prosperous trading island. After leaving the auction house, Counselor Zoro boarded his private luxury carriage and headed towards the castle. Representative Zoro looked out the window at the civilians celebrating the Wave Festival with a hint of mockery in his eyes. The carriage moved slowly. Suddenly, from the shadows of the carriage, the voice of the divine messenger came again. The Archbishop has issued an order. I'll have you arrange for a large ship to pick me up at the first port outside Sabaody Archipelago. Send the female slave we just photographed onto the ship as well. As for yourself, if you're not extraordinary, you can stay in the castle on the island, or you can leave Sabaody Archipelago after you've finished your business. This island could become extremely dangerous at night. It could be dangerous. Upon hearing the order from the divine messenger, Counselor Zoro first agreed, then asked another question out of curiosity. Are we going to snatch the celestial cat from the Church of Light tonight? The rune array on Sabaody Archipelago is epic level. Is it a bit much to rely on the Archbishop alone? That's none of your business. But I can tell you about it. The Archbishop has already stepped into the legendary realm. He only needs to complete the advancement ceremony to become a legendary transcendent. Zoro was even more surprised to hear this news. It should be noted that even the Pope is only a legendary extraordinary being. If a cardinal is promoted, wouldn't they all be able to challenge for the position of Pope? As one of his bishops, wouldn't he have a better chance of becoming extraordinary? Thinking of this, Representative Zoro's face became even more devout. Please rest assured, Archbishop. I will arrange for a high-class ship to dock outside port number 1. I will personally lead that slave on the large ship, awaiting the Archbishop's good news. We will certainly not let the Archbishop down. As Zoro pledged his loyalty, a satisfied voice came from the shadows. Since you wish to personally greet the Archbishop, that's fine too. I will also convey your sentiments to the Archbishop. Go get busy now. After saying his last words, there was no further movement in the shadows of the carriage. The excitement in Zoro's eyes had also dissipated by half. No matter what, I'm going to stay on the ship myself. After all, every large ship bears the crest of my Clyde family. If things go well, I can get some exposure from the Archbishop. If things fail, we can simply sail away and distance ourselves from the situation. Hopefully nothing will go wrong. The convoy was still heading towards Clyde Castle. Halfway there, Representative Zoro suddenly gave an order to proceed to the first port on Sabati Archipelago. He also arranged for his entourage to bring the largest, high-class ship of the Clyde family. When Senator Zoro boarded the large ship with the crystal cage, he saw a crimson shooting star streak across the sky above Sabati Archipelago. It rode towards the center of Sabati Archipelago. Chapter 63 Chaos. In the sky, a fiery meteor streaked across the horizon of Sabati Archipelago, crashing heavily into the rune defense array in the center of the island. At the same time, a darkness that could envelop the entire Church of Light appeared in the sky above the Church of Light. This was a perfect collaboration. The rune defense array will detect any superhumans who make a move within the Sabati Archipelago and automatically launch corresponding attacks. In addition, when a large-scale supernatural attack occurs on Sabati Archipelago, the rune defense array will prioritize defending against the attack. Therefore, after the crimson meteor streaked towards the center of the island, the priority mechanism of the rune defense array caused it to raise an energy shield that could cover the entire Sabati Archipelago. This fiery meteor truly lived up to its reputation as an epic, extraordinary, odd attack. The rune array needs to mobilize all its energy to maintain the energy shield and prevent the attack from hitting the island. If such a powerful, odd attack were to land on the island, the entire island would likely be reduced to ruins. The darkness that shrouded the Church of Light launched its attack the instant the energy shield appeared. It was like a pool of water solidified from darkness, seeping into every nook and cranny of the church. The aim is to find the target as quickly as possible and then take it away. However, just as the tentacles of darkness entered the interior of the church, a brilliant light rose from inside the church, tearing apart the darkness that enveloped everything above the church. The emitted light illuminated the entire island of Sabati. High in the sky, Cardinal Grayson of the Dark Church watched this scene with a frown. I never imagined that the Archbishop of Light in the Azure Sea would possess such epic-level extraordinary strength. Although he has only just entered the epic realm, he is already beyond the reach of that guy Hiss. I knew all along that robbing something on the largest trading island in this sea area wouldn't be an easy task. I didn't expect it would actually force me to use my full strength. Very well, let the people of this island witness the power of a top-tier, epic-level extraordinary being. The Cardinal raised his rune-covered staff, his aura reaching its peak. The hundreds of attack runes he possessed were automatically sorted. A crimson meteor, even more powerful than the one before, appeared in front of him. Go! Destroy the island's defenses! The defensive formation had just successfully withstood a single fiery meteor. Then came an even bigger one. The defensive array has not yet reached its peak energy storage. Therefore, the energy shield shattered after withstanding 90% of the power of the crimson fire meteor. Even a meteor with only 10% of its power, when it struck Sabati Archipelago, caused astonishing destruction. Centered on the point where it landed, all buildings within a 1-kilometer radius were reduced to ruins by the shockwave. Fortunately, the crimson meteor didn't aim for the center of Sabeti archipelago, but instead landed in the northern part of the island. The area was relatively sparsely populated, so there were not many casualties. However, the brief disruption of the defensive formation caused chaos on the island. At this moment, there are many extraordinary individuals on Sabeti archipelago. Those high-level extraordinary individuals sensed its presence as soon as the first crimson fire meteor appeared. When the second fiery meteor appeared, everyone came out of the buildings and looked up at the sky. They saw that the rune array protecting the entire island of Sabeti had temporarily broken. Those superhumans who had been intimidated by the power of the defensive array instantly began their celebration. It takes about 5 minutes to recharge the defensive array. For those 5 minutes, it was paradise for them, the superhumans. They transformed into hunters hidden in the darkness, beginning a brief hunting season. However, just as there are superhumans who create chaos, there are also superhumans who maintain order. The extraordinary individuals from various churches stepped forward one after another. Under the leadership of the bishops, they began to maintain order on the island. Chaos clashed with order, and Sabeti archipelago instantly descended into chaos. Meanwhile, the cardinal flew over the Church of Light amidst the chaos on Sabeti Archduke Island. At this moment, in the Plaza of Light, the Dark God's messenger, Hiss, had been forced out of his state of darkness. He was merely a high-level transcendent being, and faced with the overwhelming power of an epic-level transcendent being, he was undoubtedly powerless to fight back. If the Bishop of Light hadn't sensed the aura of the Archbishop of Darkness, he's probably a corpse by now. In the Plaza of Light, the Bishop of Light looked up at Grayson, who was slowly descending. His face was extremely solemn. He sensed that the Dark Archbishop before him was no longer an ordinary epic-level transcendent being. He felt a legendary pressure. "You've actually stepped into the realm of legend." Upon hearing the holy bishop reveal his true strength, Grayson smiled on his aged face. "You can actually sense it. It seems that you not only broke through to the epic level in terms of rune level during the blessing of that statue of the God of Light, but also gained other benefits." The Bishop of Light could tell that the Archbishop of Darkness before him was testing him. However, the fact that one can receive the blessing of the God of Light after finding the statue of the God of Light is a top secret of the Church of Light. No details can be leaked out, at the very least, they cannot come out of his mouth. Therefore, faced with Grayson's probing, the Bishop of Light chose to remain silent. "Alright, basically every church knows that finding the idol and the treasure can bring divine blessings. There's no need to hide it so well. Hand over the celestial cat now." The Bishop of Light looked at the Cardinal of the Dark Church with a solemn expression. He had only just advanced to the epic level, and was clearly no match for the person in front of him. However, he doesn't need to defeat him. He just needs to hold out until the rune array is fully charged, at which point the rune array will naturally attack him. It would be fine if he didn't enter the formation. Once inside the rune array, even if one has 1 foot in the legendary realm, the attack power of the epic-level rune array will leave him severely injured. It's even possible to be killed. After all, the true strength of epic rune arrays has never been defense, but offense. 5 minutes, I just need to hold on for 5 minutes. With that thought, the Bishop of Light raised his rune staff, and shields of light were erected between him and the Archbishop of Darkness, Grayson. However, he underestimated the significance of having 1 foot in the legend. Grayson casually released a fireball, which shattered the dozen or so light shields that the holy bishop had just erected into pieces. Before the Bishop of Light could react, Grayson had already stepped on his head. "Tell me, where is the celestial cat? Hand over the celestial cat, and I might spare your life." The Bishop of Light had absolute faith in the God of Light, but he was not a rigid person. Since the situation has come to this point, handing over the celestial cat while keeping her useful body is the better choice for the Church of Light. "It's inside the church. I'll take you to find it." Grayson followed the Bishop of Light to the cage where the celestial cat was imprisoned. The celestial cat was no longer in the cage. All that remained was a spatial tunnel whose destination was unknown, trapped inside the cage. The tunnel is very small. It looks like only one cat could fit through it. Grayson turned to look at the Bishop of Light. The Bishop of Light looked at Grayson with a completely bewildered expression. What's going on? It was just here. Chapter 64. He's very angry. Port 1 Chambord. A high-class ship capable of carrying hundreds of people is quietly docked in the port. The ship is adorned with the Clyde family crest, granting it exclusive access to a dock. At this moment, in the vast dock, only one large ship belonging to the Clyde family was moored alone. On the deck of the large ship, Counselor Zoro gazed solemnly toward the Church of Light. It has been some time since the 2 fiery meteors fell. At first, the direction of the Church of Light would flash with the light of colliding runes, but now it is silent, and there is no movement at all. Did you succeed? The rune defense array's charging time is almost up. If they don't succeed and get away. Based on Zoro's understanding of Sabati Archipelago, the rune array on Sabati Archipelago is estimated to be fully charged soon. Even if the Archbishop is an epic-level superhuman, he probably won't be able to easily escape from the island. That will be troublesome. As expected, in the center of Sabati Archipelago, the rune array shone with the light of its fully charged power. Furthermore, after the flash of light, attacks from the defensive array shot towards the superhumans who had just taken advantage of the chaos to loot. They never expected that the rune array on Sabati Archipelago would have the function of remembering auras. Although the energy was depleted, the memory runes in the rune array successfully recorded the auras of those superhumans who took advantage of the chaos. The moment it was fully charged, the rune array shot towards the superhumans who were trying to hide themselves. Suddenly, dozens of corpses of superhumans appeared on the island. The biggest culprit behind this chaos wasn't much better off either. A dazzling attack, bright enough to illuminate the entire island of Sabati, shot straight into the sky. After this shot was fired, it is unclear whether the target was successfully killed or whether the target flew too high and out of the defensive range. The rune defense array fell silent. As Counselor Zoro on deck watched the attack, he worried for the Dark Archbishop. A figure slowly descended from the sky above Sabati Archipelago. When the figure landed on the deck of the Clyde ship, Counselor Zoro realized that it was none other than the Dark Archbishop Grayson, whom he had been worried about. Grayson is not doing well. Resisting that attack had drained his mental energy. His mental energy is now in chaos, his extraordinary source is dim, and he is also injured. He was holding the Dark God Envoy Hiss in his hand, whose condition was currently even worse than Grayson's. As a high-level awakened being of the Dark attribute, he suffered an epic blow from the Light attribute. The fact that he didn't die on the spot is already proof of his immense strength. Although he didn't die, his current condition isn't much better. The soul is on the verge of breaking. Fortunately, Grayson saved him with an epic potion. Even with an epic-level potion, it would still take him half a year to fully recover from his injuries. Seeing the two in extremely poor condition, the astute Congressman Zoro refrained from mentioning whether the mission had been successfully completed. When Counselor Zoro saw that the Archbishop was flying towards him, but without the cat, he guessed that the mission might have failed. "Let's go, Zoro!" "Mission failed!" As expected, Archbishop Grayson brought up the mission's failure. "Yes. The celestial cat is such an important item, the Church of Light will surely guard it closely. It might even be moved after the auction." Zoro offered a gentle word of comfort. "It wasn't moved. The Divine Messenger kept a close watch on the cat's scent, ensuring it was inside the Church of Light before my arrival. But I never expected the celestial cat to have spatial abilities. And there wasn't even the slightest sign of extraordinary power. They escaped right under my nose and the noses of the epic-level Light Archon." Grayson was completely baffled. Everything went smoothly with tonight's plans. However, they overlooked one crucial point. The celestial cat possessed extraordinary strength capable of escaping right under the noses of epic-level superhumans. "That's right. Where are the female slaves I asked you to auction off? I'm really angry right now. I can't control myself anymore. Although Grayson is the Dark Archbishop, all the runes on his body are fire runes. After being backfired by the power of the runes, he is now restless. This is a common problem among fire rune masters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Zoro auction off that female slave. Seeing this, Representative Zoro quickly led the way. Archbishop, I've arranged for that female slave to be placed in a room on the ship for you. Please enjoy. As he spoke, Counselor Zoro led the Archbishop to the cabin where he had placed female slaves. At the entrance, 2 intermediate-level superhumans were diligently guarding the room to prevent any unexpected incidents. Seeing Zoro's thoughtfulness, Grayson nodded in satisfaction and then opened the door to the room himself. This is? Seeing the surprise on Grayson's face, Congressman Zoro quickly stepped forward to look into the room. Tina was nowhere to be seen in the room. That beautiful crystal cage was empty. All that remained was a spatial vortex whose destination was unknown. That spatial vortex looked so familiar. However, it is much larger than the one in the Church of Light, big enough for an adult human to crawl inside. What's going on? How did you two manage to protect us? Didn't you sense anything moving in the room? When Counselor Zoro saw the spatial vortex, he flew into a rage and shouted angrily at the 2 guards at the door. We really didn't sense any extraordinary information. The spatial passage is still open. Let's give chase immediately. As they spoke, the 2 intermediate-level extraordinary guards were about to open the cage and enter the spatial vortex. However, the spatial vortex seemed to be aware of something. Just as the 2 of them opened the cage, they suddenly vanished. Only the 2 guards were left looking at each other in bewilderment. Celestial cat! What a magnificent celestial cat! A street lined with pubs. The chaos on Sabeti Archipelago has ended. The tavern street is located in a relatively remote area, and there aren't many extraordinary resources here. Therefore, those chaotic superhumans did not disturb this place. If it weren't for the boulder kicked up by the aftershock of the second crimson meteor that collapsed the tavern where Alan was, he might not have known what happened tonight. Alan carried Lewis as they emerged from the ruins of the tavern. Standing on the street where the tavern is located, looking at the intact taverns on both sides, and then looking back at the ruins where people were just drinking, Alan was completely dumbfounded. The effects of the alcohol dissipated considerably. What's going on? Was this the only tavern that was attacked? Who did this? Alan had a lot of questions on his mind. However, these issues were clearly not something he, a small lord in a remote area, should be concerned with. Let's go back to the inn and check if Lino and the others are alright. Chapter 65 is very large and very soft. Alan and Lewis, who had also sobered up, parted ways. Neither of them dared to linger there any longer. They had already learned from the passers-by that what had happened on Sabeti Archipelago that night. Many of them had the idea of leaving the island as soon as possible. That's terrifying! The safest and most prosperous trading island has actually been breached by an epic-level superhuman. Alan, my good brother! If you ever need my help, you can come find me on Emerald Island. Just mention my name, Lewis, and you'll find me. Alan wrote down the name of Emerald Isle. Emerald Isle is also one of the trading islands in the Azure Sea, but it is located on the northern side of the Azure Sea, quite a distance from Ella Island. However, Lewis was one of his few connections. In case something comes up in the future, we might be able to use him. After waving goodbye to Lewis, Alan went alone to the inn outside the tavern street. Arriving at the room where Lino and the other 2 were staying, Alan knocked on the door. Lino, I'm back! After Alan knocked on the door, Lino's surprised voice came from inside. It's the Lord! The Lord has returned! Hearing the happiness in Lino's voice, Alan smiled. It seems Lino still depends on me. Just hearing my voice makes me so happy. That's right, with all that commotion tonight, she must be very worried. Open the door in a bit, give her a hug, and then another kiss. The room door was opened. Alan opened his arms and hugged him. Stroking her long hair, Alan smelled a wonderful floral fragrance. The person in my arms smells so good, is so soft, and is so big. And big? When did Lino grow up to be this big? At this moment, Alan was surprised to find that another Lino had appeared before him. Furthermore, next to Lino were the sisters Mia and Thea. Then who am I holding now? Alan looked down, and saw a delicate face that looked like it had stepped out of a Korean comic. Lino's mother! No wonder it's so soft, so fragrant, and so big. It turned out that it was Tina who opened the door for Alan. Beside Tina, a blue cat was also watching him curiously. A cat worth 110,000 source crystals! My God, what on earth is going on? Upon realizing he had hugged the wrong person, Alan reluctantly let go of her arms. Tina stood there, her face flushed. Thank you, Lord of Atlantis! Thank you for buying Lino and taking care of her! Hearing Tina's praise, Alan suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She also helped me a lot. She was even taking care of me. But what exactly is going on? Weren't you auctioned off by other nobles? Did the noble send you out? Upon hearing Alan's question, Tina thought for a moment, and then told him the truth. It turns out that after Tina was brought to the ship, she was guarded by 2 mid-level superhumans, and had no chance to escape. Just when she was feeling somewhat desperate, a spatial tunnel appeared beside her. A blue cat emerged from the space tunnel. Elf, I want to eat your fishy vine again. Tina was taken aback when she heard the blue cat speak. You can actually speak? You can still tell I'm an elf? The blue cat replied with a smug look on its face. I can speak human language. As for your race, you possess the aura of the goddess of life, making it immediately clear that you are a wood elf. I sense the same aura in the temple of the goddess of life in the celestial realm. Upon hearing this, Tina also learned the cat's identity. You're actually a celestial cat. Have you ever met the goddess of life? The celestial cat fell into deep thought, then said, When I was born, there were no gods left in the celestial realm. I wonder where they all went. I don't know much about the celestial realm. I had only visited a few temples when I was unexpectedly teleported here. I don't know anything about the celestial realm either. So, can you treat me to somehow to any accordata? Meow? Tina glanced at the spatial tunnel that could only accommodate one cat at a time and answered helplessly. I'm about to become a slave to humans. If we can escape from here, as long as we have the seeds of the fishy vine, we can feed you any time. Even dried fish, I can make it for you. But there are 2 mid-level superhumans guarding the outside, I have no way to escape. And you're said to have no combat abilities whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the celestial cat widened its eyes. Escape? I can take you out. After it finished speaking, the spatial vortex it had just entered grew to a size that Tina could fit into. There's a green treasure hidden beneath this island. I can take you inside the treasure room first. Then we'll use the treasure to travel to other parts of the island. Tina looked surprised when she heard the celestial cat's answer. You can do it like that. That's it, meow. And so, Tina followed the celestial cat to a hidden green treasure on the beach of Sabaody Archipelago. They emerged from the green treasure and arrived at Sabaody Archipelago. Tina's talent is the ability to communicate with plants. Tina learned Lino's location from the plants on the island. Then, accompanied by the celestial cat, they appeared in front of Lino's room. Just as Lino was overjoyed, Alan returned. Tina, who happened to be at the door, opened the door for Alan. Alan mistook Tina for Lino and hugged her. Oh, I see. Alan finally understood what had happened, and seeing Lino crying with joy, he couldn't help but feel happy for her. Tina then walked over to Lino and hugged her. Her face showed struggle and hesitation, but she finally spoke. Lord Alan, I hope you will continue to take good care of Lino in the future. I'm afraid I can't stay by her side anymore. It will bring you danger. Lino looked up at Tina, her face filled with confusion. Tina gently explained to her. I just sensed the power of the Dark Church on that ship. I'm afraid the one who bought me at auction is someone from the Dark Church. And the person who attacked Sabaody Archbishop tonight, trying to take Harpy away from the Church of Light, is the Archbishop of the Church of Darkness. Whether it's me or Harpy, we are both targets of the Dark Church. Staying here might put you in danger. Tina's considerations are not without merit. From the limited information Lino had gleaned, Tina also learned that Alan was not some great lord. He was merely a minor lord on a small island on the edge of the Azure Sea. Faced with such a behemoth as the Dark Church, the young lord had no power to resist. Once the news leaks out, Alan will face a storm of attacks from the Dark Church. If Harpy also stayed with Lino by his side, other churches might also be tempted to do the same. Chapter 66. The young lord with squinting eyes and a smile. Stay by Lino's side. I promised her I would help her find her mother. Now that you've finally escaped, I don't want her to have to go through the trouble of searching for you at sea later when she misses her mother. After careful consideration, Alan finally spoke slowly. But taking me in will cause you trouble. Tina looked at the young lord hesitantly, hoping to explain the dangers of the situation to him. Is it troublesome? Hee. I'm not afraid of trouble at all. After all, the passive effect of War Treasure 1 is that loot drops after defeating enemies. Whether the enemy is a monster or another race, War Treasure 1 doesn't care at all. Moreover, Tina's current rating is one of the important reasons why Alan asked her to stay. 60 points. Her rating is the highest Alan has ever seen. That. Tina's face showed hesitation and struggle. Lino noticed Tina's hesitation and hugged her tightly. The Lord is very powerful. He is protected by the gods. Mom, will you come back to Atlantis with us? Upon hearing this, Tina's last taut thread snapped. Okay, then I'll go to Atlantis with you. If it brings any danger to the island, I will leave Atlanta Island as soon as possible. Then Tina turned her head and looked at her savior cat. Happy, what about you? Would you like to come with me to Atlantis Island? Only then did Alan shift his gaze from Tina's curves to the pet cat beside him, worth 110,000 source crystals. Harpy, is it? Would you like to come to my island with Tina? Alan took the initiative to invite the adorable blue kitten. Do you have dried fish on your island? Do you have Hautuinia chordata? Harpy asked curiously. Of course there are dried fish. Once you get to the island, you'll have an endless supply of dried fish. As for the fish mint vine, we don't have it yet. Once you get to the island, we'll plant a patch of fish mint vine for you. So, how about coming back to the island with me? Although I don't know why this cat in front of me could be snapped up for 110,000 source crystals. But there must be a reason why so many people opted for the luxury private rooms. Alan doesn't need to know that much, he only needs to know that it's expensive. Okay, then I'll go to Atlantis with you. Don't you dare lie to the cat. Seeing that he had successfully abducted the cat, Alan smiled with satisfaction. All right, then you two are officially my subjects. However, before returning to the island, we need to sign a civic contract. Alan instructed Mia to go to the inn's front desk and buy a quill pen and 2 sheets of paper, on which he wrote down the Atlantean citizen's contract that he had been thinking about for a long time. The first rule is that no secrets concerning the Lord shall be revealed to outsiders. Once this contract is signed voluntarily by both parties and marked with a blood seal, it will also be protected by the Code of the Sea. This is a binding blood pact. As a subject, Tina couldn't voluntarily reveal all of Alan's secrets to outsiders. Otherwise, they will be subject to the Code of the Sea. Alan was unaware of the existence of such blood pacts until he learned about them after talking with Lewis. Lewis also informed Alan of the specific steps for signing the blood pact, the most important of which was that it required the activation of a superhuman's mental power. This kind of blood pact is not something that ordinary minor lords would use, because activating a blood pact would consume all the mental energy of a low-level transcendent. Without a mental energy potion to replenish it, a beginner-level transcendent would need at least 3 days to fully restore their mental energy. On the trading island, there are extraordinary individuals who, due to a lack of source crystals, are willing to help the lords activate blood contracts. However, their prices are not low. Each sale requires 50 source crystals. This is because the feeling of having all one's mental energy depleted is not pleasant. Even if they spend 10 source crystals to buy a spirit power potion, they will still experience at least a day of splitting headaches. So when Tina saw that Alan had created 2 blood packs, she knew that this young lord was probably something special. And the very first clause was a confidentiality agreement, which further confirmed her suspicions. However, as long as Alan treats Lena well, Tina won't want to investigate what secrets this young lord holds. After reading all the regulations, Tina bit her finger and signed her name on them. As for Harpy, he was more afraid of pain and chose a different method. "This is the imprint of my spiritual power. I've read your treaty. Apart from the clause about keeping secrets, there are no other binding clauses. Therefore, I choose to sign the contract using my mental imprint." Meow. Alan also knew that the mental imprint was a substance that could activate the blood pact more effectively than blood. Some races do not like to hand over their blood when signing a contract, and instead choose to brand their spirit. So naturally he has no problem. The person and the cat had already signed the resident contract, and Alan carefully took it. The next step is the most important one. Mia Thea, imbue your spiritual power into the contract. Unleash your full spiritual power. Doing this might give you a headache. However, I will buy you spirit potions to replenish your depleted spirit energy. Furthermore, tomorrow's procurement supplies will include a large amount of your favorite foods to take back to Atlantis. Upon hearing Alan's instructions, Mia and Thea eagerly came over. Then one person took a contract. Mia and Thea are actually awakened ones? Tina certainly recognized the 2 girls who had shared a slave cabin with her. I never expected that when I saw them again, they had awakened to the extraordinary, just like me. And Tina, it's been a long time. My sister and I both awakened our talents. Moreover, after awakening our talents, neither of us was aware that we had awakened them. It was only after we met the Lord that he told us about it, and we unearthed it. Thea explained to Tina while channeling her spiritual energy into the blood pact. Dig? Can talent still be discovered? Isn't talent entirely dependent on the self-discovery of awakened individuals? Some awakened individuals, even after awakening, are unaware of what abilities they possess and can only explore on their own. Therefore, some awakened individuals never realize they have entered the extraordinary realm in their entire lives. Isn't this a universally acknowledged truth in the seas? I've seen a lot and was quite knowledgeable, so I sensed a subtle spiritual force and guessed that I had awakened. So what does Thea mean by digging? The moment Thea finished explaining, Tina was caught in a mental whirlwind. She couldn't understand what it meant to discover talent. It's important to understand that only some major powers can detect a slight bias in talent, but they cannot accurately uncover the unique characteristics of each awakener's talent. Could it be that this young lord possesses such an ability? Tina looked again at the young lord with his squinting eyes and a smile. I felt a mist gradually rising from his body. Chapter 67 Farming is the only true path. The blood pact was activated. Thea and Mia also suffered from splitting headaches due to exhaustion of their mental energy. Fortunately, this is Sabeti Archipelago, and fortunately, it's during the Wave Festival. Despite the recent turmoil on the island, the potion shop remains open. Alan bought 2 doses of intermediate-level mental potion and had the 2 girls drink them, which immediately made them feel much better. Under normal circumstances, a basic mental energy potion would be enough to make up for the 2 women's energy deficit. However, given their strength as 2 beginner-level superhumans, drinking a mid-level potion would result in some energy overflow. However, this energy overflow could greatly reduce their pain, so Alan was not stingy and spent 60 source crystals to buy 2 bottles of intermediate-level potions. After drinking the intermediate-level potion, the 2 women fell into a deep sleep. As night fell, Sabeti Archipelago entered a state of restoration, and the streets gradually became deserted. There were still rooms available at the hostel, and Alan booked one for Tina and Lino alone. Harpy, on the other hand, will share a room with Alan. Alan was going to let the mother and daughter, who had been separated for a long time, have a good talk. That night, Lino spoke at length to Tina about the Lord's kindness. As Lino was talking, she fell asleep in Tina's arms. Alan also managed to extract Harpy's true identity from him. Celestial cat? That sounds kind of cool. Of course. We're blessed by Lady Luck. So, are you a good fighter? Sabaody truly lives up to its reputation as the largest trading island in the Azure Sea. When Alan woke up the next day, the island had returned to normal. And last night, all the great lords who received the news rode the ocean currents to Sabaody Archipelago. In addition to their own arrival, they also brought more extraordinary supplies. They are discussing how to upgrade the rune array on Sabaody Archipelago again. However, information at that level is beyond Alan's reach. After daybreak, since Tina and Happy couldn't be exposed to light, and Thea and Mia were also in poor condition, Lino needed to stay at the inn to take care of them. So Alan went out onto the street alone. The chaos last night frightened Alan. Alan had originally planned to stay on Sabaody Archipelago for 3 days, but after witnessing the chaos of last night, he decided to purchase supplies today and return to Atlanta. Only when one returns to their own territory can one feel at ease. Although the defenses of our own Atlantis are not as good as those of Sabaody Archipelago. When they came out this time, they brought 2 rune cores and 500 source crystals. The rune core was originally intended to be used as a discount on source crystals when Tina was auctioned off. Now that Tina has escaped on her own, the rune core is naturally still in Alan's hands. However, he doesn't plan to take the rune core back, because the 4 defensive towers and 1 spring on the island are enough for the current stage of development. It would be best to replace this turret rune core and fountain rune core with source crystals. On the one hand, it's convenient to buy things soon, and on the other hand, after the Wave Festival, we have to pay debt interest. It's obvious that switching to source crystal makes everything much more convenient. So after Alan came out, he immediately found a merchant, and exchanged the rune core for 5,000 source crystals. It can only be said that Sabaody Archipelago truly deserves its reputation as the largest trading island. Rune cores, which are extremely rare on Ella Island, are just ordinary commodities here. Although the merchant firm also valued this transaction, it was clearly not as enthusiastic as the merchant firm on Ella Island. It might also be related to the fact that Alan only brought out a level 1 rune core. A level 1 rune core corresponds to initial stage extraordinary strength. A level 2 rune core corresponds to mid-level extraordinary strength. On Sabaody Archipelago, only Tier 2 rune cores are highly sought after by lords. 5,000 source crystals, even if each source crystal is only the size of a fingernail, would still make for a heavy bag. Carrying so many source crystals around would be practically an invitation to commit a crime. So after exchanging the source crystal, Alan simply started browsing around the shop. This trading company has a fairly wide range of business operations. There are even boats for sale. Alan set his sights on a basic ship that could accommodate 80 people. Its price is 2,000 source crystals. Boat number 1 and boat number 2 are both far too small and insignificant. This has greatly limited the development speed of Atlantis. To get rich, build roads first. The only way across the sea is by these ships. This ship has a large enough capacity to accommodate both goods for purchase and trade and large-scale slave purchases. In addition to the points mentioned above, the basic level ship can travel on the sea at night, and already has the ability to resist low-level monsters. Unlike Alan's other 2 small boats, which could only dock at the harbor at night. Once the decision was made, the transaction proceeded very smoothly. Alan gave the 2,000 source crystals, which he hadn't even had a chance to warm up yet, to the trading company again. The trading company then sent someone to take Alan to the dock at the port. The merchant pointed to a batch of entry-level ships and asked Alan to choose one from them. Finally, Alan chose the newest-looking ship and sailed it next to the second ship, thus completing the transaction successfully. The sudden drop from 5,000 source crystals to 3,000 source crystals no longer seemed so abrupt. So Alan returned to Sabeti Archipelago from the port. There are plenty of trading markets on Sabeti Archipelago. There are all kinds of trading markets everywhere. Since they had arrived at the port, Alan decided to take a stroll around the market near the port. First of all, I promised Mia and Thea I would buy them their favorite food. Having spent several days with the two sisters, Alan naturally knew what their favorite foods were. Their favorite food is wheat cakes made with refined wheat flour. Not only do the two of them love to eat it, but Ellen and Lino also love it very much. After all, who can resist refined carbohydrates? However, the price of refined wheat flour is indeed quite high. One source crystal can only be exchanged for 10 kilograms of refined wheat flour. Through this trip to the market, Alan also learned about the prices of various grains. The cheapest option is rye. One source crystal can be exchanged for 100 kilograms of rye. Next comes wheat, which is twice as expensive as rye. One source crystal can be exchanged for 50 kilograms of wheat. More expensive than wheat is coarse wheat flour. One source crystal can be exchanged for 30 kilograms of coarse wheat flour. The above are some common food prices. There are also some niche products with prices, such as beans, which are basically the same as wheat. Finally, Alan, with a heavy heart, they purchased 1,000 kilograms of refined wheat flour, which cost 100 source crystals. They purchased 1,000 gene of wheat, which cost 20 source crystals. I thought farming had no future. Now it seems I was too narrow-minded. Grain prices in the sea are actually this expensive. But that makes sense. Where would you find so much land on an island to farm? Even if there is land for farming, the priority is to ensure the food security of our own island. Only surplus grain can be used for trade. Even if 1 mu of wheat can only produce 200 gene, not counting costs, that's enough to earn 4 source crystals. If we plant 100 acres of wheat, wouldn't we be able to harvest 400 source crystals in just 1 quarter? In this era of low productivity, farming is the only way to survive. Chapter 68 Big Purchase. The grain sellers were quite nice. Because their shops were near the dock, they even offered free delivery to the ships. The merchant arranged for the slaves in the shop to help Alan carry all the purchased grain onto the ship. With this grain, plus the rye on the island, there's no need to worry about food shortages for a while. Now that we've planned our carbohydrate intake, the next step should be meat, eggs, and dairy. The livestock market is right next to the grain market. After Alan left the grain market, he didn't even need to leave the street. The livestock market was right next door. Compared to the fresh aroma of grain markets, livestock markets are filled with the unique smells of various animals. Simply put, it's extremely smelly. Despite the unpleasant smell, Alan walked through the livestock market. He began to examine the prices of various poultry and livestock. The price of grain is already expensive enough, but I didn't expect the price of poultry and livestock to be so outrageously high. Adult poultry, such as chickens, ducks, and geese, are generally priced at 1 or 2 source crystals. Young birds are slightly cheaper, about 5 for 1 source crystal. The same applies to the price of livestock. The prices for adult cattle, sheep, and pigs are 8, 4, and 5 source crystals, respectively. The prices of young cattle, sheep, and pigs are much cheaper, costing 4, 2, and 2 source crystals respectively. Considering that buying young sheep would require a lot of time to raise, Alan learned from his previous experience of buying sheep and directly purchased adult sheep to better breed the population. So Alan bought 20 adult chickens, ducks, and geese, spending 30 source crystals in the process. 4 adult cattle, 4 sheep, and 4 pigs were raised, which cost 68 source crystals. Alan originally had 500 source crystals. After deducting expenses for carriage rides, potions, in rooms, and meals, he spent about 80 crystals, leaving him with 420 crystals. He obtained 5,000 source crystals from selling the rune cores, but then bought a basic ship, leaving him with 3,000 source crystals. I just bought food and it cost me 120 source crystals. Now, another 98 poultry have been purchased. So Alan calculated that he should still have 3,202 source crystals left. These alone cost over 300 source crystals. Building territory is indeed no easy task. The livestock market also offers home delivery services, especially for big customers like Alan, who need to be taken care of. The merchants also had slaves responsible for transporting the livestock, who helped Alan get them onto the ship. Alan looked at the ship's waterline and couldn't help but sigh. A ship with 2,000 source crystals is truly something else. Judging by the draft and load capacity, it should be no problem to carry another 30 people. Plus, the second ship can carry 9 more people. So this time, we can buy at least 30 slaves. Let's go take another look at the slave market. Let's see if the slave market on Atlantis can surprise me. There were no slave markets near the port. On the contrary, not far from the hostel where Alan was staying, there was the largest slave market on Atlantis. You can go there and see if there are suitable slaves, then buy a whole batch at once. Then, when leaving, go to the inn and call 4 people and a cat, and have Tina and Harpy hide among the slaves. That way, even if someone is watching with ulterior motives, it won't be so easy to give yourself away. Alan's guess was correct, just as he was riding in his carriage to the slave market. He saw many suspicious people on the roadside, constantly scrutinizing passers-by, including Alan in the carriage, who was also within their observation range. If all else fails, let Tina and Happy hide under the carriage. Once we leave Sabadi Archipelago, the sky's the limit. Alan was secretly calculating in the carriage when, in no time, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the largest slave market on Sabadi Archipelago. Compared to the slave market on Ella Island, which resembled a marketplace, the market on Sabadi Archipelago appeared much more formal. It also has a dedicated trading hall. Looking at the magnificent slave trading hall, Alan couldn't help but marvel at how impressive it was, being the largest trading market in the entire Azure Sea. Once inside, there are dedicated guides. Are you here to buy slaves? Or is it about selling slaves? A pretty saleswoman asked in a friendly manner. Buy slaves, Alan replied simply. We have humans, demi-humans, dwarves, goblins. Which race of slaves would you like to purchase? Listening to the female sales assistant rattle off the menu like a machine gun, Alan was once again amazed by the scale of this trading market. I want to buy the human race. Okay, so do you need an ordinary human or an extraordinary human? Ordinary humans are fine. I'm a lord and I want to buy some slaves to take back to the island for reclamation. The more questions the saleswoman asked, the more anxious Alan became. Suddenly, I felt like I was staying in a 5-star hotel for the first time in my past life. Okay, then please come this way with me. These are all ordinary humans. I hope you can purchase the slaves you desire. The female sales assistant walked in front, and Alan followed behind her, heading towards one side of the lobby, a long corridor. On both sides of the passageway, human slaves were displayed like merchandise in a showcase. Their clothes also had prices marked on them. 800 origin crystals. 1,000 source crystals. 1,200 source crystals. Looking at the slaves with sky-high prices, Alan clutched his pocket full of source crystals tightly. However, he soon discovered it was a false alarm. What was on display were extraordinary slaves. These slaves all wore specially made rune chains on their hands, apparently to prevent them from using their supernatural abilities to escape. During the journey, Alan also activated the assessment function of the Lord Training Manual in his mind and found that each of them had a score of no less than 30 points. If I had the money, buying 10 extraordinary slaves would be enough for about 500 points. Unfortunately, the source crystals I have right now are only enough to buy 2 or 3. The female sales assistant led Alan through a long corridor and finally arrived at the trading area for ordinary slaves. The space here is even larger than the hall we just left, and it looks like it could accommodate tens of thousands of slaves. Alan looked in the direction the saleswoman was pointing and saw densely packed slave cages, resembling elemental blocks, situated beneath this vast trading market. Each slave was kept alone in a wooden cage so that buyers could select the items they desired. With the exit of the passage where Alan was standing as the central axis, female slaves were on the left, and male slaves were on the right. Alan can choose any of them. Suppressing his slight discomfort, Alan strolled through the market. He turned the rating function of the Lord Training Manual to its maximum. He needed to select his preferred subjects in the shortest possible time, and then escape from this human trading market that made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 69. There's no room for picking up losses. The market was large enough, and there were enough slaves. Alan's eyes were already straining to keep up. 6 points, 5 points, 5 points, 6 points. Most slaves are around 5 or 6%. Slightly stronger ones are 6 points, average ones are 5 points, and there are also those who look weak, 3 or 4 points. Alan first browsed the male slave market. Since men have a higher labor capacity than women, this procurement should primarily target male leaders. If there are female slaves with particularly high ratings, you can buy them. If not, buy some who are responsible for logistics. There's no need to buy overly beautiful female slaves, because the prettier the female slave, the more expensive she is. I bought slaves to build the island. There's no need to bring a few decorative items with me. Besides, with Tina as a shining example, even the most beautiful female slave would pale in comparison. Having one pleasing to the eye person is enough. Oh no, I almost forgot about Lino and Siamia. The three of them are quite a sight to behold. It just lacks the flavor of time. If we fatten them up another 10 pounds, they'll definitely be at their peak flavor. The saleswoman followed quietly behind Alan, watching him wander among the various slave cages, without any hurry. Because she had secretly used market tools to detect that the young lord in front of her was carrying a large amount of source crystals. This is definitely one of the biggest clients she's met today. So, are all the male slaves here young and strong men? Along the way, Alan only saw young and middle-aged people. There wasn't a single person who was slightly younger or older. He couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Yes, our market is the largest slave trading market on the entire island of Sabaody. All the slaves here have been selected by the market. I guarantee you won't die from illness within a week of buying it. If that happens, the market will compensate you with 2 slaves of equal value. Alan nodded, indicating that he understood the rules of the market. The quality of these slaves was indeed generally better than that of those on the market. However, the price is indeed high. The starting price is 30 source crystals, which is twice as expensive as on Ella Island. However, the prices are relatively balanced, with the most expensive item costing only 60 source crystals. Overall, the price of a male slave is approximately 50 source crystals. Alan had already traversed half of the male slave market, but he still hadn't seen the rating he wanted. As expected, luck won't always be on my side. Meeting Lino and Myasia has already exhausted my extraordinary luck. In a slave market with tens of thousands of people, there wasn't a single slave with a score higher than 20. This shows how ignorant Alan was. There are many magical runes and rune items in this world. Among them are items that can detect extraordinary talents. If Alan had come to a small slave market, he might have had a chance to snag a bargain. But he chose the largest slave market. Such a large slave market would certainly have tools to detect the existence of extraordinary talents. Seeing that there was no chance to find a bargain, Alan simply gave up on browsing. He directly told the female sales assistant next to him his requirements. I'm not going to look around anymore. The slaves here are all about the same size and age. I'll just state my requirements, and you can help me choose. Select 16 male serfs for me, they must be strong. Then 4 blacksmiths, 4 carpenters, and 4 fishermen. Select 7 more peasant women, making a total of 35 slaves. I'll be waiting for you at the trading area in the lobby. The saleswoman smiled and nodded, indicating that she understood Alan's request. Alan then followed the long corridor to the payment area in the trading hall. After a short while, the female sales assistant walked ahead, followed by 35 slaves who met Alan's requirements. Alan wasn't worried that she would pick out some expensive items for him, because Alan had already examined the market carefully, and it was found to be sufficiently legitimate. What makes it legitimate is that slaves with different skills command different prices. The price of serfs was the cheapest, at 30 source crystals each. The blacksmith slave is the most expensive, costing 60 source crystals each. Carpenter slaves and fishermen's slaves are relatively cheap, costing 50 source crystals each. The price for the farmer's wife is even cheaper, only 20 source crystals each. Sure enough, the saleswoman's introduction was exactly as Alan had guessed. 16 male serfs require 480 source crystals. 12 text slaves require 640 source crystals. 7 peasant slave women require 140 source crystals. A total of 1,260 source crystals. In fact, Alan could also consider returning to Ella Island to buy slaves. However, the quality of slaves on Ella Island varied greatly, and Alan also had obsessive-compulsive tendencies, so he chose to buy these 35 slaves at a high price. Alan took out 12 60 source crystals and handed them to the female sales assistant. Alan pricked his finger and signed slave contracts with these 35 slaves. Starting today, Alan, who suffers from obsessive-compulsive disorder, has the following subjects. First, there were the serfs. The 16 newly purchased serfs, plus the 4 already on the island, made up a farming team of 20 people. With 4 blacksmiths, 4 carpenters, and 4 fishermen, plus the 3 blacksmiths, 3 carpenters, and 3 fishermen on the island, they formed a small professional team of 15 people. With the 7 peasant women, plus the 2 existing peasant women on the island and Lino, a logistics support team of 10 people was formed. Now, Alan can completely extricate himself from the mundane affairs on the island. You can be a proper lord and seriously plan the future of your territory. The number of source crystals on his body also plummeted to 1942. However, his spending spree wasn't over yet. Alan led the 35 newly contracted slaves, who were still in a state of lethargy, out of the slave market trading hall. They arrived at a nearby potion shop. Alan bought another 20 bottles of energy potions in one go, spending 300 source crystals. I also bought some seasonings and tools at a nearby general store, which cost me 12 source crystals. At this point, he had only 16 30 source crystals left. With tax day just a few days away, why does Alan still dare to spend like this? Isn't he afraid of not being able to pay his taxes and then getting into trouble with the federal government? Afraid. Of course he's afraid of trouble. However, he could easily solve this problem by demolishing a defensive tower. The real reason he made this move is because he might face various powerful forces after taking in Tina and the celestial cat. He wants to exchange source crystals for development time. After returning to the island, he will no longer passively wait for monsters to come ashore and loot his spoils. Since it is right next to the Sea of Death, he will launch a fierce attack on the Sea of Death. These energy potions are prepared precisely for this purpose. Before Lino awakened her talents, she served as the head steward of Atlantis. He, Tina, Thea, and Mia were responsible for fighting monsters and gaining experience. It is believed that in the near future, Atlanta will enter a period of rapid development. Chapter 70 Detection Runes. This was both because the slave market was far enough from the port, and to better conceal Tina and Harpy. So Alan simply chartered 8 carriages by the roadside. Chartering a carriage is a bit more expensive, costing 1 source crystal per carriage. However, compared to the consumption of over 1,000 source crystals, these 8 source crystals are just a small matter. Alan had the driver stop the carriage at the inn's entrance, then led the slaves inside and brought out the still somewhat bewildered Lino and the others. Mia and Thea have recovered considerably after a good night's sleep. Tina, wearing a long robe that covered her perfect figure, mingled among the slaves. Just as the slaves were lining up to board the carriage, she quickly crawled under the carriage with Habib. With the aid of her plant manipulation talent, she used the vines growing from under the carriage to secure herself and Harpy firmly to the bottom. Seeing that the plan was proceeding smoothly, Alan was the last to board the carriage. At Alan's command, 8 carriages set off in a grand procession toward the port. The facts were just as Alan had guessed. The 8 carriages were constantly surrounded by onlookers. Because the carriage was not fully enclosed, but rather had only a roof and 4 supports, it was easy to see who was sitting inside. Therefore, people along the way scrutinized the people in the carriage with all sorts of looks. It's also impossible to distinguish among these gazes which are genuine passers-by and which are spies from various factions. But Alan didn't care anymore. As the convoy moved forward, the docks where ships number 2 and 3 were moored came into view. As long as they can safely board the ship and escape Sabati archipelago, with the help of ocean currents, they can fly freely in the sky and leap freely in the sea. The carriage reached the dock but could not go any further. The walkway leading to the boats is rather narrow. Seeing this, Alan called down the 8 carriage owners and paid them. Tina hid in the carriage behind Alan. Under the cover of Alan and a group of slaves, she crawled out from under the carriage and blended into the crowd. Having received the final payment, the 8 car owners drove their carriages away from the dock. Alan led the group along the boardwalk leading to their own ship. Ships number 2 and 3 are already in sight. Alan divided the team into 2 groups. Alan, along with Linadina and 27 slaves, boarded ship number 3. Mia and Thea, along with the remaining 7 slaves, boarded ship number 2. During the previous move, Thea had already mastered how to use her talent to sail the ship, so Alan trusted her completely. Just when Alan thought that the journey had been safe and uneventful and that he could leave the island peacefully. On the port, a short man stood in the shadows, 2 runes flying up and down in his palm. A wicked, delighted smile spread across the man's face. "We've found her! That cat is in this group too. It seems the bishop was right. It really was that cat that rescued her. I'll go report to His Excellency the Bishop. I'm leaving this place to you, Brooke." Next to the short man stood a muscular man. At this moment, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, a wicked smile on his face. "Don't worry. Go ahead and report to His Holiness the Bishop. Leave this to me." After saying that, he excitedly licked his lips. It seems like the child has encountered their favorite toy. It's like a hunter encountering its prey. "Be careful, I've detected 4 low-level superhumans in the team. Don't let the boat capsize." "Capsized? They're definitely going to capsize their boat." Seeing his companions getting into a playful mood, the skinny man didn't say anything more. After all, his companion Brooke was a mid-level superhuman, and a power-type awakened being. Dealing with 4 low-level superhumans is a piece of cake. After giving a careful warning, the thin man left the port and sped towards the stronghold on the dark church island. Brooke, meanwhile, slowly walked toward the dock and toward the pier leading to where Alan's 2 ships were located. On the deck of ship number 3, Alan saw the thin man rushing away. At the same time, they also saw the well-dressed man slowly walking towards their 2 ships. He inexplicably felt a sense of crisis. "Get on the boat quickly! Let's get going!" From a distance, Alan found himself staring directly into the eyes of the muscular man. The man gave Alan a defiant look, as if to say, "You can't escape." This further confirmed Alan's guess. Tina may have been discovered. The man drew closer, but after Alan urged him on, the last slave successfully boarded the ship. Alan also used the power granted by the female warrior directly to pull the anchor up from the seabed all by himself. At the same time, while sharing the talent, he sensed the man's presence. A mid-level extraordinary individual. Tina, Mia, and Thea sensed Alan's strength even before he did. Their faces all wore solemn expressions. The strength of the extraordinary individuals is divided into 1 level per rank. With each advancement to the next level, one's strength will experience a qualitative leap. This applies to both awakened ones and rune masters. This is a consensus on maritime rights. The slaves on ship number 3 had all returned to their cabins, and Tina and Lino stood at the hatch looking at Alan on the deck. Alan looked at the muscular men on the boardwalk. The distance is now close enough. Alan could clearly see the cat-and-mouse look on the man's face. It's as if it's saying, "Little mice, run! Only when you run will I be more interested in catching you." Regardless of the man's motives, since he hasn't made a move yet, Alan is definitely going to run away. While keeping a close eye on the man on the shore, Alan shot the wisp of wind that he had been gathering in his hand toward the sail. Wind blast! With the help of that compressed wind, ship number 3 shot off from the shore like an arrow. Beside the third ship, Thea from the second ship also unleashed a whirlwind attack, even more powerful than Alan's, making the second ship slightly faster than the third. The man's eyes were fixed on boat number 3, completely ignoring what the small boat next to him was doing. However, Alan's sudden move was something Brooke hadn't expected. Unexpectedly, this young leader was also an extraordinary individual. So there are 5 low-level superhumans in total? He actually managed to hide his mental power from my perception. Is it some kind of runic equipment with hidden power? Interesting, there's even an unexpected bonus. On the plank road, the muscular man continued to stand with his arms crossed, not in a hurry to make a move. He watched helplessly as Alan's ship sailed out of the harbor and headed out of Sabeti Archipelago's territorial waters. Let the boat move forward for a while. Let's get out of the waters near Sabeti Archipelago first. Once we're out of the Rune Array's range, I'll have some fun with these little mice. I haven't had a good time since I came to the Azure Sea. Chapter 71 Battle. On the ship, Alan watched the figures on the pier grow smaller and smaller. He was somewhat puzzled. What exactly is that mid-level superhuman doing? I'll be leaving Sabeti Archipelago's territorial waters soon. Once outside the territorial waters, the ocean currents leading back to Ella Island will be quite close. Territorial sea. Rune defense array. Could it be that he's thinking of? Alan suddenly had a hunch about a possibility. His guess was quickly confirmed. On the boardwalk, Brooke braced his legs, the muscles in his calves bulging like writhing dragons. Then, with a heavy kick, Brooke shot towards the number 3 ship, which was about to leave the territorial waters of Sabeti Archipelago, like a cannonball from an anti-aircraft gun. He was extremely fast in the air. The speed was so fast that it broke the sound barrier, and Alan, who was far away at sea, could hear the sonic boom in the air. Then Alan saw a black dot on the horizon flying rapidly toward his ship. Just as the ship sailed out of the territorial waters of Sabeti Archipelago, the mid-level transcendent had already arrived not far from ship number 3. After a loud boom, the man appeared at the stern of ship number 3. The force with which he landed on ship number 3 was so great that it almost snapped the bow of the ship. The immense force caused ship number 3, which was still moving, to come to a quiet stop on the sea. Fortunately, this ship was a basic large ship, which was fully capable of withstanding the remaining force. Fortunately, they were far away. If they were closer, even a low-level large ship would probably have been torn to shreds by the terrifying power of a mid-level superhuman. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from the mid-level superhuman at the stern of the ship, Alan's face turned solemn. He's very strong! But we can't just sit here and wait to die. On ship number 2, Thea and Mia kept a close eye on the movements of ship number 3. They also saw the man flying down from the plank road. At the same time, the moment the man landed, he controlled the second ship to move next to the third ship. Mia, carrying Thea, leaped up and came to Alan's side. Inside the cabin, Tina, with Lino by her side, followed closely behind. The 5 people stood together, all facing the mid-level transcendent. Are all the little bugs here? Let's begin our game. After saying that, the strong man stomped down again, and his whole body rushed towards the 5 people like a cannonball. He raised his right fist and swung it at Alan in the middle. Clearly, the strategy is to first take down the leader. He wants to take down Alan first before playing around with these female superhumans. The target mission belongs to the Archbishop. The other 3, who are quite good-looking, are his own spoils. You need to hold back a bit. We can't kill this man. It'll be much more fun to cripple him, and then watch him play with it. Thinking of this, the man's charge suddenly slowed down. Although he didn't know what the man was thinking, Alan understood one thing. Strike first to gain the upper hand, strike later to be controlled. So he took the initiative and attacked first. Wind blade! A crescent-shaped wind blade, condensed from compressed wind force, appeared in front of Alan and shot towards the man. The man had already sensed the attack and dodged to the side. Suddenly he felt a heavy blow to his body. Wind blade! That's right, the attack came from Thea, who was standing next to Alan. Their skills are basically a one-to-one copy. Alan's wind blades were just a feint, intended to cover Thea's attack. After all, Alan's talent is only about 80% as powerful as Thea's. Tina wasn't idle either. Before the man even boarded the ship, she took out 5 seeds that Alan had specially found for her. However, these seeds are somewhat special and require a lot of effort to germinate. She was hiding behind the crowd, constantly stimulating the seeds. Lino stood by her side, watching the scene with a worried expression, but she couldn't do much to help. The wind blade attack just now didn't cause any real damage to the man, it only hurt him. However, this made the man somewhat annoyed. I was actually bitten by a bunch of tiny insects. They need to be taught a lesson. In the blink of an eye, the man sprinted forward with all his might, and had already flashed in front of Alan. He leaped up, raised his right arm, and slammed it down hard on Alan's head. Alan was also waiting for his attack, so he activated his Golden Barbie technique and raised his arms to meet the attack. Snap! The strength of a mid-level power-type superhuman is truly formidable. The man's fist slammed into Alan's arm, and instantly, the sound of bones cracking echoed from Alan's incredibly strong arms, which had been enhanced by the Golden Barbie, a nickname for a female bodybuilder. Experiencing the blow firsthand, Alan momentarily wondered if he had accidentally forgotten to use the Golden Barbie move. Otherwise, how could it hurt so much, like an ordinary person being hit hard on the bone by a hard iron rod? However, Alan knew that the hardcore Barbie technique had worked. If an ordinary person had taken that blow, they would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat long ago. This is the terrifying strength of a mid-level transcendent. Your well-prepared attack won't break his defense. His blow to you caused you excruciating pain. Alan was surprised by the strength of a mid-level superhuman, and Brooke was also surprised by Alan's physique. After being hit and hurt, Brooke felt a bit angry and prepared to finish off Alan. Therefore, he attacked with all his might. Isn't he a wind rune master or a wind awakener? How can your body be so strong that it can withstand my full-force attack? What kind of extraordinary being is he? If it were an ordinary wind rune master or awakened one, their body would have exploded under Brooke's full-force attack. But Alan was able to withstand it at the cost of a fractured bone. This made Brooke curious about Alan's physique. Despite his curiosity, he didn't stop his attacks. Brooke withdrew his right hand, clenched his left fist, and slammed it into Alan's abdomen. At this moment, Alan's hands were fractured, and it was clear that he could not withstand the attack. In a moment of crisis, Mia joined the battle with the genuine King Kong Barbie. Her hands firmly blocked Brooke's punch. I wonder if it's because the authentic Mia Barbie is 20% stronger than the pirated Alan. Or is it that a man's normal attack isn't that powerful? Mia took the hit, but felt a slight pain in her hand. It felt like someone had hit my hand with a stick. It hurt, but there was no real damage. It's just like a man's reaction when he's just eaten a wind blade. In short, with her authentic King Kong Barbie persona, Mia can hold her own against Brooke. Brooke attacked again, but Mia easily dodged and then threw a punch. In the dim light, I could actually see quite a few figures of Blue Star Kung Fu. Indeed, compared to Thea's skill development, Alan provided guidance on combat techniques to Mia, taking advantage of her talent. Although he had never formally studied Kung Fu, he had learned a great deal of theoretical knowledge while surfing the internet. It's possible to give Mia some guidance. I never expected Mia to have such a high level of combat talent. With just Alan's verbal guidance, she was able to recreate a set of combat techniques that were unique to her. With this rudimentary tactic, he was able to hold his own against Brooke. It looks rather decent. Chapter 72 Seeds. However, the difference in levels cannot be bridged by combat skills alone. Brooke initially approached the fight with Mia with a playful attitude. Once he got serious, Mia found herself struggling to keep up. Even with Thea's wind protecting Mia, she was still beaten until she coughed up blood. The situation was getting worse and worse. Tina finally made her move. 5 low-level extraordinary plants known for their sturdiness and endurance, the chicken blood vine, sprang out from behind the group. As Brooke's fist slammed into Mia again, it wrapped around his body. In the blink of an eye, 5 chicken blood vines completely wrapped around Brooke. Brooke's arms were also tightly wrapped in vines, preventing him from making another move. I can't hold on much longer. We need to deal with him as soon as possible. Behind the crowd, Tina, pale-faced and looking like she had overused her mental energy, slumped to the ground. She focused intently, manipulating the blood vines, constantly wrapping them tightly to prevent Brooke from breaking free. As expected of a supernatural plant known for its sturdiness, even Brooke, a mid-level supernatural being, could not forcibly tear off the chicken blood vines on his body. However, the chicken blood vine needs Tina's manipulation to form a binding force. Tina had already exhausted her mental energy just by incubating these extraordinary plant seeds. I'm completely overdrawing my mental strength right now, and I really can't hold on for much longer. Fortunately, Alan bought 20 bottles of stamina potions and carried 3 with him. After drinking 1 bottle himself, he fed Tina another. However, even with a magic potion, it still takes some time to restore energy. The potion can only extend the control time for a short period of time, and in the long run, it cannot last long. However, once he is under control, even if he is a mid-level superhuman, his defenses will be breached under frequent attacks. Finally, after Mia threw countless punches, Brooke coughed up a mouthful of blood. You bedbugs, do you think these tattered vines can control me? Once I break free, I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death. Even though his mouth was bleeding, Brooke still wore a cruel smile. Right after he finished speaking, 2 of the 5 chicken blood vines on his body snapped off instantly. He only needs to break free of 2 more bars to successfully escape control. Mia wanted to continue attacking, but as a low-level superhuman, her energy was also limited. In the ensuing offensive, they seemed to lose strength with each attack. As he felt the injuries to his head lessen with each blow, Brooke laughed again. A little bug? Push harder! Ha 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 ha! Brooke smiled. Standing directly opposite Brooke, Aaron saw the blood flowing from Brooke's mouth and also laughed. And it was that kind of squint-eyed smile. It looks really unpleasant. I was having a headache trying to figure out where to find you a superhuman. I never expected a mid-level transcendent to deliver himself to my doorstep. Come on, Lino! Let this mid-level transcendent being witness the awakening of your talent. Alan smiled and spoke to Lino, who was standing next to Tina. When Brooke was at the port, his companions reminded him that there were 4 superhumans on board. Actually, Alan is not included. He can only share the talents of his subjects. When the sharing is not activated, he is no different from an ordinary person and cannot be detected by the detection runes. Therefore, the 4th extraordinary being, besides Tina, Mia, and Thea, is Lino, who has just awakened her talent. Lino walked slowly from behind the crowd to Brooke. His eyes held a complex emotion that was hard to describe. She gently raised her hand and placed her delicate white hand on Brooke's bloodstains. A black seed sprouted from Lino's palm and stuck tightly to the blood Brooke spat out. The seed, like a beating heart, draws strength from the blood and slowly grows. Finally, after Brooke's bloodstains were completely drained, it grew from the size of a sesame seed to the size of a soybean. Then, under Brooke's solemn gaze, it disappeared from his body and entered his body. What the hell is this? Why is my power slipping away? Brooke was initially full of confidence, ready to stop playing the boring cat-and-mouse game after escaping and go straight to torture and kill. Suddenly I felt my mental energy draining away. His extraordinary origins were being devoured by an unknown entity. His physical strength was also gradually declining. His strength to struggle was slowly waning. The chicken blood vine, which was about to break free, became even more firmly attached than before. The confident, mocking smile was gone from Brooks' face. It turned into a fear of the unknown. He felt a seed growing inside him. It gradually grows bigger, breaks through the shell, takes root, and sprouts. Just as he had guessed, the seeds sprouted and continued to grow. Brooks' consciousness gradually faded away in fear. Finally, just before he closed his eyes completely, he felt something burst out of his body. Alan looked at the tiny tree, about the size of a palm and with only 2 leaves, that had sprouted from above Brooks' head. I suddenly thought of Slow Sheep, who also has a small tree on his head. The only difference is that the one on Slow Sheep's head is green, while the one in front of him is black. So this is what the demon tree looks like after it hatches. A black seed also sprouted in Alan's palm. Looks like I'll have to find myself a supernatural being. Now is not the time to think about this. We need to get going. Another mid-level transcendent. No. Even if only a low-level transcendent comes, we'll probably be done for here. After the battle, everyone was in poor condition. Alan himself suffered some fractures in his forearms from Brooks' attack. Tina, having exhausted her mental energy due to catalyzing a nascent extraordinary plant, fainted immediately after the battle ended. Mia, on the other hand, had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood in the battle just now, and was currently in a state of disordered breathing, trying to recover. Thea was slightly better off, as she was only using her talent to assist Mia in the battle, but her face was also pale at this moment. The only one in relatively good condition is Lino. However, after hatching from the demon tree, she closed her eyes, as if receiving some feedback. Alan knew her current state, and didn't say anything more. At this moment, the 2 ships were located just outside the territorial waters of Sabati Archipelago. It's currently the Wave Festival, and there are many boats passing by. The battle that had just taken place also attracted the attention of ships not far away. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Alan disregarded the current battle assessment, and immediately ordered the ship to sail towards the wave node. He needed to catch the ocean currents and return to Ella Island before the numerous ships drew near. Although his arms were fractured, it did not prevent him from manipulating the wind with his mental power. Under Alan's control, ship number 3 once again shot towards the node with the speed of an arrow released from a bow. Behind him, ship number 2, also piloted by Thea, followed closely. Chapter 73 Transfer? You mean the female slave and the cat were spotted at Port 4? Yes, Your Excellency. They're at Port 4. Brooke will remain at Port 4 to keep them here. Inside a huge building on Sabati Archipelago, Congressman Zorro, no, Bishop Zorro, is listening to a report from his subordinates. The Archbishop, injured last night, escaped by boat under cover of darkness. However, before leaving, he left behind a group of extraordinary beings for Zorro to follow his orders. Zorro was also very sensible. In addition to mobilizing the people of the Dark Church, he also arranged for all the people in his family on the island to search for the traces of the person and the cat. Of course, Bishop Zorro never thought he could actually find that person and cat. As many of the people left behind by the Archbishop, it's hard to say they weren't his informants. Therefore, it is very important to adopt an attitude of being dedicated to serving the Archbishop. Congressman Zorro sat in the main seat, listening to Ethan's report below, a look of surprise on his face. Great, Ethan! I will report your merits to the Archbishop on your behalf. Ethan was also excited. His achievement this time was enough to earn him a spot to be blessed after finding the idol. He had been a mid-level rune master for a long time. His mental strength was increasing slowly, and he was finding it very difficult to comprehend the runes. So far, he has only deciphered 32 runes, and he doesn't know when he will be able to decipher 100 runes and advance to the higher level. The advancement path for rune masters is relatively simple. If you have the talent to comprehend the secrets of a rune, you can become a level 1 rune master. However, only those who have mastered more than 10 runes can be considered novice rune masters. Intermediate rune masters need to comprehend 30 runes. Advanced rune masters need to comprehend more than 100 runes. As for advancing to the epic level, it's not as simple as just comprehending runes. It requires something much more complex. If one could receive a divine gift, it is said that under the halo of divine blessing, one's mental strength would be greatly enhanced, and the difficulty of deciphering runes would be greatly reduced, as simple as eating and drinking. When that time comes, advancing to the high-level transcendent level will become a piece of cake. Just as Ethan was lost in his fantasy, Zoro stood up and came to his side. Let's go, to the port. With the spatial ceiling rune scroll this time, we definitely won't let this cat escape again. After saying that, Representative Zoro took the lead and walked ahead. As he walked, he gave instructions to his subordinates outside. Notify everyone still searching outside to come to Port 4. Surround Port 4. Representative Zoro was very efficient. In no time, all his men had assembled and were heading towards Port Number 4. Meanwhile, the battles at sea also attracted the attention of other forces. Other factions sent people to investigate the situation. However, they didn't send many people, since only Ethan used the detection rune to obtain accurate information about the person and the cat. Other factions simply went to see what was going on, and didn't pay much attention. However, when Zoro sent his men to clear the area, all the factions reacted immediately. There's a problem here. Immediately, people from all walks of life on Sabaody Archipelago flocked to Port Number 4. Port Number 4 corresponds to the eastern part of the Azure Sea. There are usually very few ships here, and even during the Wave Festival, it is not as crowded as other ports. Because of this event, this place became the busiest place in history. The port was filled with ships that had come by sea to explore because the land route was blocked. Representative Zoro stood on the boardwalk with a stern face, while Ethan trembled behind him. At this moment, Senator Zoro also learned about the naval battle that had just taken place from the people nearby. You mean among those people, there were only 4 low-level transcendents? Then why did Brooke, a mid-level superhuman, disappear? I've checked, there are indeed only 4 low-level superhumans. Perhaps they have high-level runic equipment. Upon hearing this explanation, Representative Zoro nodded. There are indeed various magical rune items in the sea, making it not impossible to complete a battle against a higher-level opponent. His anger was just an act. After all, things like celestial cats and female slaves were only what the Archbishop could desire. Senator Zoro, however, was more interested in the treasure containing the idol. I wonder what level that treasure is. The Wave Festival is over. It's time to send more people to the eastern region to search for the secret treasure. Or perhaps I could take advantage of the tax season and go there myself? Representative Zoro pondered silently, then suddenly thought of something. By the way, which way did those witnesses say the 2 ships went? My lord, they have departed on a node heading towards the Azure Eastern region. Is it also from the Azure Eastern region? It seems we really should make a trip to the Eastern region. Sabaody Archipelago. Inside a large estate. Congressman Simon is entertaining his distinguished guests. 5 wood spirits from Wood Spirit Island. Bishop Ross, as always, acted as an intermediary, helping Simon to host them. You mean that cat that was auctioned off yesterday, the legendary celestial cat? That's right, it's the celestial cat. You can find hidden treasures in the sea, and you can freely travel among them. No wonder it fetched such an astonishing price. Congressman Simon looked enlightened, and it wasn't until Bishop Ross explained it to him that he understood why the churches had gone crazy auctioning off a cat yesterday. The Church of Light was able to bid on that cat partly because of my help. What a pity, that cat actually found a green treasure on Sabaody Archipelago. Using its talent, it escaped from the Church of Light to the treasure. The Bishop of Light spent 110,000 source crystals for it, and was severely injured by the Archbishop of Darkness. In the end, he only found a green treasure by following the scent left by that cat. It's said that the Bishop of Light fainted from anger, and when he wakes up, he'll still be reprimanded by the church. What an unlucky fellow! Bishop Ross took a sip of his honey wine and sighed with a sense of shared sorrow. It was fortunate that Congressman Simon had to discuss business yesterday, and didn't lend him any yuan jing. Otherwise, he himself might have been the one who fainted from anger today. After all, Senator Simon has the strength to produce so many source crystals. Simon and the elves listened with great interest to the interesting stories told by Bishop Ross, and drank several cups of honey wine. Only Liam, the leader, looked furious. He secretly harbored resentment towards Congressman Simon for not helping him get a picture of that bitch Tina. He heard that Tina, that slut, was auctioned off to a nobleman for 8,000 source crystals. He also inquired privately about which nobleman it was. If he could, he would advise the Elf King to abandon his cooperation with Simon and turn to other great nobles. However, this is contingent on the nobleman being willing to give Tina to him. Chapter 74, The Devil's Seed? On the ocean current. 2 ships, one large and one small, were close together, being pushed eastward by the ocean current. On the large ship, Alan slumped onto the deck, a smile on his lips, lost in thought. Beside him, Lino still had her eyes closed, as if she was still receiving feedback from her talent. On Alan's other side was Tina, whose face was pale. The battle just now had exhausted her energy and spirit, and even though she had drunk a bottle of energy potion, she wouldn't be able to recover for a while. Mia and Thea on the small boat were in much better condition, gradually recovering after drinking the potion. The recovery effect of King Kong Barbie is truly insane. I feel an itch in my bones, and although it still hurts a little, it's not as excruciating as it was just now. With a moment of peace, Alan was finally able to take stock of what he had accomplished over the past 2 days. In addition to the purchase supplies, the information in the Lord Training Manual has also been updated. First, there's his own information. Lord Panel. Lord Alan. Level 3 Beginner Transcendent. Talents Mighty Barbie, shared, Child of the Wind, shared, Demon Tree, shared, Plant Manipulation, shareable. Hextech Chest of War 1, loaded, Power Up, loaded, Lord Shared Spotlight, loaded. Territory, Atlantis. Area, 10 square kilometers. People, 49. Wealth, 1600, Source Crystal. Rating, 488 to 500. After using his talent in battle multiple times, his level in the system increased. Although he didn't know what the standard for advancement was, his current level had reached level 3. In addition, some of his talents can be shared, coming from Mia, Thea, Lino, and Tina respectively. However, the Lord's Shared Spotlight can only hold 3 shared talents. Out of curiosity about Lino's talent effect, he temporarily loaded Lino's talent. However, this loading can be switched at any time. Alan has already tried it, and there is no skill cooldown, which is very convenient. In addition, his panel now includes a new item, Wealth. It seems possible to calculate how many source crystals he currently possesses. Originally, there were 1,630 source crystals left, but on the way, we encountered someone selling extraordinary plant seeds. After seeing Tina's talent, I bought her 10 seeds, including the 5 chicken blood vine seeds that I had just used. So Alan currently has a total of 1,600 source crystals. The manual's summary is correct. Finally, and most importantly, is the scoring. In the last evaluation, Lino and her 2 companions, along with the 9 newcomers to the island, received a total of 218 points. Now 35 new slaves have been added, along with Tina and Harpy, bringing the total score to 488. Just 12 more points and you'll get another reward. Alan was already looking forward to it. Once back on the island, all you need to do is go to Ella Island and buy 2 more slaves to reach the 500-point settlement reward. However, one thing is rather strange. After Alan did some calculations, he found that there was no rating for Harpy among the 488 ratings. He then pulled up the Harpy's Compendium of People. Guide to the People. Citizen Harpy Pet. Level 1. Number 14. Age? Loyalty, 0.1%. Talent, treasure hunting. It can instinctively find unclaimed treasure maps on the ocean. Furthermore, it possesses a pair of cat claws that lead to these treasures, easily tearing open spatial tunnels. Overall rating, 89. Loyalty must reach 60% to be considered for a score. Then he saw Harpy's talent. After carefully reading Harpy's talent description and trying to understand its abilities, he was completely stunned. No wonder those powerful forces coveted it. It can actually find unclaimed treasure maps. Moreover, even without a treasure map, as long as the treasure is found, it can dig out a spatial tunnel leading to the entrance of the treasure. What kind of magical cat did I bring back this time? With this, Sabaody Archipelago can form its own adventurer team. Alan was overwhelmed with a mixture of surprise and joy. He suppressed the series of thoughts that arose in his mind and continued reading. I saw its overall rating. 93 points. It must be the highest rated creature I've ever seen. High loyalty is required for a rating? Is this the difference between ordinary subjects and those who have signed slave contracts? What's the situation with Tina? Why was her score included? Is her loyalty level higher than 60%? With that in mind, Alan opened Tina's illustrated guide. Guide to the people. Citizen Tina, free citizen. Level 3, beginner transcendent. Number 13. Age 30. Loyalty, 60%. Talent, plant manipulation. She is favored by plants and possesses the ability to catalyze, manipulate, and communicate with them. Overall rating, 60. Loyalty must reach 60% to be counted in the rating. The loyalty section in the encyclopedia confirms Alan's conjecture. As expected, Tina's loyalty is as high as 60%. However, looking at her age, Alan was somewhat puzzled. Only 30 years old? But Lino is already 18 years old. She gave birth to Lino when she was 12? But you can't tell at all that she's ever given birth. Alan turned his head and glanced at Tina's delicate face, which didn't look like she had ever given birth. Moreover, it's a bit of an exaggeration that she gave birth to Lino at the age of 12. Is there some hidden story behind this? Alan put his own speculations aside. After reviewing the instructions for using Tina's talent, he closed her interface. What he's most curious about right now is Lino's condition. What kind of talent is it that was hidden in the manual before it was awakened? Immediately, a thought struck him, and he opened Lino's interface. Guide to the people. Subjects, Lino's slave. Level, 7 to 8, beginner transcendent. Number 1. Age 18. Loyalty, 300%. Talent, demon seed. Initial state, demon sapling. Juvenile state. Overall rating, 95. Lino's illustration is laid out before me. Alan reviewed each item one by one. First, there was the level that surprised him. Unexpectedly, Lino reached level 7 as soon as she awakened. In the blink of an eye, Lino's level suddenly rose from level 7 to level 8. Here Alan has a guess, could it be a response to her talent? He then looked directly at Lino's talent description. Discovering her talent, it turns out she even has different forms. Demon seed, a seed imbued with mysterious power that can transform itself by absorbing the energy of extraordinary beings. During this transformation, you will also receive feedback from it. The higher the level of the extraordinary being absorbed, the more feedback you will receive. Demon tree sapling, hatched from a demon seed, it can grow by absorbing extraordinary energy. During its growth, you can receive energy feedback, which you can use yourself or give to others. Alan was once again shocked as he looked at Lino's talent description. Who would have thought that the gentle and seemingly weak Lino possessed such extraordinary talent? The devil seed? Alan opened his palm, and a black seed floated above it. Chapter 75, Going to the Island. On deck. Only when Alan felt the sea breeze could he calm himself down. This wave festival was incredibly successful. Although there are not many source crystal flowers left. However, both the ship full of supplies and the 37 new citizens have more than doubled the strength of Atlantis. Once people return to the island, Atlantis will enter a period of rapid development. Alan will also be further liberated, truly becoming a lord and managing his territory through strategy. The sun is about to rise, and the sky is gradually becoming light. After a night of sailing. Finally, in the early hours of this morning, it returned to Ella Island from the waters off Sabaody Archipelago via ocean currents. After several more hours of sailing, Parrot Island came into view. They only need to pass through Parrot Island to return to their own Atlantis waters. Just as the two ships passed Parrot Island, the changes in the seawater ahead caught Alan's attention. Why has the seawater here turned black too? Could it be that the Sea of Death is spreading? Indeed, the waters east of Parrot Island have turned completely dark black. And the further east you go, the darker the color of the sea becomes. When Alan can see Atlantis. The island of Atlantis was found to be shrouded in a thick, black ocean. Clearly, Atlantis has been completely surrounded by the Sea of Death. Previously, along the east coastline bordering the Sea of Death alone, thousands of monsters would land at night. The entire island is now submerged in the Sea of Death. It's unimaginable how many monsters will come ashore to harass it at night. On the deck, Tina, who had recovered quite a bit of her energy, gazed solemnly at the Sea of Death below. Compared to Alan, Tina knew more about the Sea of Death. The more you understand it, the more you realize how terrifying it is. I never imagined that Atlantis Island would be located in the Sea of Death. This is getting a bit troublesome. Even if we are all extraordinary beings, I'm afraid we won't be able to stop the monsters that surge in like a tidal wave at night. Fortunately, today is the last day of the wave festival, so the monsters won't bother us yet. If all else fails. Tina looked at Lino beside her. At this moment, Lino had a happy smile on her face. That's great. Now the Lord no longer needs to worry about source crystals. Beside Lino, Alan also had a big smile on his face. Yes. I was thinking of finding a way to lure more monsters at night. That's great. We don't have to worry about fewer monsters at night anymore. Having witnessed the extravagant spending of the nobles on Sabaody Archipelago, Alan's ambition swelled, and he could no longer be satisfied with the dozens of source crystals that appeared at night. He only wants to increase revenue, not cut costs. This has caused him to worry about how to attract more monsters. I never expected the Sea of Death to have expanded. Atlantis is now completely surrounded by monsters. Yay! Tina was a little confused as she listened to the conversation between the two people beside her. What's going on? Why would a lord want more monsters on his island? Did those two really not know how terrifying the Sea of Death was? Just as Tina was still a little confused, the two ships had already entered the territorial waters of Atlantis, slowly sailing towards the island's natural harbor. At this moment, a simple wooden pier has appeared on the natural harbor of Atlantis. It seems that during the 2 days Alan was away, these people were also diligently working on infrastructure. Alan was the first to disembark from ship number 3 and stand on the wooden dock that had clearly just been built. Before he could even get a foothold, the 9 remaining citizens who had seen Alan's ship return ahead of time ran over from the camp to greet him. Leading the group is citizen number 04, Bruno. Before Alan left, he gave him a task. After Alan and the other 3 left, he took charge of the construction and management of the territory. It's clear he's doing a good job. Even from a distance in the direction of the port, you can see that there are more buildings and some cleared farmland on the island. In addition, after these 2 days of rest and recuperation on the island, the mental state of the 9 of them was also very different from when they first arrived on the island. Under Alan's order that he must eat his fill every day, the 9 people were almost completely different from when they first arrived on the island. At this moment, their eyes were filled with a look of faith as they gazed at Alan. It was as if Alan was indeed, as Lino had said, sent by the gods from heaven to bring them a wonderful life. My lord, during the time you were away, we used the remaining wood to build 2 more wooden houses and this simple dock. In addition to the 10 acres of fertile land that were previously cultivated and sown, another 5 acres of fertile land have been cultivated. We can finish sowing by tomorrow. It's just that the workload has been heavy these past 2 days, so we've used up a lot of rye. On average, each person eats 5 pounds of rye every day. In addition, we also raise 2 sheep, which consume 3 pounds of rye every day. We've consumed a total of 100 gene of rye in the last 2 days. The inventory count task you assigned has been completed. Currently, the warehouse contains 400 fist-sized iron ore, 50 bolts of linen, 900 caddies of rye, 50 caddies of coarse salt, and 30 portions of fertilizer potions. After listening to Bruno's report, Alan nodded, indicating that he understood. Well done, Bruno! From now on, you will be in charge of the island's development. Upon hearing Alan's approval, Bruno nodded emphatically amidst the envy of those around him. We will certainly not let down the Lord's trust. Bruno stood aside after receiving Alan's formal appointment, while Alan walked from the makeshift dock onto the island. Only when his feet touched the sand of Atlantis did Alan feel like he was home. Behind him, Lino, along with Tina and Happy, also disembarked from the ship. Mom, this is Atlantis Island. Tina held Happy in her arms and carefully surveyed the entire island of Atlantis. The island is not very large, only about 10 square kilometers. The island was bare, with only a hint of green in the center, like a newly sown and sprouting plant. In addition, the buildings on the island are very simple. At the very center of the island stands a stone house. Behind the stone house sat several wooden houses that looked to have been built recently. Standing on the dock and looking around the entire island, Tina noticed the 4 defensive towers on the outer perimeter of the island's center. There are actually 2 level 2 defensive towers? It's important to know that the level 2 defense tower rune cores on Sabati Archipelago now cost 10,000 source crystals each. These 2 level 2 defense towers standing here are equivalent to 20,000 yuan crystals standing here. I never expected Alan to be so capable. No wonder he and Lino weren't worried about being disturbed by monsters at night while on the ship. It turned out they had 2 level 2 defense towers to rely on. But even if you can get through a normal night, what should you do if you encounter a dark tide? It's important to know that the tides in the Sea of Death are completely different from those in other seas. Chapter 76: The Discovery of Harpy. Atlantis, southern coastline. Thea and Mia have landed on the other side of the natural harbor with the 7 slaves from ship number 2. The small boats don't need a dock at all, they can simply moor on the beach. Only large ships like the number 3 ship require dock assistance when disembarking. Meanwhile, the residents who stayed behind built a simple dock for the 3rd ship where Alan was. Just as Mia and Thea arrived on the island, the 20 new citizens on ship number 3 also disembarked one by one. This is the first time that the 35 new residents have set foot on the island. At this moment, they were just as nervous and hesitant as Bruno was when he first arrived on the island, filled with worry about their future. With Bruno and his 9 companions here, the 35 new residents no longer need Alan to guide them through familiarizing themselves with the island. Alan handed them over to the 9 elders, letting them get to know each other, and then guided the newcomers to learn about Atlantis. Alan then personally showed Tina and Happy around Atlantis. The first place we arrived at was Alan's own stone house. Cough cough. This is our room. Thea, Mia, and Lino will sleep here with me tonight. But that was a special period, and we had no choice but to do it. When Lino and her 2 companions arrived on the island, there was only this one stone house. Now that you're here, there are a few extra rooms available, so naturally you'll have to sleep separately. Although he was extremely reluctant to part ways, Alan had to act as a person since his mother was there, so he naturally had to suggest separating. A look of reluctance crossed Alan's face. No. I want to stay with the Lord. So that I can take better care of the Lord. We both want to be with the Lord too. The 3 women unanimously rejected Alan's suggestion of separate rooms, and Alan couldn't help but smile. Tina had no objection to this. After all, if anything had happened, it would have happened long before I even got to the island. But judging from the state of the three of them, it was obvious that nothing had happened. Alan is a true gentleman and aristocrat. The furnishings inside the stone house were very simple. There is only one large bed that can be joined together to sleep 5 people. There's also a table and chairs that can seat 5 people, and that's about it. Just as Alan was taking Tina to explore other places, Happy, who had been staying in Tina's arms eating Hautuinia cordata, suddenly flew out. "There's a treasure map here. It's still hidden." Upon hearing Harpy's words, Alan was taken aback for a moment. "Treasure map?" Then I thought of Parrot's letter. The letter stated that they were searching for a secret treasure containing an idol of the Dark Church and information about the heart of the island. This treasure is very likely related to old Alan. After reading the contents of the letter, Alan searched the island many times, but found no information about the treasure. The words that Harpy spoke at that moment naturally reminded him of that mysterious treasure. Thinking of Happy's abilities, Alan quickly asked, "Where is the treasure map? Tell me quickly, Happy!" Hearing Alan's urgent question, Happy slyly replied, "I can help you find the treasure map. But you have to treat me to 100 dried fish. I also want Tina to plant 100 fish mint vines for me." When Alan heard Harpy's conditions, he thought it was some outrageous demand. A kitten will always be a kitten. A cat can't change its nature of eating fish. "No problem, I promise." Seeing that Alan had agreed to his conditions, Happy flew out of Tina's arms. It came to the stone bed where Alan had always been lying. It stretched out a cat paw and placed it on the tattered sheepskin that Alan had been using as a mattress. A golden energy was injected into Harpy. The tattered sheepskin cushion cracked in the middle like a spiderweb. A dazzling orange light pierced through the roof from the sheepskin cushion and shone straight into the sky. This orange light is magnificent enough. After rising from Atlantis into the sky, the orange light spread across the entire azure sea. Adventurers throughout the azure seas were thrilled by this orange hue. "A legendary treasure map has appeared. It's actually in the azure sea. Which direction did the orange light rise from first?" "I don't know, that light was too fast, it seemed to be from the east." In addition to the azure sea, this orange hue was also seen in several adjacent sea areas. "That's the light emanating from a legendary treasure map. That's the direction of the azure sea. A legendary treasure map has appeared in the azure sea." Fortunately, the light rose into the sky so quickly that everyone could only guess that it rose in the eastern part of the azure sea, but they didn't know which island it was. Representative Zorro, however, had a different idea. Could this light be emanating from the treasure map containing the statue of the goddess of darkness? That's right, only a treasure of this level is qualified to contain a goddess statue. According to my man old Alan, who may have known the intelligence, is dead, but his son is still alive. It's time to take advantage of this trip to the eastern region to oversee tax collection and try to find out some information from his son. Inside the stone house, Alan was unaware of the immense shock that the discovery of the treasure map would cause to the outside world. At this moment, he was the first one so shocked that he couldn't speak. He watched as the orange scrolls slowly floated into the air from the tattered sheepskin rug. Alan was so excited that his mind went blank. Wow, it's an orange treasure map. There's no mistake. If there's a legendary item like the heart of the island inside, it must be a legendary treasure. The treasure map scroll, emitting a faint orange glow, slowly landed on the stone bed. Alan took it in his hands. This was the first physical treasure map he had ever seen, and to be honest, he didn't even know how to use it. However, Tina, being more experienced and knowledgeable, slowly walked to Alan's side and said, "My lord, drip your blood onto the scroll. You can use the scroll to sense the location of the treasure." Upon hearing Tina's words, Alan made a cut on his index finger and dripped blood onto the scroll. Immediately, the scroll unfurled automatically. 2 bright spots appeared above. One of the points of light represents Alan's location. The other light spot represents the location of the secret treasure. After the blood was dripped onto the treasure map, Alan established a mysterious connection with the hidden treasure. A small, independent space appeared in his mind. There was an open treasure chest in the space, inside which was a yellow crystal heart. On one side of the treasure chest, a life-size black goddess statue stood quietly to the side. In addition, there were some items that Alan couldn't describe displayed there. Before Alan could even get a good look at what was inside, the scene then shifts to the outside of the small space, where an orange door stands on the seabed. Nearby, swarms of monsters tightly surrounded the location of the door. The scene shifts again, showing them slowly rising from the seabed. Upon reaching the sea, an island appeared in the distance of the scene. Even though it was some distance away in the picture, Alan recognized it at a glance. That island was Atlantis. Chapter 77 Residence. Is that treasure nearby? Is it a coincidence or... The scene abruptly ends, stopping on the sea. However, based on the footage just now, Alan roughly knew the location of the treasure. It is located in the sea to the east of Atlanta, and it takes about 20 minutes to get there by boat. The treasure has been found. But how do we deal with the dense hordes of monsters near the treasure that are enough to trigger trypophobia? At that moment, Alan thought of Happy, who was standing next to him. Harpy, can't you dig a spatial tunnel leading to the treasure? Is there any way to directly enter this treasure? The cute kitten scratched its head and said after hearing Alan's question. My ability is to dig a spatial tunnel leading to the vicinity of the treasure's entrance. Or perhaps at the entrance to the secret treasure, you can open it without a treasure map. If we have a treasure map, we can dig straight into the treasure. But there are two conditions. First, the distance to the treasure cannot be too far. Second, if I do this, I will have to go in by myself, and I'm afraid I won't be able to bring you all with me. Upon hearing Harpy's reply, Alan gently stroked his chin and nodded. Looks like we'll have to take our time to unlock the secret treasure. There's an island's heart inside the treasure. If we really can't eliminate the monsters on the outer perimeter, we'll create an opportunity for you to go in and bring the island's heart out. Upon hearing Alan mention the heart of the island, Tina, who was standing nearby, gaped in shock. The heart of the island, huh? This treasure actually contains the heart of an island. Tina knows more about the heart of the island than Alan does. Legend has it that if an island possesses the heart of the island, then simply injecting source crystals into the heart of the island will increase the island's size. If all 7 island hearts can be collected, then that island may evolve into a continent. Therefore, the heart of the island has always been a legendary item that great lords have always dreamed of. To date, only 4 grand lords are known to possess the heart of the island. Each of these 4 great lords is a unique overlord in his own sea area, or even in several surrounding sea areas. If Alan could also obtain an island heart, then dominating the surrounding seas would only be a matter of time. Even though Atlantis is now surrounded by the Sea of Death. With the help of the heart of the island, the area of Atlantis could increase several times, giving it the foundation to fight against the Sea of Death. After all, in this endless sea without a continent, the size of a territory also represents the Lord's strength to some extent. If we could really get the heart of the island, maybe Atlanta really can become a wonderful home. Tina muttered to herself, lost in thought. Alan gently rolled up the automatically unfolding scroll and placed it in his arms. He wanted to carry something so important with him personally. It's not that he doesn't trust the people present, it's just that he feels safer carrying it with him. The treasure was some distance from the island, and the dense swarms of monsters deterred Alan from attempting to conquer it now. Because among those monster figures, Alan had seen more than one high-level monster. Among them might be epic or even legendary monsters that Alan doesn't recognize. There's no rush to eliminate the outer monsters to create an opportunity for Harpy to enter. We can take a long-term approach. If possible, it would be best to lure the monsters over and use the island's defensive towers to devour them little by little. It's much more worthwhile than them going into the water to actively seek out and fight those monsters. After all, the underwater world is the domain of monsters. Underwater, no one knows what might happen. With this in mind, Alan had a preliminary plan in mind. You can wait until you're alone to gradually improve it. Thinking of this, Alan snapped out of his reverie. Then he turned to Tina, who was still in shock, and said, "Legendary treasures are not something we can covet at this stage. However, this will also be one of our major goals for the future. Let's go, I'll continue showing you and Happy around Atlantis." Tina snapped out of her daze and nodded gently. Led by Alan, the group walked out of the stone house. To be honest, there's not much to see in Atlanta. There is only one stone house and 7 newly built wooden houses. When Alan and Tina came out of the stone house, the 35 new islanders who had just been strolling around with Bruno and his group of 9 had finished exploring Atlan Island and were waiting for Alan's next instructions. After Alan came out of the stone house, he looked at Tina and the 35 new islanders beside him. I suddenly realized a problem. There aren't enough houses to live in again. A wooden cabin can accommodate about 5 people. If you really have to squeeze in, 7 people can only sleep at most. Of the 7 existing wooden houses, one is Alan's study, where bookshelves and desks take up 70% of the space, making it clearly unsuitable for living. There was also a warehouse, which was filled with all the supplies in the warehouse and was uninhabitable. So all that's left are the 3 cabins Bruno and his friends live in, and the 2 new cabins they just built that they can live in. However, the 5 wooden houses can only accommodate 35 people at most, leaving a shortage of 9 people. As for Tina and Happy, Alan wanted them to share a room, since she was Lino's mother. Of course, if you really can't find a single room, you can still stay in your own stone house. Ahem. Don't worry about these little details during the startup phase. Thinking of this, Alan inexplicably laughed. This left the onlookers somewhat puzzled. It seems that the task for every batch of new residents arriving on the island is to build a house for themselves. It's still early. There's still some timber and stone on the island. You can build your own accommodations for tonight. Bruno, take a few men and go to the ship. There are still some supplies and livestock in the bottom of the ship. Take some men and unload them from the ship. You may need to build not only your own living quarters, but also additional livestock pens. As they were talking, Alan suddenly remembered that there were still supplies and livestock on the ship that hadn't been unloaded. So after instructing the new settlers to build their own dwellings, they were also instructed to build livestock pens. Although there are 2 lambs on the island now, they have always been cared for by 011 Monica and 012 Sienna. The 2 women cherished the 2 lambs and kept them in their wooden house. Once the sheep pen was built, we could move the 2 lambs inside and make room for people to live in the wooden houses of 011 and 012. After Alan gave the order, everyone on the island got busy. Mia and Thea also went to the ship to help. Alan then took Tina to other parts of the island. Chapter 78: The Last Night of the Wave Festival. Alan brought Tina to the fertile land. Now, Atlantis has almost everything it needs. It's just missing that touch of green. Tina's talent is just right to catalyze plant growth. So Alan brought Tina to a fertile land, ready to test whether Tina's talent could transform Atlantis from a barren wasteland into a green kingdom. As you can see, there are practically no plants on the island. And your talent just happens to catalyze plant growth. So I want to know where your catalytic limit is. Tina was also curious about this question. After all, ever since awakening his talent, he has either been secretly experimenting with 1 or 2 seeds, or he has been going all out to catalyze the seeds of early-stage extraordinary plants. Tina wasn't entirely sure how much or to what extent these ordinary plants could catalyze anything. At Alan's instruction, Tina walked to a piece of land that had not yet been cultivated. This is not where Bruno and his group grow food, but rather the place where Alan had previously instructed Lino to plant seeds at will. However, only a few days passed and a few plants were sprouting. Alan wanted to take Tina to test her talent. Tina stood on the fertile soil, arms outstretched, and a green light slowly emerged from her palms, illuminating the tender buds below. Then, under the green light, the tender buds below began to grow wildly. They sprout, branch out, grow taller, and grow bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before long, the coconut tree that Alan had been longing for appeared before his eyes. Its growth gradually stopped when it reached a height of 4 meters. Under the coconut trees, several flowers that have grown to a meter tall sway in the wind, bringing their fragrance. Having been catalyzed to this extent, Tina lowered her arm, turned around, and told Alan about her situation. With my current mental strength, if I don't overload the trees, I can probably grow about 10 a day. If it were flowers and plants, it could probably catalyze the growth of several hundred plants a day. Hearing this, Alan said with a smile, "From now on, Tina, you'll be in charge of the greenery on Atlantis. I hope that next month, the whole island will be filled with the fragrance of flowers." Seeing Tina's influence, Alan was honestly itching to try it himself. Under Tina's surprised gaze, Alan also stretched out his arm. Then, under Alan's guidance, the 2 buds grew at a visible rate. However, it stopped growing when it reached about 3 meters in height. Is this the limit of my catalysis capabilities? As expected, shared talent is always a little lacking. To be honest, Tina had lost count of how many times she had been awestruck by the young lord before her. Alan surprised her so much that she's become somewhat numb to it now. Could it be true that Lino spoke of divine protection? Otherwise, how can we explain what's happening right now? And so, under Alan's arrangement, Tina took charge of the island's landscaping all by herself. Thanks to her talent, flowers bloomed on the island of Atlantis. As for Lino, she had already been assigned by Alan to be in charge of tonight's dinner. Now that there are more people on the island, the existing stoves are not enough, so Lino needs to be in charge of arranging manpower to build more stoves. Lino, along with 011, 012, and the 7 farm women who had just arrived on the island, were responsible for ensuring logistical support. Fia and Mia were responsible for unloading things from the ship. The 2 of them took over the moving work from Bruno and the others. The 2 sisters moved all the supplies, including livestock, from the ship to the island in just a few minutes. Bruno and his companions had no choice but to join the island's construction efforts. 5 temporary dwellings and a 1-acre breeding area were set up in just one day with the concerted efforts of more than 30 people. As for Alan, he stayed in his study, reading and studying while planning for the island's future. Everyone on the island has their own role. Everyone was meticulously completing their tasks. Atlanta Island has transformed from a lifeless place into a vibrant one. It was evening. Because of the rush, everyone only ate some rye bread for lunch. And that evening's meal, after a busy day with Lino and the others, was arguably the most sumptuous meal Alan had ever seen since coming to this world. A plaza was specially reserved in the center of the wooden houses. A bonfire slowly rose. Beside the campfire, several huge tables, large enough to accommodate everyone on the island, were set up. Alan sat in the main seat, with Tina to his left and Lino to his right. At Alan's request, the others also took their seats. Just like when Bruno and his companions first landed on the island, the 35 new slaves didn't dare to sit down at all. It was only after Bruno comforted her that she dared to sit down. On the table were the dishes Lino had specially prepared for tonight. There were baskets of wheat and rye bread, and a roast pig that had been specially slaughtered for tonight's celebration. There's also Tina's catalytic plant, vegetables that were accidentally catalyzed. Looking at the dazzling array of dishes at the banquet, Alan couldn't help but drool. As the Lord, he addressed the assembly once again. Welcome everyone to the people of Atlantis. Atlantis will become great under your construction. I hope we can build a happy home that belongs to us together. I know you're all hungry after a long day. Enough talk, there's plenty of food tonight. Eat up, everyone. After saying that, Alan was the first to fork up a piece of pork and put it in his mouth. The meat, thoroughly marinated in spices, exudes a rich aroma. The crispy roasted pork skin, along with the juicy pork, melted in Alan's mouth. Tasty! Seeing that the Lord was enjoying his meal, Lino was happy too. After Alan made the first move, she immediately picked up a piece of roasted pork for Tina as well. Tina smiled indulgently at Lino and happily took the food and put it in her mouth. She ate very elegantly. Mia and Thea, being 02 and 03 on the island, naturally felt less reserved. The two sisters sat next to Tina and Lino, respectively. After seeing that Ellen had already started eating, the two sisters naturally picked up the pancakes and started eating as well. Compared to meat, the two of them preferred wheat cakes. The other slaves, led by Bruno, also began to eat boldly. The banquet reached its climax with 049 singing. Unexpectedly, Natasha 049 was not a simple middle-aged woman. In her youth, she was a songstress. Although she is now old and can no longer perform those beautiful dances, her voice is still so beautiful. The islanders spent the last night of the Wave Festival singing Natasha's songs. No monsters landed on Atlantis during the Wave Festival. These are the 3 safest days. The Wave Festival will end after midnight tonight. Atlantis will also face its first night after being enveloped by the Sea of Death. Chapter 79: The Underrated Sea of Death. The nights on Atlanta are chillingly cold. Especially after being surrounded by the Sea of Death, the temperature at night drops even more sharply. Alan's breath formed mist in the air. It was nearly midnight. The evening bonfire party had long since ended. The people returned to their homes and were already fast asleep on this island where entertainment was scarce. Alan couldn't sleep, so he stood outside the stone house wrapped in a thick coat. He stared at the coastline, wanting to observe how the monsters that landed on Atlantis at night after it was enveloped by the Sea of Death would be different from those before. Moonlight spilled onto the sea. The ocean currents and eddies on the sea surface are dissipating. The last whirlpool finally disappeared behind the surface of the sea. Under the silvery moonlight, some black figures swam on the surface of the sea. It is enveloping Sabati archipelago. During the Wave Festival, due to the influence of magical ocean currents. Even though Atlantis is surrounded by the Sea of Death, the ocean currents have created a monster vacuum around the island, and there isn't even a single giant crab, which is the most common monster there, around. Now that the ocean currents have disappeared, a steady stream of monsters will migrate from the depths of the Sea of Death to this place. And it's definitely not some trash monster like the giant claw crab or the wandering siren. Those trash monsters only deserve to stay on the outskirts of the Sea of Death. The deep sea is the domain of advanced monsters. Finally, under the moonlight, the first monster landed on Atlan Island. That was a level 2 demon, a skeletal demon spirit. It resembles a skeleton made of fish bones, humanoid in shape, but its entire body is pieced together from fish bones. Within its empty eye sockets burned green will-o'-the-wisps. That was its soul. After the first skeletal demon emerged from the water, more skeletal demons quickly appeared behind it. There were so many that it looked like there were thousands. Seeing the skeleton demons landing to the east of the island, Alan felt no emotion. It's just a level 2 monster, and it landed on the eastern side of the island. The storm tower will help it greet these guests from the deep sea. However, when he turned his head to look due south, his face froze. A group of level 3 monsters, the Berserk Sirens, have landed on the southern coastline of Atlantis. Furthermore, they had already torn the number 1 ship, which was docked outside the port, to shreds. Ship number 2 was hidden inside ship number 3. Because ship number 3 was a low-level large ship, its defenses could not be broken by attacks from level 3 monsters, so it was able to escape unscathed. Monsters from level 1 to level 10 are all within the category of low-level extraordinary creatures. Although the higher the level, the stronger the power, a group of third-tier monsters still couldn't break through the defenses of a low-tier large ship. What really gave Alan a headache was that these ferocious sirens had the ability to attack from a distance. Although they attacked the defensive tower from 100 meters away, the damage they caused to the tower is minimal, but there are just too many monsters. 1,000 raging sea monsters attacking together would be difficult even for a level 2 defense tower to withstand. Oh no, I was too optimistic during the day. I'm only thinking that once Atlantis is surrounded by the Sea of Death, there won't be a shortage of monsters dropping loot. But they overlooked the fact that those landing on the island aren't necessarily trash monsters like the giant claw crab. Only then did Alan realize how naive his thoughts had been during the day. He only thought that once the island was surrounded by the Sea of Death, the loot would be plentiful. However, they overlooked the habits of the monsters. The lower the level of the monsters, the more they live on the outskirts of the Sea of Death. Like the giant claw crab and the wandering siren from before, they have probably already landed on Pallet Island. The closer you get to the depths of the Sea of Death, the higher the level of the monsters. Therefore, at this moment, monsters have landed in all 4 directions of Atlantis. There are level 2 monsters, skeleton demon, giant lizard monster, and sea serpent monster. There are level 3 monsters, the berserker siren and the bloodthirsty sea serpent. These level 2 and 3 monsters put a lot of pressure on the defense perimeter of Atlantis. With 2 level 2 defensive towers on the east and west sides, Alan doesn't need to worry. After all, monsters below level 10, that is, those below the initial transcendent level, can be easily defended by level 2 defense towers. The north and south defense towers are still level 1 defense towers, which can effectively kill monsters below level 5, provided that there are not too many of them. The number of monsters that logged in tonight is almost comparable to a level 1 monster horde. That's something 2 level 1, fully healthy defensive towers can handle. As the story progressed, Alan had no choice but to wake the girls from their sleep and figure out a way to get through the night. The score is about to reach 500 points. When it gets light tomorrow, he will go to Ella Island to buy a few slaves and collect the settlement reward of 500 points. If the defense towers are reinforced at that time, we might be able to get through weekday nights in peace. When Alan entered the stone house, Thea and Mia were already fast asleep. Lino also fell into a deep sleep in Tina's arms. Seeing Alan rush in, Tina looked at him with a worried expression. "My lord, are there too many monsters logging in at night?" Alan was surprised that Tina had guessed it, and nodded slightly. "The monster tide tonight has truly exceeded my expectations. With the crossfire from the 2 level 2 defensive towers on the east and west, our camp is not in danger. But the north and south defense towers will probably be reduced to ruins. And those plants behind the defense towers, the ones we just spawned today, will also be reduced to ashes. So I'm going to invite Thea and Mia along, and get through tonight. I guess I won't have to worry about these problems anymore tomorrow night." Although she didn't know what gave Alan his confidence, Tina believed in this young lord who always impressed her. She nodded gently, tenderly waking Lino and the other 2 who were still asleep. There's no need for Alan to elaborate further. Tina relayed the situation outside to him. Upon hearing that a monster horde no less powerful than usual had arrived, the 3 women immediately jumped out of bed. Alan hadn't originally planned to invite Lino, even though he knew her talent seemed to be even greater. However, compared to Mia and Thea's readily apparent combat strength, Alan was unsure what kind of feedback Lino's talent had given her. So after some consideration, they decided to let her and Tina continue sleeping in the stone house. After all, Tina's talents are more inclined towards support, and she is not suitable for large-scale battles like this. However, it was clear that Lino wanted to help herself more, as did Tina. So in the end, Alan brought the 4 women outside together. At this moment, the defensive towers on the island are firing at full power. The sound of storm arrows being fired kept echoing in my ears. The storm tower has entered full power mode. With an attack speed of 5 shots per second, it's terrifying. In just 1 minute, all the monsters that entered its attack range were reduced to wreckage. Chapter 80 Feedback. The Storm Heavy Ballista Tower is just as effective. A single shot from the Storm Crossbow will create a monster vacuum within a radius of several dozen meters. Although its attack speed is not as fast as the Storm Turret, its monster clearing speed is just as fast. However, greater power also means greater energy consumption. While Alan was inside calling for reinforcements, the energy orbs atop the 2 defensive towers had already dimmed considerably. However, its monster-killing effect is also amazing. Thousands of monster remains now lie on the ground on both the east and west sides of the island. Only a few hundred monsters lingered outside the defensive range of the towers. Alan ignored them. Both the north and south defensive towers are covered in damage and are in imminent danger of collapse. Alan took Lino and Tina to the south of the island. Mia and Thea are in charge of the northern part of the island. With the winds swirling around him and the power of the Golden Barbie surrounding him, Alan left Tina and Lino far behind. Alan charged ahead into the horde of monsters beneath the defensive tower. Since mastering the use of his talent, Alan has become much more adept at fighting monsters. Previously, it took a full-force battle to instantly kill the level 2 giant lizard monster. Now, a simple punch is all it takes to blow someone's head off. The level 3 berserker only possesses ranged attack capabilities. Its melee defense is even less robust than that of the giant lizard monster. So when Alan charged into the raging swarm of sirens, swirling with the wind, it was like playing a simple hack-and-slash game. In the blink of an eye, dozens of berserk sirens that had begun attacking the turret were killed. The attacks from the raging sirens further away were all blocked by Alan's swift winds. Mia and Thea's talents are truly amazing. But would a level 3 monster be considered a supernatural being? How about we try Lino's talent? Demon Seed, a seed imbued with mysterious power that can transform itself by absorbing the energy of extraordinary beings. During this transformation, you will also receive feedback from it. The higher the level of the extraordinary being absorbed, the more feedback you will receive. Alan, recalling the description of Lino's talent, suddenly had a whimsical idea: to test the demon seed on a monster that wasn't even a beginner-level extraordinary being. He flashed to the front of a raging sea monster, one hand holding back the gale that defended against ranged attacks. A tiny black seed, no bigger than a sesame seed, sprouted from the palm of one hand. With a single punch, he knocked the raging siren from midair to the ground, and sent the demon seed burrowing into its body through its wound. Immediately afterwards, Alan focused half of his energy on the devil seed. This was the first time he had used Lino's talent, and he wanted to carefully observe why the Manhwa placed such high hopes on Lino's talent. After the demon seed burrowed into the raging siren's body, Alan suddenly felt that the seed had established a strange energy channel with him. The energy in this energy channel is not injected into it by oneself. On the contrary, it was the devil seed that actively connected with Alan. Alan sensed the demonic seed drawing energy from the raging sirens on the ground. A miraculous scene unfolded. It was clearly Alan who was expending his mental energy to control it. However, after completing its parasitism, it cut off Alan's mental energy output. Instead, it provided mental feedback to Alan through that mysterious energy channel. No. It's not just mental power. To be precise, it's a feedback in terms of energy. The energy expended in the battle was gradually replenished after the demon seed completed its parasitic infestation. I feel that it won't be long before I'm full of energy and strength again. However, it seems that this berserk siren in front of us is too weak, not enough for the devil seed to absorb. After receiving energy feedback for nearly 10 seconds, the raging siren was sucked into a mangled corpse. The demon seed flew back from its wreckage into Alan's hand. To Alan at this moment, the sesame seed-sized demon seed seemed to have grown larger. It's just that because it's so small, it's not very noticeable. At this moment, Tina and Lino also came to Alan's side. Tina was numb as she looked at the talent that resembled Lino's on Alan's palm. The Lord before me is indeed the son of the gods. Tina has come to believe what Lino said. The monsters that broke through the defense perimeter and reached the base of the defensive tower have been wiped out by Alan. After Tina arrived, under Alan's cover, she hatched 3 3-meter-tall iron trees and placed them in front of the defense tower. By doing this, the defensive tower can avoid being attacked again before the 3 iron trees fall. While protecting Tina, Alan took out the source crystal and had Lino injected into the rune core to repair the tower's damage. Finally, with the injection of 10 source crystals, the energy ball of the defense tower once again emitted a dazzling light. Go and buy a few slaves as soon as it's light. We must get the score up to 500 points. Even with just one more level 2 defensive tower, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. With the iron tree protecting it, the defensive tower finally began its clearing work. Seeing how useful the iron tree was, Alan told Tina to hurry up and go north to provide support. plant 3 more trees under the defensive tower in the north. Although the monsters that landed in the north are all melee attackers, this can effectively prevent the appearance of ranged attack monsters in the future. After Tina left, Alan took Lino and hid behind 3 ironwood trees, waiting for the next wave of monsters to arrive. At this moment, Alan was finally able to shed the entanglement of the gale. He had exhausted all his energy in the process of defending against the remote attack. I thought I would have to rely on the energy potion in my body to recover. It seems all we have to do now is wait for the monsters to come to us. The devil seed alone is already this monstrous. Isn't the demon tree sapling even more powerful? Demon tree sapling, hatched from a demon seed, it can grow by absorbing extraordinary energy. During its growth, you can receive energy feedback, which you can use yourself or give to others. Alan looked at the description in Lino's talent profile. Alan couldn't help but feel curious. Can feedback be converted into sales? So, is this feedback a reflection of energy or a reflection of supernatural power? Alan was curious. However, at this moment, its seeds have not yet hatched into saplings. Only Lino can verify his ideas. I just tested the devil seed's ability, and it can actually give me energy feedback. I wonder what kind of magical powers it will possess after evolving into a demon tree sapling. Come, Lino, try your demon tree sapling and see what effect it has on these low-level monsters. The attack speed of level 1 defensive towers is too slow. Once monsters attack in droves, some will inevitably slip through the net and get close. After waiting for several tens of seconds, dozens of monsters arrived in front of the iron tree. Alan emerged from behind the iron tree, punched a raging sea monster, and threw it at Lino's feet. Lino obediently raised her palm, and a demon sapling with only 2 small buds sprouted from her palm and took root on the raging sirens. It takes 10 seconds for Alan's seed to draw energy from a raging siren. Lino's demon sapling absorbed the raging siren into a mangled corpse in just 3 seconds. A white sphere of light slowly emerged from her right palm,